good morning, boys and girls. Oh, I thought that transition was a little bit longer. I've been dancing for about 60
I wish it had been
seconds
shorter so that it was coming into you just dancing all over me.
I was having a great time, mate, is all I can really say there. And I was also dancing up against Tim for the whole time as well. But alas, here we are. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, how are you this morning, buddy?
You've just been dancing around, mate. It's great. What a way to start the day and start the B stream.
What more could you ask for at 11 a.m.? Absolutely. Well, as you just heard, we are on the B stream. Now, before we get into things for the day, I do believe we've got a little recap of what went down yesterday. And our blessing is, good old Tim here has been doing just that on his social media channels. So, Tim, talk us through what went down yesterday here on the B stream.
Well, it was kind of a day of ups and downs. You either had really, really clear-cut, easy wins like Furia against Elevate, where we see the highlights coming in now. 2-0, Furia looking fantastic. I think they've looked pretty good throughout the tournament so far. One of their kind of, textbook slow burn starts. They're winning everything, but it was 2-1 against Falcons. It's, there's kind of a few bits in there where you think, maybe a little bit of room for improvement. But look, these boys are going to be around come the end of the tournament. You can absolutely guarantee that, and the quality players continuing from them. But then we also saw games, like Wildcard versus Falcons, where
Fantastic
we knew that it was going to be a really good game, and it was. It started out with a 7-0 for Wildcard. On border. It was like...
On defence, Tim.
What? Falcons unable to get around against them, but then Falcons came back, slapped them 7-2 on Clubhouse with a little bit of response, but then Wildcard get it done in map 3 and go for the win. And look, I've been touting Wildcard as a big team since we saw them at Munich. Coming in here, I said, they could be one of the sort of quiet outsiders for the tournament. I'm still backing that. I still believe that. Wildcard looking great so far, Des.
Absolutely. I mean, for me, I put them down as one of those teams that I expect to see and would actually like to see pushing into the top 4.
That, by the way, was on to Shaiko, who's usually on the other end of that quick peak.
And, of course, got to see a little bit of Fortress, which I'm sure we'll see some more of today as well. But, yeah, Wildcard, I'm really excited about them at the minute. Very promising team, looking absolutely fantastic. Falcons, I imagine, drawing a few questions, to be honest with you, Tim, because, again, 4 second-place finishes in a row. At some point, they have to win, but it has not been their best start.
I'm going to be a little bit less alarmist just
Here we are.
I don't think it's time to sound the alarm for the Falcons fans just yet. They've had the tough games of their groups. They've lost to Wildcard and Furia, both 2-1. It's really not the end of the world. These are teams that are going to be there at the end of the tournament. So, well, I think it's fine for Falcons just yet. But yes, improvement is needed quickly coming into Phase 2. Falcons are also kind of notorious for a little bit of a slow start occasionally. Moving on to the second half of the day, we saw much the same story. Just like Furia won easily, so did Secret. They came out against Enterprise. Now, Enterprise, they've impressed me so far. Bappen had an ace, not yesterday, the day before. So, they've certainly been having some good passages of play. I think, ultimately, it was always going to be a tough tournament for them in a group against teams like Furia and Secret. Secret got that one done, in relatively quick fashion, to be fair. There's a beautiful 3K. I think it'll probably be part of this package. Adrian on the Clash. Oh, no, we didn't quite get to see that one. Adrian on the Clash towards the end of round 7. It was really, really nice. But coming in towards the last match of the day, again, same story as that second game. It was really, really close. Oxygen versus W7M. What a matchup between the two of them. Fluxo W7M ultimately coming out the winner. But again, some real highlight stuff in here. Brilliant, brilliant play from both teams. It really keeps Group D a bit of a guessing game. You got Secret, you got Fluxo W7M, you got SSG kind of just on the periphery there. Don't know what's going to happen.
Oh, what I love is the very last game of this group is OXG versus Enterprise. Yeah. OXG currently on 1 point, Enterprise on 0. And I imagine that's going to be the same story coming into tomorrow, which is going to make that such a tantalizing game to close groups out on. Can't wait to see how that one goes down. But of course, we'll have to wait for tomorrow to see that one, Tim.
Yeah, we will do. And it's like you say, I always love those kind of straight fights for, like winner takes all. And I think, that's going to be the vibe for that one.
There's going to be some real good games to look forward to tomorrow, of course. Plenty of good games to look forward to today as well. Let's take a look at our schedule and see what we've got coming up for you. Of course, we are still running 2 streams over on the A. You can see what's going down there. But let's have a look what's going down here on B. Now, that is not a fortune telling.
I think we've got a little bit of a prediction there.
I mean,
given what we've seen so far.
No one's saying it, but we're all thinking it. Yeah.
kind of true.
FEARX versus NIP will be the first game we've got, followed by M80 coming up against HERETICS. That is a tantalizing fixture.
Yeah, it is.
And then we've got DPLUS Kia against FAZE. That, I think, is it's a battle for the top of that group. It's going to be really interesting. And then Black Dragons against G2 to close out the day. So still plenty of action to look forward to.
Yeah, I think my game of the day, looking at it, is probably that Team Secret versus Fluxo W7M over on the A stream. I think that's going to be a real decider. But my quiet banger for the day has got to be that M80 HERETICS. HERETICS coming in, quietly going about their business. That, for me, is like the test. M80 is the test in that group. We saw Weibo pass the test yesterday. Will HERETICS pass it today? Don't be surprised if they do. M80 seem to be struggling a little bit to maybe find their rhythm. There's an opportunity there and what a story. I love open quals teams coming through to SI. It's the dream. You put a team together, you get through those open quals, you're on the big stage with the big boys. So yeah, it's going to be a fantastic second game.
And this is why this game first coming up matters so much. NIP versus FEARX here in Group A. But just take a look at the overall standings of this group. Team Weibo have probably been the team that have impressed me and you the most so far. 11 points they sit on, been absolutely phenomenal. However, you may still see others with the chance to try and catch up to them here. HERETICS, of course, play today. M80 meandering down there in third place, but it's these two teams at the bottom. It's not mathematically guaranteed, but you can hedge your money on saying that whoever loses this game between these two is more likely than not going to be going home from the tournament tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with FEARX. We know that the players are, we know what their capability is, but minus 17 rounds in 2 maps, it's not
NIP much better, Tim. They're minus 15 over 3.
That's 3 maps at least.
Fair,
that's
fair.
Within 2 maps. It's been difficult for them.
It's been brutal.
Simple as that.
What I will say is they had the day off yesterday, and I think we heard Dark saying, look, we're playing at 10% of what we've seen the boys do in scrims.
Yeah,
I think
so
yesterday
weird.
would have been a really good reset day for them, and you will see a different FEARX today. At least I hope so.
I hope so.
I don't want to see them get bowled over by NIP, but of course it can happen. Fingers crossed it does not. And I think, Tim, we can also take a look at the Group C just to kind of round out how other things are going down for the games on this stream that you'll see a little bit later. Here's how it looks like. Fair to say, a much closer affair than what we can see happening in the other group.
Apart from FAZE, FAZE are just battering everybody.
They're terrifying.
They look every inch the world champs. I watched a lot of their game yesterday against Shopify Rebellion, and the best way that I can put it, and it just really makes it very, very simple, they're just better in every department. One of the main things that stood out to me is a simple one, but they just win gunfights so fast. And I mean, so fast. It's like you just can't get into the fights with them.
Outside of that 1-8-7 loss against Shopify Rebellion, they have won all of the 4 maps 7-1.
Yeah.
That is terrifying and probably a sign of what's to come throughout the tournament. But let's have a look at the stakes, Tim. Let's see what it is that these teams are doing percentage-wise and their chance. I'm sure you do, Tim. I'm sure you do. As you can see, Weibo are all but guaranteed to be up there at 73%. HERETICS and M80 definitely fighting it out in the middle, but M80 still favoured. NIP and FEARX, well, there's a little bit of scrapping to do there, it's fair to say, Tim. Again, it all rides on this game in particular, and we need to see FEARX step it up if they're going to beat the odds here and take NIP's slot.
Yeah, I love that. It's really nicely formatted. So the red number that you see in there is kind of the most likely outcome for that team. So it just gives us a little bit of a feel of how those ones are likely to shape up. But yeah, it's that M80 HERETICS. I can't wait for it today. I think there could be an upset on the cards. I'm throwing it out there.
There are some big games coming, that is for sure. And now we have our rosters ready for this first game. We've mentioned that it's NIP coming up against FEARX, so let's get into it, Tim. And first and foremost, take a look at FEARX. As we've said, it has been a torrid start to the tournament, but maybe a rest day yesterday is what they need to get back on track.
Yeah, you look across that list of names, and every single one of them is going to be familiar to you if you've, unless this is your absolute first SI you've ever watched, in which case, welcome, come and enjoy. These are storied.
Can you just say that final name on your screen the way that you used to?
Woogie Man.
No, with the with the grit. And
the Woogie Man.
That's the one. It's like the Woogie Man under your bed.
These are players that have been around this game for a long, long time. They are insanely capable. I don't know what's going on. It's been a struggle for them so far. Game 3, for them, maybe it improves. I hope it does, because as we always say, we don't like to see any teams come in and kind of have that struggle and not get results. We want everything to be competitive. We want everything to be chaotic. Hopefully FEARX can bring a little bit of that to the table today.
I really do hope so, because on the other side is NIP, who admittedly...
Very similar story, to be honest.
It's exactly that. In fact, they've almost got an identical story that only one player on either team is positive in KD right now. For these boys, shock horror, it's Fantasy. He's also the only player in the whole lobby that is positive on entry. So it tells you how tough it has been for both teams so far. Those fortunes will change today, as once you've got this scrap at the bottom going on, only one can come out on top, but we need to see a bit of specialness coming out of both. And just to kind of go over what I've said again there, only the one being positive on entry. These are your two players that are positive on KD overall. We've got to see them both go big, but more importantly, what are the 4 players behind them going to do?
Exactly that, Des, and I don't want to be negative about the 2 best players.
But you're going to do it,
but I am going to have to do it a little bit, because yes, Fantasy has got the better stats, but they're not where his stats should be, Des. They're not. He is better than that. He is much, much better, and we need to see him at his electric best today. Same for Woogieman on the other side. Yes, they have done okay for their teams so far. Their teams desperately need them to go big, and as you say, it's about the other 4 facilitating that as well. If they can step up and do their job, do their bit, it gives them a little bit more breathing space for somebody like Fantasy to have that freedom to go crazy.
So we'll take a look at the veto in a second as well, Tim, to see what maps we're going to on this one. I really hope we get to see a little bit of Fortress, because I've been really enjoying seeing what teams can bring to it. But let's take a look first and foremost what's going through. I imagine it'll be something quite spicy. It's going to be a lair to kick things off. The Fortress second, hell yeah. And then the decider is going to be on Consulate. Really interesting selection. Fortress, of course, we know nothing about these 2 teams on it. Lair is a very interesting one, because it is a permaban against FEARX. They've only got to play it once, and they dispatched the Scars 7-5.
Yeah. Okay. Fortress is going to be an interesting map between these 2 teams. They're both struggling a little bit. It's been interesting. The one Fortress that we've watched so far was the Team Secret SSG one. Both teams struggled to attack Fortress a little bit. It's, kind of par for the course for new maps. We expect defenders to turn up and be pretty strong to begin with. I think given time, Fortress will see a shift towards attackers, but for the time being, at least what I've seen of it, it's been a little bit of a struggle for them. So going to be interesting for these 2 teams, given that they're having difficulties as well.
Yeah.
How well can they adapt to that?
It's a bit of a twist what you're seeing here. There we go. Bruno's got it corrected for us here. NIP are the ones that picked Lair. They've got a good record on it of 7-2, although what I said about FEARX still remains true, so it's a bold call by NIP. Fortress being picked by FEARX. If there's a way to shake off those first couple of days of rust, this feels like the way to do it, Tim. Have that break, go in there with a whole new map, whole new mindset, and show something special on the second one.
Well, it kind of removes the expectation, doesn't it? You're not coming in thinking, they should definitely win club, or they should there's no expectation there.
All right, well, look at this then. Here we go. Lair is our first map to step into. You're getting the most recently updated map, and then Fortress, which is the brand new one for us to have in the pool. Going to be an exciting first couple of maps. NIP most definitely favoured. Do not blame any of you. We saw the little 2-0 over their name earlier. Is that going to be reality, or are FEARX going to show us something a little bit special? Very excited to see how it goes down, Tim. Is your outcome prediction of 2-0?
No, I think we're going to see 3 maps. I do think we're going to see 3 maps, because I think both of these teams know that it's kind of judgment day for them. They know how important this game is. I am fully expecting FEARX to turn up and look a little bit different today. NIP as well. So I am predicting a good close game between both of them. And 3 maps.
I really hope so, because you and I were casting FEARX when a bunch of these players first appeared on the scene as well. Mephi and Good Boy especially, the 2 18-year-olds that appeared and were instantly snapped up from the dregs of the Korean scene, because they were just so damn phenomenal. But we've got to see them come online. You can't turn to the old guard in players like Woogie and Rin, who, of course, we know from the Damn One Gaming Kia days, they were absolutely phenomenal. They were one gunfight off making it to the final of the Sweden Major, let's not forget. But they've just struggled to refine that form. And on the other side for NIP, we've been asking, when are we going to see them get back to that form that saw them lift the hammer just a few years ago? Well, Pino's the only player, of course, from that previous squad that has tasted that success. He's looked fab throughout this tournament so far, at least on day one he did. But let's see how, as a collective, these 2 teams can get the job done. We're kicking things off down in the basement. It's FEARX on the defense, NIP on the attack, and our bans, I'd say, are relatively standard. A double shield ban coming out against NIP, and on the other side, they're taking the Clash away from FEARX and also the Azami.
Let's get into it then. Round 1. It's Leia. It's FEARX versus NIP. NIP starting on the attack, so FEARX we are looking for. Stop staring at me. FEARX we are looking to have a strong start on the defence. Kicking things off down in the basement. We can see that presence above as well. Quartered, Good Boy, Rin all up there at the minute. Mephi joining him as well. Good Boy all the way up to the top floor on the score post. Keep an eye on him. So NIP there's one of two options here. You either leave the roamers out in the cold, just go direct route straight into site, see what you can get going. It looks like they're going to be favouring towards warehouse. They've got Cons on the shield looking to get in there as well. I'm looking to see particularly a little bit more out of Cons and Wizard today. They've been struggling a little bit to put the stats up. I know that Cons is kind of RGLing and other things, you know, playing on that support, has the diffuser, but in Modern Siege, everybody's got to be chipping in with the numbers. So looking for a little bit more from those two particularly today. It's
absolutely it, right? Like Speakeasy in one of the games that we were casting the other day, you know, came out 3-3 at the end of a map, and you look at that and think, wow, he's done nothing. But it was actually because he was on shields the whole time and feeding information to his team and, you know, being a contributor in other ways that isn't always recognized. And you could say the same about Savage on Team Secret, especially for shield players. You see that be the case, but I'm 100% with you, Tim. We've got to see everyone step up. And those two players that we highlighted in our match highlight at the start, Woogie versus Fantasy. Woogie comes out on top, and it's the Capital taken offline.
Yeah, what a great direct kind of head-to-head there on that entry battle. You highlighted it before, and we'll monitor that as it goes through the game. It's going to be a really important part of this one. FEARX now with a good advantage, and the reason that that's such a strong advantage is, if you remember I said Good Boy was going up to that top floor on Scorpos, by them getting the entry kill, they've got that extra man. So Good Boy can maybe play this round with a little bit more risk. He doesn't necessarily need to teleport himself back to site when he otherwise would. He can stay out there and he can just really try to make himself a nuisance without leaving his team short-handed. So this is great for FEARX.
It is. Now, what can we do with the shield, though? Cons is the one I've got my eye on, of course, on the Blackbeard. He really should be at the front of the team leading them through, and sure enough, he is. There's the second player right behind him as this track comes through onto Mephi. Scream now, my son, because the calls are closing in around you. Rin also going to fall, converting into a third there. Great little flurry of play coming out from NIP. They've got a lot of the control they need. Cons is down, but will be recovered. No! Woogie again, the hero, steps up. Good for a 3K, and Tim, he's going to have to start out there, run on Lair with an ace if he wants to win this round.
Yeah, it was a nice little flank from Woogie Man there. Good Boy really missed his opportunity, didn't he? Hits with a beautiful flick on that pistol of the Deimos, managing to get him taken down with the Vendetta. But it still leaves NIP now in a 2v1. They've got 30 seconds left on the clock. Wizards doing a little bit of drawn in here, so they should have a good idea of Woogie Man's location. But I'm going to put it out there. I see a world where he wins this, Des.
I think he can, you know. Flash is coming in to try and at least get some steps forward, and they are inside a sight here. Here we go. Woogie finds another. On for the 3. It looks like an ace because he shot out one of the down players. Almost finds the head, but just misses Pino, who, as I said, has had a wonderful start to the tournament. Here we go. Pino ain't losing those. Round 1 to NIP.
Yeah, close to Woogie Man there. As soon as he drops that case inside a sight, you think maybe he gets this. He had to take the fight, really. I know there's a little bit of an instinct there to think, just keep yourself out of trouble. Don't take the peak. 15 seconds left to go. I think the problem with him doing that is Pino knows exactly where he is. So he knows Pino is going to play for the challenge. There's no way in a 1v1 that he's going to try to put the diffuser down, because at that point you can't make a challenge. You know, you don't have your gun up to be able to fight. So he knows Pino's going to come looking for him. So yeah, I agree with Woogie Man there. Take the fight on your own terms. Try to get the win, but ultimately it's always going to be difficult up against former world champion Pino.
I love that for NIP as well. Like they're playing against an APAT team in the server. They've got Daystar, another APAT team across from them, cheering that they're winning. It's going to start to build up at some point. If you see FEARX got a bit of a tear, that you've got APAT winning all around you, and you're like, no, it can't go like this. But absolutely, Pino was the saviour in the moment, the one hitting all the kills required. 3 in the round to save it, but it was a close affair. We've had so many games, Tim, that have started out one-on-one. We've seen good rounds from either side. Last round, really, for FEARX was all about Woogie and what he was doing for the boys, because they absolutely folded in the mid-round. Really good push in from NIP behind that shield to get the kills they did. Let's see how things go here up on the top floor.
A lot of options for attacking this one. We haven't seen Mask Wall opened too often in the games that we've covered of Lair, at least, but you've obviously always got that option. We want to see somebody coming in from Ops, really. Even if the attack's not going to be primarily from that side, I always like that little bit of attention coming in there. I'm looking at maybe hits on the ace. Get yourself inside of Ops.
Hits on the ace.
Hits on the ace.
Mate,
get
honestly.
in there, get that control. You can start controlling mezzanine. You get the cut-off through sight from the door. A lot you can do from that Ops corridor. So drone going through looks like they're going to do that, and I'm concerned here for NIP because for FEARX, because they've given that area up. We saw it from SSG the other day. They weren't defending Ops. They were, giving it up to Team Secret, and it is a little bit of an issue.
Oh dear.
It's a bit of a mistake from NIP. They've got Hates waiting outside of Ops. Just wait until he gets in. Wait until he gets in. He can breach the wall. He can get onto the door. They're going to be a much, more difficult position for FEARX to play that trick onto the wall. The
problem is they're the ones reinforcing Electrified off as well, so they can just keep playing this dance all day long, which is part of the worry here. Like, Mephi's going to have to step away. They've still got 3 of those impact EMPs on side if required, but Hates has got in. And absolutely, you can't easily step across there, at least not without some cover and support. So that wall will now be opened. Of course, you get a few more bites of the cherry now on the Thermite, now that he's got 3 of those exothermics, and Hates just deletes Mephi from the server.
And that's why I wanted somebody in Ops. You get in there, you get that wall open, you've now just stopped them playing inside of Office, you remove that difficult position in behind Desk. NIP are in a great position to win this. Whilst all this is happening, Mask Wall and Ops, they've also got Wizard floating around that display side. He's just waiting for his moment, and all of the guns at the minute on the side of FEARX are looking towards Mask Wall and Ops. This is absolutely prime for Wizard to do some damage from that bathroom display side.
They do have Woogie on the smoke as well to stave off a display attack, which is very common, but right now they're dropping smokes down onto Mez, looking in towards the wall that was opened up early. They are convinced that an Execute is coming in from that angle, and that is really
got them
not
spinning
the way
on their
to
heels,
go.
and this is NIP creating this confusion.
They just look so lost right now, Tim. Like, yeah, sure, Fantasy is actually baiting the breach itself, so of course they're going to look there, but he does what Fantasy does best. In for 2. Rin gets at least 1 back on the trade, but it's all over Tim. And the best part is NIP have double baited them here. They've now rotated over towards Mask Wall to get a plant down. They have just spun them on their heels 10,000 times in this round, and even with the Chanka coming out here, it's not going to be enough for them. Plant is down, and this round is done.
Yeah, the Shimiko canisters were missed anyway. There was no damage coming onto Cons. Wizard is going to be downed, but it's largely irrelevant. Rin's got to fight his way back in on the Tachanka. That's it. He'll get the stats. But other than that, unlikely, I think, to find any more. Everybody's kind of got themselves out of those danger positions now, relocated and just playing the post plant. They've even got Hates down in bathroom, watching the long angle through door so that he can't cross over. Really well played. Pino picks up the final kill. Well, that was a beautiful attack from NIP there. Really As I said, got that Mask Wall open, but the focus into Ops just shows the power of that position, and I'm a little bit disappointed in teams defending this top floor recently. I mentioned SSG during the round because we saw the same thing against Secret. It was nowhere on the ace, was able to just walk into Ops, open the wall, take the ground, and exactly the same thing happened. They go in, they just take that ground, and the round falls apart from there for FEARX. But I also like from NIP, once they had that, the effort then through bathroom and display, just FEARX didn't know whether they were coming or going. Really well played there from NIP.
I don't want to kick a puppy while it's down here, but FEARX do look very messy across those first couple of rounds. You know, the fold in the mid-round that we saw in round 1. Here, they just had no idea who was coming at them from where and just didn't look ready for anything that was coming their way. It's not a promising start. Now, Lair admittedly is one of those maps that we have seen a lot of really good attacking teams on that show that this can be very attacker-leaning. The same can be said of maps like Labs as well, and of course maps like Border. But it's more the fashion in which they've lost their 2 defenses that I am now quite worried. We're going to skip out the first floor, go back down to the basement here, Tim. Clearly there's some corrections to do. They're going to stay out on the roam. They've got the Vigil. They've got the Castle on side. They won't be staying on site itself. But I still worry about the fashion in which they lose, especially now there's a Dokkaebi and a Deimos on the other side.
Look, the honest truth is, it sounds really simple to say. When I always come into rounds like this thinking, right, you've already defended this site, you lost it. What do we need to change? What do we need to see different? And it's a really simple one. Win your gunfights. You know, I spoke about Good Boy. He went down there. It was kind of like target blindness. It was the kid in the sweet shop. He goes in, and there was multiple kills in front of him. He didn't get either of them, and then got headshotted by the Vendetta. Don't get me wrong. It was a great shot. It was a great shot from the Deimos. Hates managing to hit his target quickly, but Good Boy should have had a 2K there. And at this level, You got to take the opportunities that are in front of you. You cannot allow them to slip through your fingers like that, because otherwise you will be punished, and they were. So that's one of the big changes here for FEARX, is go in and if you get those opportunities, make the most of them.
Well, first phone call coming out just a few seconds after it was available to Wizard, just in case there was anyone trying to rat out on them. And they've already got a bit of a sniff onto Mephi, who, as you can see, is at the other end of Highway. He's had a chance to fall back down the stairs here, supported by his teammates to get back closer towards site. But as soon as the Dockerby call picked up on him, he had no chance of staying out there for too long. And it's why I so often say that Dockerby, even despite the changes she had last year, is still arguably the best attacking operator in the game. So ludicrously effective at forcing teams back. And for teams that know how to take map control effectively, you haven't really got to worry about roamers too much. You can just move forward one step at a time until you're looking at the site, and then you can hit your execute.
And Appy will continue on the chase here for the time being. We've got the boogie drone set up inside of main lobby. That will no doubt be activated soon, just to make it difficult for the players inside of site. Hates manages to pick up Mephi. That's the Vigil gone. That's going to be a big one for NIP. That creates a lot of freedom for them. Two reasons. Vigil, obviously always difficult to track down. Can't pick him up on your drones, any cameras, anything like that if you've grabbed him with the Dockerby. But also, he was the only one that was really out there roaming. We've got Courted on blue stairs, but as the smoke, he's just going to be playing wedge in that position to prevent them going down to filtration. So he's not going to get up and get aggressive realistically unless the opportunity really presents itself. But NIP will be aware of that. So now they've got that freedom to start using the sledge, to start using the ram, get that little bit of verticality into sight and start forcing FEARX away from those power positions that they wanted to play. But saying that, Courted picks up an important kill. He has come up the blue stairs and NIP have allowed him to get onto the flank. That's a big problem. Hits takes him down, but they did lose Pino along the way. Not the end of the world. 20 seconds left to go though, Des. That's the problem for NIP now.
That's it. It's the limited number of opportunities they've got to flank or hit players from different angles in the execute here. At least the Capital's available to cut off a couple of those. They'll drop and try and make this plan happen to him, but the castle barricade broken open at the right time. Good boy finding one as Cons falls down. Hates and Wizard with it all to do, and they simply aren't going to get the chance to. Much better out of FEARX in this round. They will win round 3. And what I love is that they were making good use of the roams. You know, Coated, you were speaking about him for a while. He tossed down 2 smokes at the top of stairs and was like, well, no one's pushing me when I stop. I'm just going to walk up here and see what happens. Didn't get seen on a drone. Punished them off the back of it. Wonderful stuff by Coated. And between him and Mephi, managed to disrupt the whole flow of that round for NIP.
If you remember, at the beginning of the round, I said one thing that FEARX need to change is they need to take their opportunities. Mephi got one, took it. Coated got one, took it. Much better from FEARX.
I heard we also have a tack timeout coming in for FEARX in just a second. The final bans for them are going to be Glaz and Bandit. So afraid of a bit of cheese maybe coming out. Would have maybe liked to see a Capital ban. But in we go. I don't believe we get full audio here, but we'll try and listen in to see what we can hear.
So let's do the ad hoc make it really strong. So voltage play with shield with ultimate holding up. And let's use you, JP, for 2 things. 2 operators. Or you put ABS for this position, but I want you playing lucky because today kills here, they have to use lobby. So you go down, you can go with a magical, things like that, and you rotate and you kill the lobby guy, you know. That's over the hound here, because if you play the hound for planting, we have a tactical but not for the stable step really weak. So Coated played that Warden, put the shield there, we're gonna have the smoke. Maybe you just play more threat, maybe torn, control area, you know. And they go you but I think threat and match always win.
가볍게 타고 나 메디컬 파이팅 좀.
Right. And for what most don't know is that Good Boy's the one who often we have Dart speaking to as the coach because he speaks quite good English, and then he translates across to the rest of the team in Korean. From what I heard off the back of that one, it was more very prescriptive in this next round, how he wanted to play it to be able to hold this top floor. And again, I hate kicking a puppy while it's down here. If you're having to step in and say to the players, hey, I want you to play this, I want you to play it in that spot and play this way in this round, and you over there, I want you to play this and do this, the fact you're having to micromanage the exact next round is a bit like, can the players not find that kind of within themselves to figure it out? And you talk more broadly about the next 3 rounds overall. It's a bit of a worrying one, Tim.
I'm going to say, please hold on to ops. That's going to be my advice to FEARX.
It is hard with the Azami ban, granted.
It is, but you've got to find a way to... They've got Mirror available. You know, Mirror is a great op to be able to hold on to that position. Not a perfect solution, but still a possibility.
But still a solution, Tim.
Exactly that, still a solution. The problem last time came from that being opened up. That's where the entry kill came from. That's where they got Mask Wall opened up from. Their fantasy then wandered in and got 2 kills. Need to keep hold of ops. I don't think the that NIP are going to play it exactly the same way. They don't have an ace or a hard breach on side. So I'm going to expect to see more of kind of a display, maybe R6 room push, so over on that side. But Mephi, he is in position and playing to prevent them going into ops. So I like this adaptation from FEARX. Even if it doesn't kind of come off in that way that there is fighting around there, what he's doing is just, if they weren't thinking about going there, they're not going to spot an opportunity to go there either. So good stuff from FEARX.
I mean, my eyes, naturally, as you've raised, are on this lineup from NIP. There's no Ace, there's no Havana, there's no Thermite, there's nothing. And there's no... Okay, that's a lie. There are 2 hard breach gadgets in back pocket. To rely on that, though, when you know that you've seen things like Kai being brought along, is incredibly risky. So they're trying to hedge all their bets here, I imagine, on one push, and right now that seems to be down highway. We've got Cons and Fantasy working their way forwards down here to attack from top down, and maybe others will execute in from display because you don't really need to open anything up from that direction. It's still risky. You are getting pushed through a bottleneck to try and execute into the B site of R6 room, and here we go. The stall might even begin here from Rin, who once again, Tim, though, has missed out with those Shanker fires.
Yeah, so Pino's supporting them here by sending in the Grimbees, and it's just tagging out Quartered for starters. We see the nades coming in. Look at all this utility. There's nades, there's tracks, there's everything going on.
Another one?
NIP are not able yet to make any progress. Behind it, Mephi manages to find Pino over by the door, and that's an important one because it allows now the rotation back to site for FEARX. Quartered has taken a lot of damage along the way, but NIP have grabbed no ground, and Fantasy has had to dip away to try and replace that position that Pino was in. FEARX, the NIP don't need any help. Dolby team killing hits. Picks up Quartered as well. The little bit of health that he had left is taken away from underneath, by the way, with the Deimos on the Vendetta. Nicely played. NIP are not worrying here. It's not all gone immediately to plan, but they're doing a great job of kind of working with what they've got.
Yeah, Quartered was fighting for his life. He was down to 1 HP. 4 nades came at him. We had the Grimbees on him. The tracks from Deimos coming in twice. Brutal. Survived until he tried to run away and then got himself caught. It was a bit of a stalemate there, really. But Rin really hasn't helped things on this Chanker this game. He's missed, I want to say, not every single fire that is thrown out, but the vast majority have not been where they needed to be to impede the push from NIP.
No way that Woogie Man should be getting away with that kill realistically. You've got Cons on the Blackbeard up there. You know, he should be challenging that smoke. He's come out of R6 room and made a little bit of a nuisance of himself there. But for now, Cons is trying to kind of make amends, push, get aggressive in towards side. Sees the Chanker, but doesn't hit the shot. He's going to turn his back as well. But this is important progress by clearing out the Jaeger. He might have an opportunity to put this diffuser down. He's bringing him into a position, but his teammate can't cover. And Ring gets an important double from the display side. Nice rotation from him.
I tell you what, these rounds are... It's like going through a meat grinder at points. That push down top side, I was a bit like, bit bottlenecky, boys. You're going to find yourself stuck here for a while. And that's exactly what happened. Admittedly enabled by the Deimos coming in from below. But the fact that it comes down to the last 10 seconds when all the action was focused at top green was mental.
Yeah, FEARX did a good job there because they had 3 players over there. So if you're playing through Skybridge and in towards R6 room, especially with the Blackbeard, you kind of want to be aggressive. You want to push in there and take that ground while it's available for you. But great use of smoke canisters, great use of the Warden, and great use of manpower. 3 players flooded that area for FEARX, recognised that's where the damage was going to be done, and just really held them back. And then we saw NIP kind of like, we've stalled out, Pino's died, Fantasy's had to rotate, and it kind of all changed for them. And they didn't really respond well enough, and Cons was just kind of stuck around for a long time.
Nades,
great.
flashes, he
absorbed the pressure brilliantly. Yeah, it was really nice from FEARX, recognising where the danger was coming from.
I was nervous at this moment, by the way, because it came down to, what, 0.25, and then he started getting the diffuser down. I thought, surely we're not saying guns up here to try and win on fights alone, because you know someone's going to pop their head in. And sure enough, it was Rin who, for all his sins playing on that Chanker for the majority of these rounds, has won them around there. It has been pretty nail-bitingly close across every single round so far. No more than 2 players left alive for any team across all 4 of them. It is the struggle, the bloodbath, I think, that we expected between these two.
Okay, we're going to have the Thatcher brought along to deal with this external wall. Should be fairly straightforward. Will they get the Cade trick off here? That's going to help. They've got these auto canisters coming in from behind. The Thatcher is going to have to keep going. 5 charges available, but on the flip
the
side,
tub's just going to come back on again. Like
they're not going to win this. They're not going to win this. There you go.
Right,
that's exactly what was going to happen. Even with 5 charges on the Thatcher EMP cannon, it's not going to happen. You're just fighting a losing battle because, like you say, the auto canisters can keep pinging that out. The problem is the Kaid can kind of swap them electricals every 4 or 5 seconds to keep reactivating them. And the auto canister lasts long enough to just burn out those Thatcher charges. So ultimately, always going to be difficult. And that is a big start for FEARX, keeping that wall closed.
It's just a bit of an overinvestment, I think, in the utility from Wizard when they should have accepted with 3 exothermics on side. They can play this game a bit later, just burn through the 2 barrels for now and then look to get the plant open. Or even that, look for the verticals, absolutely. Now, it looks like that might be the plan because they are starting to work their way above on this top floor now. Are still players, of course, upstairs from the side of FEARX. 4 of them, in fact, on this second floor right now. So there's a lot for NIP to clear through. And Tim, look at that. Half the round is gone.
It's not a bad idea from NIP. It's a good adaptation. Opening bottom green is going to have largely the same effect as opening that external wall. What it's going to do is restrict that movement inside a site. So it's going to make it difficult for the defenders to play where they want. And Pino manages to pick up Mephi. Now, NIP can continue working up on this top floor. They've got Rin inside R6 room. And NIP need Rin not to be inside R6 room. So that's going to be a big job for them next, is to try and clear him out because he's in that position. He's above the breach. He's looking to make it difficult for them to get into sight. It looks like they are going to try to just kind of push in directly without that top floor control, and they might get away with it at this rate, you know, but Cons, have a look upstairs. Go and push them and prevent those verticals.
Good boy's in such a good spot there, but steps out in the open. Un-ADS and Shock Horror dies the 2 or 3 players that are sat on the door. Could have tucked in a bit tighter there, played in behind the C4, maybe held a tighter angle with his gun up. May have given them a little bit of a different outcome, but instead, it's a 4 versus 3 coming in here. In we go, though. A knockback comes on through, and sure enough, that's a freebie for Cons. Almost for a second, but Coated wins it out. Plant is going down, but Hates has been sprayed through because of that fight on the top floor where they managed to get rid of Cons. All he had to do was hold position and threaten those on the top floor, but has now lost his life. This makes it really hard to recover for NIP. We've got 10 seconds left. We've got the Solis on side. They can see the plant going on through. A work upstairs potentially might come back to bite them here, and sure enough, no. It's all going to fall apart. Wizard won't have a chance to get this one done. Not the greatest of attacks coming out from NIP. You should be able to get the finish off on towards Wizard here. Sure enough, it's going to come on through. FEARX take 3 rounds in a row.
I want to be positive about some parts of that round for NIP. I like the adaptation. They didn't get the external wall. They moved to green stairs, got themselves in and got themselves an opportunity, but FEARX understood the requirements, the win conditions fantastically well there. Win condition was top floor.
Now, I'm not going to try and listen to this chat timeout because, of course, they speak in Portuguese and it's also very hard to hear anyway, so I'm not going to pretend that we have a clue what is going on in the team chat there. But just give us a quick moment here to sit and talk about the rest of this game and how it's gone so far. Yeah, NIP came out the gates flying 2-0, and I thought, man, it's going to be a bruising day for FEARX. And admittedly, across the last 3 rounds they've won, it hasn't been clean in any particular round. There's been a lot of errors being made by both sides.
But it's been better.
But it's been better, and it's still FEARX that have got that score that matters, and it's the one at the top of your screen. 3-2 to FEARX in the defense. This ain't bad. Where I am worried is the second half, because they have got the worst attacking win rate at the tournament. Just 22% FEARX. So they're going to have to show something really special on the attack of Lair to really get over the line on this one. Again, they've got a good record on it. Teams always ban it away against, and they do not want to play FEARX on this map. And hopefully that translates into some attacking round wins for them.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right. Look, there's going to be opportunities on Lair. It's quite a big map in terms of the sites particularly. If you think about top floor, you've kind of got to defend ops, you've got to defend display, you've got to defend R6 room. You get spread a little bit thin as defenders. And we've seen NIP try to take advantage of that. So there's going to be opportunity there for FEARX to do the same. But back to that round that we just saw. Like I said, really good defensively from FEARX. They recognised as soon as they kept that external wall closed, their win condition was holding on to top floor. So that's why they took that challenge onto Cons. They won it. Great battle to win, taking down the Blackbeard. I really wish NIP had gone upstairs sooner. You know, from an if you're an NIP fan, you're looking at that thinking they needed to go upstairs sooner. I kind of mentioned it 30 seconds before. I said they've got Rin in R6 room. They have to clear this out because they're going for the green wall. And they just left it a little bit late. It was like they opened up the green wall. They had a look inside and went, oh, no, he's in R6 room. Of course, that's a problem. So then Cons goes up on his own. What they needed was up there as 3 of them and clear it out.
I also understand them not wanting to try and fight through a 4-man stack on top floor.
I get it,
but even just tossing in a bunch of utility, whether it's things like the Candelas of a Ying, whether it's nades coming in to stop someone holding that vert while the plant is going down inside green wall, that would have helped a lot. But they blew their chance on the green wall, had no choice but to go off to the green door. Not the end of the world, I'd say, as well, because they did manage to get rid of Good Boy, who stepped out a little bit questionably. Just again, one of those rounds a little bit scrappy with both sides, giving the other a bit of room to really stretch and flex in the round itself. But let's see how round 6 goes. We are down in the basement, I believe, so we'll see how things close out for this half and whether or not FEARX can get themselves a little bit of cushion going into their attacking side, or if NIP can square things up. What I do like is the change they've got in this round in the Ying coming along, Tim. We've seen Warden a couple of times from FEARX, but maybe identifying on NIP's side that he's not here in this round means that Operator can really sing when it comes to the execute. Last time they got really trying to drop through hatches, so that utility could really unlock this round for them.
Yeah, less of a presence out in the map as well from FEARX. So NIP are going to have a little bit more time here. We've got Mephi on blue stairs, which we saw Courted play last time around. He's on the smoke. He's going to play a very similar position. I don't think NIP get hit on the flank from there twice. Fantasy's actually over there at the minute. He's the one that's kind of dueling with him and burning out that utility. Aside from that, they had Woogie Man up the yellow stairs, but he's gone back down into sight. So NIP, halfway through the round, they're opening up the verticals already. We've got the Boogie Drone is about to be set going inside a main lobby. So good progress from NIP, good intel. They've recognised that the space is there available. They've gone and taken it. And I'm a little bit concerned for FEARX because previously they've done well at hassling NIP on the flanks, at making them think, let's see what NIP can do. They've got the Ying, they've got the time, there's opportunities for them here to pick up Courted.
Well, if there's any question on whether they're trying to push down these blue stairs, this time the answer is a resounding yes. We've had nades coming down, Deimos tracks, flashes, you name it. They really have looked to try and force the smoke away, but Mephi has wasted a good chunk of time. These rounds fly by, it feels, in the first 2 minutes while the team's posture. We're down to the last 45. It's in a 4 versus 4. Both phone calls available to Wizard. It's worth mentioning, identifying there are no roamers, so those are available for the execute itself, and all Candelas still in back pocket for cons.
Yeah, NIP here realistically need a couple of kills. FEARX have played this as a turtle defense. They've just got themselves down on site. They're in the power positions, so NIP need to dislodge them and need to find a kill or two. If they do so, then that utility like the Candelas is going to come in big. There is no two ways about it. I think we're going to see this just getting electrified as well, are we? That was
and a laser gate as well.
We've not got the Kaid on side. We've got Rin and Good Boy are going to pick up kills. Like I said, it was NIP who needed them. You can't be at cons again. You can't be missing those opportunities. I said coming into today, Cons and Wizard need to be chipping in a little bit more. It has not gone well for Cons so far. Pino picks up 1v3 becomes a 1v2, but Mephi is there for the trade. FEARX close out a final defense. It was a different strategy from them, playing more turtled on site, forgetting the roam that they've done previously for basement. They get the job done. 4-2 half. Now, can they attack?
I thought they played that defense probably the best of any that they did in that half. You know, not that they played some of the others badly either. Across those 4, they have had a good couple of rounds, but that last one, just excellent. I think realising that NIP were often losing to the clock here, so how can we slow things down? Turtle up, play behind traps, burn our way through smoke canisters, you name it, and it did force NIP into a very uncomfortable final few seconds there where Pino had a lot to do and not enough time to get it done. It is a bit of padding for them, Tim, but like I say, I'm a bit nervous about their attacking prowess at this tournament so far. FEARX have really got to show us what they've been working on this map, knowing again that it's a permaban against them. You would hope they've got something in the locker to bring out.
Yep, we've got the Miramonte ban. What are we going to see coming in next? Clash on the Glass, okay.
Both teams banning Glass,
yeah,
interesting.
You know, it's powerful operator. We don't. The thing is, it's one of them with Glass. We don't see him use like, he doesn't have an insanely high pick rate, you know, but can be very valuable. Can be, you know, an absolute nightmare to deal with when working through those smokes. So
I think it's what some teams refer to as like their cheese strap, right?
Yeah,
making
exactly.
Use
If
of the glass.
let's bring along the Glass.
We heard Shopify Rebellion say this the other day. You know, we haven't cheesed them yet. Let's bring the Glass and do X, Y, and Z with it and try some different ideas. Now, the one ban that hasn't gone through on the defensive side, it's worth stressing, is the Azami. So with that being available, it is a little bit easy to play around ops if that's how they want to look at using it. I think what FEARX are looking at there by banning the mirror and leaving the Azami up is saying, well, we have to bring very specialist tools to deal with a mirror. It's going to frustrate us and change our lineup. Whereas on the other side of things, if you have the Azami on side, DMRs, of course, do the job of shooting them out. It's a bit risky sometimes to be firing for that long at one of those keepers, but there are more comfortable ways through them in their view. And for now, Cons doesn't even bother getting himself set up on that side of the map. I imagine he'll head over there shortly, though. Here we go. And he'll try and look to hold down Ops for that little bit longer. Question is, do FEARX then play into it, or do they go somewhere else?
Yeah, love to see this. As I said previously when FEARX were defending, I really don't like to see Ops kind of given up to the attackers. It's just too powerful an area. So cons, you've got the barbed wire on the door, you've got the Kiba barricades, you've got everything you need. I want to see him holding that area for at least a couple of minutes should FEARX try to work on that side. It looks like they will. They've got Rin on the ace, which always kind of suggests we're going to have a look at getting into Ops and opening that wall and opening mask wall. So, you know, they've got to hold them back out of there.
I think Goodboy might be one of the only Capital players I've seen at the tournament not running the DMR, running the power instead. I mean, even with the power before, it's an amazing couple of guns that the Capital has got. You know, decent fire rate on them as well, so you can't complain all that much. It's more the fact of the rest of the utility that he brings while also being a 3-speed. I think we as casters all absolutely love waxing lyrical about a Capital, and the pick rate throughout this tournament as well as the ban rate does suggest he's definitely up there at the minute.
I actually really like this committal of utility to Ops. It's normally the Shanker is going to be played to try and plant deny, but they're actually recognising the strength of Ops and saying, we're going to use our Shumika canisters over here to prevent you coming in. And right now, FEARX have got 4 players running around in circles amongst each other on Ops door because they can't get in. They're going to have to go somewhere else. They've dipped away and said, you know, that's not it for us. I love that from NIP. Let's see now whether they can recognise the pressure has stopped on Ops, so now we adjust. Now we move.
Well, what I like from Hates is it's also that 2-layer or even 3-layer defense here where you're starting things off on the Ops denial, then you can move back in towards where he is now, which is deep inside of our 6 room, and deny the plant spot itself. So rather than just using that 1 layer of denial, you're looking at a couple there. Really like that. It does slow FEARX down here, down to 115. And truthfully, Tim, haven't made any real progress into the map so far. They've managed to get mask wall open, but that's it.
Yeah, exactly. And now Cons, because they're not pushing Ops, has the freedom to move on to side door to prevent the push coming in. He's also there to defend rocket stairs as well.
This could be so interesting. The smoke still goes up through the floor, and they managed to get 3 smokes down all at once, make it 4. Trying to look to go in for the plant here as well. They've got to go shallow, and sure enough, does just that. Smokes are everywhere, but the fire is a bit too heavy. They've got to go deep. Woogie runs in, but down goes Wizard from spray. Wizard getting coated on the spray through the smoke. It's kills absolutely everywhere, Tim. It's a slaughter up towards the northeast side, but we're down to a 2v2 when the dust settles.
During all of that, Fantasy just stood inside of the smoke. Woogieman ran straight past him and now doesn't know that he's got Fantasy in behind him. So a bit of a problem. Good boy has worked his way in through Ops, so this could be a little bit of a surprise for Fantasy, but I think Fantasy's watching the door. That's the kill that they needed. Good boy tried to work in with a little bit of a backstab. It's not paid off, and Woogieman low health inside of sight. 15 seconds left to go. NIP have held on amongst the chaos. I like the attempt from FEARX. It was a great try, but ultimately NIP were ready for it, and Fantasy has big-brained that. By not getting involved and not sort of giving them that opportunity to find the kill onto him, he was then in that power position on desk to close out the round. Really well done.
We'll come back to what I said about 15 seconds prior to that execute starting. The only thing that FEARX had was the mask wall opened. They had no one coming down highway. They had no pressure inside of Ops. There was no one on display window. And so in your NIP shoes there, the only thing you're thinking is, well, there's only one way they can try and hit us. If we're hearing smokes go off, wow, I wonder where they're coming from. Yeah. It made it a little bit too readable for FEARX, I'm afraid. And this is something that we've spoken about teams historically. I think about maps like Club, when they're trying to push all through blue, for example. It's a bit like, if you're coming from one direction, guess where all the guns are pointed? Guess how much more likely you are to get caught out by a C4? And it was nice. Like this little setup that you can see here. I love the smoke through the floor from the Capital without breaking the floor itself. It did obscure the vision of the defender that was up there. Just unfortunately, the spray through the smoke from Wizard was more than enough. And like you say, Pino was then in a fantastic position. So really good first round coming out. NIP draw themselves one closer.
Yep, great stuff from NIP. I think we're going to continue to see this be close. I honestly have a feeling that the attacking wars might continue for FEARX. That gives me a couple of concerns there. The fact that they sent 4 of them towards Ops to begin with, it's an overcommittal of manpower to that space, and you know they kind of had to give up on it after 20-30 seconds, which I don't necessarily hate. There was a lot of utility being thrown at that by NIP, which I think was great judgment from them defensively, but like you say, it was then you know, with a lot of time left in the round, was a little bit of a Hail Mary almost. You know, yeah, get the smokes in, get the wall open, and just kind of throw it at the wall and see what sticks. I'd have liked to have seen, given the manpower that they had, a bit of pressure elsewhere. R6 are in display. Just create a bit of noise somewhere else. HERETICS is going to pick up Quartered. That's the Deimos gone as well. Big loss when you're attacking onto basement, because it's just given some freedom for NIP to stay out in the map. And I'm looking at Wizard up on the top floor.
I was just about to talk about the fact they've got this trifecta of the Dokkaebi, the Deimos, and the Blitz all together. It's a perfect combo for sweeping through the map. But now you're down on one, and look at this as a player behind. I think you might even know about it. They're going to have to stand up here. Hates just domes Rin, who is over the shoulder of the shield. No! It's all going from bad to worse here as Mephi tries to make his push on forward, has to double back for a second, and unfortunately, there's no one else there available to assist. I say that. Woogieman has managed to kind of snake his way forward here. Will the pressure come on through onto the back player that's sat against Mask Wall? There is Fantasy dug in deep. I don't know if they know that he's there, though.
I think that's great timing from Wizard there.
Know?
He knows. I'm not sure that they do. He knows that the pressure is mounting there. So, look, I'm going to get out of dodge. I've wasted a minute 15 on the score pass. I'm going to get myself back down to sight. I like that transfer from him.
Yeah.
I think
Wasn't
also,
Fantasy, sorry,
he's also got the opportunity to get back up there at a later point as well.
Imagine.
So, we'll see what happens, but doesn't overcommit to that, given that they 5 versus 3. He doesn't need to. You know, it's absolutely fine now to just play for time a little bit, and that's exactly what they're doing. They've, you know, got 3 back down to sight now. You've got Cons in the typical position on blue stairs as the smoke to protect filtration, and then you've got HERETICS, who's the man left out to cause a bit of a nuisance of himself. Woogieman does good, gets the kill, but ultimately still 4 versus 3. 55 seconds left to go. Time is going to become a factor.
It's just another 2v1 they managed to force out there, with the shield being the main attention soak, and then there was always a player over the shoulder. Now, in the one upstairs, of course, they lost the second man, but then Woogie was able to backfill and play on that role. So at least we're seeing that adaptation out of FEARX in terms of how they're approaching the round. But NIP have just played this really well. Look to burn the time down. As you said, Tim, fall every player back towards site in the 5 versus 3. They left the one upstairs, but now everyone is well and truly down in the basement, knowing they've got every chance under the sun to get this round closed out, given FEARX are now under time pressure.
20 seconds left to go. Mephi is going to have to be kind of the tip of the spear here on that blitz. Look to get inside of sight, but it's dangerous. Wizard manages to pick him up with a beautiful headshot over the top of the shield. Cons on to Good Boy, and as you say, too easy for NIP to mop this up now. Woogieman just trying to get anything going that he can, but they know exactly where he is. They're going to run headlong onto him, so he gets a bit of something, but it's Cons to pick up the final one. Cons getting a few kills here is going to do well. I know I've been critical of him through the first half there. He's RGL in attack. It's not always, you know, the easiest thing to be doing whilst picking up numbers as well, but getting onto the defense, he just seems a little bit more settled in these first couple of rounds, and maybe he can just start to build that confidence a little bit. But 4-4 it stands now as NIP take the basement defense, and FEARX could be in a bit of trouble.
Fun fact, actually, Fresh pointed this out to me before the show, is that Woogie plays, he's one of the only players, I think the only one actually at the whole tournament, who plays with his monitor on a 45-degree like lean or twist towards his team so they can see his screen. And we were like, why would he do that? I mean, maybe it's the IGL, it helps out with that. Turns out because he plays a lot of shields that he rotates it, so if he's sat on the shield, for example, his team can look at his screen and know what's going on. Now, my concern with that is you're not looking at your own screen while you're doing that.
I was going to say, you know exactly what had happened to me if I did that?
You just die as soon as you looked away.
The second that I looked away at that, I get domed looking up to see like which operators are left, let alone looking at another screen. I guarantee the second that my eyes flicked away, bang, I'd get absolutely slammed.
I think it's mental, but here we are. That's what they do and what they seem to enjoy. And I would say it works for them, Tim, but evidently it doesn't all the time. NIP have won 2 rounds back-to-back now, which pulls them all square with FEARX, and this is what I said I was worried about, was this attacking side. Admittedly, the game did start out this way. It did start with 2 rounds being won by NIP, only for FEARX to then sweep things back, albeit it was on the other side of the map. They've got to start turning their fortunes around, Tim, and if you're going to do it anywhere, the offsite feels like a pretty good place to do it.
It does. HERETICS and Woogiemen are the main men, so to speak, for their team so far.
Is there more than one of him now?
It looks like
the
it.
Woogiemen!
Looks like it.
That's a great team name.
With the numbers he's putting up, 13 and 6, it certainly feels like he's everywhere at the minute. HERETICS as well. HERETICS has been going well. You know, I saw him. I think he got an ace the other day. Did HERETICS? So yeah, he's been having a good tournament so far, and he's certainly still putting the numbers up there for NIP. But I think NIP are starting to kind of hit a little bit of cruise control on the defense here. I think they're going to be feeling fairly confident. We've got Mephi here working immediately in towards Ops. FEARX recognising, you know, how strong the win condition was for them to hold on to top floor, and maybe looking to put some pressure on early doors and try to start that clearance, which was something NIP left a little bit late, I think. So FEARX just paying a little bit more attention at the top.
Oh, well, there's certainly indicative signs here that there's going to be a big focus on towards this mask wall, to at least in the entry point and towards the map. You've seen it opened up, you've seen drones coming on through, you've seen players both in Ops and off towards mask wall itself. You know they want control of it, and sure enough, at this point NIP are backed away, giving it away to Kota and Mephi, who now look to step on forwards. So it's still this big focus on the top floor, at least for now, as we hit that halfway mark in the round. Time's certainly not been a friend of either team in this game so far, Tim.
No, it hasn't. I think they've both been a little bit slow on the attack, just, you know, struggling to kind of get themselves into position, particularly to clear objects, you know, to clear obstructions, rather. It's something that they need to be thinking about. We see the peak being taken around from the Solus there, just being impacted by that Zotor canister. It, of course, does affect both sides. And right now, NIP are actually holding on really nicely. There's 55 seconds left to go. They've only just lost Wizard. He's going to go down to that fire arrow, but it's just whether FEARX are then... This isn't the site. You know, this isn't... They've got work to do after this, and that's that they've got to go down to... Absolutely beautiful. I was just complimenting Hertz and how well he's played so far, and we just see the big brain thinking there, drop the hatch, impact nade underneath, and get the kill anyway. Really, really nice from NIP.
Yeah, really wonderful from him, and it's a freebie here for
no
Fantasy.
idea.
They just got it's exactly that. Team taking the words out of my mouth, and Fantasy hits 3 headshots in a row to close out the round. NIP now in the lead at 5-4. They've won all 3 of those sites, Tim, which now makes you wonder where are FEARX going to find a site win. In the game against Scars, when they did win 7-5, they won 5 defenses and then won the top floor twice. They've not managed to do that in this game.
That's the second time we've seen Fantasy get 3 kills without moving. I don't mean today, I mean in general. I think it was yesterday. He got a 3K on, it was Bank top floor through the bookcase. He was led prone with the DMR, and they just kept... You know, they just kept giving him the opportunity, so he kept getting the kills, and he's going to do exactly the same there. Like I said, I think NIP have hit cruise control on defense now. I think this is exactly why they picked Lair. They knew they were going to be comfortable in that second half, and they knew that FEARX have been struggling on the attack. As you say, I think, you know, they're heading down towards a 20% attack win rate now with these losses as well. So not looking good for them. Definitely issues. And it makes me a little bit concerned looking forwards as well towards Fortress. As I said, we've seen teams struggling to attack Fortress so far. You've got FEARX who can't win an attack for love nor money, and they're going to be going to a map that everyone's struggling to attack a little bit, so not looking good for them.
I love how someone in chat said, FEARX, you know, I'm not a fan of their attacks, and then someone else came in and said, I don't think FEARX are a fan of FEARX attacks right now. I don't think they are, no. They're leaving a bit to be desired, though. I'd say that of both teams in terms of time management, it has certainly been one of the biggest struggles that they've had to this point. Just so happens that FEARX are also making a couple more mistakes on the intel game, losing out on a couple of their gunfights, and that can be the difference maker. NIP so far defending very, very well, and I don't see where FEARX managed to find a way through, but let's not count them out just yet. We'll also remember this is NIP's map pick. FEARX pick Fortress. It could be a very different affair when we get there.
Okay, back up to the top floor we go then. I love the way that NIP defended this last time around. It was a little bit of, as I said, kind of throw everything at the wall and see what sticks from FEARX on that mask wall. But again, NIP are locking themselves into the ops hold. Now, FEARX have taken his army away because they obviously feel that was the big sticking point last time. Honestly, I disagree a little bit. There was only one Kiba barricade that was actually played towards Ops. It was the Tachanka, and yes, the Azami that held on, but to be honest, it could have been any gun that was holding on to it. Didn't necessarily need to be the Azami. So I don't think that that's necessarily going to solve all their problems. This time, NIP have set up slightly differently. They've kaided the wall from Ops through to corridor, and they've got Fantasy on the Warden playing inside the corridor, so he can't be flashed out. So again, I like this. We're going to see exactly how it works out. We've got Ying going in, but guess what? You're not going to get any joy because it's the Warden that you're going up against. So yeah, Fantasy's job to keep hold of this position. He's got the shotgun for the close angle. I like everything about this from NIP, and at the minute, FEARX are just feeding him drones.
Haters dug a bit further back this time as well on the Chanka. Rather than looking to contest towards Ops itself, they've kind of said, tell you what, have Ops. It's completely fine. And imagine that's a bit of a sigh of relief for FEARX, who, as we saw last time, just really, really struggled. Saying that, it's got a nice angle through. Has got burned down towards the Ops door itself. which I think is why you're seeing FEARX trying to get the wall opened up so they can also use that as a point to step forward.
Really good from FEARX there. They've problem solved. They've gone in there, they've used the nade to clear off the claw, then got the secondary hard breach on. We can see that's pushed Fantasy back. He's relocated all the way out to display. So Ops and Ops Corridor is now in the possession of FEARX. They're able to push forward and get onto that side door. They can open the wall onto the default plant spot. They're using the Sense gadgets to allow them the space to do that, and I like this actually. They're using it to get aggressive and push towards Mezzanine, and we're going to have Coated and Mephi just joining forces there out towards the bathroom. This is really good. Coated's going to open the plant spot. He's come back to that wall, and I like this from FEARX. This is problem solving, you know, like we haven't seen from this attacking side so far today.
Though now you've got the biggest problem to solve, Tim, which is that Chanka at long range with 18 Shumakas still left that can deny that plant spot all round long here.
Yep.
And they've still got Pino with a smoke. They need to do something about this backline, and sure, some smokes might help out and some flashes might help out. You've got to get the kills as well. Down goes the Warden, which now means those Candelas really start to come to life. You've got the Sen's light screens too. They've found 3 kills, Tim. This is so much better from FEARX.
Well, this is
that
it.
isn't.
They've made a ton of noise over by Mask Wall, but then what they've actually done is try to come through display. That's why we saw Fantasy die. Ultimately, we now have HERETICS in a 1v2, but this is winnable with 14 seconds left to go. He needs to be careful that he doesn't overpeak. He finds his man. Coated taken down with the LMG. FEARX. So I've been really complimentary about FEARX there, and you picked it up perfectly, Des. The one problem that they had left that they hadn't solved was those Shumika canisters going onto the plant spot. So they've got themselves in a position, they've got the wall opened up, they've got the kit, they're able to go in and plant. Oh no, it's all on fire. So we've now got to relocate. They go over to display. Still good. They get the kill onto the Warden. They take Fantasy out. They remove that problem. So then they can start working in towards the bomb chassis possibly. But it all falls apart because they haven't softened up that area. They haven't hit it with the tenderizer, like they have over on the ops side. So instead now they're going into a full force NIP, and then it's at the end here. I picked him up, didn't I? I said he's been playing fantastically for them. 1v2 on the Tachanka, gets the job done. NIP holding on a little bit in that round, but held on really well.
Helped massively by the team kill from Coated onto Mephi. That's the third team kill we've seen this game, Tim. That's unforgivable at this level. Like, once again,
lack of coordination.
You know, it can happen, but as we regularly see, like, you don't see any team kills in most games. The fact that you can have 3 and 1 just shows that lack of coordination, the craziness inside their minds here and how they deal with the pressure coming in. They were in a 5 versus 2 and have still seen the round slip through their fingers.
I think it's because Plan A didn't work. Because Plan A got 90% of the way there, and then it was like, oh, time's running out, we just need to quickly run over to display and do something different because this fire's going to just last the entire round.
Yeah.
So then the chaos sets in. The confusion sets in.
And even losing the 2v1 at the end as well.
And everybody's just trying
stinger.
everybody's trying to go everywhere and do everything, and you've got a team kill, and it just becomes chaos. So yeah, unfortunately for FEARX, they do not get the job done. NIP hold on nicely, 6-4, and they've got 2 opportunities to close out Lair.
Should get this one done here and now, I think.
So.
You know, basically, admittedly, it was a very good attack from FEARX, down to the point they were in the 5v2.
They won 90% of that round.
That was when it started to fall apart, was when they got into the 5 versus 2, and they really needed to hold on at that point, but just could not quite get the job done. Now, I've been looking to get a nice quiet way, I believe, in through this door. We're not letting them know that he's roaching on forwards. Hear Pro speak about this a lot. Sometimes just dropping down these barricades can be more than enough for you, but look, HERETICS is very aware as to what's going on, and may well try and find out exactly who is knocking on that door ever so quietly.
Not getting any value out of the Candela there, really. A little bit of damage onto Wizard, but other than that, nothing major. We have the second Candela. These are going out very, very early. I'm just looking. It's getting them into Warehouse, but I feel like it's probably space that you could take anyway. You know, I always look at your big utility like that, but particularly flashers. You know, when they're being sent in, what are you getting for it? What, you know, it's almost like the way I put it is you've got to think about you selling it. You know, what are you selling it for? What value are you getting out of it? And at the minute, FEARX haven't got too much. 1:20 left to go. It's that man again here. It's 15-7. Picks up the entry as well. 5 versus 4, and they've lost Rin. That's one of the big hard breach options.
I mean, he's matched on the other side by Woogies at 14-8. Really, the difference comes in the rest of the team. Mephi and Coated just invisible throughout much of this game, whereas on the side of NIP, others at least are getting quite involved as it stands. Fantasy up above, now opening up the verticals to use against them, realising, well, if you guys aren't taking the vertical, then we will. No problem at all. And despite Woogie having the shield in front of his face, it doesn't really matter because they know where you're coming from.
And because they've lost that entry, they don't have the manpower really to split the forces now and send somebody up to deal with Fantasy. They're going to send a nade in to site. It's not going to get them much joy. Cons manages to pick up Good Boy, and you just feel this is going to be one at a time. Missed opportunity onto the Blackbeard, but it doesn't matter as Wizard comes in with a double. Fantasy picks up one as well. NIP looking super solid on the defensive layer. Great from the Brazilians. They take map 1.
They do in very convincing fashion there, Tim, not dropping a single round in that second half. And one thing's for sure, FEARX have really got to pick themselves up ready for Fortress, I think, because despite having that day's break, we haven't seen them come out with any change on their attacking side. They're now sub 20% on attacking win rate.
Yeah, it just gets worse and worse for FEARX on the attack. And like I said, I'm concerned for them on Fortress because we've seen teams struggle there on the attack so far. I don't think it's going to get any better for them, whether it's their map choice or not.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles sometimes, Tim. Again, if we have a little bit of confidence for them here, is the fact they're going into their map pit next. But like you say, NIP, they're looking pretty good today and looking pretty hard to beat.
This is more the kind of the NIP that you expect, but there is a little bit of me, particularly in that second half, and I don't want to, upset anybody, but I just wonder how much of that is FEARX making them look a bit good as well.
There is that battle of it, right? And it's one thing I'm very aware that coming into this game, both teams have had hard fixtures prior, so it's going to make their stats look bad.
Wizard has stepped up though.
He has, granted.
I will say that.
But then when you also look at the aftermath of this game, NIP stats will look a lot better because of them beating FEARX, right?
Yeah.
It's remembering that previous context that I think is the important thing going into the final days. And as a reminder, if we see NIP come out on top in this series, they're basically guaranteed to be qualified. I'd probably see this going to a 2-0 now, to be honest, even with some stats looking pretty good for the side of FEARX.
Yeah, if you just look at the numbers, you could absolutely think, there's been elements there, but when you watch the match as a whole, I think you see the broader picture there. Like I said, does it convince me that NIP are suddenly world beaters? No, it doesn't, because the attacks were pretty poor from FEARX. But still, look, I say it all the time, you can only beat the team that's in front of you.
100%. And looking at the two rounds that really made a difference, round 1, the 1v1 being won by Pino, and round 10, Hates winning out that 1v2. That doesn't happen. We're sat here now looking at a different scoreline, and that's the concern that I've got, is it is still close. There is still a chance that FEARX can do this, but again, they've really got to shine bright on Fortress, so I hope to God they've done their homework and they're ready to bring the heat.
91% cost, Hates is great. I knew you'd enjoy that one, Des.
This guy, dad jokes, all day long.
I do it for the love of the game.
I need a break from him, and you guys need one as well. Back in a few minutes.
eye out for contact.
Available now.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here and on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So
Yeah.
really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they are just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to
Push
come
deep.
here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's Felipox round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Oh my god, Anne? Fast Anne? Oh my god, can you please sign this?
So, FEARX have got a bit of an upward climb to achieve here, Tim. We are going into their map pick of Fortress. NIP start on the defense, though, which makes me feel a little bit worried for them.
Yes. I would agree with that. I think, you know, we've just seen how much FEARX have struggled on the attack. As you said quite rightly, they're now down under 20% attacking win rate here at Six Invitational 2026. So I just can't see it getting any better. We've seen teams struggle on Fortress anyway to attack. You and I personally, when we saw the Team Secret and SSG game there. So I don't know. I just don't see it improving much. We can see what the stakes are in front of us. So FEARX will secure playoffs with a win. NIP are eliminated with a loss. It is currently heading in NIP's favour. They are one map up, having one layer, and they start off on what we would argue is currently the stronger side of Fortress.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure NIP also secure themselves playoffs if they win 2-0 here. If they don't win 2-0, there is a weird world where FEARX 2-0 M80 tomorrow and then snapped NIP's spot away from them. Anyway, Fortress is ready. Let's have a talk about this map a little bit more, Tim. It's one of our newer ones, of course. New callouts galore, new strats, new playstyles, new everything. There's lots to enjoy here in the second map of this series. It is FEARX's map pick, as we keep on saying, but with them starting on the attack, with no idea how NIP are going to defend it, it makes me a little bit nervous for them. So, straight into our operator bans, Tim. Let's see how things shape up for the two teams. I wouldn't be shocked if it's the same sort of stuff. Shield bans coming out on the attack. Nope. Going to be a Ying. Okay, don't mind that one because we spoke a lot about how bottlenecky this map feels. There's a lot of single doorways that you have to work your way through, rooms that you need to brute force your way into sometimes. Ying certainly helps with that.
We'll have our second bands coming through as well. So we're all kind of learning about Fortress at the minute. I love seeing it played because, you know, it's kind of like the more info, the more we can see it, the better. Things are, I guarantee, Fortress in 6 months' time will probably look considerably different to, you know, what we see and how we see it played now. It will evolve over time. It's quite a big map. There's plenty of space, plenty of opportunity. I think, you know, for things to change and for things to be worked out, those second bands there, Clash and Glass, so similar to what we've seen in the previous map as well. We're going to be going straight up to the top floor sites. Generally what we've seen so far is that we will get the two top floor sites and one of the bottom floor sites. It will unlikely be Hammam. That's the one that we've seen people struggle with. It was the one that Pengu suggested was going to be a very difficult site to defend. I think we did see it played the other day and the attackers won.
I'll give a shout out towards Mint on this front, actually. He did a really good video where he spoke through his discoveries on Fortress along with the stack. They played it 20 times, of course, tried all the different sites and different variations of how to approach it. And like everyone else, wrote Hammam off as an awful site that you're just not going to see played. It's far too easy for attackers to get in, hold a couple of windows, and then get the plant down. The other three, certainly more viable, but the top two floor sites are the most proficient, almost easy to defend. And even then, it's still not easy because many are convinced this will be an attacker-leaning map as time wears on. So, with the two bans coming in from NIP against FEARX here, I think what they've really tried to say is, let's target the cheesy stuff that we know that they like to crutch on when they're struggling, go towards a Glass, go towards a Ying, just to try and take over large parts of the map with smoke or with flashes. It does leave shields available, which is why Good Boy has jumped straight across to playing on that Blackbeard, but I don't think they're going to be too phased about that. They'll have other ideas on how to deal with shields rather than potential cheese coming out from FEARX.
Good bit of intel coming in from Rin there, just managing to spot out Fantasy on the Thorn, but it's just whether they can kind of use or get themselves into a position to use that intel. All coming from the north side at the minute, fairly direct towards site, but Mephi is kind of working his way around underneath on the Deimos, just looking. See if he can. I love a bit of Deimos from underneath. Have a look at getting that Vendetta singing up through the floor, get the tracks going, and just make it difficult for defenders to stay inside of sight. He's concerned about anybody who might be down there with him, but he doesn't need to be because NIP have got everybody up on the top floor.
Yeah, three of them taking a bit of damage here on the side of NIP, so somewhat fortunate to get away with their life. Here we go. Expected off towards the right. A challenge looking to be found as such, and Woogie's going down. Naz is Good Boy. You can't be letting Fantasy get away with 2 kills like that. They knew that he was inside the room. They droned him earlier on, and they've still managed to absolutely delete this FEARX take, which is a shame because the first half of the round, I thought their approach was good. It was calculated. They had the Deimos downstairs, the shield pushing on through, but it's just all fallen apart here in the close.
So 3 players have gone into game there, looking to clear Fantasy out, and 2 of them have died. Like, it's fantasy. It's going to happen. You know, he is that sort of player that will hit those shots if you give him half a chance. But yeah, FEARX, they need to make sure that ain't the case. I think the problem was all three of them were kind of feeding in from the same direction, so it was easy for Fantasy to plant his feet and just take those fights. Whereas, you know, if they'd maybe push one from Old Tower side, there's a door on that side. Come into games from there, give Fantasy multiple angles to fight. All of a sudden, you've got a different situation, and maybe you lose one, but you get the trade immediately. Maybe you don't lose any. But I think, yeah, a little bit of a mistake for me there from FEARX, but well punished by NIP. They hold on and get the first round, and it's kind of, you know, I don't want to get carried away. That was the primary site. It's, you know, where NIP want to play on the defense. It's their first choice, and, you know, also let's remember NIP have got to win attacking rounds if they want to win the game. So, you know, something's going to have to happen there, but I am a little concerned with FEARX starting on the attack here that it's going to become a bit of a slippery slope for them, and NIP are just going to rack up the numbers early on.
For most teams, they wouldn't find themselves in a 2 versus 1 against a Thorn who's stuck inside the same room as you, one of your two being a shield, and then still come out the lose with both players going down. So it's more a moment of brilliance from Fantasy / a big slip up by FEARX. We'll give them a chance to see how things turn around. Now, as we move towards the other top floor site, we kind of flip things around. Rather than starting off in the south and moving your way towards the northwest, you start towards the northwest, around White Stairs, around Blue, and then work your way down to the southeast. So it's very much a reverse, with the bathroom and briefing area still being very much the centerpiece of where the defenders look to lock themselves down. So keep an eye on where they push in from. For now, it's again a focus towards that top side. That there are a couple of players for FEARX working their way on towards that southwest balcony and looking to get a little bit of external pressure down. When I look back to how SSG defended on this site, they were really aggressive on towards windows here. Didn't want to let Secret be comfortable at all on this balcony, though NIP are giving FEARX the room to get set up.
Yeah, NIP just kind of on a flip reverse of the defence. They've got Fantasy, you know, off in what was the previous site, and this time they've now got 3 in and around Dawns and Games, which is the current site. So just kind of inviting FEARX in again to try that sweep through, to try and move through. This time, Fantasy's actually dropped underneath as well, so that's an interesting one. Keep an eye on him on the Goyo. He's going to play down below. He's got an impact nade in hand as well, so could have an effect there. But what he wants to do is stop any potential pressure coming in from down there, which they did try to do last time.
They're waiting for the timing here for Goodboy to drop down Old Tower to immediately be able to put pressure on towards Cons, and he's done that now, and now the Lion Scan comes out. They really want to sweep onto him. Coated, no, goes for the freebie, but look at that. Immediately Cons is looking elsewhere, has found 2, taken down a Monty. That shouldn't be happening. Both shields have fallen yet again to a single player. Woogie down dangerously low here as well. NIP have completely shut FEARX out. The idea was okay from FEARX, but just like in the last round, they have to win their gunfights, and they are not doing that right now.
Fortress was FEARX's choice. I think it's quite clear from this that NIP were ready for Fortress, and they have prepared it themselves. I would expect, of course, every team here to have been prepared to play Fortress. We knew it was coming. But yeah, NIP looking much the better team so far. Like you say, I can't kind of fault the idea from FEARX. It was trying to pull them in multiple directions there. Timing was okay. But yeah, NIP just... Again, you can't be letting them. It's just like the Fantasy 1v2 in the first round. You can't be letting them get away with those kills onto shields like that, because you're just removing such an important part of the attack. Moving on to round 3, it's going to be down to the ground floor for NIP. This is a crucial round in my mind, because
look at this, like, it can't happen.
Yeah, it's just too easy. You can't be beating a Monty particularly at that range, and they were unaware of his position for the first one as well, because the Blackbeard just kind of pushes him and gives him the side on view. So big problems for FEARX. But well, getting into round 3, this is the opportunity now for FEARX, and this is why I say it's a crucial round. There's a chance for them here. It's the quote-unquote off-site. I actually think it's pretty decent site. But they're going to go in, and I would expect them to try and take a bit of top-floor control, get games, get dorms, try and get some verticals, try and get a bit of an advantage over NIP here. This is their chance. If NIP come away from this 3-0, FEARX are in, it's alarm bells time. They're in big trouble.
All right. Very clear the issue right now, for me at least, stands in the gunfights and not so much in everything else. I think their approach has been good. It has just been they haven't found those entries they so sorely need to get the strategy singing. Things have got to transform here. We've got the no shields in the lineup this round, instead going towards that Dockerby and Deimos deadly duo that I often speak about. Very, very good for moving through the map, and I think here when you know you've got a clear across the top floor, certainly not a bad shout for it. Good boy here, moving this arm panel away. Maybe I'll lose the drone as a result. Yep, that's not super ideal, and this is the pushing towards Hammam, of where there's one player, Hates, currently lurking around, looking to stop them getting easy entry in towards the west side of this ground floor.
Yep, just taking the challenge there. Going to be pushed from both sides, but I don't think he minds that. Fantasy is going to pick up Mephi, a good opener. Could be another one for Hates. Pino will take down Rin. There's a lot of focus towards Hates, but the damage is being done everywhere else by NIP. Hates is just burning time away here. It's really well played from the Castle. He's just not overcommitting to anything. And now we're nearly halfway through the round with 5v3, and NIP again, another round where they're looking comfortable. Fantasy, you know it's getting dangerous when Fantasy's going out of the windows, out of the door, looking for those kills, because that's the type of player he is. He feeds off that positive energy, and he could get even more dangerous for FEARX. This one could be flawless.
It very well could be, unless Woogie can recover something for the boys. I mean, looking at the kills at the bottom left corner of your screen, we've had 3 rounds. We've got 3 kills on the side of FEARX. It is dominant for NIP so far. You don't really get a chance really to see the internals of Fortress, I'm afraid, because it's just been that dominant. Now, they have fed a couple of kills over towards him. Good recovery on that side. But he's got 3 to go through, and you know full well these last 3 players, they aren't going to muck about him. They'll just tighten ranks here and be ready for his push.
Yeah, that's exactly what they've done. I can see on our top down, Pino, Cons, both back to site. Hates is kind of keeping himself on top of the diffuser. They know that they've got that case down. He's actually drifted away now. He's moved away, but Woogieman doesn't have it in hand. 45 seconds left to go. They're just going deeper and deeper. They're just inviting him in. They're going to force him to make a move. Really well controlled round by NIP.
Yeah, dug back on site here as well. Like you're saying, got time to get back and get the diffuser and then kill all 3 players. So I think he might even just try and push him for some kills here. Off towards his hard left would be the right idea, as there is a player tucked in the end of the corridor, but they see him, of course, on the cam. Takes 2 shots to take it out. This one is definitely cut as we go towards those last 20 seconds or so. Wouldn't be shocked if there's attack time in after this round as well, Tim, because painfully, it's not the strats that are failing, like I've said. It's been the gunfights. In this round, they were trying to do a bit too much, I think, take control of too many areas of the map, found themselves bottlenecks at windows and doorways, and as you saw, NIP just had a bit too much fun in terms of jumping out, going aggressive on towards those windows, and Woogie was the only player in the entire round that got inside the map itself.
Yeah, tag timeout's an interesting question. It wouldn't surprise me massively, but I also think they've just had a minute at the end of that round to kind of have a discussion. Yeah, it is going to come in. I'm looking at that thinking, you've had a minute at the end of the round. There's opportunity to have a chat there. Maybe they could have saved it.
Well, let's see if we can hear what's going on in a minute. Of course, got to get through our operator ban first. I mean, really here, you can't point towards any individual operator that's been a problem. Like on the defenders, you might want to take one of the shields in particular away. I'd imagine the Monty. But for the defenders, something standard like, I don't know, the Azami going away would be fine. Doesn't really matter all that much because there's not been all that much action across it. And there we go. Monty and Azami. Called it. Yep. Let's have a listen and see if we can catch what's going down.
Guys, this shield, we need to get to make this easy to begin, That's going to be fucking easy.
Couldn't really catch any of that. It was dark. Unfortunately, he wasn't leaning too far forward. He was still a bit further back. He knows we're trying to listen in to him. He's a smart man. And I think, as he said at the end there, the last few words I caught was, this will be effing easy. And I'm like, well, don't know about that one, Chief.
It hasn't been so far.
Anything but, like I said, the kills that you can see in the bottom left corner of your screen. Well, you got a couple, so it's now up to 5 across 3. But that is just nowhere near good enough if you want to see yourself taking any rounds off NIP in this half. And sadly, I don't think a coach can step in and magically have you winning gunfights.
Yeah, that's the big problem at the minute. It's like you say, the problems that need to be solved aren't really necessarily something that can be solved in a tactical timeout.
Nope.
It's just that NIP are mechanically on top and winning everything at the minute. So back we go. Same rotation from NIP. They're going to kick things off on that battering site, and then we will go from there, see what we get. Last time around, FEARX did try to push the bottom side of your screen now. They tried to go in through dorms and games. We do tend to see kind of a light defensive hold there. Fantasy was there on his own this time. I'm thinking back to the SSG Secret game as well. We tended to just have kind of the bandit off on their own, playing inside of games and dorms. It's one of those where they're just trying to burn time as much as they can. Don't necessarily need too much support there. We will see this time whether FEARX decide to kind of mix things up or not, because it is Fantasy on the thorn again down in games and dorms.
It is. I mean, we've seen a lot of Thorn. We spoke about it a bit yesterday. Of course, the changes that came through to Thorn. Smaller detonation radius, much quicker time in terms of deployment and in terms of the explosion itself, and also applies a debuff now. So a number of teams have started seeing Thorn enter their standard lineups, and Capital we've already spoke about to the death on the other side with the DMR has also made quite an appearance. Interestingly, her banner, I'd say we haven't seen all that much of, except for on specific maps despite her changes. Probably because, honestly, Thermite is now just so good with those 3 exothermics.
Good bit of utility cleared out by the Twitch drone there. We saw the trip connector taken away, which is just going to free up the movement through that corridor. Default cam taken down as well. Woogieman is over that side of things. But for the time being, Intel continues. FEARX may be feeling so far like they've been going in a little bit blind, but the push is likely to come on to Fantasy in games pretty soon. They're going to get that wall open. Fantasy needs to think about the position. There you go. Much better. Much better. Fantasy needed to get out there a little bit sooner, really, but Good Boy had the angle cut off. And they're going to go in, clear games. They can now claim dorms as well, and start working their way through. Much better.
This is the big battle though now towards briefing, because this is just it's a death trap in this room. You've got a couple of single doorways that lead into it, a rotating towards site. You've got a pulse standing on the other side of it, who of course is feeding information on when you do push in, so you can have Hates swing in. You can't really push Hates away without going into courtyard and looking to work through the windows or doorways there, but that in itself is a death sentence because it's really hard to work through. But Good Boy actually having a good round here on the Blackbeard, gets a couple of kills for himself, and that could set FEARX up for their first round win.
Yeah, I feel like Pino didn't probably really need to be peeking out there. He's got the heartbeat scanner. He can get the intel what's on the other side of that reinforcement. Knows whether the room is clear or not. So just left his team a little bit short-handed now. 3 versus 5. NIP looking to hold on. They get fronted up by shields. Makes it very difficult to do anything. But 25 seconds left to go. Good Boy with the diffuser in hand and not in a position to put it down just yet. This could be a NIP could end up winning this round where they have absolutely no business to win it because they don't get in to get the diffuser down. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen as Woogieman, Mephi, they managed to pick up a kill apiece. 5 versus 1 now. Good Boy planting. It's all up to Cons. He's had a tough game so far, and it's not going to get any effing easier, Des. He manages to get one, but as Dark said, it's been a pretty straightforward round for FEARX, and it looks like it's only going to end one way, and it does.
Get some energy going in the team as well. It turns out Team Attack Timeout can help you win gunfights. Who knew? Who knew? You know, very rarely is it, hey, guys, just shoot them and we win.
Well, everything was just a lot better there from FEARX. The reason that they win in those gunfights, let's take Fantasy, for example. If you remember, when he got the double kill in that position in the first round, I picked up on the fact that they all pushed in through the same breach together, just front on towards him, and he could just plant his feet and just pick targets out. And that's Fantasy's dream scenario. But this time, they opened the wall, they got him moving, they had him covered from a different angle. It was much better teamwork. It's the same way that you use nades. You send them in there to dislodge somebody, they open the wall to dislodge him, and as he moved, they had another angle covered to pick him up, a crossfire established. Much better from FEARX, and if they do that, guess what? They're going to win gunfights. You know, the shield was much more effective previously. They've been going in there, exposing their flanks and allowing themselves to be taken down. This time, that Blackbeard was nice and square, front on all the time. We saw bullets rattling off that shield, and it meant that NIP were being pushed about. Much better from FEARX. They need to maintain those fundamentals coming into the following rounds. 3-1 now.
So Callum in chat asked what time is the G2 game. It is the 4th game of the day here on the B stream, but we are on what we call a rolling schedule, which means as a game ends, the next one tends to start in about half an hour. And because series can be, as we found out the other day, Tim, an hour and 20 minutes long or potentially 4 hours long based on how long it takes to get through a map and the amount of overtime, best thing to do is keep an eye on which game you're in at which point during the day. So we've got 2 more series to go after this one and then G2 play. So to answer the real question, which is when does Stomping play, I'd probably say 5-6 hours.
Yeah, I'd have thought so.
Maybe 7.
Maybe, yeah. That last game's generally been around, what, 5-6 p.m. our time so far?
Yeah, I'd say more like 7 often, because it tends to end about
sort of
9:30,
yeah,
10. Yeah.
Somewhere around there. So it's going to be
this evening.
Dinner time, if
Yeah.
you will. You see how I translated my northern accent there and didn't go with
Dinner
tea
time.
time?
No, because I say tea time sometimes as well.
Dinner time.
What I find funny about it is we call it tea, but obviously tea is a very common thing in the UK. We say tea time. Anyone else would assume that's the
mean
time
a
you
cup
sit
of
down and
tea?
have a cup of tea.
Absolutely not. That's the evening meal for me.
Yeah. Tea time, yeah.
Dinner is lunch.
I often say to Mrs., what do you want for tea tonight, rather than what do you want for dinner all the time? Like, I alternate between the two phases. So it can be, depends what I feel on the day, really. Is it more of a dinner day or is it a tea day? I don't really know.
What FEARX feeling on the day? That's the only question we need to answer. Are they feeling like getting another attack in the bank? Or is that going to be their lot for Fortress? 1 minute 40, not too much progress so far. They are attacking this time onto games and dorms. We can see them slowly taking ground now. I think, honestly, the slower approach is working for them. They managed to take down HERETICS, and the reason it's working is because they've been able to kind of massage NIP into these tough spots. They've done the same there with HERETICS as they did with Fantasy last time around. Pushed him into a position where it's difficult for him to win the gunfight. And just spray through the wall there, hoping for the best. Wizard doesn't catch anybody out, and this slow FEARX march continues as they get themselves in towards bathroom.
Oh, they heard him coming, Tim, or at the very least were aware of him from a drone. Fancy trying a little cheeky flank, but FEARX a little bit too wise in the moment. Catch him out just as he gets into Blue Tower. Okay, a 5v3 again. It's another commanding round from FEARX, Tim. It has been a massive turn in fortunes. Now the big question is, can they close the round out? Because last time they were in a 5v2 back on Lair and still managed to lose the round. Hopefully, we see them have the composure to see this one over the line.
Yeah, they've completely turned it around so far. So they're splitting into 2 directions on the push here. They kind of go in through briefing, but then they've also, got people at top of red stairs looking to come from that opposite side. So Pino, for example, is going to find himself in very difficult positions, and that's exactly what happens as he gets taken down by Courted. Nade comes in, forces Wizard back. He moves back a little bit too soon, gets caught out by the explosion. 1v5, shut down, flawless round FEARX. And that, honestly, they look like a different team the last couple of rounds. Now I can see why they picked Fortress. I was wondering for the first 3 rounds.
Bros have leveled up. Don't know what's happened there, Tim, outside of that attack timeout. Even what happened inside of it. But just saying at the end, it's that effing easy. Turns out it is that easy. 2 on the bounce. A flawless round here. They've only lost 2 players across those 2 rounds. A massive transformation from the first few where they only managed to find 5 kills in total. Looking much better for FEARX and NIP. A little bit on the rocks here. Might find themselves at a 3-3 half.
Yeah, very possibly. Very possibly. And that's going to be a big blow to NIP because I think, Fortress, as I've said, is not necessarily the easiest to attack. They started out really well, so being reeled back in like that is just going to be a little bit of a dent to the old confidence before moving into that second half. And FEARX, like I said, they've got it figured out the last couple of rounds. They've slowed down a little bit, and they just... I don't know, it's like they've switched the brains on. They're looking at these positions and thinking, right, how can we work as a team to put that person in a lose-lose spot? That's not something they were doing previously. It was just kind of, there's somebody there, let's just all run in and try and get the kill. And it didn't work out for them. So much, much better from them in round 4 and 5. Can they level things up here after round 6? They're going to be attacking onto that ground floor. We've not, it's kind of weird, we've not seen the attackers on Fortress, or at least the Fortresses that I've seen so far. We haven't seen them kind of prioritising that top floor control of dorms, of games, of trying to get that floor ripped up. We have a look at the operators, there's no RAM, there's no buck. It just doesn't really seem to be much of a priority for them so far.
Which just surprised me, admittedly. I did think we'd see quite a lot of that. But alas, different teams play it in different ways, and I'm sure we'll see the evolution of this map over time. Very much spread laterally right now, NIP up towards the northwest. So a couple of players hanging around sites itself. Med out towards the east of the sites itself often is very, very popular as a spot to hold. In fact, it is one of the 2 sites that you have. And often you'll see that be a big center point for it because this is external facing window, because there are 2 single doorways leading out to different parts of the map as well, especially in towards the south side when you first get that entry point into the building. That's where the majority of players in FEARX are stacked up. Now, there's no blitz on side to go charging on through, but they do look like they're quite heavily stacked here, Tim. And looking at this site, it feels like they want this med execute.
Yeah, it certainly does. And they just need to start getting themselves into the building with a little bit. There you go. The movement is starting to come through, but Wizard is there. Nade is going to force him back. Cons manages to pick up Rin as well. The attack is falling apart a little bit here. Woogieman taking damage. He's being bullied around now. He's going to have to back up, surely. But there's nowhere really for him to go. That's the big problem. Fantasy is just holding that tight angle as well. It could be a little bit of a surprise for them if they are able to progress.
Right.
No, Woogieman manages to use that shield to get himself into a position to find that kill at least. He's actually got himself to a little bit of safety as well. Backed up, back out of the room, and he's just going to hold now for further... I say he's going to hold for further support. We see him moving back in.
Well, he backed out the window and Fantasy went chasing to try and secure a kill, I think, assuming he hadn't managed to get outside the map, and it just gave an absolute freebie over to Woogie there. Good boy steps in for one for himself, coming down these stairs. And suddenly, all things are evened out. Yes, HP isn't great for FEARX, but they're finding the kills, Tim. Cons also going dangerously low here as a trap comes in. Good boy, searching for his next victim who's inside of sight, and unlucky there not to die as he peeks on towards the corner.
Yep, just holding the angle now. Good boy knows that he might be pushed. And NIP, 30 seconds left to go. They just need to not give him any opportunities, to be fair. Just hold themselves back. Woogieman's going to be pushing Cons any second now, and that could be a big problem for him with the shield coming his way. He manages to get Mephi. They just mistimed it slightly, but it was Woogieman who managed to get him. Gets the second as well. Hits his super low health. Plant is going down. I think FEARX might just win this one. Might just grab it from the jaws of defeat. It looked like NIP were in charge, but no. Good boy finds the final kill. 3 rounds in a row. FEARX have found an answer and level things up.
Siege honestly never fails to astound me. That one was at NIP. What I do love from Dark is...
Dark is making me scared from my voice.
Yeah. What I love is from round 4 they won it, and he was immediately the one hyping the team from getting them excited. And you saw in round 5 they started to, get a bit loud with him as well. The boys have realised they've pulled off a bit of a miracle there, because in those first 3 rounds it was an absolute dumpster fire. They weren't even close, and the next 3, very, very convincing. Again, losing only 5 players across all 3 rounds. They only got 5 kills in the first 3 rounds. All things have balanced out and equal come the end of things. And with 3 attacks on the board, they're actually not in a bad spot to win this second map here, which really starts to make NIP fear for their spot at this tournament.
Yeah, very, very difficult position for an RP to be in now. If you're ever going to win, as I say quite often, you're going to win 3 rounds in a row, make sure it's 4, 5 and 6. If you're going to win rounds, make sure they're towards the end of that half. Carry the momentum into the second side. I'm interested to see, particularly on this first one, how do NIP do on the attack? It is not, as we've said, an easy map to attack necessarily, and it could be that they get themselves on the struggle bus a little here. They're going to be attacking onto bottom floor, I think it's going to be, that we're kicking off on. So FEARX certainly coming in here with a plan. Fortress their choice, of course, so we would expect them to have an idea of what's going on, and right now certainly seems like they're in the driving seat.
All right, well, they are going to look for a bit of vertical play here by the looks of it. Tim, we've got Pino switching over towards the Ram to bring along. So as you were saying, literally in the previous round, we haven't really seen too many teams do it. NIP are going to break that mold a little bit and look for the control above site before they start looking for their push on through. And zero doubt that makes things easier as well. Like we saw from NIP, how they were defending on that last one, holding around site itself on A, just looking to contest in towards where Woogie was pushing from. They've got a lot of head height holes open up in towards where Woogie also pushed him from. So it made it really hard to get into the map itself, but the vertical is going to unsettle those more comfortable spots the defenders like to sit in around sites itself and make it that much easier for you. Of course, it does mean on the other side from FEARX, they're probably going to match it. There are a couple of players currently running around on that top floor in Rin and Woogie. Others may yet join them. So it's a battle for the second floor before we even start thinking about the site.
Intel phase will continue. We've got Pino and Cons on drones. Wizard's going to join them as well. They're racing around the top floor. Cons is actually, I think it's fair to mention, I was, critical in the last game about, saying I appreciate his IGLing and lots of other things going on for him, but just needed to up those numbers a little bit. Could, be transformative for NIP's performances. 7-3 so far here, despite the 3-3 scoreline, he's going well. Wizard, a little bit quieter, and I'd say those are the two that I'm really looking to try and just elevate that performance a little bit and make the difference. But Shotgun comes upstairs. It's going to be Rin ultimately, though, just as I'm bigging him up. Finds Cons, and the Hibana gets taken down. Hits is there for the trade, though, 4v4. I was
going to say, they really haven't got to get aggressive around White Stairs. Like, you've got the shotgun at close range. It is wonderful. And I said yesterday, and even the day before, how bottlenecky this map is proving to be. It's for exact things like that. You hold close range with shotguns on doorways, on tight stairways. There's just so much that supports the defenders here playing CQC, and the attackers are the ones that have got to work through that. 4v4 so far, though. Not awful for NIP, but just like we saw back on Lair, that clock is waiting for no one. Tim, we're still focused on the second floor, and we're coming down to the last 60.
Pino's just racing around at the minute. It's, I commented previously that we've not seen too much verticality used on here. This time the ram is brought along, and we are going to see those boogie. Goodbye. One drawn onto another.
Robot Wars, Tim.
A bit of Robot Wars. Just going to see this courtyard angle being held down onto that door. But again, FEARX playing this smart. They're giving them no opportunities. Everybody's feet are planted, and they are not moving anywhere at all. And NIP, they're going to have to start going soon, Des.
Don't think he knows that someone's on this door because Mephi is tucked up so close at this point. Far out the ready, could swing out. Here's him stepping across, though, so they know that they know where they are and what's going on. But it's who swings first, who dares take that chance. You've also got Woogie looking to give a bit of an assist. Takes a little bit of damage to start. Backs out as the second man comes to join him. Good Boy gets the roll down onto Fantasy, though. Only 2 left alive here. This is looking pretty rough for NIP.
Pino nearly got one just by shooting out the barricade there, but was not quite so lucky. Instead, he's going to be fronted up with a shotgun. Manages to flick to the pistol and find his man, taking off the head of Good Boy. 1 versus 3, though, as the trade comes in from quartered final. Kill doesn't come in. The time runs out. And it's going to be end of round. FEARX with a successful defense of the downstairs. And now you're looking at it thinking, NIP are backs to the wall because FEARX have got those 2 top floor sites. They could easily find themselves 6-3 very quickly.
It's the exact reverse of the conversation we were having back on Lair, where after the first half, we were like, FEARX are at 4-2. But now they're going on the attack and we're very nervous. Now it kind of feels the same about NIP. Yes, we had that 3-3 half, but that's 3 attacks won by FEARX. Again, for a team that had a sub 20% attacking win rate, they came out and did brilliantly in that first half, have given themselves all the breathing room in the world. And now I've got such a good opportunity to go to what many consider the stronger sites on the top floor. Clearly, in their mind, downstairs is a great site to be on, and I think we'll see that debate rage between is top floor better or is playing downstairs on the one site better. The stats essentially will prove themselves, I think, across a couple of stages, but it will take time until we get a conclusive answer on that. For now, though, FEARX looking like they could indeed take their map choice. A reminder, by the way, in case you are curious, third map was Concert that we step into. From what I remember, there wasn't a great record for FEARX on there over the last 6 months. 0-3 on it.
Not amazing for NIP either. A little bit better, but 2-2.
Neither team love it, I think it's fair to say.
Either team are beatable. Either team could win it. It's going to be a real toss of a coin, I think, for that final map, should we get there. And it's looking more and more likely at this point. FEARX 4-3 up now, heading up to the top floor. It's going to be about bathroom site to kick things off. Last time, or the last couple of times we've seen this defended, we've seen a lot of that defense hinge around Games and Dorm. It's been about getting in there, taking that ground, and then moving through briefing and trying to challenge directly onto site from there. Let's see whether NIP follow that pattern or whether they will indeed move from the top side of the map and towards White Stairs instead. The problem that they've got at the minute with White Stairs is Mephi. He's out there looking to hold that down.
He is, although he's had a very quiet series so far as Mephi. A player that when he first appeared on the scene was like lightning in a bottle. You couldn't stop him. And between him and Good Boy, I was like, wow, if these two get on the same team, they'll be electric. And sure enough, they were. And they are often regionally, but he hasn't had a great tournament so far. Really want to see him get back to the old form that we know and love. He used to be an absolute demon on Zofia back in the day. But hasn't really made himself too known at SI, at least so far. Maybe fortunes can keep on turning, though, as it has done for the rest of FEARX. About 70 seconds in here. Still got NOP trying to get themselves inside the building. Fantasy being on the dock is certainly going to help, and Cons went dangerously low. Of course, keep an eye on the fact that he's here on the sends. Do an awful lot with those light screens when they get to the point of execution, but it's about getting there alive that's going to be the challenge.
I like the play here of using the keeper barricades just to prevent the progress from coming down tower for the time being. Rin's just going to continue to try and hold that spot and just impede NIP. You can see they keep shooting them out, and yes, it's a use of utility, but we're down to 1 minute 15 left on the clock, so he's done a great job so far. 1 minute 45 wasted. They've been able to get in there. Good boy manages to pick up Pino. We see that thorn trap just going off a little bit quicker than it would have done in the past, and managing to do a bit of damage, as do Courted and Rin. It's now 4 versus 1. It's all up to Fantasy. He's on the dock a bit. He's got time. That's the one thing that he's really got on his side, but other than that, it's starting to get a little bit thin as the hope for NIP. Tries to peek around the corner, but the shotgun wins out. Good boy with the final kill. FEARX finding their feet on Fortress, and now are cruising almost towards a map 3.
5th round in a row. Never would have expected that after the first 3. And shock horror, NIP are going to call in their own tack timeout. Again, aware we can't really hear them very well, and also don't particularly understand the language. So we can keep on chatting about this game a little bit further, Tim. I think the way that FEARX have really tightened up their gameplay over the last 5 rounds has been super impressive. You know, working as a team behind the Blackbeard. Mephi got a brilliant kill, for example, over the shoulder of the Blackbeard. On the defense, they've had always 2 players ready to challenge a given angle when NIP have stepped on forward. Dare I say, NIP just look a little bit lost here on Fortress. Not looking like they've got a real coherent team plan on how to take parts of the map, and this is always that risk of a map that not every single team is going to have in their locker right now. Others will have raced way ahead and just know more than you about the map and how to get wins on it. That looks to be FEARX at the moment. Can't believe I'm saying that line.
Okay, let's get back into it. We're going to see the timeout elapse. And you better hope, if you're Dan, that what you've said is going to do the job for NIP, because they find themselves 5-3 down. FEARX, as you've said, there's 5 rounds in a row and not looking like stopping anytime soon. Always better for me to win map 2 of a best of 3 if you're going to go the distance. You know, much like I said about the switch at the half, it just carries that momentum for you. We've seen it be very valid here on Fortress as FEARX continued winning on the defensive side, and I think we might see it continue into Consulate as well, but as that's not a favourite map of either team, we're kind of waiting as much as you are to see what happens there. So, Games and Dorm will be round 9. Big round, this one. You know, it comes a little bit later in proceedings than we might normally say it, but at 5-3, there is a huge difference here in winning and losing this round for both sides. If FEARX win this 6-3, you get 3 clear opportunities to win the map rather, whereas NIP, if they win it 5-4, everything doesn't seem quite so bad anymore. There is a big difference between those two scorelines, so let's see who comes out on top. NIP getting into the map pretty quickly. I like that.
Yeah, compare it to the back in the first half when that window was very heavily contested by NIP in the first few rounds. Straight in tight here, at least because on the other side of the map, of course, we are upstairs, out towards the east, so getting into Hammam, you wouldn't expect to be contested there. And even if they were, well, there's 2 of them there ready to go and tango down with whoever might be trying to hold them out. Keeping an eye on Hates, of course, on that Dockerby again, alongside Fantasy, that deadly duo that I often speak about of Dockerby and Deimos. Very good for forcing these Romans away, though I guess the problem is, for the most part, FEARX are all around site here. No one's going too crazy and playing downstairs. We're not really seeing anyone stretch way up towards White Stairs. They're very much dug in here and ready to defend site itself.
Fantasy going to take a little bit of damage, but shakes it off. Doesn't stop to take out the barbed wire. The speed and forward momentum is more important to him. Going to head back just to join Cons on that Blackbeard and provide a little bit of supportive firepower if needed. NIP certainly shaping up for this top-sided take, looking to get themselves. They've got Hates top red. They've got Cons moving into Bathroom. They're going to try and push through into Briefing. That's where they're likely to come head-to-head with Courted, who has got himself located in there now.
Of course, got to try and deal with this electrical on the other side, and Nate will certainly help get that other side cleared down, and they can look to get the wall open. But for now, it stays closed, Tim. I'm very curious to know where they've stashed it away themselves, whether it's high or if it's 2 scattered off to either side of the wall. Either way, it's not going to be as straightforward as maybe NIP were hoping for.
No, not at all. We're just having a good look around now. I like the keeper barricade as well, just to block up that hole, prevent further nades from coming in. It just shows you the value of that wall and why, you know, the efforts that they go into to try and keep it closed. We've got Tubber out on this wall as well, preventing the ace breach. Look, this is great from FEARX. Their use of utility here on defense to frustrate NIP, really impressive.
think he was just sat there ratting and waiting. Now it's Mephi who's dug in that spot, both around the old tower stairs. We're hoping someone else comes down, but outside of a couple of drones, there's nothing really to remark on. NIP again looking a little bit stuck. Hates getting good boys. Not a bad spot to be in. Just removed that Tuberal away. Had already used all of his gadgets, admittedly, so far from the end of the world. And a big focus here on trying to get control of the south balcony into the hallway for NIP. Kota, I think, is about to get a bit of a challenge for himself if he's not too careful.
Yeah, that changes the round a little bit, getting that hard breach off. Pino able to play on there, but in goes Blackbeard as well. Possibility for a plant here. Pino needs to be guns up, though, and waiting for a challenge to come. Beautiful kill. He needed that one onto Rin.
Oh, just in time.
Mephi gets the job done. Downs Pino, kills Cons. Diffuser not planted. NIP all of a sudden scrambling. Hits has to come off the repeat attempt at the plant, but gets the final kill. Decides to go for it and gets it. Brilliant stuff from NIP to win that round, to really grab it from the jaws of defeat, get themselves onto 5-4. All of a sudden, things don't seem quite so bad anymore for the Brazilians.
That round looked so dumb. When Mephi got the jump out onto Vending, I was like, guys, how can you not have an air jab down there? Nearly ended the round for them, but Hates, it's that player again. Massive 1v3 back on Lair. Has pulled out a 1v2 there to see his team over the line. And as you say, Tim, it does make things not seem quite so bad. However, it was dangerously close, so don't see them as out of the woods just yet. There is still a lot more to come. FEARX still remain in the defense. We're going to go back down to that first floor where they absolutely raised the roof against NIP last time around. NIP have got to find some new ideas to win this one.
Okay then, like you said, last time it was a little bit of a struggle. They did go for that sort of top floor control and power. They had the Ram brought along and the tried to use the verticals. This time, at least as it stands at the minute, we're not going to see the Ram, no Buck, so I don't think we're going to see too much top floor pressure. It's instead going to be that lateral push. This thing is, like I said, Fortress, look at the map. It's such a big map. There's plenty of rooms to have to work through, trying to get control atop as well. It's going to take teams, I think, a little bit to start fully utilising that area. So instead, I think we're likely to see that clearance coming across instead from NIP. Work laterally, try and take out the extension. It's, this site, this map is all about those defensive extensions. Get them taken down and then worry about site itself.
Okay. See how things build up then. As we've already said before, top floor a big part of it. I think probably a little bit less so here because we haven't got the Ram, haven't got a Sledge, for example. Probably trying to look a bit more lateral here, NIP. Maybe even acknowledging themselves that time has been the enemy for them in so many of their rounds. The good way to bypass it is to forget about that top floor, admittedly at your own peril, but to ignore the top floor for the most part. Or if you do get it, you're trying to focus more on actually hitting the site than worrying about holding vertical angles the whole time. Cons being on that Blackbeard, we saw a lot of that out of Good Boy back in the first half too. Both teams leaning quite heavily into that operator. Tim, and I think as Savage said in one of the content pieces yesterday, when he was asked, what's the first thing that comes to your mind when I say Blackbeard to you, he goes OP. Very, very strong, and a lot of teams have been demonstrating exactly why.
Yeah, always a difficult operator to deal with, to fight against, and it's more about, I think, one of the big strengths of Blackbeard is having a team who provides you with intel around you. The times that we see the Blackbeards taken down easily, it's because they're getting shot in the back or shot in the side, and they're going in somewhere where they maybe don't.
We have seen some really dumb head-on challenges from Blackbeard so far.
Ultimately, a lot of the time it's because they're going into an area where they don't fully understand or appreciate exactly the setup that they're going into. So yeah, definitely something that the team can assist with, and we're going to see exactly that. The drone's just going out ahead of Cons there, just to try and provide him a little bit of safety so that he knows what he's going into, and the answer for that right now is not much. No challenges coming on to him so far. 5 versus 5 still, a minute and a half into the round. NIP slowly working across from that top side.
They have got Rin upstairs, and he did obviously pop up last time and go hi when he managed to hit them in the back, and Timmy's done it again.
There you go.
And it's arguably the target man on the other side. Hates, who of course had a brilliant round last time around, is having a good series. Cons falls down. Fantasy at least gets one back, but then it's being deleted, Tim, as they're trying to step into, like I keep on saying, a bottleneck.
I love the team play onto the Blackbeard there. Woogie was aiming, had him lined up in his sights. Nitro comes out, so it gets the shield break. Doesn't matter about the damage, because then Woogie's there, ready to pounce, gets the shots. Con's taken down, and it's 2 versus 4. 50 seconds left to go, so NIP have time at least. Diffuser is down cold. Pino's probably going to work his way towards picking it up, but but honestly, it's the least of his worries at the minute. He needs to find some kills, and he needs to find them quick. He's just bothered about being pushed from that flank side.
Too easy.
Not natural that he should be worried about, though. Rid managing to find a second in the round. FEARX now have a couple of attempts to wrap this one up and get themselves onto Consulate as a map 3 decider.
Very much a transformed team at the minute, aren't they, FEARX, here on their map pick. Who'd have thought it? A team is very comfortable on a new map that they've prepped and come into it. On the defensive side, they look absolutely electric. 2 rounds now to be found by NIP. Well, they are toast. So it may have a tech
I was just going to say,
pause.
it just looks to my eyes like we've got maybe a tech pause coming in.
We do. Someone now I can actually ask the question, Tim. Someone in chat said, "Oh, we had a gardening update yet this event." The garden's
nearly done. Nearly done.
Is it still not fully done?
Not quite. So no. The problem that I hit was I've got it's like the decking is in like 3 levels, and I've just got the final level to put in, but I just ran out of time in the year because I need to concrete the posts in. And the difficulty with concrete is there's 2 things that it doesn't like. One is cold and frost, and the other is water. So it's been raining or freezing the whole time for the last couple of months in the UK.
That does tend to happen in winter.
Yeah. So I haven't been able to get them in. So that's kind of ready to go. As soon as we get slightly better weather in the spring, they will go straight in. It's kind of up the top out of the way, so it's not a huge deal. So they'll go in. The 3rd frame will get secured in place. Boards down, bang, job done. But the rest of the decking is done. Like all the boards are down, everything else. There's even furniture on it now. I had the garden furniture delivered the other week. I managed to snag myself a great deal in the January sales. Not many people buying garden furniture that time of year. So yeah, we've got a nice little table, a corner sofa. We've got a parasol coming. We're going to be all ready for summer, Des. Yeah, we're good to go. And then the only other job that I've got to do, again, I was unable to do it because it just got a little bit too late in the year. So the patio that I relaid just needs some pointing doing on it. It just needs the pointing put in. But again, it's one of them where you've kind of got to shield it from the weather for a couple of days after it's been done. So it was easier to just leave it to the new year when we're going to be able to get a dry week and I can just put it all in then and get it done. But there's lots more DIY coming from me, to be honest with you, Des.
You got a few projects lined up.
I do, yeah. I'm set up, ready to. My office needs a little look over. It's a little bit of a mess at the minute, and it needs a little bit of a look over. So it's going to get a lick of paint, and it's going to get some acoustic panels put up on the walls, maybe some new shelves. So I'll do some little videos and stuff about that along the way, of course. And my living room's going to get some work done. We're going to take a bit of it's a false chimney breast, but we're going to take that down, get rid of that, I think, and then put in a bit of a sort of a, it's not a media wall, but because it's not going to have any media, but a similar sort of like cupboard shelves, that sort of thing across there. So lots to be done, Des, lots to be done. It never stops when you've got a house, you know that.
Absolutely, mate.
It never stops.
It's at that point now, I've been in mine 6 years, and we're
Just
starting to come
round
around
in
to
circles.
going back to where we started.
Yep.
The things that we did at the very start is coming back round, though. I've been pestered for ages to build a wardrobe. I need to buy one that fits the gap first.
I was going to say, have you got one?
No, I haven't ordered it yet. Because I'm really picky about number of drawers that it's got and how much space have you actually got? Because the worst thing is, at the minute, this classically happens, right? I've probably got we've got like a massive wardrobe already on one side of the room, and on the other, my missus wants another one, so it's just like a walk-in wardrobe kind of vibe. All fine. Problem is, I have like 3 boxes total in this full massive size wardrobe.
Yep.
The rest is hers.
Yep, exactly the same.
And I'm like, I do need some drawers at some point, you know? I can't squash everything into 3 boxes. And she's got to buy a wardrobe then. And I'm just like, or you could move some stuff out, put it under the bed maybe, you know? We've got the ottomans for a reason, so you've got extra room under there, but nope. Got to build a wardrobe. Yeah. So she's slowly squeezing me. I'll go back and I'll have 2 boxes.
Definitely.
She's like, oh, you packed 2 weeks worth of stuff. You didn't need 3 boxes anymore. I'm like,
it's clear that you didn't need the space. Otherwise, why would you have taken
Exactly that, right? I'll live in out a suitcase before you know it.
And then when I get home, I've got another job to do, actually. I've got a projector lamp to replace.
And your bedroom projector?
Yeah, I've had my projector for about 3 years now. It's a great solution because it means I don't have to have like a bulky TV on the wall or anything. So it's a great solution. But the lamp has finally gone.
Oh, no.
We've done a good few. I think we've done about 5,000 hours of use or so.
Nice.
So it's done pretty well. So I got a text from the wife yesterday saying the lamp has arrived. So I've got that to replace when I get home.
Nice.
Hopefully it's that.
So you got the big, massive macro stuff like a garden, and the small little electronic-y, finicky stuff that you got to work on as well.
All the jobs that that come along with home ownership.
They do. Everyone is back in the lobby, by the way, guys. We aren't just waffling for the sake of it. I promise you'll be back into game in just a moment. So we'll let you know. Someone asked what's the score. It is currently 6-4 to FEARX, so it probably is going to map 3.
1-0 to NIP.
Yes, and 1-0 to NIP when you look at maps, yes. But it looks like it's going to be a 1-1 unless NIP can do something particularly special.
Yeah, I think we're going to be going to Consulate. FEARX have looked very good over the last sort of 6 or 7 rounds, really. We're just seeing the performances pop up that we're having from our players so far. HERETICS has been going very, very well today. Overall, he had a 91% cost on that first map of Layer. Really, he's going really well at the tournament, to be honest. He's had some big plays. You know, he's been in the replays plenty of times, been getting clipped. So, yeah, it's all been good from HERETICS and continues to be so today. Woogieman has also had a big day. I think we saw his stats pop up earlier as well.
We did.
So yeah, all good so far.
Definitely some work to do for all sides, I think, as we keep on stepping our way through. That's been the big players that we were speaking about earlier that naturally all eyes are on in the form of Woogie and Fantasy. And admittedly, everything is looking up the Woogie man at the minute. It's not looking so hot for Fantasy, who is currently the lowest rated on his team. He's 2-6 on entry, 12-18 on KD. Which kind of invites the question that we always have every tournament. We all know that Fantasy can be a phenomenal player. When he first appeared, he's absolutely terrifying. And then it just seems over the last few events and tournaments and leagues and whatever else, he has these moments of brilliance, but it's never consistent.
No, and that's the key. That's I was writing some notes last night, and that was one of the key words that I wrote down for NIP and Fantasy particularly was consistency. Was, you know, being able to deliver their best consistently has been a problem for them and continues to plague them a little bit. So, you know, that's certainly, it's one of those things. It's like we can stand here and say that's something that they need to improve upon, you know, but how do you do that realistically? It's very difficult, I think, is consistency to be something that you improve upon. I think part of it is, you know, practice and preparation, and then the other part of it, I think, is being able to identify what are the behaviours, what are the traits from your team, from the games that sort of allow you to perform at your best. I think it's going back to those performances and saying, you know, what was happening at those times? You know, what's made me feel particularly comfortable? What has been the circumstances, the situation that's allowed me to perform like that? And kind of trying to replicate that and trying to, you know, have your team understand what it takes to facilitate you to do those things. And then, of course, there is a large portion of it that comes down to just doing it. You know, you've got to, as an individual, doing it. And that is why, you know, the difference often between good and great is the ability to deliver consistently.
I did speak at the start of this about how both teams, bar 2 players, are negative on KD, and how only Fantasy was coming into the actual game positive on entry. Everyone else was negative, but been a bit of a turn of the winds, really. Rin 5-1 on entry. Good Boy 3-0 across the series. Looking great so far. It's only Coated, really, that stands as negative, to be fair, down at 1-5. But he's having a quiet series alongside Mephi, who I've already spoken about. But Woogie, Rin, and Good Boy all putting on quite a show so far today.
Yes. More so recently than at the beginning of the game, although Woogie did have a good layer, I guess. But, yeah, overall, certainly on the up. We can see the players there getting ready, so you can stop telling the casters to press the button. We have pressed it, and we're going to be getting back into game.
That scream made me jump. You think I'll be used to it because you shout next to me so often, but the sudden...
That doesn't sound like
the
me.
absolute silence of Good Boy to just... I was like, oh my God, jump scare.
And now you've just done it to everybody else.
Yeah. They had to feel how I felt. However, we are back into game, as you can see. 6-4 to FEARX. Two more rounds. 2 more rounds for NIP to draw us to OT. But as it stands, FEARX have been commanding, get it, because we're going to Commander's office, commanding
I got that.
on their defences, and now they get to go to what many consider to be the strongest defensive site on the map. So NIP have got their work cut out for them. However, I do think that tech pause that we had definitely benefits benefits NIP. It kind of draws the momentum away a little bit, resets the stakes to some level. NIP have had a bit of time with their thoughts here to figure out how they can overcome this FEARX side. Let's see just how much it helps them. Let's get into it.
Okay then, straight away we can see the setup going in around games and dorms. We've spoken about this area extensively, and it's because it is going to be a target likely for the attackers to try and get on in there. They can then work through briefing, try to breach into site, and go through to bathroom. We don't tend to see too much attention to like Horse and Museum. If you've been playing Fortress in Ranked, you'll be much more familiar with that attention coming through Horse and Museum directly in towards site than what we are currently seeing. Thank you very much. Than what we are currently currently seeing at a pro level. You know, you'll get a lot of attention through
That's why we call it horse, because there's a massive horse.
There's a massive horse there. You'll get a lot more attention coming in through that single door, coming from top red stairs, trying to move around. You'll get a little bit, you know, maybe somebody comes up white stairs and tries to work down the corridor through museum. That is much more commonly what you're probably seeing in ranked. A little bit of attention from courtyard maybe. Courtyard is a bit of a death trap to the pros. They don't really like going in there, so it tends to be more kind of old tower, sort of bottom right of your screen generally when you look at it as a top down. That blue area of old tower, get yourself in through there, into games, into dorms, and work from there. Use that as a little bit of a beachhead. That tends to be more of what we're seeing from the attackers.
Thank you very much, Red Light, for demonstrating and showing us the areas of the map as we
so
spoke
good.
about it. Yeah, he's all over it.
So good.
He's all over it. Now, I said earlier on that when we had Secret versus SSG on this map, SSG, especially Ashen, were very aggressive at every window and doorway, threatening onto this southwest platform. But in this game, it has looked a lot more peaceful. As we can probably see on our top-down view that you guys might not be able to realise, but you can see in the bottom right corner of your screen, we've got 2 players inside Old Tower, which means it is going to be a very heavy take on towards this south side. So, in towards games and bunks is the main focus point. Where Fantasy popped off a little bit earlier on. I don't imagine NIP will let Good Boy get away with it, but for now he is stood close, looking to try and chew through a couple more drones and waste a bit more time before he has to back away.
Long range angle already being challenged. Blackbeard right up in the face, goes for the little melee there on the short range to try and get that shield break. Nades continue to run in. Somehow, Good Boy keeps himself alive. Impact nade goes out and they're just dropping like flies at the minute. 2 kills come in. Rin and Good Boy. Rin manages to find a second. 3 versus 1 now. It's all over as Mephi manages to pick up hits. That was done in a heartbeat there. About 5 seconds top to bottom. All of NIP die and we are heading in to map 3.
They looked ludicrously comfortable on Fortress Arth. They say that about FEARX. Those first 3 rounds we were a little bit nervous, but after that, absolute lights out performance by the Koreans. Big question for me, Tim, is can they do it again on Consulate? We've seen a good map from both teams now. It's hard to call which way it goes. I still lean towards NIP, I think, but part of me really wants FEARX to do it.
FEARX on Fortress there, I feel like we are much closer to seeing what we would expect from FEARX. That was the best map performance I have seen from them at SR26.
Agreed.
Is I would say.
They looked extremely confident, extremely comfortable, as you probably expect, again, on a very low played map or a brand new map that they've also managed to then figure out and clearly bring in a bunch of strats looking very, very good.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to see continue from FEARX. That's what the fans, will have expected from the 7-1 losses and stuff. It's not them. It's what I put in my notes. It's what I said this morning. We know these players so well. We've cast them for years and years now. And it ain't been them so far. It feels like they're arriving today and they might just get the job done at the very last second.
Well, as you saw us speak about, really, whoever walks away as the winner of this series is the most likely to qualify. I mean, if FEARX do win, they're in. NIP are done and eliminated. If NIP do win this next one, there is still a chance tomorrow that if we see FEARX go on to beat M80, they take NIP's spots. There's still all to play for in this group.
Oh, the group is absolutely crazy. There's a couple of groups that are getting wild like that. Group D's the other one.
Yeah.
It's absolutely up in the air. We've got 3 teams that we know are going through, but it could go anywhere. We've got our stats coming in for Fortress there. So we have a look exactly how everybody did. Look at the team effort coming in from FEARX. Rin 10, Good Boy 10, Woogieman 10, all having their moments, all getting involved. But look at the entry as well. So much better. For FEARX there on Fortress. Overall, 7 entry kills out of the rounds that we saw to 4 for NIP. They need to be improving in the early rounds.
They do, and I've got no doubt going into Consulate, a map they know better. Both teams are familiar with it. Might not have the best record on it, but at the very least, they're aware of Consulate, and they've played it a good few times before. So, all things being equal, I give it to NIP, but there's only one way to find out which way it goes, and that is to come back after a short break. See you in a few.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI as a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
A single map now stands between FEARX and NIP. The winner most likely stays in the competition. The loser goes home. It's not a great spot to be in for either when it comes down to what could be 15 very, very important rounds. Tim, I think it's fair to say we've had two very one-sided maps so far. Two convincing performances from either side. So what do we get on map 3?
Yeah, they've both won their own maps, largely to be expected, and as you say, looked much more convincing on the one that they chose. I like that FEARX have taken some good momentum through here. I'm just a little bit concerned about their overall record on Consulate. NIP's, it's not fantastic. Don't get me wrong, it's not setting the world on fire, but they're at least 2-2. They've picked up a couple of wins recently on this map, whereas FEARX have not. So particularly the attack would concern me. A good thing for FEARX is that they are starting on the defense, but it does put a bit more pressure on it because I feel like they need to come out and have a really good, it needs to be minimum 4-2 on defense because they are going to struggle a little bit in the second half, possibly. So yeah, I think they need 4-2 minimum, maybe even 5-1 on the defense, set themselves up for success. If that doesn't happen, then NIP take this on defense in the second half.
Yeah, I do feel a little bit nervous for them because they've only won this map once, FEARX as well. That was against CAG back in June, so it's been over half a year. It is a tough one for them. Whereas for NIP, they've won it at least a few times. Most recent one being just a couple of months ago against Space Station at the Major. They've already got success on it internationally. FEARX, it feels that they have the uphill battle. However, they start on the defense, Tim, which is a good way to get off to a strong foot.
Yeah, this is, I think that's their best hope. Really strong first half, put the pressure on NIP, because if NIP can come out of that 3-3, for example, they're going to really, run away with things, I think, in the second half then.
Well, let's get into it. Here we go with Consulate. Was it the countdown? Allez! I can never say 4 correct in French.
Cat.
It's a cat. Sounds really easy to do, but they have like a thing in their throat that I just can't do.
You see, now our wonderful French producer Bruno in my ears just said quatre.
Cat.
I hope my pronunciation was better. I'm sure he'll tell me if it was
at the end.
He said my pronunciation was good that time.
I swear to God, I'm being gaslit about your pronunciation sometimes.
No, he just said it, mate. He said my pronunciation.
I heard him say it. It's meant to be as well.
But I think the thing is that confuses me a little bit with French, and I am learning French at the minute, is that a lot of the endings of words, the last letter of words, don't get pronounced.
Nope.
But then you get to a word like quatre, and you are pronouncing the end of
it.
And so that does confuse me.
If it was just cat, it'd be dead easier.
Yeah.
I say that all day. I'd just say cat.
That does confuse me a little bit.
I'd love to know what accent that sounds like to them. Cat.
Not a good one. Well, the best way,
as I must say.
The best way, somebody explained it to me once. I spoke French to somebody in Paris, and basically like apologised and said, you know, my French might not be amazing, and they kind of laughed and said, they said, like, what you're saying is good, but the accent is difficult. And they said, imagine a French person comes and speaks English, and you
never
cannot
think of it
get
that
rid
way.
of that. You know, when it's like the accent of your natural language, you just cannot get rid of it a lot of the time.
It's so hard.
So, you know, it's obviously exactly the same in return. You know, the English person speaks French, they're gonna have that very different pronunciation of stuff.
It's something I've tried. So I've been learning Japanese. I'm trying so hard to not sound English to it. You just can't avoid it.
French is just more melodic. It's more almost like a kind of singing kind of.
Well, I think it's like by the age of 7, like your tongue is like locked into the movements that it makes to make sounds. And so getting it to obviously change that to pronounce things how other nationalities would pronounce their language is just so difficult.
Yeah.
Arigato gozaimasu. There you go. That was the producer down my ear, so I had to respond, obviously. All right, let's get into it then. Let's get started with the first round here on console. As I said, FEARX are on the defensive, taking away the Monty. It's proven to be a bit of a frustration point for both teams throughout this series. The Blackbeard definitely been something they've allowed through, and the Grim that we've seen quite a bit of from both sides as well. And on the other side, the Mirror is left up, but the Azami and the Clash are removed. And in fact, we've seen the Clash taken away from FEARX throughout the majority of this series, so not surprised at all.
Straight away then, H just having a look from that vending side. Going to be getting the intel into the drones. Needs to be careful. Cons is going to go in ahead of him, but Woogieman and Rin just kind of shifting around that area for the time being. We've got Fantasy over on the other side of the map, going to hop straight in to top spiral window. I didn't know whether he was going to maybe have a look at bathroom or not, but chooses not to. He's right to have a look down those stairs because Woogieman is actually down there beneath him. It's going to be Mephi that manages to pick him up though. Great opener. And it does get taken down in a trade by Hits, but they also lost Wizard along the way, and that's the Dokkaebi Des. Phone calls lost. Pino picks up Good Boy. It's been a bit of a battle all over the map so far. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, you won't hate losing these two operators on the defensive side. You'll be much happy about the fact that Dokkaebi is gone, although for the most part, I think you're going to see the players on FEARX now sit very comfortably inside a site and just wait to see what comes from NIP. You've reduced their ability to push multiple directions at once. Very commonly, you'll see a shield stacked up on yellow door in towards garage itself. The droning going on down spiral suggests maybe more of a bat take in towards the hallway here for them to focus on.
Yeah, very aware that somebody's playing there. Just seeing the feet dash across. NIP now in control of the map. Everybody back to site for FEARX. They are happy that they've got their work done out and around the map. Only a minute left to go, so it's certainly not bad. Bulletproof Cam is going to be taken out by Pino, and that's good work with that Vendetta. It's one of the, I think, sometimes underrated functions of that gun. Obviously, the track and the fights are brilliant with it, but also just that level of destruction that it can bring as well can be really, really useful on a mobile basis. But I love that. So the track comes in. And they say, I'm going to bait him for you. I'm going to go off into the corridor, so he's going to chase me across there, and Woogieman's ready to cover his teammate. Brilliant stuff from FEARX. Coated manages to pick up hits as well. It's all up to Cons. He gets a 1v3 down to a 1v2. 25 seconds left to go.
2 C4s available, though. They can try and avoid gunfights for Cons here because it's never really going to go super well against a Blackbeard. It's just tough to win. They know where he's coming from at the very least. However, 15 seconds to go is not a lot of time to work with. There's 1 C4 coming out, but Coated, he hears him sprinting, steps out for the freebie. Good close.
Again, it's the reaction between the two of them. I like that. One throws the nitro in. They know that the Blackbeard is going to have to react to that, maybe change course a little bit, maybe expose the side, and the other one peeks and gets the kill. Really nice team play from FEARX in a couple of situations there. My particular favourite being that one onto the Deimos, just luring him into the line of sight of Woogieman for the easy kill. Great stuff from them. They pick up round 1, and that is exactly the start they needed. Like I said, remember, I think that they need, given their struggles on attack overall, overall at the tournament of 4-2, 5-1 minimum. If this goes 3-3, I think NIP are sitting pretty going into that second half on defense. Time will tell, but FEARX 1-0 and heading up to the top floor.
Speaking about that Deimos play again, that we saw the bait coming out, this is why I so often speak about the duo of Deimos plus the Dokkaebi. They cover for each other's weaknesses really well. If there's a Dokkaebi call coming out there as a Deimos is going hunting, perfect chance to say, oh, there's someone to the right-hand side here. I know not to go too aggressive for this one player that I believe is alone. Obviously, he was not, and they paid the price for it. And I think that was really good capitalization from FEARX to realize we got the Dokkaebi early on. Now we can look to play aggressive and bait that Deimos in a little bit. It was a beautiful bit of play. But again, this is why very often you'll see the two paired up alongside each other. In this round, it's not the case because what you're trying to look to use the Deimos for here is to get below. Look for the vertical destruction. Just helps force players to move away. A Buck, you might say, well, why not use a Buck so he can destroy more? He can, but he also can't easily identify where the players are above him. Hates will force someone to have to move out of a couple of rooms off soft flooring entirely away on towards more solid flooring so they can't be shot from below. That's why a Deimos can be even more effective than a Buck when your goal is to make players move.
Pino then up onto the rappel, likely going, I would imagine, ultimately over to the closet wall to get that opened up with the hard breach charge of the 0-0. I think, I don't want to say underpicked, but underrated a little bit sometimes, I think. Really good, you know, so much intel available from those SAM cams, hard breach, good gun. You know, we don't see as much 0 as we might expect along the way sometimes, or at least as much as I might expect. Give him a go. If you don't use 0, have a little go with him in your ranked games. You might just find that he's super useful.
6 cameras is ridiculous.
Yeah, particularly if you're playing in a squad. I was just literally going to say that exact same thing. How do they build that synergy? Yeah, you know, if you're in a squad and you're feeding that intel back in, then 0 can be fantastic.
Or if your players in your team go down, they can sit on the cams for you. It's the best time to kind of demand, hey, it's not just drones anymore, there's 0 cams everywhere. Look at those at the same time. Rin, knowing there's some pressure starting to build on the below here. There's one of those SAM cams that we spoke about. That came out of Pino just about 10 seconds prior or so. Hates for now starting out nice and slow, but do expect we'll see him moving towards Piano as this round bears on. A big focus on this admin side of things for NIP so far. Typically seen as the harder to start and then easier later versus coming up yellow stairs, which is easy to start and much harder later on.
Yeah, Hertz is going to pick up Rin to kick things off for the round. That's going to be the mute gun. Rin straight onto the cams, of course. And yeah, nothing whatsoever towards yellow stairs at the minute from NIP. It is all admin centered. For the time being, Pino looks like he's going to move up onto connector window though, and this could be problematic for the defenders. Woogieman manages to pick up hits in what is effectively a very late trade after that entry, and Cons is going to start pushing forward. I don't think we've seen too much value from this Blackbeard through this matchup as a whole. They've been bringing it an awful lot, NIP, and the fact that it's not getting banned out says that FEARX aren't really too worried about it, and I just don't feel like Cons has maybe got as much out of it as they might have liked.
I think teams are just getting more easy to deal with the Blackbeard as well. Knowing that he wants to aggress and take a gunfight, you can kind of bait him in towards doing that. Like we said, we've seen so many Blackbeards falling down across the last couple of days. What he is good for is this, though. Getting into a good position and feeding information across. Fantasy uses him as bait as he steps in off towards his left-hand side. Plant now going down. More of these Shumakers raining on through, but it's burning Fantasy, not the Planter himself in Cons. Fantasy hits yet another a 2K in the round, and just like that, NIP, from what looked like a really difficult spot not too long ago, are now in a commanding position to win the round.
Yeah, Shumaker just a little bit deep there. Fantasy gets the final kill, but the Blackbeard of Cons was safe to put that diffuser down. As soon as I say that, I don't know how much value Cons has got out of the Blackbeard throughout the game. He walks into the site, bullies everybody, puts the diffuser down, and shows fantastic use case for the shield operator. So good round from NIP. I've got a feeling this one is going to bounce back and forward for this first half. Like I say, I think that suits NIP down to the ground. They're going to be looking for 3 rounds on the attack, and then they'll be confident that they can go through and get at least a 4-2 in that second half on defense. So far so good, I would say, for the Brazilians, but it's been, to be fair, a good round for FEARX in round 1, a good round for NIP in round 2, and it wouldn't surprise me to see this just continually sort of flip-flop back and forward between who's in charge.
Well, good boy hopping over onto the Soulless here in the 3rd round. We spoke a lot about Soulless back when she had the improvements made, I think it's fair to say, and some of the players, I think a lot of players like Likafak, who used to play her a lot when she was weak, obviously absolutely relishing in the chance for it to be even more powerful and potent than she was before. I think more and more teams now seeing it as part of their wheelhouse alongside the Thorn that we've spoken about, but more specifically on the Solus, it's that information that you feed back and forth. Now, whether or not he looks to sit and play more aggressively on the roam and take out drones, or look for plant denial later on from below, probably more likely the former, truthfully, on this map, given he's up on the second floor, is the fact that it just helps you counteract a lot of the intelligence coming out of the enemy team, and given we've got things like a Brava on side, that's only going to be even more useful.
Swapping mags.
Fantasy straight away, just going to open up the Visa window there, and again, it's if you're attacking onto this piano side, what you want to do is go in and get that top 4 control. So get inside of Visa, sweep all the way across, and force all those defenders either back to site, or kill them along the way if you can. They need to be aware, NIP here, should they try to pressure main door, Rin is playing pretty heavily around that area, so that could be a problem for them as the round goes on, but for the time being, it is all centered around at the top floor.
Another one's inside a coffin. Yeah, Pino getting rid of Rin. Again, falling down early on here. Rin 0-3 after what's been a pretty good series so far. It's also the smoke disappearing. It's a bit of a stinger because the gadgetry of the smoke only gets stronger as the round wears on. Pressure coming in towards Hates here, but it's a bit of a bait though, Tim. It's again the Deimos just being fed a bit too much there by the one player that is after, only for a second to step across, and oddly enough, it's Woogie again getting a freebie.
FEARX are pretty lucky here, so Rin died running out of main door, and then for some reason, Courted decided to double down and ran out after him as well, and nearly lost his life. You can see he's down to like seriously low health. He really should have been taken out by the Deimos of Hates. He missed his opportunity and then was killed himself. So the fact they're in a 4v4, having not lost Courted, is like unbelievable, really. They could well easily be in a 5 versus 3 right now. So they need to kind of count their blessings and continue fighting in the round. You know, you just deal the hand that you know, work with the hand that you dealt. And right now they're still in top floor control. NIP are struggling to get moving. Cons and Pino are stuck. Fantasy's up there with them in Visa as well, and just struggling to get going anywhere.
I really worry about the time element again here for NIP. Same as back on Lair. They find themselves here trying to clear the top floor still with 3 players up here to clear. And this isn't even the site. They've then got to look at the site downstairs and make a plant happen. But very quickly, that hourglass is beginning to empty. Nades coming out to force a bit of utility. And here we go. The step on 4 from Cons here is looking. But there's 2 players on him here. He's got the assist coming in towards the right. But Mephi gets rid of Cons. One more round in the corner as Pino is looking for somebody. But there's nothing to be found just yet. Both players in top spiral on long dash. Should pick up a freebie here. Could have been a bit of a bait opportunity for FEARX, but let this one go, and instead just going to leave Mephi to feed the rest of the team information on when they step forward.
Yeah, Wizard very cautious about pushing forward there. He knows that one is down, but he doesn't want to be kind of chasing that kill because he knows that they could well be using that as a little bit of bait. 20 seconds left to go. Wizard low health. Pino manages to pick up Woogie Man. A 2v2 suddenly becomes winnable with 15 seconds left on the clock. Pino has Diffuser in hand. There is one playing below. It's Good Boy on the Solus, but depending where they go for this, there might not be an opportunity. He can't do anything about it that close to the wall. He's not going to be able to find him. Courted, however, takes down Wizard. That's the kill that they needed. Pino runs out of time. FEARX win the round. That's going to be 2-1.
Did have a slight moment there when it went down to a 2v2 that I was like, let's not have another layer where we see these so winnable situations thrown away by FEARX. But nope. They rally, they hold on. They're up 2-1 on the defense of Consulate. A good start, I'd say, for them in the first quarter.
NIP just got completely stuck there up on top floor. They got themselves in admin, and they just could never get out of there. Big problem for them. They've got to be able to solve those issues a little bit better. I think it was too one-dimensional. I think maybe a little bit of pressure from elsewhere, maybe a bathroom window, maybe a connector window, something like that. A little bit of extra pressure. Open that, meeting closet wall. Just give them something else to think about, because as it was, FEARX were able to plant their feet, face up towards admin, and just wait for the pushers to come in from them. We saw exactly that with the Blackbeard. Cons couldn't get anything done because you're being challenged by 2. So yeah, difficult for NIP, but they didn't really help themselves. FEARX knew exactly what the game plan was, stuck to it, it worked perfectly. 2-1, and they found themselves now going back down to that basement again.
Yeah, it'll be that same full rotation I'd expect of sites, and last time around it was relatively calm by FEARX. There's a bit of chasing shadows for NIP off towards the east side of this basement. Found themselves a bit starved on time overall. Again, you just saw the replay there of that second bait of the game coming out onto the Deimos. Really good stuff by FEARX there to read what it is they're coming up against and how they can deal with it. And I do worry that NIP will just find themselves suffering to time again and again and again here, especially given they've now got to get their way through not just the smoke, but you're also looking in towards the mirror, in towards the echo. You've also got the Fenriers to deal with. There's a lot of frustration. One thing I will say is FEARX have really enjoyed leaning into the Vigil. We've seen it now in, I want to say, the majority of their defensive rounds. If not Good Boy, then it's been Mephi, one or two others along the way as well. They've really enjoyed what often we refer to as a selfish roamer.
Exactly that, but selfish or not, they've got to bring some value for the team, one way or another. And usually for the Vigil, that is in finding kills. So let's keep an eye on that and see how they do. Dokkaebi has been brought along as well. Wizard is going to be waiting for that first kill call, rather. I mean, he'd love a first kill as well. Waiting for those to build up. Fantasy on the blitz. So a little bit of a different vibe here coming in from NIP. It's been Cons that's been playing the shields mostly so far, but they're going to switch that up and see if they can get a little bit of joy out of anything else. The first job for NIP, much like it was last time and much like they failed to do, is clearing out the map. So Good Boy, second floor, he is going to be the focus. Got the Boss G. Could be difficult for him to take those fights. Wizard manages to take down Mephi. Great start, but Good Boy, as I said, difficult to take those fights. Forget about it. Boss G flips it onto the secondary. SMG kill onto the blitz. What a pickup.
Yeah, key start. I mean, again, you've lost the smoker, which really isn't great for the defenders, but now they've also got the hard breach. That's a dream. And they've also had Woogie this whole time. You can see both of his drones, he toggles between them, were up on the second floor. One just dropped down through the hatch. But both were up there and providing information to Good Boy on where to move, where to be at the right time. A little bit of passing of ships in the night when we've had drones rolling on past those yokais. But it just means that Good Boy can be all that more effective. And so far, that effectiveness has netted them 2 kills. It might not be from Good Boy himself, but it's more the attention and time that he is wasting around the map, knowing that NIP have struggled with the clock so far.
Yeah, this has been great. I mean, all that NIP have really got left here is Pino on the Ram. Other than that, you know, yeah, you can breach a couple of things with the ace, but it's not really, it was never really the focus of their attack. You know, they wanted the blitz, they wanted the Ram, they wanted to create space inside a site, and both of those operators would have done that for them. But, yep, Pino, it's about the best he can do to get a couple of boogie drones down.
What does it tell you on Wizards having to run around the map and peek everything as the Dokkaebi? Like, it's still got a call available that they really want to hold on to, but they're out of drones at this point. They can't afford to drone players in, so he's having to go and dry peek everything. And well, the outcome of that is that if there is a player waiting in a slight off angle, you're probably going to be dead to him. So it's a tough spot to be in for NIP here as we get towards those last 40 seconds. FEARX doing all the hard yards in the early parts of the round has set them up here for what looks to be a close, unless NIP can pull out something spectacular.
Yeah, getting the boogie drones going at 30 seconds is really late in the round. Trying to do anything you can about those positions a little bit deeper into sight. Utility is going to go out to try and create that little bit of space to go in and just get a plant down over the threshold. Cons is going to go for it now then. They're going to struggle, I think, to stop him here. They can't quite see where it's going down, and somehow they managed to get it planted, but Pino has really got his work cut out now. Gets one to bring a 1v4 to a 1v3. Needs to keep that diffuser safe.
Well, they've got Good Boy working his way up the stairs here as well. In fact, Rinner's joined him. He's waiting for his teammate to join him. The perfect way to play this is in this 2v1. Starting to go for the disable at the same time, but they'll find him here. Really could have held on a little bit longer. Pino surely can't do it again. Almost finished off, but Rin has got to land the last couple. He simply cannot. Pino, another massive clutch for his team in this series.
Pino cannot keep getting away with this. Multiple times we've seen him now at this tournament winning those unwinnable situations, and that was another one of them. I love his just attention to all the detail there, Des. In a 1v3, he knows that he's going to be pushed above, but he's still aware. He's taking the comms possibly from his team about them being on that diffuser, and he gets the shot through the hatch, and I love that. He doesn't go above the player because he knows the danger is from the door. I know I'm going to take the alternate angle so I can hit him through the hatch. That keeps me safe. I've then got time to challenge the door. And I think FEARX just needed to take a breath there, because they were ahead of themselves in going for that disable. They weren't short of time, so what they needed to do was just hold off the case for a couple of seconds until Pino was being challenged. Wait until that player is in position, maybe even send one through lounge. So you've got him from multiple angles, and as soon as you're engaging him in kind of soft gun fights, so you're not losing a life up there, that's when you start hitting the case, because he can do nothing about it. Pino played it beautifully. FEARX gave him a little bit of an opportunity, and he took it.
can't be giving Pino a 1v4 like that. Like a
Love
1v2
that.
you can understand sometimes. A 1v3 feels like a car crash. A 1v4 is calamitous. Well played by Pino, though. All those years of experience is winding him back right now and showing just what you can do when you've had this long in the game. 2-2 then it is, and maybe what could prove to be the deciding round between these two. It's only the second attack that NIP have got on the board, but they're keeping in step so far with the side of FEARX. And you've kind of said it all as well, Tim, like Woogie, just a bit too keen to get on the disable there of Fear. Should have waited until the gunfights began, and then maybe could have got away with it.
Yeah, that's the point. It's what you've allowed him to, we often talk about feeding players these 1v1s. Pino had 3 1v1s then. One wasn't even really a 1v1. It was, a 1v, I'm going to shoot you while you're on the diffuser. And then that leaves him 1v2, but they push one at a time, and they gave him every opportunity to win that. It shouldn't have been, any chance of Pino locking that out. And I think just a little bit of breathing and a little bit of slowing down the process, FEARX would have won that. But unfortunately for them, it wasn't to be the case. NIP, brilliant clutch from Pino. Love to see it. That's what we come to the Invitational for. More of that, please. 2-2 on the scoreboard, and we move on with the defense. I think this is sliding slowly into the favor of NIP.
Very possibly. Very possibly. But I don't think it's going to necessarily solve NIP's timing issues. That said, it was FEARX's tap time up we just saw come on through. That's still a chance for NIP to have a chat around how they can improve this. And they are starting on the slower side of the map. Like I said earlier on, admin tends to be a bit harder to get into initially and move across from, but it makes it easier for you later in the round. Woogie with a nice C4 on towards Hates. That's the gridlock offline as well, so no locking down spiral stairs. Visa stairs stays available later in the round too. Does mean that you might see a slightly more mobile FEARX in this round.
Yeah, they might not be aware of that. A Nitro, especially from a Pulse, is likely to have been through a soft surface, so they might not be quite aware of who they've taken down. With any luck for FEARX, they will be aware of that, and they will be using it because Woogie Man is downstairs at the minute. So, like you say, those flanks, very much an opportunity for him. It's going to create a situation where NIP have to be watching them much more. I like that. Send the smoke to the bottom of Visa stairs, and then you can get the glass in there. To challenge up there, and they're going to force their own team back there. Quarter just putting out that Toxic Babe canister, and it is going to mean that the defensive stairs just dips a little
and
deeper.
And a friendly fash. Come on, guys.
We're just using our utility against ourselves here. That's apparently the theme for today.
Stop playing around with you, trying to troll your teammates a little bit, flashing them out like, ooh, lucky. But no, for now, at least no one's gone down from it. It's more of him taking that little bit of damage from inhaling the smoke that won't really be a problem, but could yet prove to hurt them. Woogie getting rid of Pino, so the clutch factor is gone. But Tim, we've been in a 5v3 before, and if I remember rightly, not just a few minutes ago, FEARX still lost the round.
Yeah, I think NIP are causing their own problems now. I said that about FEARX in the last round in the clutch. I think NIP are doing exactly the same here, and that's that they've not gone and dealt with Woogie Man in numbers, which is what I would have been doing. Get underneath there, 2 or 3 of you. It's a Pulse. You know that they're going to play underneath. You know they're going for the Nitro or going to shoot you through the floor when you try to plant. So go in there and clear him out. As it is, they haven't, and he's punished them one by one. He's taken down Hates to begin with, then Pino, and now you're just kind of circling around site, hoping for an opportunity to present itself, which it won't. Good Boy picks up the trade. FEARX pick up the round, but still, 4-2 is a minimum for me for FEARX on the defense here. I think the attack is going to be more difficult for them, so they need this next round.
I do agree with you, Tim. I do agree with you. I think what they've realised quite well here, FEARX, and it was the same as back on Lair when they only really learnt their lesson late into the first half, was if NIP are really struggling on time and they're struggling to move forward, the best thing we can do is disrupt them really early on. Look to take out a player or two so they can't pull together and get this very, very slowly assembled execute plan ready. If we take out 2 or 3 players, then they're left a little bit empty-handed come the execute. As you saw there, both players from NIP that were left were stood shoulder to shoulder, pushing in towards meeting with 2 or 3 players on different angles around them. There was no way they were getting a plant down there outside of Fantasy going nuclear and picking up a 3K while flicking onto multiple heads at the same time. It's just not realistically going to happen. So well played by FEARX. And with you though, Tim, they need to see out this 6th round to give themselves a little bit of margin going into the second half.
Yeah, well, I love to be proven wrong. I love to be proven wrong, Des. But I just think a 3-3 half suits NIP down to the ground on the attacker console, if I'm honest. So let's see how this one shapes up. We're going to get into the action phase. It is going to be a piano defense. So again, it's going to be about that top floor. Look, FEARX defended this fantastically well last time. NIP gave them every opportunity to do so. They got themselves into admin, but had no pressure coming from anywhere else. I'd like to see NIP change that. Maybe get somebody inside a main door, prevent them from playing, you know, as defenders, prevent them from playing inside a lounge. Get a couple into admin. Maybe get somebody up onto bathroom window. As I said, connector window, even, you know, CEO window. Just make it difficult for them to play comfortably up on that top floor. As it is, we're at least getting a little bit of presence inside a main door. There is also somebody from NIP on connector window, so they are starting to spread out a little bit more this time.
Open that floor button as well. That keeps
two
players at bay. I mean, Coated there has done really well, but then ran in front of the window. It's a shame what started so strong has then seen them losing a player in response. It's good boy to disappear, and Cons has now managed to step on forward. But they've got to get through these castle walls yet as well, Tim. Deal with one problem, there's another one waiting.
Yeah, a lot of work to be done. But look, what I said, you know, it's worked for them. They've got that window. They've used it well. They've got themselves a kill, and it gives them a little bit of space up top. I'd like to see them maybe go in there and take that ground, and then they can start using the vertical a bit more. You know, there's nobody up there now. Woogieman's down in the basement. He's got the pulse, and they've got an opportunity, and they're taking it. Love to see this from NIP. Way better clearance than we saw last time they attacked this site.
Well, losing the Deimos is the real stinger because they can't then get a track on towards the pulse of Woogieman. They can't identify where he is. So for now, he is that great unknown downstairs that can be the end of round spoiler. They've really got to respect that. And if not, potentially realise that he's down there sooner rather than later and go and clear him out. Like they know now, here we go, Yellow Ping's coming on through. They know where a shield is coming from, and that might just put Mephi into action.
Yeah, I love this from Woogieman. He's down in the basement, but he's like way over by Visa stairs. He's in server. He's feeding all this information in about the push rather than worrying about defending against the plant. His teammates are there to do that. All they need to know is where everybody is. So great stuff from them. As it is, NIP feel like they're just stalling out a little bit. They've got that top floor control, but they didn't really bring anybody along to do anything about it. No Ram, no Buck. You know, they're working with the soft destruction of Zafir, for example, to try and get those angles. They're going to have to work with what they've got, and that is the next step. Try and push into sight and think about getting a plant down. As it is, the Razor Bloom stops them, and so does Ring's weapon. 4 versus 2 now, and it's looking good for FEARX. They've held on beautifully again. They've played this in a completely different way. NIP have got the top floor control this time, done nothing with it. Woogieman has been the orchestrator from below with all that intel coming in. FEARX have played this really well and are looking good for 4-2.
A bit like the floor is lava on the first floor for them. They've got inside lobby and then done nothing else with it. Mephi across the secondary on that super shorty to close out the last kill they need, but they played it so well. Woogie feeding information downstairs, always being willing to contest in towards lobby as well. The castle barricades really helped them there, and you saw how stuck NIP were, not managing to remove most of them. It just gave a lot of freedom to FEARX to move around the map. So, we've seen dare I say, a poor first half from NIP. The 2 rounds they won, one relied on a 3K from Fantasy, the other was a 1v4 by Pino. That could be the difference maker if FEARX cannot find attacks.
Yeah, a couple of times they just stalled out and struggled to find the answers to the problems that were in front of them, and FEARX lent into that brilliantly. So 4-2, that was the minimum for me for FEARX. There's the big question now. You know, we've spoken about their attack repeatedly. We saw that it was better on Fortress. If we ignore Fortress for a second, at the tournament in general, less than a 20% attacker win rate going into Fortress for FEARX. So it has certainly been a problem for them, and now they have to win to hold their position realistically on the attack. So it all comes down to this. They're going to have to do it without Grim and Glaz. Those are the 2 bans. They, in contrast, take away the Clash and the Azami to give themselves a little bit more space and NIP a little bit less protection. But these first, I think, 2 rounds coming up here are super important for FEARX. We've got to see good clinical attacks from them. No stalling out, no giving away, you know, easy deaths to NIP on the defense, because I feel like NIP are going to be very confident coming into this second half.
All right, well, this is where it all comes down to it. The second half, as Tim said, is where everything gets forged. Let's see how NIP fare off on their first defense. It'll give us a good taste of maybe of what's to come across the half itself. Kicking things off with the Soulless. We spoke about that already back in the first half of FEARX. Not really all that different for NIP. Similar sort of goal leaning in towards the Ella rather than something like a Thorn as well. More for the gun, I'd imagine, more than anything else, Tim, because as we've already said, Thorn has certainly proven to be the more popular choice amongst both teams. Got the lineup coming out of FEARX here. They've got a plan in mind, Tim.
Yeah, they really do. They really do. You've got the Ying there, you've got the Sense there, you've got the Blitz there. They're going to try and create a little bit of chaos and get that diffuser down. Now, it's almost definitely a little objective focused round, which I love. You know, a lot of people, obviously, we always focus on the kills, the 1v2s, the 1v3s, the 5Ks, everything else. But yeah, for me, let's remember at its core, this game has another way to win, and that is getting that diffuser down, and it's something that FEARX are certainly shaping up to do. On the top floor, I would imagine that they're going to be looking, bringing the Sense and the Ying screams to me that it's going to be inside meeting door. It's going to be about getting control over that Visa corridor. You can do that with the Sense light screens. You can put some in there to create confusion inside of the site as well. Send in the Candelas and then maybe get, you know, the diffuser down just inside the door there on the wall. Looking at the side of NIP, I'm a little bit concerned about how they're going to prevent that. There's Vulcan canisters and there's smoke canisters. That's about it, really, that's going to help them.
I do quite like the use here from Rin, actually. But I was going to say vaulting inside as the other one's going off masks the noise of you vaulting in. But I think now looking back at it, it was a mistake. I don't think he managed to go inside.
Oh, no, straight back out.
Absolutely, yeah. They've got straight back outside again, and now he's going to chill there while the rest of his team get themselves into position, because on the other side of that breach now, there is the Ella waiting nearby. Hates finding one, and look at that. He's just ratting himself in there. Gets rid of Coated too. That really can't be happening, because that's a player dug inside of Adminton that should be dead to rights.
That was really unfortunate timing, because Coated's kind of kicked back on the rappel. Hates gets a kill, so the com must come in. He's in the corner of Admin, but Coated's already in the process of rappelling in, and he's going to...
Oh, mate, come on.
That one, however, is unforgivable. You know, Coated's on his way in, and it's like, Hits is there, oh no, and he loses a second life to it. The fact that they've then just repelled the third in there. I said that I was a little bit concerned about FEARX's attacks. I am now far more concerned about FEARX's attacks on console.
I think we let it get to 4-4, then Dark has to step in with the attack timeout. You can't let yourself be bleeding rounds in this half this way. There's no way to rescue it, and really hate to sort of prove there the point I was making back in the first half, that admin typically is harder to take early, but it sets you up for a more easy round later on, whereas attacking from the west side up towards yellow is the exact opposite. And he's certainly made it hard for them here. Con's getting one back, at least to get rid of Fancy Tim, so it's not going to be a flawless round, but Woogie's got it all to do against 4, and I think we all know how this one tends to go. It does not go the way that they want. NIP now take their third round.
Yeah, they know exactly where he was and get themselves back within one, and pretty much as expected, really. NIP, you know, get themselves... But the question is, have NIP done enough? That's why I said a 3-3 half to begin with would have been perfect for NIP. I think, you know, right now they sat there then thinking, yeah, this is ours. Given that they've got that 4-2 half to fight back against, it means that they have to win that third choice site at least once if they want to take this, if they want that 5-1 half that's going to win ultimately for them a 7-5 victory and map 3. So... NIP will be more than happy there. NIP fans, I'm sure, pleased to see how that round went. I am very concerned for FEARX given that attack. You know, that one, like I said, that one is forgivable. The second one, Mephi going in there, is unforgivable. Like I said, Coated's kicked back on the rappel. The call comes in from Good Boy. He's killed me from the corner of admin, and you kind of like... Damn, I'm already on my way in. Yeah. I've just got to try and take the fight, and he loses it. Fine, you can. That's just siege timing. That's just unfortunate. But yeah, Mephi going in on the rappel there. I'm sorry, until you've done something to move Hits out of that position, you can't just keep feeding him like that. So
I wouldn't be surprised, because we heard a couple of the Candela flashes go off, and they thought maybe he's blind here. I'll give it a go. And to be fair,
possibly, yeah,
if he gets a kill in that moment, then he looks like a hero, right? And this is the beauty in siege. And I spoke about this when speaking about teams like G2. Some stuff you see them do looks ridiculous, and you're just like, how on earth do they think that would work out? But when it does work out, they look like geniuses. And the difference between a team looking amazing in siege and looking bad is so fine. It does really come down to, do you land your shots? Do you get the nades in the right place? Do you hit the right C4? It's a game of fine margins is the way that I'd always stress it. So we had two players challenging onto Hates very early on, for example, trying to secure a trade. That went wrong. So yes, Hates has done well, but I think FEARX has had the right idea there in trying to get rid of him. They've just slightly messed up the execution of it.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Yeah, I'd agree. Getting into admin absolutely key in that situation, given the lineup that they had and the execution that they were looking for. But like you say, just messing up the timing a little bit. You know, realistically, just swing those two windows at the same time.
Yep.
Coated and Mephi going together, you don't have a problem because you can't kill both of you. So, but ultimately, didn't work out like that. Blitz working across this top floor. Woogieman, we've already seen finding kills with the pistol. Does find them back.
Wow.
And manages to find another one. Great play on the vertical from Woogieman. Takes down hits and gets things underway. Better start from FEARX.
I really thought he'd be dead on the reverse angle then. Like, thought for sure that he'd be dead to rights with 2 players spraying at him. But as we see, he gets away with the kill on Hates. A bit of a freebie being given over by NIP there. Now, the question turns to FEARX. You've got half a round to play. You're in a 5 versus 4. This is a good spot to be in where most teams wouldn't see themselves going on to lose a round off the back of it. How can you be certain you aren't going to give away another massive clutch to a player like Pino? You've got to tighten things up here. Look to play as a team.
Yeah, everybody from NIP now back to site. We did have Fantasy roaming around that first floor on the Vigil, but has decided to give that up and move his way back. Sentry is going to be picked up by that Deimos scan for the time being. Dokubi Cole coming in at the same time as well, so awful lot of utility being thrown at this by FEARX on the attack. But my concern there is they've not really made much progress alongside it. We've had the Deimos strike, we've had the Dokubi Cole, and all it's really done is guarantee them that first floor is clear, but it's been clear for about a minute prior to that. So 45 seconds left to go. They haven't started to weaken the shell of the nut that is the side here, and they're going to have to find a way to crack it.
Yeah, well, looking down yellow, at least with the drones, kind of tends to give a bit of indication on where the attack might build up from, given they're looking for information down there. And for FEARX, most of the players are scattered right now around this hatch, around yellow stairs itself, and of course inside the piano, looking for the vertical. No players on the side of NIP looking for a crazy flank, except for Wizard, who's sat there just waiting and lurking. But look, off to his left is another player, just aware that he might give it a go at some point. It could be a real siege time moment if Rin looks away here. The swing coming on through into maybe the right spot. Rin has got to make something happen now, though. Must have to swing on to him, sees him first and gets the kill. But they're out of time here, Tim. Final 5 seconds, they've got to go in. Plant going down, but with the time being what it is, I'm a little bit nervous for them.
Nitro goes off.
He came off the plant. He came off the plant, Tim.
Coulter had managed to get himself all the way in, came in through the main breach, and he was planting on the bomb chassis. I'm guessing that the Nitro lands near him and the fear was there. It was a little bit of a funny end. I need to watch the end of that round back.
You see it here, mate. I've got it on my screen, look.
Need to watch the end of that round back. So he's
like
concerned about the Nitro. The Nitro is detonated but doesn't find its...
Maybe.
The reason that I wanted to see the end of the round is we saw the foam pressed to detonate the Nitro, but I wasn't sure if that had come maybe just after
this is what I was
the
going
end
to say.
of the round, and he would have died.
That's it, yeah. I can forgive that.
I think that's maybe what was going on there. I think the timing was such that we hear the Nitro detonate just after the time has gone out, and he probably would have died. But look, great defense from NIP to get that job done. You know, they've really held on to that situation there because they were 1v4 effectively at the end. That's how that round finished, and we're going to see it there. I don't know. We need to kind of see it back in slow motion, really. But yeah, very, very close. But FEARX, they were in charge there, and had they just pushed Courted in 5 seconds sooner to start putting that diffuser down, they're absolutely fine, but they just got a little bit behind themselves. NIP take 2 defenses in a row, albeit the last one was a little bit shakier than the first. FEARX back to the drawing board for their 3rd attack.
But this is the worry, because we said the same back on Lair. There were 2 rounds that they lost in like 1vx situations that they really should have seen over the line, FEARX. And although this one wasn't quite a 1vx, it's another round you look at and say, you know, that really should have been theirs for the taking. Had Rin moved 5 seconds early and been willing to swing on towards Wizard, for example, then sweep down and pressure Pino from behind, we might be having a different conversation. But just leaving it a bit too close to the money there is going to cost them. All things square, NIP most certainly in a commanding position to see this one over the line now. The choice is theirs.
Drone up and running.
Drawn straight into admin. You know, we've seen so much attention around admin so far. Basically, I don't think I've seen a single player on yellow stairs yet. You know, nobody looking for that point of entry to try and pressure this top floor. It's not a top floor site, it's a mid floor site, but still, you're wanting that top floor control. Rin manages to take out Wizard. That's the Fenrir gone, so the FNATs will be locked in. Whichever ones are active, and they're not going to change after that point.
The key one is that he's gone down there straight away in towards server, and that now puts the heebie-jeebies up Cons and Fantasy less so because he's top floor. But Pino and Cons now have got to be really, really wary of the fact that they've got downstairs control, and the server side of things is a black hole. They don't know who's in that area of the map. They don't know where they're coming from. They don't know what the pressure might look like. And so now they've got to be so careful. The Pulse, of course, can see when they're coming close, but that's going to be eyes turning towards server rather than eyes looking skywards, which can really help FEARX.
Just a reminder of the stakes here. It's not necessarily, I don't think, guaranteed as clear-cut as winner stays in, loser goes out, but it's not too far away.
If NIP lose, they 100% go home.
Yeah, that's what I mean, but I think
if they win
doesn't guarantee.
No, because FEARX play M80 tomorrow.
Yeah.
This is NIP's last game, basically, and they're on 2 points now. FEARX are on 1. It's going to get very, very tight either way. NIP need to see this done here and now to give themselves the best chance, basically.
It's not, you know, winners go out, winners go through, losers go home, but it's not too far away. So that's the level that we're playing at the minute, and NIP desperately, as you say, trying to keep themselves in.
Kill him, boys!
They can do nothing tomorrow. That's nice. So the Blitz was just charging across there.
They got him anyway.
Hits manages to back him up, but then just gives him the look through.
Trying to get a C4 up. Will it find him? Yes, it will.
Absolutely beautiful.
It's the time, though, Tim. They've still got time to make this one work, and there's no C4s left, but there are players and guns available, Tim. They get rid of one.
Whoa!
No! Rin, you had to find him there. It's another round being bottled and thrown away into the ocean by FEARX. Down to just 2 left, and Cons on that Pulse. All that information will go across to his team. This is panic stations now for the Koreans.
If Rin had reacted a little bit quicker, we might just have seen the rarest of things, the sledgehammer kill at SI, but no, it was Fantasy who was able to just hit that melee trigger first. Double kill comes in at the end. Fantasy with his 3rd in the round. That was a huge play from him in the middle there to look. There was a lot of luck involved. He'll say that. We all know it. He runs around the corner, Rin's right up in his face, and he just reacts quickest, gets the knife in there, and that is going to be NIP 3 rounds in a row, 5-4 now, and starting to edge towards that victory that they need to keep themselves alive here in Paris.
It's very much being enabled by FEARX, though. That's what really, really stings for them. You know, round 7 was a big 3K from Hates, then we had the 1 versus 4. We've just seen whatever you want to call that. It is just not looking pretty for the Koreans. And at this point, I kind of feel they'll only have to look at themselves for how this has gone wrong. It's not that NIP haven't played well, haven't clutched up when asked. But as with any clutch, you as the other team allow that to happen. And they'll be kicking themselves big time now. 2 more rounds, and NIP secure the win.
Round 10, and we're going to be back up to the top floor. We've seen this previously, of course, and I don't need to tell you that NIP won because they've won every one of their defenses so far. It was a tough one for FEARX. It was, you know, they just really didn't. We saw the 3 players going. Oh. They literally got stuck on each other. They like ran into each other and couldn't move anywhere. It's the one where we saw the 3 players filtering into admin kind of one at a time, giving Hertz those opportunities, and he managed to get the triple kill from the corner there. So we need to see FEARX doing a better job of getting inside of the map. I've mentioned Yellow Stairs last time, Des. As I said, we haven't seen a single player on there. I'd like to see maybe a little bit of attention towards Yellow Stairs and Bathroom this time, because all that's happening is defensive teams are just pushing towards admin because they're thinking, well, that's where all the pressure's going to come from, so we'll just stack players over there, and they're making it difficult. They lock in. We saw it NIP attacking as well. It's the same thing. We're just seeing teams just get locked down in there and stalling out inside of admin. Love to see them instead spread out a little bit, get some pressure towards Yellow, get somebody on the site window, you know, give them something else to think about, and give your admin squad a little chance to actually get moving and get out into corridor.
I think what really stings is the first couple of minutes of the round, FEARX look really good.
Yeah.
They're getting the entries, they're getting map control, they're getting into a spot, they can get the diffuser down, and like in the last round, they still had time to get a second player on that diffuser and start sticking it again. It's just everything that devolves around that is where the chaos begins. They're really lacking the composure to deliver the final product. And I think about the number of teams over time that we've spoken about around the world that they do 70% of the job, but it's the last 30 where they fall down. That is FEARX right now.
Good quick work being done here. Going to have FEARX getting in there with the boat, coated, opening both above and below him. Boat needs to be careful, going to take an awful lot of damage there. Just trying to make sure that behind the desk is clear, but here comes Fantasy. He doesn't see him. He doesn't see him. The wall was open into R, and he just misses his opportunity there.
If he jumps out here, he get 2. Oh, no! And that is how you see things ruined.
Make it!
He hits the 3rd! Still 2 more that he can find in the round to make it an ace. But once again, FEARX being undone by their own mistakes. Fantasy, he's on for the ace! Of course he is! A flawless round to well and truly bury the dreams of FEARX. NIP are 1 round away.
All the way back at the beginning of this matchup, we said we needed to see more from Fantasy. We needed that consistency. We needed those big moments. Well, guess what? They don't come. That's exactly right, Fantasy. 1 through to 5, you got the lot of them. They don't come much bigger than that. The jump out worked out perfectly for him. I thought he wasn't going to get the 3rd to begin with. Didn't know that he was in behind those boxes, but then the shots came in, and it was just the way that 180 flick onto him. Absolutely beautiful stuff, and then cleans up the round from there. Fantasy going huge when NIP need him. 2 chances now, NIP, to keep yourselves alive at the Six Invitational 2026.
I think they'll only need the 1, Tim, truthfully, because I don't see how your mental recovers from that.
No.
You know, Coated being inside the building not 5 seconds prior, opening up the floors, you thought the area was clear, only for him to chase after you, jump out the building, murder your entire team, and you just see your chances of surviving dashed right before you. It has been a torrid 4 rounds for FEARX. NIP have taken every opportunity put before them, but you really feel like the scoreline could have been going a different way with how things stand. That replay again. The 1 clip on towards the 2, and the spin for the 30 is beautiful. The last one that he gets also in a near identical position. Just absolutely amazing.
Some absolutely beautiful shots in there from Fantasy. If I'm looking towards this round for NIP, what am I going to do with it? They're down in the basement. For me, I think turtle up a little bit. Don't stretch yourself to, don't give them opportunities. The last thing that you want is to find yourself in a 3 versus 5. I'm not saying sit on site for the whole 3 minutes, but I'm saying don't overcommit. Give yourself an opportunity to escape. When the pressure starts mounting, just drop away. Even if you only waste 30, 45 seconds on the roam, it's 30, 45 seconds. Let FEARX beat themselves. Just get yourself back to site, hold those angles, make life difficult for them. Don't give them any opportunity to go in mob-handed with you up on top floor, for example, catch you out in a 3v1 and get that easy kill and grind you down. Just really think about that manpower if you're NIP. Don't do that.
This is the thing is, I can't even get excited about getting entries now because they found the majority of them in the second half, and Fantasy equalises things straight back out. Why not make it a second ace, Tim? Go on, just do it for the boys.
Well, he's on 6 kills in a row without a death now. FEARX are going to have to come and clear this out. They're kind of trying to push through garage here to get into site, but they've still got Fantasy up
come
above.
on, man!
We spoke about team kills earlier. We didn't
4th
see
in the
one.
series.
We didn't see one for a little while, but they've decided that it's maybe time to bring that back to the pot. Oh, Cons gets 1. Can he get a second? They crumble in here, Des. FEARX are crumbling.
Your mental's short. It has to be after that previous round, and so too do your chances of staying at SI. NIP taking the 2-1 gives themselves the best chance of doing it because tomorrow, FEARX need to beat M80, and that is fair to say a very tall order.
They just found that little flash in the pan that they needed at the end there, that bit of energy, that bit of fire, that bit of zhuzh to get them over the line, and it came in the form of Fantasy. Brilliant finish from him, and then you could see the energy it gave the team. Even Cons getting a little 1 tap out there at the end. Beautiful stuff. They were playing with confidence in that final round. NIP have done everything they can. They now need to sit back and see what happens tomorrow.
FEARX have got. I looked at the same time. Look, the other games ended as well, as you can see on your screen here for Furia and Daystar. But
who's smiling the most? I don't know.
Well,
I think Furia look like they're smiling the most.
Furia have won because they're walking across over to shake the hands of the other team, Tim. Yes, that one's done and dusted as well. A very good show put on by Daystar, as we've had put on in this series by NIP. And I will give it to FEARX. They had some good moments, but like I said, that second half of Consulate, it feels like so many losses were preventable by themselves, but they just couldn't get the last 20% of each round done.
Exactly, it's the old phrase, isn't it? I've said it a few times before. They're winning 90% of these rounds, and by that I don't mean that they physically have won. They haven't won 7-1, 90% of each individual round, but it doesn't add up to scores on the doors, and that's the problem.
Just imagine if they come out tomorrow and start battering M80. It will be the biggest upset in the world, but it's just that it is a tall order. And as we said for NIP, it's not over yet. They've still got to see how that game goes tomorrow, because if M80 do lose to FEARX, things start getting very interesting. We come down to round it, head-to-heads, all sorts of craziness. But just in case you missed it, here was the magic. It's kind of crazy when you think about it. The Fantasy has gone 15-7 with a cost of 55%. It shows that his impact was limited. That's it. The last 2 rounds are where his impact was really, really felt, Tim.
Yeah, he got. I mean, it was at least 6 kills. It was an ace, and then he got the kill, the second kill it was in that final round. I don't know. It was a bit correct. Cons got one of the last 3. I don't know if Fantasy picked up any of the other 2. But yeah, at least 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. And as you say, it's actually a really nice example of how to read, Siege stats. And like you say, where you've got that low cost, it just shows an impact player, which is exactly what Fantasy was. So we've got our overall match summary there. Woogieman taking the MVP. He did have a great game. The rest of his team, Mefe courted a little bit quiet at times, not to single people out, but it looks like the difference there in what was a close matchup was just the ability of NIP to kind of get everybody into the game a little bit more. I picked up on Cons and Wizard at the beginning of things as well. They've delivered more today. Maybe still not quite enough to, push NIP deep into the tournament. They're going to need more, but it was better at least.
Exactly that. It's an improvement, though I will say it was also against arguably one of the weakest teams at the tournament. I won't say the weakest. We've seen others that have struggled too. Exactly that, yeah. There's more to come, of course, like I've said. We'll see how it goes tomorrow for FEARX. It will be a tough game, but they can still save it. Their fate is in their hands. However, that series is done with. We've got another one coming up for you after the break. So stick with us. Back with you in a few.
honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So like, I'm the one who did it, that's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Run into the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you. Well, I'm human just like you, like you. Look into the night, every shadow hides a spark inside. Master of disguise, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire east stairs in case 5 per square.
So Ashe is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ashe here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ashe. So really, really fast, he's going to throw this Ashe and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ashe comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ashe is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ashe is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ashe is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ashe pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's FEARX round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Oh my God, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe.
Right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to, you know,
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the B stream as NIP got the win over FEARX 2-1. It now puts FEARX into a very tricky position. They have to win tomorrow against M80, and it has to probably be close to 2-0 territory, and that's not likely. Speaking of M80, of course, we've got them now on the B stream. They're taking on Team Heretics, who have already qualified for playoffs, so this is an opportunity for them to extend a lead and maybe even fight for first place.
Yeah, which is a pretty insane way to frame it, I suppose, considering that they are from the LCQ qualification format. M80, the champs at Munich, they are looking to go all the way here in Paris. It's been a pretty decent tournament for them thus far. Probably maybe not as polished as they would have otherwise liked, but I think a good opportunity for them today, again, to just continue to build on their form.
Well, they've only played the 2 matches. They beat NIP back on day 2. That was 2-1 the result, and then lost to Weibo yesterday, 2-1 to Weibo. So they get another opportunity today against Team Heretics, who have looked really, really strong throughout. Of course, they beat NIP yesterday, and back on day 1, the 2-1 win over FEARX. So I guess for Heretics, this is their first real big challenge. An M80 team looking to bounce back from a loss yesterday. If you recall, actually, after day 2, Fabian put out a tweet, and this was after their win against NIP, saying he was not happy with their performance. He expected better, that they would show something different the next day. Well, that something different was indeed actually a loss, so it was different but not better. We'll see if it can be a little bit better today. It's a big game, though, because if M80 do lose, and again, it's an if, and we'll find out whether or not that follows through, but if they do, they play a win and you're in match tomorrow against FEARX, which means if they lost that as well, they're out. They're in group. They get grouped. So M80 kind of need to get some results here against Team Heretics.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's pretty doubtful that they'll find themselves in that position. They still go into this matchup as rather firm favourites. Weibo is certainly not a weak team by any stretch of the imagination.
No.
And it was ultimately a rather close series. Of course, yeah, M80 didn't play at their full potential. And they themselves were the favourites going into that matchup. Of course, it goes without saying. But I don't think it changes the narrative all too much heading into this fixture.
No, I don't imagine either. So for Team Heretics, though, we've seen some really outstanding Siege so far. When you take into account this was the EML LCQ champions, a pretty new roster put together, the shining lights, though, have been very evident. Groovy, Flexi, Upor. The 3 standouts for this team that have been firing on all cylinders. And to I guess, touch on the top 2 in Grubby and Flexi, 8th and 10th for EPS so far through we're into day 4 now, so it's decent body of work. Plus 14 KD for Grubby, plus 18 for Flexi. They're both positive on their opening kills. Grubby's actually got an average time of entry, so that means when he does get an entry kill, it's close to the 2-minute mark on average. That's super high end at this event thus far. And Uport has also provided 27th for EPS. He's at 110. He's plus 9 KD, plus 2 on the. So those 3 have been the standouts for Heretics and a big reason why they've had success so far at this event. For M80, though, it's kind of been a lone soldier figure. Gunner has been sensational. He's 14th for EPS rankings at the event so far. He's a plus 23 kill differential. He's got a 60% cost, like a lot of his teammates as well. He's also, though, plus 8 on entry, so he's been the standout for M80.
Yeah, and you compare these numbers on screen now at this particular event and contrast that to the last 6 months, which encapsulates more results and some regional performances. It's actually pretty close in many elements. Unfortunately, Kino's probably the one that suffered the most and a little bit of a drop-off for a point of comparison. Regularly, he's at that 99 EPS, so very, very strong player. Of course, a bit more of a supportive role, and we'll be looking for him to lean into that nicely in this match.
We'll go to the map vetoes for this best of 3, and I've already had a cheeky little look at it, and it is quite an intriguing one because from what I've been able to gather, so you can see Bank, Consulate, and Cafe. Now, Bank as a selection is a map that Heretics have already played on both of their 2 playdays at Six Invitational so far. They lost it to NIP and they beat FEARX 7-2 on it. But more importantly, this is I won't go perma-ban, but of the 2 maps, Bank Border, they are the most banned maps of M80. This one has now slipped through. This is a big opportunity for Heretics on the map of Bank. But on the flip side, Consulate is the second preference map for M80. So you're on one side, you've got a map that M80 aren't strong on. Typically, they ban it a lot, and then they get a map that they actually play quite a lot of.
Yeah, map 1, then I presume M80 and those behind the scenes will be leaning heavily into counter-strating on that opening map. And, their preparation, I think, typically is very, very strong. They'll be looking to lean into that. I think it may have been yesterday, during one of the attack timeouts, Fabian conceded, hey, my prep wasn't right on this particular setup against Weibo, but they're able to adjust on the fly, and that's one of their strengths. As for the stakes for this particular matchup, as we alluded to before, Heretics will secure a top 2 finish in this group with a win. M80, though, find themselves in a potential elimination position.
I don't know if could be eliminated with a loss is the right way.
Technically true.
And also, technically, if you want to add to the stakes of it, M80, if they do win this series, they do secure upper bracket too. So there is a lot on the line when it comes to this match, and M80 the clear favorites as well. This is the big test for Heretics. They've had a good showing. They've been really, really solid at Six Invitational, but M80's a new beast, a new challenge altogether. The Munich major champions, it feels like they're just firing up. So we're at that point in the group stage now, guys, where these matches matter. There's no more warm-up games, if you will. We're into day 4. Tomorrow's the last day. Teams have already been eliminated, and teams will be eliminated again by the end of today and tomorrow. But it's also a case of where do you finish in your group? You know, we've spoken about how important it is to finish first and get that bye in the upper bracket. Second, to even, you know, second and third to be in the upper bracket to begin with. Fourth, yeah, you have got out of groups, but you start in the lower bracket, not ideal. So a big match for both of these two teams. Heretics, of course, have already qualified for playoffs alongside Weibo here in Group A. M80 now looking to join them.
The bans for this first half, Mirror, Smoke, Monty, and Glaz. And one thing to note as well, while we were sitting waiting for this broadcast to begin on the pre-show for this particular match, for context, we have about 1.5 walls insulating us from the player area, and I could quite clearly hear what I believe was Gunner's voice, very, very, very loud. The M80 guys were singing, very jovial, trying to pick up their energy levels before this matchup. And that could be one of the strengths that they look to lean into today.
I think good vibes is always required.
Yeah.
There was a communication, I can't remember if we were casting it, I think we might have been, where Fabian was kind of actually saying, don't talk to your teammates like that, you know, don't ever do that again, or something along the lines of that. Was this against Weibo? I think we were watching it. So, you know, when you're losing and Weibo's beating you, you know, you can get maybe a little bit on tilt or say things that you don't really mean. And I think coming into today, that might have been the messaging from Fabian and Gunner as well, maybe leading that for the players is, let's have some fun. Let's bring good vibes, good energy. We know we're strong enough. We know we're good enough. We're the most recent major champions, and they should go in with that kind of fun aura. They begin actually defensively here on Bank, and again, this is going to be the most intriguing map. If M80 win this map, 2-0 territory looks incredibly likely. So Heretics are playing this not because it's a strength of theirs. They are familiar with the map. They've played it twice so far here at SI, 1-1 record. But it's a map that M80 don't have as much success on because they ban it so much.
But they do have those recent VODs that they likely have studied going into this matchup. That's probably why they've left it up, maybe trying to lay down the trap for Heretics to fall into. And of course, the beauty of this matchup is we will get insight as to how good that prep work and that counter-stratting has been.
And of course, M80 did play this map as well. It got through the other day against Ninjas in Pajamas. They actually lost at 7-3, so again, adding more fuel to the fire, being a map that's not exactly in the wheelhouse of M80. Skeptic already inside server on the Blackbeard. And they bring the Ossa. Remember, we had the statistic the other day. The last time we saw Ossa, only played 3 times, and in those 3 rounds, it was a loss each time.
Pretty consolidated attack here from Heretics. Still somewhat of a roam in play. Lurk Square trying to pinch this
aggressive
attack,
from Kino.
but Grooby wins that fight.
Grubby's done well, but can't win the second one. Went for more against Diffuser. Diffuser able to win that battle. Holds his position towards Archives, expecting reinforcements. It's only Flexi coming in from Tellers. A little bit of a split, although to be fair, Flexi and Newport could go for a decent pinch over towards Archives. Well, it didn't even need Newport, who was pushing from Square. Flexi hits the headshot, becomes a 3v3 into the final minute. But still very winnable for M80 here. Locker CCTV. You've got the Tachanka alive. Vulcan canisters are still up. And you've still got the Azami with potential keeper barriers, which we just saw Gunner throw one out. Logic Bomb for Upor available, and flashes 4, along with a frag grenade for Oscar.
Train work really critical in this phase of the round to spot out where this defense lies. Two spotted. That's really valuable information for Heretics.
And should somewhat know where the third would be as well, but you're not 100% certain on that, but you do have intel. Oscar lost his life immediately to Gavin. Good trade by Flexi. They've left themselves some time here into the final 15 seconds to go for the 2v2. Sweet, nice up close. Flexi with the SMG. Changes up his weaponry. Upor going for the play inside of lockers. Can Gunnar look for the denial? There's 7 seconds on the clock. Actually, Upor gets off the plant, but a good angle here for Flexi to cover. Gunnar's going to go the long way around. Flexi's going to hear that, see that. The spray through the wall. Not going to hit for Gunnar. Like the idea, though, from Gunnar. He went for the all in play. He knows full well, if I deny, I win the round. If I don't, I'm going to lose the round.
Yeah, really good read. Execution just falls short. But the reposition was, yeah, really, really good play. Unfortunately, just unable to land the shots required through the wall for that denial. Decent start then for Heretics, 1-0 lead. And Basement seems to be, at least on first attempt, the times that we have casted it at this event, quite strong for the attack.
It's also the second round now at SI that Ossa has been included in a round win. It was played now 6 times. Now this is the 7th time. And it's 2 from 7.
There we go.
That's not too bad.
Well, it's not great.
It's not great. The operators, by the way, that have still, as we head into day 4, that have not been selected at all. Thunderbird, Alibi, Kavera.
Alibi.
Sorry, Alibi. Kavera, Rook, and Doc, which...
No Kavera.
No Kavera.
Okay, the others make sense.
Honestly, some people pick Doc every now and then. I said every now and then.
Yeah, once an event.
But Rook and Thunderbird.
Oh, they're dead.
They're dead. It's the same with Cav, though. Like, surely it's once... Like we
haven't
played
even, like,
572 rounds of Siege have been recorded, and not one Cav play. Like once,
like
you're up 6-1, like go for a bit.
Well,
of
even
fun.
up 6-1 or even down 1-6.
Yeah.
Right, we've had quite a few blowout maps. You haven't even just brought it out just for the one-off. So round 2, then top floor. Heavy execute utility here from the attack Rayora and Capital. That combination top floor can be really good in cutting off lines of sight, flushing out this defense.
I want to know who picked Jackal. Got picked once, and they won that round. Good old Jackal.
I'm just saying, that would be a nice addition to the stat tracker at Desert 2 if we could click the operator and then it brought up every round it's been played. That would be very good.
Information here for Oscar. Played the Rayora this round for Heretics. Yeah, decent start, though, to see them bring aggression. I think that's their strength that we've seen. They do lose Upor. Capital gone. Opening kill goes the way of Diffuser.
That really hurts.
It really hurts on the top floor execute.
Typically, to aid the janitor clear. So Kino will be rather pleased with that, especially if he knows it is the Capital down.
And Kino's not really in janitor right now, but he can play the rotate from long desk, double stacked with hot and cold. He's over towards front desk as well. Gunnar is the one that's lurking, by the way, in basement right now on the Soulless. So that might be a way back into the round for Heretics if they can find the roaming Soulless, find that pick, bring it back to a 4v4. So far, Gunnar has been able to elude them because, well, Heretics are in the building. There's only a minute 15 left, and they've not been able to set feet inside of this building. Naturally, top floor is going to see a lot of repel play. Flexi will be the first one to enter as he goes through open area. Yellow ping from below here on the Zofia. Opens up the floorboards. Kino's forced to dance around inside a janitor. There's a good opportunity found. The dancing feet do not work. Flexi finds the kill. He probably expects Gunnar on the flank. He's sitting over towards elevators on that first floor. Grubby's been able to take top square position and put pressure towards the janitor hallway. And that has now meant Gavin stuck over towards stock.
What can Gunnar do? The threat below. Heretics advantage, 35 on the clock.
They found that kill, but Gunnar has still not moved. And that's a freebie. Flexi not ready for the elevator hold. Deep into the round, Skeptic now aware. But you can now get into sight, and that's exactly what Heretics have been able to do through Oscar. But he doesn't have the kit. It's Skeptic who has it. So he's got to then get off of that hold, that flank watch of Gunnar. Gunnar down below on the Solus, and this is where it can be the most impactful on this operator. But they lose Diffuser, so hot and cold over towards front desk. Now the lone figure towards the side.
They don't know where to plant.
Big killed though. 3 seconds. Nitrocell thrown, and it has connected onto Grubby. And then a pistol shot from hot and cold. Well, they didn't know where to plant because they couldn't plant. Hot and cold. The ever defender on the site that stops them in their tracks.
That's a really great connection. Gunner and Hot and Cold connecting so nicely in their respective roles. Gunner with a great lurk below, and then he stays below, doesn't panic, doesn't feel the need to run up main. If he had have done that immediately, he would have been caught. So really good read. Then denies the first planned attempt. Heretics go into backup mode and try and find an alternate position to get that diffuser on the ground. And who's waiting to greet them? Hot and Cold, one of the best anchors in the game.
I don't like the fact that two players make it through. Well, it looks like we're having some issues here at the conclusion of the second round. M80 have dropped out of the server. Staff, an open area, I'm pretty sure is going to be the next site choice. A nice 3K though for Hot and Cold. Very strong round from M80, but what I will add to that is the fact that Heretics still had the opportunity to win that round. It was close, despite the fact that they lost the Capital to begin with in the round. Not ideal for the attacking team. The fact that they were able to actually still make something of that round, and 2 rounds played so far, and you can tell like there's not a big imbalance between these two teams to begin with.
Yeah, early doors.
Early doors?
Early days. Not entirely sure what the nature of this technical pause is/was. It seems like all 5 are back inside of the server, so we should be able to resume in a moment's time. And the timer is now officially ticking down. Staff and open locked in here for M80. Final round of this first rotation.
Sometimes we're going to get entry depths, it's okay, but when we need to reset, come up with a plan, okay guys? There I felt, after Harvey died, we were struggling to come up with a plan, okay? Let's keep the ideas flowing. Let's keep the ideas flowing.
Let's keep the ideas flowing. I mean, I like that. Heretics know full well that this is a very winnable map and valuable experience for them going into playoffs against a high-quality opponent. There's always the added benefit here for Heretics as well, knowing full well their fate is secured. They're into playoffs. Where they will sit is undetermined, and of course a match like this will help determine that. But it relieves that innate pressure when you have teams towards the back end of group stage that are fighting for survival, whether that be to get out of group safely, maybe even avoid 4th place because you don't want to start lower bracket, etc. I think Heretics are in a really good position playing. If this were day 1, it would be very different coming into this game. Hot and Cold on the Thorn.
Do we have a win rate check on Thorn this event so far?
Well, we do. Whether or not I can find it
in a reasonable amount of time.
A reasonable amount of time is probably unlikely, but we definitely have it. I mean, it's not even just a win rate check. It's also is the pick rate starting to actually rise. So it's now up to 12.4%. Interesting, of the operators around that 12.4% pick rate, it is really high. It's 56% win rate. Yeah, we're talking top 10% of ops. So Thorn is having an impact.
Target acquired.
Jackal is number 1 right now because of the 1 round, 1.
Nerf him again.
1 win.
Ooh.
Early contact. Gunner gets it rid of Upor, who was outside stock looking for a lurk entry. Skeptic goes down as well on the ace. This is good aggression from M80. Well, Heretics were the ones that wanted to get the ideas flowing, but it's M80 that get on the front foot. They get aggressive on defense. They do not allow Heretics to set up and play the way that they want. It's a really solid way to play Bank, especially on staff open area. Aggression, denial of entry positions, and denying map control. M80 have done this really well here in the 3rd round.
Yeah, they find that blind spot over towards top square, exploit it really nicely, and so now we transition into the phase of the round where it's lurk, 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 and Heretics will try to pluck this defense apart by finding quote-unquote free kills where possible. They have a couple of drones up. They'll utilize them currently, try to facilitate these lurks. Oscar as well with 1 in pocket. He'll get that out. So they should be able to garner some good information for this push, but into this trap util lineup, it's going to be a challenge. And of course, 2 players down. No diffuser either. It's starting to look pretty grim.
Well, it's certainly it's grim for Heretics, yeah, and it's the reason why they're playing the way they are right now is essentially saying we need M80 to make a mistake. We need someone running around. We get a free pick.
They're playing for the throw-win condition.
Pretty much. And the problem is with staff and open area, well, there's so much space now for the multitude of defenders that outnumber the attackers that it's pretty difficult to clear all of these. Razor Bloom Shell, a nuisance for Grubby. Forced to run forward into an open sight line. Oscar's going to then push and play in behind. He knows that admin is a death trap, but yet has to make his way in here. They lose Flexi. It's flawless for M80. Clinical round of staff and open area. 2 rounds straight. They found the opening kills, but more importantly, they're converting them. M80 so far at Six Invitational have been actually one of the worst teams at opening kill conversions, a 65% rate. But they're actually the 4th best team when it comes to getting opening kills. So naturally, they get a lot of opening kills, but it doesn't always translate into round wins. On the flip side, though, for Heretics, slightly lower on opening kills, but also better at converting at 70%.
And so as we prepare for round number 4, we get an additional ban per side. Azami and Ying, both staples here on Bank. We saw the Azami especially utilized heavily on this basement site hold just to open up a couple more playable areas for defense. Not that it essentially had massive impact given the nature and how in which that round did conclude. However, important to note here on the reattempt for M80. Kaid, of course, available and to be utilized in this round. Hatches ever so critical on Bank, and so gunning with the utility to deny a couple of them.
Interestingly enough, actually, M80 ban away the Ying, which has not been used so far by Team Heretics.
Heretics' roam game on Bank can be really, really strong, and I think M80 have made a very conscious effort into preventing that from being as impactful as we've seen it in this tournament so far.
And the other thing as well to note here, by the way, if Heretics get 2 attacking rounds, that's for the whole half. It sets them up nicely. They're a very strong defensive team. It's the best version of this roster. They're 4th at SI so far with a 72% defensive win rate. In contrast, M80's is only 51%.
So the quality of opponent asterisk.
Well, I mean, there's always the quality. I'm just going off the stats that are available in terms of what teams have played what teams. I can't change anything about it, but clearly their defense has been very, very strong. You would imagine coming into this round, though, they'll be more wary with their entry positions and making sure they don't lose early players. It's 2 rounds straight that M80 have been able to find early kills. And this is pretty much a bunker-looking setup. I mean, you had Diffuser open. He drops early. 5 now basement already. Pre-2 minutes. It's a very early drop, even for Locker CCTV.
Yeah, I mean, it's Kino Blue. That's about it. I'm actually quite intrigued to see how proficient this Thorn can be solo blue stairs. If you can stack that utility correctly, shotgun as well in hand, barbed wire. Kino's having a cheeky laugh. This could be quite a challenging little obstacle.
Is this the first time we've seen Thorn playing the blue stairs? Because usually it's either Warden or Smoke.
Yeah, first I've seen.
Of course, the Smoke has been banned out by Heretics, and it's a very strong operator on Bank, especially for this site.
Of course, frag grenades available here for Heretics, so if they identify that the traps are in this position, it's a pretty straightforward clear.
There's no one really helping out Kino here, by the way. He is on an island. There's no server room hold, no pressure. Hatch has now been opened up. He's going to play for life. This can be a decently easy clear for Heretics because of the fact he's by himself. They've got the frag grenades, like you mentioned. Sits bottom. And he can do this because of the Razor Bloom shells.
He's absorbed so much time.
Oh, he's absorbed an immense amount of time. And now he's going to push up. He's going to push straight forward. He's got a shotgun, but headshot from Upor. Oh, the Razor Bloom shells.
It's always so scary.
With the barbed wire combo, almost working for Kino. 40 seconds remaining. Yes, Heretics do get the early pick, but Hot and Cold now will start to activate that Shamika launcher and deny plant position. Same with Diffuser as well. Zoto canisters and Nitro cells are ready to go.
They'll be forced into the drop here. They have the ROUs available from Oscar. Or do they pivot for default? That's a risky call. Wall's still not open.
And Grubby, by the way, making his way down main stairs. So Heretics have got an extra point of advantage because they've got the player advantage. dash on through the flames from Oscar onto the desk with the shield screen up. Spotted the tuber out of Diffuser. Now he still is alive. Shut down by Upor, third in the round. Down to just Gavin in open area. Can he deny from above? Gavin! Oh, Gavin's done it! At the death with little to no time remaining. Clutches it for M80.
Goodness gracious me. What a round. Upor was getting damage done in the site. A quad kill in the end. Ultimately, all for nothing. Great flank from Gav. Denies the plant. And steals the round from Heretics.
I mean, those are the demoralizing rounds, aren't they? Because you've done so much right. You get towards a winning position.
You've already won the round, right?
And you walk away with nothing. It could have been a 2-2 scoreline for Heretics. It would have been a great start here on Bank. And ultimately, that clutch from Gavin has now put M80 3-1 up. That is a huge play. And you know, if you're Upor as well, you just got a quad. You just killed 4 players. You just had an immense round. You get nothing for it. You walk away with an L. It was 4 players up.
10 seconds to insertion.
Well, we look back at the highlights. It started off fine. They were able to deal with Kino towards blue. Gunnar, who was playing the close position, and yeah, Gavin from the hatch. I mean, how do you bounce back from that if you're Heretics now for the remainder of this half? You really got to lock in and reset the mental immediately. Focus here on this 5th round. We go back to the top floor, where last time out it was well, not flawless, but it was dominant.
Close. So the Capital in play again for Heretics here on the re-attempt. Unfortunately, last time out, they lost that key operator early on in the round. And by doing so, it freed up less of the attack. The likes of Jan was reinforced and bolstered for the defense. And so they'll be looking to exercise that utility a little bit more efficiently this round. Now, this is a cool lineup from Oscar.
Trying to get Kanto opened up here, and Skeptic is now in a good position with the X-Kairos. I feel like, actually, as of late, Kanto hasn't really been a big focus in the meta. There are ways to, you know, ban the Ace and the Habana.
Even when we've seen the ranged hard breach, teams are pretty comfortable to play lobby repel. It is more limited, but good players on that repel position can still do quite a bit of damage.
One Hive launcher, B's sent in by Flexi to get some information.
Kino is currently calling top square clear. That's good info for this defense.
Kino's playing the drone game here perfectly, utilizing that extra yokai. And look at this. Akino is shouting here. He actually gets the burst because he's saying he's got the yellow ping, he's got the burst. Should get the kill on that, and does. Upor goes down. Hot and Cold has pushed up as well to help out. Grubby and Oscar get one back apiece. Hot and Cold coming up back through Spiral. Gets one. Kino with the shotgun. M80 having all of the information in this round. Have made quick work of Heretics on their push towards the top floor. And poor old Flexi now by himself in the 1v3. And really, that was a great round to showcase the power of Echo with the extra yokai drone. So much information gathered for the defense by Kino.
Yeah, absolutely. Bank is a massive map, but the Echo buff really aiding on garnering that information. Really good comms from Kino initially to call top square clear. Then the follow-up lobby that they're going deep. Remarkably, Oscar still found the kill as he charged through Banana, but the rest of the response was great. Amazing flank from Hot and Cold. The flank game and the lurk game, the counterplay from M80 in several of these rounds has been really, really good. And I think exploiting some of the weaknesses from Heretics, probably stemming from a lack of experience at this level.
4-1 lead, you can't really argue too much with it. In fairness, maybe a second round for Heretics should have been there, but no credit to Gavin for stealing that. 8 kills, by the way, for Hot and Cold, which is needed for him because I was looking at the stats pre-match. It was him and Kino that were the lowest rated players for M80 through their 2 matches. 90 EPS for both of them. And living up to his name, he's gone from Cold now to Hot. He's 8-2.
5 seconds left.
On the flip side, though, for Heretics, you know, you're getting the same kind of performances out of Flexi and Grubby, Upor as well. Those three are still performing very well for Heretics.
Oscar's the one that's, I think, suffered the most playing against a team of M80's caliber. He hasn't been afforded the license to lurk into the map and have impact like we've seen in a couple of their other bank performances. M80 are just too good to kind of allow that to happen at a high level of frequency. And so he's now trying to find alternate ways to have impact in this match. Of course, the funny thing is, and you alluded to it several rounds ago, Heretics can still have what is considered a rather decent half here, but it's all hedged here on the final of the half.
Yeah, a second attacking round would put them in a very solid position going into their defense. 5-1 lead, though, for M80. Strong defense or not will be difficult to overcome for Heretics. So Staff and open area, final round of the half. Skeptic straight on through on the blitz. And contested though by Gavin, who will make his way back towards main stairs. Kino has remained inside a long desk though. Pops a Vulcan canister to deny entry towards airlock. Pushing back towards Janitor though is Upor.
That timing was close. Kino able to escape though.
Does mean they've given up top floor really early into the round. So you think about Flexi on that ramp. 3 Boogie Auto breaches available. Running towards stock is going to do a world of good for them later in the round. They've got full control, but you can see that they're still not quite entirely sure as to if M80 are actually contesting up above or not.
Certainly is clear, and they have the gridlock this time around to maybe deter flank play from M80, which we've seen on several occasions.
No. Okay, now you don't have one for stock.
Oh, opportunity goes begging, but Upor does collect.
1-for-1 trade. Kino is able to get one back onto Grubby, and again with that Boogie Auto Breacher being thrown out towards long desk. Stock now in terms of the floorboards is going to stay, well, rather intact, which does help out the site later in the round. But
I was going to say,
Hot and Cold.
Yeah, helps out Hot and Cold, who was under that potential vert, but he's now down. That's also a Nitro Cell on the floor, but does get revived, so back in play.
Turning their attention towards opening up quad wall as well as the Selmas are thrown out. Skeptic on the blitz will go down. Up close in towards Admin. Oscar trying to find something. Flexi though. Drop down. Double kill. Still alive. Oscar helps out. Get through to Hot and Cold. And this second attacking round looking very likely for Heretics. Down to Diffuser. Look at the health though of Oscar and Flexi. Does not matter. Upor's got the angle from Archives to stop the push coming out of bot square. And that second attacking round is acquired for Heretics.
2-4. Not the worst of positions. They've been able to clamber both the first and final attempts on their attacking half and giving themselves now a cushion to play off. Heretics has mentioned as well, they have been very strong defensively in the 2 matches they've played thus far here in Paris. The ban phase to play outranged hard breach, the first to go, and the anticipation will be that Hibana will follow. Defensively, it's Azami taken out. Typically, that will be combined with Mirror, but of course, there are several on-meta options at the moment for M80 to target. We do see the Mirror. In fact, the Hibana survives. Glaz actually the one to be taken down. Glaz had, if I had to purely guess, a decently high ban rate at this particular event. Some of the execute patterns here on Bank does see Glaz be very, very powerful, so not too surprising.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, not a high selection of Glaz for the players of M80. Certainly not one of their more played operators, but can be incredibly useful, especially top floor, even also staff open. And there are strategies too for basement that actually utilize the Glaz too. So
yeah, exactly.
It's a very versatile operator when it comes to Bank. Yeah, Zami, Mirror, Ace are pretty standard bans on this map.
10 seconds
We see the Thorn being used again here. Oscar's going to take the turn and maybe take inspiration from Kino. I like Flexi here on the Clash. Funnily enough, yeah, when you think about lockers and CCTV, you think Clash would be a very solid operator on this. I feel like we don't see it all that often. But some of the best Clash plays I've seen have typically been around blocking server as much as possible, denying main stairs positions. It's very, very flexible.
I see what you did there.
Flexi's playing Clash, flexible. That's maybe the one concern, though, is Flexi has been such a strong fragger for Heretics. Now, of course, the Clash can put the shield down, and we've seen a lot of Clash players frag out. Gunner spots some footsies, and a little lob tap to Upor, and a couple do land to find the kill. Upor not aware of the fact that Gunner was already in a solid position towards Garage, opening pick for M80, and it's so instrumental for a site like Lockers and CCTV. That defense now heavily weakened.
Yeah, it leaves such a big hole in the defense. They'll be constantly concerned now about that perceived pressure from Garage, a player likely now needing to commit to ensure that Gunner or any other attacker doesn't lurk up. That's why we do see Flexi respond and go over to Bank Garage. But M80 have essentially forfeited that position. And
you don't even have to go blue stairs at this point. If Oscar's playing blue stairs, there's 3 on site. Then you can have the 5v3. And you know for a while where he's then going to come back in from through server. Good drone, gets shot out. Oscar does still have a Razor Bloom shell in pocket. And
Diffuser's ready to catch him.
He's very much wanting to get back to site.
Oh, if he runs past here, he's dead.
Giving up on the more stock standard blue stairs hold, sensing that M80 want to go direct, and they look like they do. There's no one square. They haven't opened the hatch. They're not going blue stairs. This is going to be dropped through hatches, down main stairs. Gunner finds the pick onto Grubby. Here comes Hot and Cold straight on through. He's got the kid in hand. Kino will sit at the hatch, throw the candelas. He's just sitting open area and providing really solid support for the team to push in. Gavin finds the pick. Oscar does get one, needs a couple more here. Flexi on the Clash has not been able to get too involved until just then with the SMG. Doing an okay job here of actually denying the full execute. Oscar again with the pistol. Good headshot onto Hot and Cold. Diffuser takes some damage from the flames of the Vulcan canister, and it's a little reset here for M80.
25 on the board. M80 making some key errors in the latter portion of this round.
Diffuser is now split from Gunner, but he's getting a really solid flank. Deployable shield, though, offers cover. So desperately needed from Flexi. Can pop up. Flexi, what a shot! The SMG from behind the deployable shield. Gunner, you got 7 seconds to find these 2 kills and shields to deal with. Oscar sitting inside a red. Flexi doesn't need him. Heretics hold on. Oh, we got a game on our hands here on Bank, that's for sure. 3-4 scoreline. 2 rounds straight now for Team Heretics.
Yeah, rough round there for M80. Perfect start. Had, again, that perceived pressure from Garage, but then unable to convert. I think the candelas started to disrupt the push. The timing and the tempo started to get a little bit off. They started tripping over one another in that final portion. Here's a replay back, opening kill, great. And then Hot and Cold got stalled out, isolated. That shield inside of security offered so much protection, not just in this highlight reel at the very end, but again, installing out Hot and Cold, and it compounded some of the stall out there that M80 suffered.
We got an unfortunate fact of the day.
Uh-oh.
Uport has been every single opening death for Heretics.
Really?
4 opening deaths for Uport.
5 seconds left before insertion.
But
he's still out fragging.
To save FAZE, he's got 2 of the 3 opening kills.
And he's out fragging everybody except for Hot and Cold on M80.
So he's having a strange old match. And he is positive EPS-wise. He's very involved this game. He pulls in everything. Deaths, opening kills, frags. He even had a 4K back in round 4.
Which they actually lost.
They did.
Which is the ironic part.
Imagine if they had they'd be 4-3 up right now.
And they, well, obviously should have won that round. It was Gab with another hero clutch, one of a few that he's now been able to accumulate at this event.
So we go top floor, CEO executive. Thorn picked once again here by Oscar. He had a very solid round himself to help clutch up Lockers and CCTV. Flexi up to double-digit kills as well. Continuing to have a standout event here at Six Invitational. double shield set up for M80, the Blackbeard and the Monty combination. So clearly not a completely heavy emphasis on the rappel as their main method of attack. Gunner's actually lurked up blue stairs and is into square now. Hot and cold trying to come up banana. Gavin actually over towards ATMs then will provide some kind of support behind him. So M80 again not really playing that more standardized rappel game. And it's Grubby though that finds the Blackbeard. That's a crucial opening kill for Heretics. A double down, Flexi gets rid of Diffuser, and suddenly the attack for M80 is looking limp. They've got 2 of their 3 players pushing up banana.
Minute to go, and into the meat grinder for M80. Gunner with pinch pressure on the opposing side, top square. This will take something pretty special.
And Skeptic, if he wants, could rush out lobby and then try and push him behind them. 50 seconds. And that's exactly what Skeptic is doing. Skeptic, Skeptic, Skeptic. Although, Gavin was paying attention. He was aware.
Ooh.
And then hits the shot onto Grubby as well. 2v2, just like
Yellow
that.
ping.
And the yellow ping intel, the easy swing for Gavin. He's already clutched up once before for M80 in this match and has been able to do so again here. Down to Oscar on the Thorn. But with the Monty in play, it will be very difficult in the 1v2. And Hot and Cold now postures towards CEO and can go for a plant. Gavin still over towards front desk. Oscar's on the move. Long angle for Gavin. Watching from front desk through long. As Oscar starts to make his move, he's not entirely sure of the location of Gavin. Hot and Cold will have to get back on this plant. That will mean shield will not be in play. Gavin in a 1v1 temporarily. Oscar's got to make his move, but he doesn't. Sits a little bit too long. There's the peek from Gavin. Gets taken low. Suddenly a little bit more winnable now for Oscar. He needs to deal with Gavin though, and he cannot. He goes sprinting into the bullets of Gavin. M80 steal the 8th round.
Ooh. A stressful round for M80.
Yeah, you can tell Heretics just...
Very frustrating one for Heretics. This should be 4-4.
Main thing I want to say here, right, is emphasize the double up, get a fucking critical position. Communicate. Fucking communicate. How do you fucking play a double up, right? Talk about 80-20 show. Okay, they're pushing up spiral. How do you play against that? What do you try to do, right? Be the rest of the time, Adam. I mean, to be honest, I just want to say that when I'm talking, we're responding. But then when you use it feels like you think about... No, we're not. We're not talking. We're in the 5v2. We're not talking. I know, but buddy, I said 4 million times I'm going to thank God for I'm going to play. I did. I said it. Let's stay together. Come on, let's stay.
Well, I mean, fortunate to be able to at least kind of like boost the game there and get some information, but communication clearly the issue for Team Heretics in that round, and maybe even in
it sounds like trouble. Game. It sounds like a bit of trouble in paradise as well. Obviously, you want to resolve issues during a match, but it sounds like tensions are starting to rise a little bit in the Heretics camp. And that can naturally happen when rounds like this go astray.
I think you've got to also take into account Gavin's 3 kills there. It just changed the complexion of the round. Yeah, great read on Skeptic. I imagine there was a lobby drone in play, so that's getting called out. Gavin turns around, gets the free kill. I don't think Skeptic did a whole lot wrong there, pushing up Spiral. I mean, they know 2 players have pushed up there. He's the one coming in from behind, but the problem is he had no one then pushing back the other way to create that pinch effect. So Gavin then gets the free look around kill. He then gets a really nice shot towards top main, and from there it starts to snowball, right? And Gavin kind of did what he did, but yeah, it's the kind of round that Heretics did a lot right. M80 just did a bit more right.
They've got Gavin.
They've got Gavin.
Gav jumps onto Deimos for the follow-up round, round number 9. Final before our additional bans are introduced. He has 3 death marks available in the early portion of this round, so reflective of some decent drone work.
I want to see Flexi try and get more involved in the early rounds. He's 0-0 entry, so he's not taking the risk of being the opening death, but he's a +4 opening kill so far. He's actually #1 when it comes to Heretics. So he needs to get involved. Well, so he's 0-0. I'm saying +4 coming into today. So like he's good at opening battles. He just hasn't been doing it so far in this match. But obviously it's 12-4, so I can't really be too critical. I'm not being critical, but I just think it's more of a strength than for Heretics. Kino on the blitz, straight into stock. Staff an open area, the side choice here in the 9th round.
This is very
straight
direct.
on through, yeah, and they've got rid of Oscar immediately. The Thorn, no effect. Kino already in open. Hot and Cold, though, who had the diffuser, he goes down. So, and then there goes the blitz. Good response from Grubby. 2 very quick, surefire kills. Again, puts a twist in the round. And that's also, again, Kit that's been left behind. Diffuser gets rid of Upor. Grubby taking unintentional damage. Diffuser and Gavin, though, both combined. 2 apiece. 4 quick kills. Round done. 3 map points for M80.
Bro, I literally thought I killed that guy. I saw the kill feed come up as well.
That was a very quick round.
Direct through stock. And it pays dividends for M80. 3 opportunities to close out Bank, Jake.
That's just a gap in the defense, though, in terms of what your setup is. On staff and open, and the fact that you've just allowed stock to be taken like that freely is just ridiculous.
And they had the shield in play. It just wasn't being played off. Again, as well, in the context of this particular best of 3, it's Consulate up next. Oh, I don't really foresee M80 losing Consulate. So
no.
For Heretics, this feels like a do-or-die moment in this particular series. Cafe is a narrow opportunity for them to find a win condition in this series, but they're so far away from that now.
We watch this one back, and again, just the ability to get stock, drop, find picks, open up the site. Some really, really good shooting as well.
I wish I could shoot like that. But that's why I'm sitting here and not there.
This is one of those matches, though, where you look at the scoreboard, 6-3. If you just tuned in, you're thinking, all right, M80's getting the job done. It's just business as usual. But there have been a lot of winnable rounds for Heretics. But they've just not had the experience to close out against the top-level team, and that's cost them.
Would it be fair to say there's been, if we're being generous, 3 rounds? At least 2.
At least 2. I think at least 2. And that already is quite telling, because then if you were to flip 2 rounds around, then it's a 5-4 scoreline in favor of Heretics. Now, I'm not saying it should be, because it's not, because they didn't. But you look at all of the numbers, both teams have had 3 multi-kills each. Both teams have got the plant down 1 each. The opening kills are pretty much close to a 50% ratio. A lot of the actual stats are saying this game is 50-50. But the scoreboard says 6-3. When you look at Flexi's 12-5, Grubby's been performing, Upor's been performing. But where M80 have been better is in their strategy.
Yep.
And also in the clutch moments as well. Strategy and clutch. Good combination for M80 here on Bank so far. Lockers CCTV, 10th round. Hot and Cold will sit in server on the Monty.
Looking like a pretty concentrated attack here from M80, backing themselves in with these direct Route 1 style attacks, not wanting to overcomplicate and open up pockets of weakness that Heretics can exploit. That being said,
we'll see the Thatcher.
The Thatcher's in play. Server seems to now be rotated off. Hot and Cold's still lurking though with the diffuser, so I don't know if they've completely given up on this play.
Well, the Thatcher could be really good here. Nitrocell, you've also got the Yokai drones as well. 90 seconds remaining in the round. M80 have certainly taken their time to kind of just posture mainly towards a server side hit. Grubby will get rid of Kino. There goes the Thatcher.
Trade misses.
And the trade is missed. Gunner, though, to be fair, still in a good position and does catch him.
Nice. So it neutralizes. It's slightly net in favor of Heretics.
Yeah, it's a win for Heretics. You're getting the Thatcher off the board. Grubby's already placed his mute jammers. He finds the pick. To be fair, he did have a Nitro. He was the only one that had a Nitro. But 2 gas waves for Oscar. You've got the Yokaites as well for Skeptic. So there is still denial for Heretics defensively.
I guess the Thatcher would have been useful, especially against the Yokais, but with a lack of Nitros up, it's not really the end of the world for him.
Well, there is, by the way, a Yokai in server, and Skeptic's watching it right now. Gavin with the frag grenade onto Flexi, gets rid of the Oryx, and advantage for M80. Again, there is a Yokai in CCTV now as well. I imagine the one in server got shot out or dealt with. But he had one there too. Plant going down. Is this spotted by Scout? He gets shot out A pretty common position, but the gas babe lands from Oscar. 20 seconds remaining. Gavin down to half health, so is Hot and Cold, and there's still one gas babe left with 15 seconds. So the time is going to be very low for M80.
Gunner looking to poise for the drop. 10 seconds.
Gonna go for the drop now. Gunner will play front contact immediately on the drop though. Shut down Skeptic with the double. Diffuser finds 2 kills. Gonna get the plant down with Hot and Cold though. From admin into CCTV. Upor being just gate kept over towards loading docks up close. Shotgun Diffuser. Which way? Left way. It's the doorway. It's M80 that take the opening map of this series. In the end, pretty comfortably 7-3 on the scoreboard. They had to work for it, but a decent result nevertheless against Team Heretics.
Yeah, perfect start to the series. Heretics made it work for them, particularly early on, and some pretty large clutch moments from M80 across this opening map. But they set themselves up so nicely to close this one out in a 2-0.
Yeah, funny old kind of match, as I was kind of pointing out before that final round. A lot of the numbers, a lot of the stats say it was a lot closer than the scoreboard in the end highlighted. But even again, you look at that round, the last round, clutch, strategy, all going the way of M80. That was the main difference point in this series or in this map of Bank. And as we know, going into Consulate, second preference map for M80, very, very strong map. It's going to be very difficult to imagine Team Heretics, if they can't beat them on Bank, a map that M80 don't necessarily like all that much. I don't know how they're going to get it done on Consulate.
Yeah, seeing that path forward for Heretics is very, very rough. I think as well, the strategic depth is far better for M80, but also the mental game. I think we started to see Heretics break apart a little bit, the tack timeout. We've got that insight, and so they'll need to try and rebound mentally for map number 2.
Yeah, in terms of the statistics from this game, Flexi was great. Grubby also, again, held his own. Upor had a 4K. He had some good performances. So a lot of the numbers that we were talking about pre-match for Heretics did kind of come to fruition. But ultimately, we saw improved performances for M80. Likes of Hot and Cold, for example, right? He was only a 90 EPS coming into today, and he was a clear standout. He had so many big moments. You think about the clutch as well from Gavin. He had some big moments. So coming into today for M80, the star was Gunner. But he only went 6-6. So they got more out of Gavin. They got more out of Hot and Cold. They had really good set plays, good strategy. They won big clutch moments. You think about a 1v4 plant denial from Gavin, that's just stealing around, like especially in a game that was looking to be quite close for a large majority of it, where at one point it was a 3-4 scoreline in favor of M80, and then bang, 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 game's done, 7-3.
Yeah, I think one of the telling factors for a team, especially throughout the group stage of an international event that has the potential to go really far, and M80, of course, have, the potential to go very far at this event.
Well, yeah, they could win the whole thing.
It's very rare where we find ourselves in a position during a round where we count them out. I mean, how many 3v5s, for instance, over the course of Bank, where we were kind of like, oh, it doesn't look amazing, but they have the pieces that they can align to find win conditions, and we did see that on several occasions.
It's what makes this team so strong. The strategy from, having a world-class coach in Fabian, clutch factor, star power. There's a reason why they won the Munich Major. We go to a short break. On the other side, we go to Consulate.
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you? How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent.
Towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Run into the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. After skies, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. When I'm human just like you, I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially
Well, M80 flexed their muscles towards the end of Bank. In the end, a 7-3 victory on the scoreboard. Looks comfortable. They did have to work for it. They were tested by Team Heretics, who now head over to Consulate to see if they can take on the Munich major champions on one of their now stronger maps. Like, this is the problem. You had to get the job done on Bank. You couldn't. Now M80 in the hot seat here. And with that, if they win, they'll get the full 4 points, and they'll book their place into an upper bracket position.
Which is where you want to be if you want to make a run towards that hammer. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to foresee a team do it from the lower bracket. So critical for M80, and they'll be looking to get this one done cleanly.
All right, let's head into Consulate. It is the second map of this series. M80 looking for the clean 2-0. All right, well, this game's taking a little longer to start. Oh, we have some fun.
3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, well, that worked.
I didn't know you charged by the minute.
I didn't realize.
Not by the minute, by the word. I didn't know you charged by the word.
You've got to be conservative. I mean, you could have just said 3, 2, 1, go from the beginning. All right, well, a tough ask now for Heretics. That's going to be the storyline for this particular map. Curious to see how they go on Consulate. They begin on defense, probably the right position where you want to be against M80. And again, for M80, they would go to 8 points. They'd skyrocket up into second. They play again tomorrow, Guz, so they have the opportunity to go above Weibo, but Weibo also play Team Heretics tomorrow. They control their own fate for the #1 spot, so there's actually nothing that M80 can do themselves other than do what they can do. It's Weibo that will decide the #1 or #2 spot tomorrow. The interesting thing for me, though, is M80, of course, play FEARX tomorrow. FEARX will need a 2-0 if they are to get out of groups safely. It seems unlikely, you would think, against M80. But if you wanted to add the caveat, they actually play that game after the Weibo game. So if Weibo beat Team Heretics tomorrow, M80 know full well then they can't get the top spot. Why don't they just ease off the gas a little bit?
The old sandbag.
The old sandbag. Save strats. No, probably not.
Saving strats in
I think
2026.
I think a 50% M80 will still be 100% FEARX.
As much as it pains to say, probably. The bans for this first half, however, Ying, Glaz, Azami, and Fenrir. Heretics to start out on defense. That's the comfortable side to be on for Consulate, but it's not going to be comfortable playing against M80 when you're 0-1 down in the series, and this is one of their better maps. It's going to be rough, and I think we did see cracks start to form in the communications from Heretics. That's not an assumption. We quite literally heard it through the tack time out.
They're loving their Thorn usage.
They have been loving their Thorn usage, and it's been somewhat impactful. But I don't think their entire success on this map is going to hinge on just the one particular operator.
No, absolutely not. But I do like Thorn here on Consulate. A lot of entry positions and, you know, being able to push attackers from being able to get a quick, comfortable entry to maybe then having to push forward because of the Razor Bloom shell.
Is it safe to say that the old CEO jump in, jump out strat now may be a little dead? Because you can just...
You just stack it with Razor.
Plus Tachanka plus smoke. You need a 5-minute round.
You can't even... And so where it used to be kind of successful was, remember, you'd jump in, you'd bait. Well, I mean, Gunner's just going straight into
he goes in anyway.
He's not even baiting. He's just like, hello, I'm going straight through. Double kill for Gunner. Well, I'll tell you what. Forget about it being dead. Gunner's like, yeah, we're just going to send it straight through. He's just sitting in CO, and now we can go for the plant.
A great plant position. The cross covered. Minute 40. Plenty of time for a reattempt if required, but I doubt that will be the case.
There's no one close, and at that point, the Tachanka's useless because he's got one job. That's to deny the actual vault in. And Gunner just timed it perfectly. I mean, that is a beautiful round from M80. I'm just mesmerized.
No hesitation is the best way to describe it.
And kind of what I was going to touch on was you see a lot of players, sometimes they'll go for the vault in and straight back out. That's usually for things like nitro cells, trap utility, etc. But what Gunner did was he waited for the Shamika launcher flames to get to the end point of its cycle. He jumps in only a small, very, very minuscule amount of damage, and then he pushes through when Heretics are probably then thinking it's safe, it's flamed out, we don't have to watch it, it's got trap utility, etc. And he just pushes through, helps get one kill, gets his own kill on the second, and the round is pretty much over at that point.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Oh, here is a look back at that
Bang,
play.
bang, and that's it. Because at that point, those two being dead, the only thing left is you've got the Tachanka, who's a room over, but he's, again, his role isn't really to then push back into the room.
Yep.
Really solid round from M80.
Yeah, very clean opening. And a tempo setter for this half. The expectation will be that that kind of pressure is going to be relentless over the course of these first 6 rounds. It's basement for the follow-up here from Heretics.
That's what makes a really, really good team in Siege, by the way. When you've got amazing strategies and the coach is able to help implement a lot of those, but also the team, and then you couple that with technically good players. That's how you win hammers. That's how you win majors.
Yeah.
If you've got only one element of that, so you've got technically good players, but maybe you don't have the strategy to back it up, which I'd say that's probably like an APAC is a good example.
Well, I would add a third element, and that's confidence.
Yeah.
If you don't have the confidence to execute on those plays, then it could be the best strat in the world. It's not going to have a high success rate.
We head to basement for the second round. As this series has gone on longer and longer, M80 just look better and better. And you can almost maybe say that a little bit for the tournament as a whole. They did lose yesterday to Weibo, but that was a close competitive game. Weibo clearly looking like a very solid team. So Kino straight entry through lobby, coupled with the logic bomb by diffuser. We got ping information, forcing back these defenders, taking good map space. Ooh. A little nuisance from the yokai of Skeptic. And Gavin finds the opening kill onto Upor, who's had a rough go of things when it comes to those opening deaths, as we saw back on Bank. That'll be his first one here on Consulate. Deals with a lesion, so who's got generative utility with the goo mines. And the shock drone of Gunner getting to work as well towards the site. Great start to the second round for M80. Free mirror window. Another logic bomb. And right now, I would hate to be in the shoes of Heretics because they're feeling the heat. Here comes Kino.
Nitro!
Ooh, Nitro avoided. Gavin then gets the headshot onto Grubby. And this round's now also looking null and void. Freebie. There's just nothing you can do, Heretics. M80 are all over the bomb site. Oscar coming in too late. Got one and then done. 2-0 start for M80.
Look at how calm we are in comparison. Really good.
I agree, Fabian. Really good. Really, really good.
We didn't where they're going in from. We're saying, oh, they're pushing you from here. You need to read what they're doing. They open what, they draw what. We're not saying this to you guys. That's the most important part. No, but I said I'm not making it, to not let them roll over on the move floor. That's what I'm saying I'm playing.
More of the same community issues, isn't it?
Yep.
Well, I think also, to be fair, for Heretics, they're not being given a lot of room and a lot of time. M80 are just so quick with the way that they're attacking in these rounds. Look at that, minute 50, they're already taking good map control. And this is basement, minute 20 on the clock, and they're already in cafeteria.
I mean, there's so many different elements to these attacks that are being well synchronized that being able to communicate all of it is nearly impossible. Some of it does just take innate synergy and being able to communicate the key parts of the attack. And as they are discussing and we overheard it, it's not really been the case so far.
5 seconds to go.
Well, if Bank was a little bit more back and forth and the scoreboard maybe not quite as reflective, this so far has been dominant from M80. Begin on Consulate. These two attacking rounds have not been close. So we head to Piano and Exposition for the third round, the third attempt for Heretics to try and get on the board. Again, they bring the Thorn. They didn't in the previous round. In fact, they also bring the Allah again.
The drone is ready to go.
Now the Thorn certainly can slow down quick attacks with the Griswold Mines and the Razor Blooms. That might end up being a slower paced round here by M80 as they bring the Montang for the first time in place of the Blitz.
Logic Bomb regen for Gunner will be a useful tool on the map cleared to be top down here from the attack. Shield extended from Hot and Cold. He's entered over towards admin. They'll then look to connect with this exterior breach from Gunner.
Yeah, a little live drone there for Hot and Cold. So he splits off, goes the other way, getting good information. So they're getting double the information instead of following the drone because you're playing that Monty.
Dead.
And straight into meeting. Gunner's just walked straight through. Off the back of the logic bomb, I imagine. Just doesn't hear anyone super close by. Walks through, then gets the information. Easy kill onto Grubby. Yeah, this is very, very strong right now from M80. Impact from Oscar to try and annoy the Monty. Good shot onto Gavin. A nuisance again, but Oscar then just outnumbered. Hot and Cold, good pistol shot. Skeptic by himself. One to the close right. Now he knows he's there. And 3-0 territory. Logic bomb again giving away his position. Fuser does go for the kill. Loses his life as Hot and Cold will get the plant down inside of Piano. Now M80 can set up for the 3v1 post plant. Skeptic just looks the face of like, there's not much I can do.
The face of defeat. At least get 1 or 2 for the stats.
Nah, good spot for Gunner towards top yellow. It's 3-0 for M80, making very quick work of Heretics so far in Consulate.
Heretics to call a tactical timeout that will take place after this additional ban phase. The unfortunate reality is that 60 seconds is not long enough to discuss what's going wrong in this matchup. I think it's just about trying to salvage as much as possible.
You get rid of the blitz here, surely. Okay, you get rid
well,
of
the Dockerby was rather strong in the last round for the low.
The good as well, but now you've got the option to play blitz, Monty, depending on what you want. We get any information here out of this tactical timeout. Not really.
No. No. I'm trying to tune my ears.
A lot of long faces, though. I mean, I hear some swearing in the background.
I think I did hear somebody say
they don't
respect us, and that is a pretty good call.
That is actually a really solid call, and the realization of the way that M80 are playing right now is they don't respect us. It's almost like M80 are treating Heretics as if they're just like some low-level APAC team. We're just going to run in, we're going to flex our muscles, do what we want because there's nothing they can do to stop us. And even this push here by Gunner, that is super disrespectful. Gunner would very, very unlikely make that push if this were like main stage SI against FaZe Clan. Like, you just don't make that push.
Yeah. You'd have to have some serious confidence to pull off a play like that on main stage, that's for sure. Yeah, M80 look incredibly comfortable at the moment. This may be one of the few times they actually get to play this map here at SI.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, they did actually play Weibo against it yesterday as well, and they beat Weibo 7-4 is the only map that they did win in that series. So then they've been able to play it again today. So if you know, you kind of then, for future matches when teams play M80, say in the playoff bracket, they'll probably look to this and think, well, that's one map we kind of have to take away. But the strength of M80 is they've got a deep map pool.
Yeah, obviously.
Bank is their most banned map themselves. Borders the other one. And so they just pretty much beat Heretics on Bank anyway. So if the, let's say, second last preference map in Bank, you're still finding success, that's a deep map pool. And for what it's worth, it doesn't mean a whole lot, but you know, whenever we have new maps, M80 did not ban Fortress in this series. So if they're not running around banning Fortress as well, then it's an even more extensive map pool. Fourth round we go.
Taking the hostiles!
As we head back top floor, CO in meeting. Heretics will give it another go.
Heretics looking to try and meet them here on the map entry. A little more aggression from them on the side of defense. Not wanting to facilitate and allow that lurk in. And
another opening kill. That's 4 straight.
Well, despite that, Oscar does fall.
4 straight opening kills. Grubby probably now sensing that I've got to get on the front foot. I've got to be the one to try and maybe swing something, find a kill, get a kill back, rather than M80 surrounding us and pushing. It's going to be Upor that does that job. Gets rid of the line in Hot and Cold. Deathmark activated by Diffuser onto Uport's position. Has to now get out of break room.
Yeah, the work from the Deimos in this round has been really good from M80.
They lose Gunner though to Flexi. Finally, Heretics making a stand in one of these rounds. And with Diffuser low, Heretics in the most winnable position they've been in any of these Consulate rounds. Flash, full white Flexi, so push back down server stairs. No. Flexi will activate the glasses. Oh, but Uport from above, and he gets the double. 3 in the round for Uport. Well, he just was the opening death in the prior 2 rounds. Another struggle for him, but luckily then picks up 3 in this round, and Heretics are on the board. Finally, they get something to work here on Consulate.
Yeah, a little messy there from M80. Difficult to shake the feeling that that round probably doesn't change the narrative and the end result here on Consulate all too much, but it moves the needle a little bit back towards the direction of Heretics. Much better job in contesting map entry, right? They weren't allowing the likes of Gunner and Co to find boots on ground and then start manipulating the map and throwing that defensive structure off. They met fire with fire. They landed some nice shots. These guys are incredibly mechanically gifted. We have seen that at this event so far. There's a reason they've qualified in the first place, right?
Yeah.
So better display from them. Will that, stand the test of these next 2 rounds then?
Consulate so far at this event, though, is actually the 3rd most defender-sided map at the tournament. Although, it's the 2nd least played map. Only 1 play in front of Cafe, which is the least played map. And the most defender-sided.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So, it's still not looking good for Heretics.
Attackers are heading out.
Only 1 defensive round right now is not enough. This needs to get to 3-3 if they're going to have any chance against M80 on this map. And we now get to play Monty and Blitz because you didn't ban one of them and you took out the Dockerby. You get both now.
To be fair, trap heavy here from Heretics, so they have the tools to, on a surface level, counter these particular operators, but in practice, it can be overwhelming. Gunner, lurk mode activated once again. This time through yellow, and has 5 Deathmark targets available.
Well, that's a good start, though, from Flexi to find the opening kill. First time we see that from Heretics. Oscar to double down, gets rid of Gunner on that yellow stairs lurk. More aggression from Heretics here on a basement site where they're putting pressure on the first floor, denying entry positions, and they're also playing around the shields. They haven't really had contact with Kino and Hot and Cold, who have actually gone for a more direct basement hit through electrical. And so this push for M80 hasn't worked because Diffuser and Gunner, losing their lives early, try to be the more aggressors off-site, away from basement, get picked. It's not impossible for M80, but now when you're 3 versus 5 down and you've got double shield, the shields aren't as effective.
Yes.
So it's down to Gavin here to really play off both of them. This is like protect the president right now. Don't get me wrong, though. Kino, of course, on the blitz is still an option to get aggressive for M80. Oh, drop down hollow. Flexi from behind. There goes Gavin. Well, they couldn't quite protect the president. And it is now down to both of the shield boys in Hot and Cold and Kino. They did get the trade with the pistol from the Monty. And those pistols now are going to have to be more up than down.
Heretics just need to play compact. Play for the trade. 60 seconds. Don't let this opportunity slip.
Well, you know they're going to push. So you know they can push because they're shields. But you got to push them into crossfire angles where they have to, clear a left side and a right side, and they just simply won't be able to do both. Let them push towards you.
There we go.
There's the double push up, and Newport gets them both. Well played for Heretics. That's 2 straight. 1 more to go in the half. If they can get this to 3-3, they've been able to overcome a slow start here on Consulate.
They're running so many traps, bro. I actually kind of want to get off the shield.
Don't blame him.
Get off the shield.
They're running so many traps, I just want to get off the shields. And Kino's on the shields. This might be repick territory, though. As Diffuser's on the gunner.
I think Hot and Cold's turned around and told him, nope, you're on the shield.
Get on the shield, mate. Come on. Get back
Clock
on that
in.
horse.
Clock in for your shift.
In fairness, I mean, there were a lot of traps, but not really that many anyway. Griswold mines, tripwire connectors, goo mines. I mean,
it's quite a few.
It's quite a few, but not. It's not the reason they lost the round though.
No, it's probably just more so the general sentiment over the last.
And they
few
are
rounds.
off the shields.
Yep. So Brava Twitch. So we see the pivot across to information and utility.
Bringing the Twitch and the Brava. It's like, and this is the game of the cut and mouse. It's like, we're going to play shields. The defenders are like, we're going to play traps. And then like, okay, we're going to play drones.
The beauty of being on attack sometimes.
I will say, though, with the rise in the sort of trap meta, you know, you think about how long shields have dominated Siege over the last year or so. Finally having some kind of a counter or like disruption as Gavin just gets a 2-minute 40 opening kill onto Oscar through the window. And it's not ideal for Heretics, who have just started to build momentum.
But to finish,
even putting M80 slightly on tilt.
But to finish your point, keeping shields in check, probably not the worst.
No, it's been good, but it's also the fact that even the trap meta has its own inbuilt counter already with Twitch and Bravo. Well, M80 might sense they've got the opportunity to play more fast-paced now because they're not bringing shields. They've got the opening pick. Piano Expo a little bit more vulnerable without Oscar.
Flex are getting pushed back here as Gav enters over towards admin's side.
Yeah, but get forward as well at times. Not right this second, but maybe in 20, 30 seconds. Oh, that's a chance for Gunner. Just didn't straight away. I think it was more of a peek check.
Oh, the drone work from M80, phenomenal in this round. Really good, deep information.
Yeah, and it's now around this point. I'd like to see Heretics try and find something back the other way.
Yeah, if they don't, M80 will start to walk over them in this round. Still live info on Skeptic Lounge. Don't know if M80 can actually action that directly at the moment.
If it's going to come from anyone, yeah, Skeptic is just kind of sitting lounge. Obviously, Heretics don't want to give up this top floor control, which is denying the vert opportunity for M80 right now.
Diffuser does look keen to action. Another drone.
For a little poke on a Skeptic.
There we go.
I think maybe was able to disrupt him just enough that Hot and Cold could get close, get the kill. Gavin, good headshot again. He's performing well. The 2v4 puts Heretics well and truly on the ropes here to close out the first half. Gonna need something massive here from Grubby and Uport. No gas babes remaining. There is a Nitro Cell for Uport. 40 seconds left. Hot and Cold with Kit over towards Lounge. Grubby's found one. It is just the DBNO, but he does confirm it. And suddenly more winnable now for Heretics as M80 are running around.
Very deep.
Grubby again. Putting this SMG to work.
Well, they can't really plant. This vert is making it so challenging.
Well, Diffuser's going to go for it anyway into Expo. Kino will watch the hatch. Diffuser gets off. He gets the down onto Upor. What a flick. But into red time now, the 1v1. Grubby still up above in CO. Kino looking for a different plant position and has found it inside of Expo. Grubby finds him anyway from above. 3 straight for Heretics.
I can hear Fabian.
They're building the momentum here on Consulate and starting to test M80 on one of their stronger maps. Fabian starting to get a little frustrated. M80 starting to question things. It was looking so easy. They were 3-0 up. They were running rampant. And this is exactly where you want to be if you're Heretics. Get M80 just a little bit on edge.
Push them a little bit closer to the blowtorch. It is low defense for M80.
That's the problem. That's the problem, isn't it? So you've got to carry this. This round here is so important.
Yeah.
You've got to make it 4 straight. You've got to force even the tactical timeout. You've got to continue to put M80 off their game.
You can't
on the
fizzle
mental
out.
side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. M80 have the edge in terms of personnel and strategy. The only caveat is if they begin to start tilting, that can fray.
If M80 win this round, though, then immediately it's like, okay, there's the cooler. We're on defense. We can start to settle a little bit. This 7th round is critical.
It's going to be intriguing, though, if we find ourselves in a position where it is 4-3 Heretics. Does Fabian immediately call attack?
Well, it would be 4 straight rounds. So naturally a 4-3 scoreline, probably not. But when you add the caveat of 4 straight, yeah, maybe. Just as a wake-up call, like, hey, boys, what's going on? We've lost 4 straight. Like, come on. pull your heads in, because it's not really going to be strategically that much of an issue, I think, moving forward here for M80. You're on defense, etc. But yeah, if you're giving them 4 straight rounds in a row.
Did have an opportunity to very briefly speak during the
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. Well, time to see what happens. Speaking of all the bans, it's the Kaid Clash, Monty Glaz. So shield for a shield, but the shield also being brought with Blitz for Skeptic.
Expo as well, the opening site choice here from M80. So they head us straight to the tertiary for round number 7.
Only 1 opening kill for Heretics so far. Now you're on for the attack. So that statistic has to change the other way.
Also feeds in a little bit on the other side of the coin for M80 and their sometimes inability to convert those opening kills. Operating under the assumption that that's the case, with Heretics only getting the 1. Blitz in play for round 7, so expect some level of aggression from Skeptic. Map clearance is the name of the game, with Dokubi and Deimos also on this composition. M80 will contest somewhat above.
Yeah, but also below. Now,
Yes.
Hotcult's in basement here. He's at towards server. So they've got a decent amount of that multi-level map control. Technically not on first floor, but you can get back down there really easily. And by holding second floor, you got the vert anyway. So M80 are all around the map right now. Which means it's likely they'll be more than happy to contend a lot of these entry positions against Heretics. But need to see these death marks used early, the logic bombs used early. Try and take some space, try and take some of these fights. Heretics cannot be hesitant. They have to want to push into these M80 players and take these fights towards positions like medium. Skeptic now very low on the blitz. And the blitz is not like the Monty. It's very easy to hit like a shoulder shot. As Flexi does find the opening kill on Takino. That's the Warden as well. Super critical for later in the round. Not having those glasses activated strengthens the flashes and the smokes that they do have available. Diffuser goes down, and so does Gavin. Heretics on the attack are looking very clinical. There's the Nitro from Hot Goal. Double kill Nitro makes it a 2v3. Diffuser's not going to get brought back up. He's top floor secretary. Flexi, though, up close. SMG. Upor and Flexi combined. That's 4 straight rounds for Heretics.
Fucking what? Let's go!
They've got the energy back.
Relax! Fucking mental coach! Fucking call him!
Will we get a timeout from Fabian?
It's mental.
The answer is no. We are heading into the 8th round. Fabian does not wilt under the pressure. He trusts his boys to go back in. But what I will say, Guz, is when it was 3-0 in favor of M80, Heretics looked down and out.
Oh my goodness. If you put a split screen of their player cams from then to now, it looks like 2 completely different teams. They were dead silent. But they have now tapped into that energy, and they sense that they can be the ones to now tilt their opposition. This, at 0-3 as well, in favor of M80, this game felt absolutely over. There was no light at the end of the tunnel for Heretics, but they have sprung to life and made this game very, very intriguing. It was a nice Nitro from Hot and Cold, but he was really the only one to have meaningful impact in that round.
Heretics have flipped this map on its head. 4 rounds running. Can they keep the momentum going against the Munich Major champions? Or can M80, without the timeout assistance of Fabian, turn things around themselves? We begged the question before about when does Fabian call a timeout? You lose this round, it's a guarantee. Absolute guarantee. We go to basement.
Basement of Amaru, so I expect quick top floor here from Heretics.
But there's 3 players in the top floor right now for M80, and Gavin finds the early pick on the Flexi, deals with the Deimos. That's the start they need. Gunner as well gets rid of Upor. Heretics want to continue to bring this pace. M80 are going to now match them. And if they want, they could fall back, play sight, and it seems like that's what exactly they will do. Straight back down server stairs. They've got the 5 versus 3 advantage. You're not going to play into that blitz. Great opening kills for M80, and no timeout, no worries. It looks like they're going to be able to stop this Heretic streak.
Yeah, really good counterplay there in terms of position and awareness from M80. And then the ability to scatter back towards site quickly, efficiently, without losing any players on the trade puts them in such a good position.
That's the one dominant factor for M80 on Consulate, again shining through, is the opening kills. They've just had so many rounds with the early advantages that they've been able to then take later into the rounds and make it difficult for Heretics. In terms of multi-kills so far, a 3K for Upor and Flexi, a 4K for Grubby, and a 4K for Gunner. Heretics have been a bit better in the multi-kill department. They couldn't surely win this now, 3v5. Everyone well set over towards basement for the oncoming 3 players of Heretics with a minute remaining. Would take something very, very special and would well and truly put M80 on tilt if they lose it from here. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but they are in a very strong position to take this 8th round.
50 seconds, diffuser out main, Oscar prepping for drop. Low percentage for Heretics, here we go.
Probably trying to just play a little bit patient. Good turnaround headshot onto diffuser. He's low, so is Oscar. So even though they found that kill, they're still well and truly up against it. Grubby couldn't fully win that battle. Oscar with the pistol, and again, he's found 2 with the pistol. Can Skeptic get involved to help on out? Almost got that kill through the hatch against Gunner. Gavin over towards security, so playing back close to sight with Gunner split. This is possible for Skeptic, but he has to do so quickly. Opts for the fake plant to maybe try and draw out Gavin. Can he push Gavin and then maybe go for a plant inside a cafeteria? Pistol up, 5 seconds, got to get this kill. Around the corner, does get it. 2 seconds, got to get back, stick to plant quickly, and does do so. Gunner will drop and should be able to deny straight away, and he does, and M80 clutch on up. But that was closer than it needed to be in a 5v3.
Yes and no in man count, sure, but Gunner, provided he stays above, has such a strong position on Solace that forcing plan is tough. Attack M80.
Every single round we're just making mistakes. Take the piano one. We need to fucking layer off. We're just waiting a minute and a half. Give them the space. Spread out horizontally. We need to stay into what we're doing. Sean's flank, you guys just mentioned it, but if Sean flanks, give them some space to activate his flank. But instead we're just dueling and we're dying, and then we're kind of like surprised that we're losing that shit. Reset our heads now. It's 5 rounds in a row, and I think we're just panicking. Relax. These guys don't matter. This game don't matter. We're already through to the playoffs, so just reset ourselves. Get back to our standards. Basics is all I care about now. I don't care if we win. Just basics. Come on now. I want more than this. This is not good enough from us. We're a much better team than this. Come on, D.
Can't disagree with Fabian there, but he loves to get heated, doesn't he? You think back to Munich, where he had the famous timeout asking about whether or not they want to go home. He's not ready to go home. They did not go home. But this, yeah, look, you're right. I mean, I think that always with the where Gunner was playing, easy drop, easy denial. He knew exactly where Skeptic was because of where Skeptic got the final kill from security. Had to be in cafeteria. 4-4. But he is right. It is 5 rounds straight. They haven't really been at their very best. They finally get at least a round, stopping the streak for Heretics at 4 straight. But it's game on into the 9th round. Timeouts for both teams have been taken. And I think also bringing that round back the way that they did for Heretics at least kind of says, all right, well, we're still... We didn't win the round. We haven't continued the streak, but the momentum is still high.
Yeah, the messaging as well in terms of this match not being of critical importance and instead emphasizing that they want to get their basics right. Playing like this later in the tournament is when it becomes
quick
an
kill.
issue.
Kino on the pulse. Will get shut down early by Oscar for a quick push down through basement. That is a good start for Heretics. It's just their 3rd opening kill of the match. They've converted on the other 2 rounds.
Oscar's really hit the jets here. He's already very deep over towards construction.
And for Kino, it's a pretty common spot as well to get information on the pulse, but the Sledge just decided to go for the quick solo entry. Could he get another one?
No, maybe we'll go searching for info. Oscar potentially spotted. He can continue to lurk basement for the remainder of this round, and M80 will need to be mindful of that potential.
Well, it is split. So service towers means that for Heretics, with Oscar in that position this early on, that's putting a big threat on the basement bomb site.
Yeah, if M80 lose track of him, he can pose some
Flexi, careful.
questions. Yeah.
It is a little warm there. Yeah, Oscar's going to get very bored because he's not going to have to do much more now for the remainder of this round. Skeptic caught by Gunner. You can see his health just tickling down. Finds that one actually on the top floor. And no logic bombs actually on split. It is a big loss for Heretics. You've got defenders that are on multiple different floors and kind of spread around outside of the site. Oscar actually is... Well, he did get bored and he's pushed up Spiral.
Oh, almost catches Gunner.
And he has a good chance. Got some decent damage into Gunner. And then Gunner gets caught as well by Upor over towards Towers. They maintain the advantage. So E1D goes out from Upor.
Diffuser top floor and then 2 basement here for M80. An intriguing setup that could leave first floor vulnerable.
It is very vulnerable because there is no on top floor. And there's only one player first floor. They're going double stack down below. Gavin catches Oscar. Finally, they deal with the aggressive sledge. And going for the plant now inside of Tellers will be Flexi. But back up into the top floor. Diffuser did not give up on that second floor position. Now, he didn't get traded. Hot and Cold did, but so did Diffuser in the end. So they no longer have that top floor presence. It's only Gavin. Has to make his way up server stairs, but the smoke obscures the vision. Ooh. Plant will go down successfully. And in the end, Upor hits the headshot. Heretics back on their game. Out of the timeout for M80. It's a loss.
Wake the fuck up!
Fabian is screaming at M80 to wake up because they're on the verge of losing one of their stronger maps.
I don't know how loud that came through stream, but the fact that we have headsets on through a couple of walls, we are hearing that clear as day.
I think it came through loud and clear.
Goodness me.
Dockerby, Valkyrie, the bands heading into the 10th round. Do we get to Cafe? The general consensus was after M81 Bank that this should be a shoo-in on Consulate.
It was 3-0 and it felt, for all intents and purposes, unlosable for M80.
Especially, yeah, when it goes up 3-0 on a very strong map for them, yeah, you add that in. Since August, so in the last 6 months for M80, they've got a 7-3 record on Consulate. It's their second map preference. They've only banned it 5 times. It's been banned against them 12 times. They've picked it 6 times. It's a very big map in their map pool. Beat Weibo on it yesterday, 7-4, and Weibo are in hot form. Now, this is massive right now from Heretics. And Fabian is pissed. I love angry Fabian. There's just something about it. I just love it.
Yeah, he is content.
Upor up to double-digit kills. Quick summary on the 2 maps that have now played out, by the way. And we've got now a tie for top frag as Flexi and Gavin, both on 19 kills. And then you got Gunner with 17, Hot and Cold with 15. And on the side of Heretics, it's Grubby with 16 and Upor with 16.
Yeah, Upor has really come alive.
But this is what I was saying pre-match. It's the big 3 for Heretics. Flexi, Grubby, and Upor. They're the big fraggers, and they're doing their job. The only downside, though, is Upor has struggled in the early entries. 2-6 now, his record. The entry battle advantage has been massive for M80. The saving grace has been Grubby. He's actually 3-0 in his entry battles. Huge round coming up here in the 10th. Heretics have won 5 of the last 6 rounds.
And from M80, how eager are they going to be to contest early round here as opposed to leaning into that late round denial against the plant condition?
And it is also a setup that suggests to me, again, going for that kind of default plant through the window, repel in. It's just not going to be possible. You got the smoke, you got the Warden, you've got the Tachanka. There's the early Nitrocell from Diffuser, by the way. Oh, almost the freebie Oscar needed to find that kill. That would have been on the Tachanka as well. Would have eliminated the Shamika launcher, and then Gunner responds nicely with the Nitro. Great teamwork from M80. That's a missed opportunity for Heretics, because you could have found the pick onto the Tachanka. Very well, maybe then could have opened up a CO plant.
So a 5-5 now looking likely, unless
Oh,
Heretics
Grubby.
can battle back into the round. Lovely shot on the upside down rappel.
From Spiral too. That is a good shot. And now Deathmark from Upor. And he's going to place it onto Kino, who's got 1 gas babe remaining. Yellow ping as well towards Yellow stair side of the map. 50 seconds, still time to play with. Vendetta from a distance. Trying to put the pressure on to Kino. Flexi trying to push in towards Meeting. Gunner lurking below, by the way. First floor lounge. And the kit is not in the right hands. Hot and Cold, though, losing his life to Grumpy as well. He goes to double-digit kills.
Ooh.
And Flexi on the push through Meeting. Is Kino aware of this? He's got the SMG. Great for this, but Grumpy in the better position. Diffuser, glass is activated, getting double swung! Together, they take him down, and suddenly it's only down to Gunner. But there's one, couldn't get the second up close. It's the Vendetta. Heretics have got map point on Consulate against M80.
Awful, man. Jesus. The fucking best. Fucking hell. Fucking want them to fucking.
This is pathetic. This is fucking ass.
Fabian is really upset.
Well, I think he has every right to be in that round in particular. It's a 5v3, Kit stuck in a bad spot. You've got numbers, you can block off a lot of entry positions, and they just fall apart. They just lose ones. Like, they're just losing ones. They're not playing together as a team. 2 opportunities for Heretics to pull off a massive upset here on Consulate. Look at this shot, though, from Grubby. And that,
that was lovely.
Was at the 3v5. You hit that shot, upside down spiral.
Yeah,
Grubby got 3 in the round.
They've just panicked. They're out of sync. Diffuser was on a silver platter. And they've really made a mess of that round.
And look what the confidence does when you're feeling that synergistic team confidence. Heretics are they're hot right now. They are really, really hot. They've won 6 of the last 7 rounds. Like, that is incredible. 6 of 7 rounds. It was a 3-0 start to M80.
I did not see that coming.
I'm at the point now where go look at these Cafe, of course, stats as well. Heretics beat NIP 7-1. As for M80, it's an incredible record, 6-1 over the last 6 months. But the last time they played it was a loss against Oxygen, 7-2. Well, is there anything left in the tank here for M80 to try and force overtime? And this, by the way, does not help their push towards a top-seeded spot against Weibo.
Which could compromise them for a deep run at this event.
Well and truly.
The major champs losing to an LCQ team
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure if M80 don't win this 2-0, 3-11, I don't actually think they can get the top spot.
I don't know whether or not to trust your math.
Well, the thing is, Weibo beat them, so they've got the head-to-head, and they're already on 11 points. M80's on 4 coming into this game. So the max they would be able to get is 3.
If not impossible.
So that's 7 plus 4 is 11. And Oscar with the opening pick.
Uh-oh.
Putting the knife in the wound and twisting it here against M80, who are, I am sure, going to get absolutely blasted by Fabian as soon as they exit the player area.
I don't think he'll wait that long. 60 seconds. Heretics to make the next move. Can they follow up on that opening kill?
Yeah, and they've converted every single round that they've found an opening kill so far on Consulate. It's a 100% win rate. And Gunner's been one of the stronger members for M80. So Gavin will step up. He finds a big kill back, and it's onto the Blackbeard as well. Skeptic goes down. He's had a rough game on Consulate. Fortunately, though, the others have not. They've been great. Oscar, though, loses to Kino. And so does Upor. He goes down 2v4. M80 finding life in this dark moment. But Grubby entry kill. This man cannot be stopped. 30 seconds, surely not again in a 2v4 for what was now a 2v3. Kit reacquired. They clear it out. Bathroom, no one there. Everyone on the first floor for M80. Playing the site itself, 14 seconds. This will have to be double drop, a chance through the vert. Grubby will fall, Kit in a bad spot, and this will go all the way here in regulation. 6-5 coming up. M80 bounce back on the brink of defeat.
Whew. Yeah, Heretics really struggling. Lack of information really late to aid in that clutch attempt, and M80 unfazed. Making clean work of that.
Basement, yeah, they're probably going to go basement guys. Maybe zero. Let's look at it.
Basement the call, and basement it will be. Good read.
By the way, if they play the same way they did on basement guys, like they're getting the kills and they're instantly going back. They're instantly going back. They're not giving anything on top of that.
These calls are absolutely spot on. That's exactly what we saw last time on basement. M80 aggressed offside, prevented map entry, and then all three roamers immediately legged it back towards the site. Well, actually, they did initially pick basement, but I've also been baited. A late switch here to second floor for M80. They definitely did have basement selected before. My eyesight is not that bad.
They did. I saw it as well. So they
very late switch.
They switched it up last second. Well, this is it. 2 opportunities for Heretics. Make it now 1. I thought maybe at that point when Grubby got that, brought it back to a 2v3, but they were just so low on time. They didn't have a chance to play the vert for long, and then when he dies from down below anyway, well then that's it. Round's done. The pressure right now, though, for M80, again, you really want to be winning this 2-0 to give yourself any kind of a chance, as slim as it would be, to still finish first. Of course, Wavo played tomorrow. They got the day off today. They play Heretics tomorrow, and they control their own fate. Provided they win, top spot is theirs. $11 kills for Uport and Grubby. 9 for Flexi. Early Candelas here from Skeptic, although just the one thrown in, along with a smoke as well. The Diffuser taken to half health. If they can deal with that Warden early on, that'll be a big help for Heretics.
Yeah, they might be trying to draw attention over towards CEO for a late admin pivot. That hasn't really been the case. It hasn't changed the structure of this defense initially all too much.
Oh, yeah. Look at those yellow pings. Yummy, yummy from the drone. But if they got anything to flush it out, frag grenades, yeah, but you have to cook it really, really well. Gunner taken low, forced out of that position.
Trapped.
Stuck inside of managers and on a very small amount of health. They've done a decent job to poke and prod. The health of Gunner low. Diffuser at half health. He tries to make the dash across. No, doesn't work. Goes down to the gas babe from his own teammate. Gunner's dead. Opening kill technically for Heretics because of the TK. Guys, it's a big misplay.
Whoa. That is a massive misplay. Gunner could have stayed there, wasted time. Elsewhere, Skeptic going deep. He has the diffuser, mind you.
Into bathroom, throws out those Candelas. Still has a smoke available as well. They ring out. Still over a minute left. They can pull back the pressure if they want, but now those Candelas are
hot
gone.
And cold, hot and cold.
Inside a CO. The rest go down. Cafe is now looming. M80 on their map of Consulate are going to fall at the hands of an LCQ team. Heretics have taken Consulate away from M80 and forced map 3.
That really is a startling comeback from 0-3 down. They respond in regulation. M80 falling apart and Heretics tapping into energy I did not know they could muster today.
And it wasn't just 0-3 on paper. Yeah, it was, but like they were down and out. We heard the tactical timeout, long faces. M80 were just demolishing Heretics. It seemed like foregone conclusion territory. Then they flipped it. Then they win 6 of the next 7 rounds seemingly out of nowhere, and we see the frustration grow and grow from Fabian and the rest of the M80 boys. They just got absolutely walloped in the second half. 7-5 win for Heretics. Cafe now looming. I don't even know if M80 can get top spot anymore off of the fact that they lost that map. We'll wait and see. I'm waiting to get confirmation. But nevertheless, what a turnaround for Heretics, because there's winning and then there's winning when things aren't going well. So things weren't going well for them. They turn it around.
Yeah, exactly right. When we were listening in to the TAC timeouts, I think for me that was one of the most concerning elements. It wasn't even necessarily what was happening inside of the server, but it was more so the communication outside of it. They were bickering, they were arguing, they weren't quite, synced on a game plan. But despite that, they were able to dig deep and exploit the mistakes that we saw from M80 creep in. That then translated into some frustration on Fabian's part, which is completely understandable.
Yeah.
And they just weren't able to recover.
Well, we are going to a break and we are going to a third map. Can't really believe it, but M80 need to dig themselves out of a hole. They need all the points that they can get for the best position possible in Greece. When we come back, it's Cafe.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Honestly, a lot of TOs are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. back then.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, filter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the agility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire stairs in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window. And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan that's going to play here is looking for her. She enters below, plays there, just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's FEARX round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Well, what a result on Consulate for Team Heretics. The LCQ team are giving the Munich Major champions a run for their money. And they beat them on one of their better maps in Consulate. Had they really just played a little bit better on Bank, it could have almost been 2-0 territory, which would have put M80 in a win or lose situation tomorrow against FEARX. That didn't quite happen though. But nevertheless, this becomes an important map. This third map between Heretics and M80 guys sets up everything going into tomorrow. Heretics play Weibo tomorrow. They win this map, they control their own fate. You beat Weibo, you're top of the group.
Wow, imagine an LCQ team topping a group and getting that bye in the upper bracket. That could lead to quite the result for them here in Paris.
And there's a lot of permutations to go through. We'll work through all of those. We've got Srabuni here. We're getting all of the calculations in the background happening, but you can still get a 3-way tie in this group. You absolutely can. M80 have to win this map 2-0 FEARX tomorrow, and then Heretics have to 2-0 Weibo. At that point, you'll have 3 teams on 11 points. Who's where? I haven't quite figured it out yet.
Look, I think to be fair, that is highly unlikely.
Well, it's actually highly likely. Well, I wouldn't say highly likely. Sorry, I should say it can happen.
It's probable.
The M80 side of things is more possible. I don't know if Heretics 2-0 Weibo. I don't know if that happens. Yeah. Either way, Weibo are in the best position. They get the job done tomorrow, and they will finish first. But for M80, I mean, what a collapse on Consulate. 3-0 up, guys. They looked absolutely on fire. They were running around doing what they wanted. They were winning the rounds very quickly. Heretics take their time out, and they flip it around. Grubby was so impressive, though, as we get his statistics here. And what a match he's been having across both of the 2 maps as well so far. If you look at really both of them, he has been one of their top players. Flexi's been the best across 2 maps, but on Consulate, it was Grubby that led the way.
I don't like seeing headshots. That's the last thing I like fucking seeing. Right?
Oh, these are Flexi stats.
Sorry, I was just I was listening in on the background anyway.
I don't know. To be fair, the numbers that I've actually got here for Consulate alone is actually UPOR 12.5 with a 122 EPS as the highest rated player from Heretics. But what I will add is, again, it's the 3-headed Hydra of UPOR, Flexi, Grubby. They're all neck and neck. Like, all 3 of them basically have identical stats. There's no real separation on Consulate. Across the 2 maps, though, slightly more separation, as Flexi's been the best in the server. It seems like we got a small delay coming into this third map. I'm not too sure what is the case. All players are in the lobby. Cafe is where we're going to be going, but it seems like they're going to be given a couple of minutes to sort something out. And as we finished the map and we went to a break, I saw all the M80 guys going outside, and Fabian did not look happy. Heretics are ready to go. M80 not quite.
Yeah, not a clue what the problem is.
It seems like it's a admin-related decision, something around coin tosses.
Interesting.
Always Fabian, of course, that wants to make sure everything's by the book, and
yeah, fair enough,
and absolutely has every right to do that.
Coin flip, of course, relevant in terms of starting sides here for the deciding map, and that can be pretty influential.
Either way, though, this group has really, really shaped up to be quite interesting. If you recall,
sorry.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much.
Okay, but then what do you want to pick? Wait,
They want it.
What do you want to pick?
Oh
no!
Oh no!
We've had to cut the feed.
Overtime defense.
Okay, so
I think it's just a clarification thing. I think there might have been either a slight mistake or just re-clarifying. Either way, I don't think we're too far away from getting in. But Group A, you recall, when we got the groups and were announced, everyone was like, well, M80 is just going to walk this group. And Weibo might just follow behind them. And Heretics, NIP, FEARX will fight to maybe try and get out. It's not gone to script.
No.
M80's found themselves in a dogfight.
Well, it sounds like all has been resolved. And we shouldn't be too far away from kickstarting this deciding map, which could send ripples throughout how this particular group shapes up and therefore the playoff bracket.
This is interesting because it says M80 are defending, but on the admin sheet that I've got, it says Heretics should be defending. So it seems like it's changed.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm sure we can just ask Fabian after the fact.
Well, either way, yeah. And I've got M80 defending in overtime, if necessary, if it gets there. We'll have to wait and see as Cafe is loading on up, and the social predictions heavily in favor of M80. That's quite nice for them.
Oh, because it's 69. It has been the theme of this event, Jake.
Well, it has been quite nice for them to have the favorites. Either way, let's get into the third map. Well, I'll tell you what, guys, as Six Invitational 26 has been progressing, Team Heretics have been gaining more and more respect. An LCQ team, out of a strong region, of course, in EML, but an LCQ team nevertheless, and a new team at that, is gaining the respect more and more each passing day for what they've been able to do at this competition so far. The sky's the limit. Could they potentially knock out M80 in this match? I mean, knock out in the match, not, of course, groups. They're in groups, but
that would be quite dramatic.
They knocked them out today in terms of this game. Probably should have had different phrasing. Do apologize.
The bands have played out. Azami, Castle, Monty, Ying. Nothing too unusual there. Castle is very powerful, particularly top and bottom floor. And so M80 won't be able to rely on any strats that they may have had cooked up. Surrounding that operator does free up some of the explosives required by the attack. In a similar vein to Consulate, M80 will head to a tertiary site up first. I mean, I hesitate to say the word tertiary given it's cafe and reading certainly not a poor site. In fact, you could maybe even go as far as to say top floor now is actually the tertiary for many teams, and especially with the castle banned out. But nonetheless, it is perhaps a little unusual to what many may expect.
Especially as mining has become more part of the rotation. It used to be mining was just like barely played. And, And now, based on meta changes, op changes, etc., it's certainly got more life in it and it becomes far more popular. So for Group A, which is of course where these two teams are in, NIP do not play tomorrow, so they're done. They're on 5 points. Their fate is in other teams' hands. They can get knocked out if FEARX get results over M80. So they'll be watching that one intently. I think they'll feel quietly confident.
Sure.
Of course, for the permutations of what this particular map then throws in terms of curveballs, regardless of all of the calculations, the simple fact is, Weibo win tomorrow, they're your #1 seed out of Group A. The rest doesn't matter. And what M80 kind of needed to do was, win this in a 2-0 fashion to give themselves the best chance. But even if they had have done that and 2-0 at FEARX tomorrow, they still didn't have their fate in their hands. On defense to begin here in the first half. Heretics, well, that momentum you would imagine from Consulate should be subsided a little bit, at least to begin with. Can they build it back up quickly? Grubby looking for the early engagement in the battle over towards Cocktail against the DMR of Diffuser. Here's a risky one. Diffuser not really firing back.
Yeah, a bit of a grind here for Heretics in the early portion of this round.
Very slow and steady.
Grubby trying to sneak forward, create space, and lands that shot critically onto Diffuser.
Yeah, Grubby's been...
Go down.
The plant going straight into reading, by the way. Skeptic gets off it, but too late. Good rip and throw on the Nitro from Kino. Trade from Flexi and trades elsewhere as well, but the advantage remains with Heretics. And with Hot and Cold going down on the clash, it's poor old Gunner by himself. Not the start that M80 would have wanted on Cafe defense. On a very strong bomb site. Gunner coming past default, a little love tap, and then the headshot onto Flexi. But he has taken some damage along the way in the battle. And coming around the backside, it's you, Paul. Well set up. Heretics reframed immediately that energy. And it's Grubby questioning the peak from Diffuser as he found the opening kill on him.
I'm looking at head, baby. You should, by the way, when you C4s, you should peek.
They're a fun team when they're fired up.
The C4 is always going to catch you.
They looked absolutely downright depressed 3 rounds into Consulate. And you actually think, remember, they were almost in-team fighting with the comm issues.
Absolutely. Oh, man. I tell you what, Fabian looked very menacing sitting in the back corner of the player area there. Round 2, Kitchen.
And just to put it plain and simple, by the way, if M80 do lose this map, they absolutely, under no circumstances, can get first in the group. Like, there's just nothing for them. The max amount of points that they would be able to end up on would be 9 points, which would actually be equal with Heretics anyway, and they wouldn't even have the time. So I'm pretty sure they would be locked into 3rd at minimum.
Weibo to top the group, question mark?
It's looking likely. And it would also...
Likely?
If Heretics... Well, likely.
That's under the assumption that Heretics win this map, though. Is it not?
Well, if Heretics win this map and then beat Weibo tomorrow, they can top the group.
Well, Heretics could top the group, yeah. Okay.
Oh, straight in through Bakery. Skeptic does take a bit of damage. No one inside a prep. In fact, the site itself rather empty. It's actually only Diffuser over towards Freezer. Offers any kind of on-site defense directly, but of course there is the vert hold for M80 on the 2nd floor, which does mean for Heretics, can't quite just push in for free. Hence why Skeptic took the damage he did.
Yeah, with Gavin the Solace still up, it makes a direct attack here for Heretics. Very challenging. Yeah, it's a risky play that they could elect to go for, but I don't foresee that being likely.
Gavin's just going to play hide and seek. Oscar, I tell you what, I'm pretty sure there was actually a player close by, no? If he had gone in for the rappel.
Did they just lurk maybe they do go for it.
I don't think it's the right play.
It's a 3 stack.
they get into that site, there's so much vert for M80 to find the kills. Diffuser inside of Freezer. Gunner, again, that's what I'm saying. He found one there up above, but Grubby does get the trade. Diffuser under a bit of pressure inside of Freezer. Well, the man is frozen to death by Upor. Locks him in there and will go for the plant inside of servers. And if he sticks this, becomes very difficult for M80 on the retake. The vert will eventually then be taken as well back by Heretics. They can push up if they want, contesting the second floor. And that's what Flexy's now doing. He's over towards the main corridor. He's pushing Reading. He's putting the pressure straight onto them directly. It's only Kino that's up. Heretics have been able to storm into Kitchen, get the plant down. Kino, you don't even really have much time to go for this revive. Once you confirm it, then there's going to be very little time left in the round. He's just not moving quick enough because of it, and then dead anyway. Gavin's now the one up on 1 HP. No time. This is over. It's 2-0 to Heretics to kickstart the third map.
Let's go!
Nice gap finding skills, baby. Guys, keep doing this shit. Keep working the round. Guys, no fucking blitzes, no fucking urgents until we find the gap. I don't want to hear that shit, okay?
Adam, you died. I sprinted in, I destroyed the guy on base and went back.
Yeah. It's all smiles for Heretics, but honestly, still good communication in the terms of let's not get carried away. We're not blitzing in for the sake of it. If we find the gap, we go. And there was a big gap on that first floor.
It's a very complex defense to be executing against an LCQ team, and I don't mean to frame that disrespectfully against Heretics, but you need to play it incredibly well for it to pay off. Diffuser had to find value side. Too many parts of that defense fell apart. Then, of course, not in position to deny plant because Heretics actually, to their credit, played it incredibly well. Correct plant position, good flood sight. The comms are clearly flowing and their confidence sky high at the moment. Perfect start here on Cafe. And M80, despite the current defensive meta that we find ourselves in, where repeating sites is incredibly rare, back to Kitchen we go for round number 3. And I expect to see a very different defensive setup from them. They drop the Solas. I expect less action third floor and probably a peel from second.
Yeah, and what's going to be fascinating to watch is the fact that we're getting a repeat bomb site, guys. In the current landscape of Siege, we don't see that all too often where teams opt for the repeat. So for Heretics now, as I said, like, they're communicated. We don't go unless we find the gap. So now it's all about finding these gaps that M80 have changed up massively. Now they're playing far more on the first floor. So those gaps aren't going to be as readily available. But they do have the box, so they have the option to then take second floor and play the vert.
Heretics will respond. They'll lurk with Oscar. They have Groovy as well for vert. They'll take this top down. Heretics have, as this match progressed, done a better and better job at reading these defensive holds from M80. We've even heard it a couple of times on comms that their prep work, they've seen these some of these setups before. So I don't think Heretics are going to be all too uncomfortable having to play a different, varied playstyle on this follow-up attack. This is pretty old-school Cafe now.
Kind of taken low. Still has the 3 gas babes in hand over towards Kochak. Now has rotated to reception. It's Heretics that are the ones that are playing the tempo right now, and M80 are the ones that are reacting to it. M80 are not being able to control this game of Cafe at all in the opening 3 rounds. Soda Canister, by the way, has delayed the freezer hatch from being opened up.
I will say I'm very intrigued if this does come down to a plant denial situation. How do M80 shape up? No Echo, no Maestro, no Thorn. Arguably 3 of the biggest influences against that win condition, so strong in this current meta. Minute on the clock. Heretics still with options and avenues available. They have the Sense prepared. That one, well, not quite hitting the mark, but others elsewhere to facilitate freezer drop. Utility to be deployed. Is it go time for Heretics?
Upor straight down, and he can't quite win the battle against Diffuser. Diffuser hits the headshot and stops the rampaging Upor. Another opening death for him in this series, but Flexi finds the trade onto Gunner. Heretics now trying to just push on through. They know they're low on time. They have no real option but to try and take these gunfights. No one inside of VIP, but you do have Kino over towards Bar. He's got a Nitro. In pushes Oscar. Double push through Freezer. Now is Skeptic, but he gets tagged up. Not the time for the frag grenade though, Oscar, and they've lost Flexi. So it's only the 2 players inside of Freezer. And they get collapsed upon, and M80's defense much, much better there in that round.
Yeah, testing the fundamentals a little bit better in that round. M80.
Build-ups against these guys are good, but let's keep trying to clear all the utils so we can actually split on the way. Like I said, what's working is splits.
Yep, we did a split.
Yeah.
I think maybe.
I had a confirmation as well, by the way, that if M80 lose this map, the highest position they can get in the group is third. And that's with a win tomorrow against FEARX. You lose that, well, things get very interesting. They can actually have a three-way bottom of the group tie between NIP, M80, and FEARX. That is a possibility if they lose this map going into tomorrow.
That is insane timing.
I just heard Parker on the A stream across the room from us say well, not the exact same thing, but mentioning three-way tie. And I thought for a second I was coming through some kind of screen here, but no. It's just our...
Okay, who's the replay operator? That was really mean onto you for missing the ROU. But look, that wasn't the reason I lost the round. The split attack didn't quite come into fruition. M80 looking far better that time around. Played around utility correctly. Clearance wasn't amazing. Heretics still, though, with the lead. Back to reading we go.
Yeah, better from M80, though, in terms of just core fundamentals, the way that they played defensively. Didn't get baited into the aggression from Heretics. Didn't go and play out of position. Yeah, kind of just stuck far more to the fundamentals. Flexi with 26 kills leads everyone in the series. He's the closest to a 30 bomb. 122 EPS. Man, what a tournament he's had so far.
When he's looked good, he's looked really dangerous. I've been enjoying watching him now.
I've been enjoying watching Heretics in the way that they play. When they're on their game, they are a very fast-paced, aggressive team, hit good shots, make good plays. They can win clutch. If they weren't a dark horse before this event, going into playoffs, the dark horse terminology might be applied to them.
Might not even be dark horse at that point. Imagine they win this, they go in as a serious
threat. If they win this and beat Weibo tomorrow,
jeez.
Well, sky's the limit. But they got to win this. And M80, you win that round, much better. And they play more like that, they will be difficult to stop. Gotta. There you go. Opening pick for M80. It's the one area they've been very, very dominant in across all three maps, have been those opening kills.
It's just been conversion letting them down.
Well, that's kind of goes to the statistics coming into this. 12th for opening kill conversions, but 4th for opening kills.
Yep.
Sometimes the numbers do not lie. Grenade thrown in from Uport. Clear out some of this utility. 90 seconds remaining in the round, down a player. Pressure on Heretics here, and that momentum can slip very, very quickly, so they're going to be mindful of that.
Yeah, this top floor control's been slow to come by. Diffuser as well, still over towards Cocktail. Gunner as well, White Corridor, so they have this dual hold up above. Gav as well, also in on the action elsewhere. They Flexi, good lurk. They'll split the attack, 4-4, minute on the clock, options available.
And to be fair as well, you've got Kino that's sitting Laundry with a Nitro Cell, so he's got good second floor pressure still to come. Don't even need it, because Diffuser defends himself nicely towards Cocktail. DMR's been very, very strong. Kino then gets caught on the flank from Flexi, but Gavin was also there. He doubled down, luckily rotated to help out Kino. Got to win this fight if you are Upor. The Vendetta not quite landing on what is a low HP. Diffuser went for the running vault rather than to stay and take the fight. 2v2, plenty of time for both teams.
30 seconds, good plant denial potential though here for M80. Heretics likely needing to prioritize kills if they are to win this round.
Well, you've got 2 death marks available, but can Uport actually activate them onto either Gunner or Gavin? That's the question here. Sitting inside a Laundry, Gavin going to just try and hold the space. Bit of damage onto Skeptic, and rather than running up white stairs, he runs down, creating more space, more gaps to fill in, but also then more of an opportunity to flank later in the round. But he is getting death marked, so they know he's inside a VIP. Gunner by himself, 4 seconds. Skeptic does have the kit. Got to start to stick this, but you're going to almost stick it right into the eyes of Gunner. Oh, no! Gunner misses the shots! Here comes Gavin! Will he have the time though in the 1v1? Yes, he will! Gavin does it again!
I shitted on you.
Oh boy!
No, you guys played that good.
Gunner with the sigh of relief.
That guy should just turn around somehow.
Did you hear what Gunner said? He's like, that guy shit on me.
I was holding Hori, but he came from the angle I wasn't holding.
I mean, he played it well to wait and target the opposing player, but lost that fight. And then Gav again with another big clutch here in Paris.
But we also, and this is the unfortunate side of things, we don't get to hear the comms, although I'll hold this point until this timeout because we might get to hear something here.
That's what the fucking hold it up. That's what the hold it up. Now, onto on the other side.
No, we're playing good, guys, but we're letting it slip. I feel like that's what people are getting aggravated. We're letting it slip. We want to come in summer, call it. We have a guy in shop, he can hold your pixel, okay? When people are on site killing people, we need to be active. When we're calling out a position, we need to make a plan, okay? Not wait for somebody else to make the plan. We need to make the plan. That's how we won the first 2 rounds. That's how we won conflict. And that's how we're going to bring it back and win this fucking attack round, okay? Can I get a fucking word from you as well, lad? Let's fucking go. Fucking send it. Fucking send it.
So 2 points. What I was going to kind of touch on is the fact that for Team Heretics, they're in a position where they've already got 2 attacking rounds, and Cafe is the most defender-sided map at the tournament. 66% defensive win rate. So the pressure's not really on them because they started so well, but you even heard it in the team comms. Momentum's kind of slipping a little bit.
I mean, I just love the closing statement there from the team, which is just send it. Just send it. It worked effectively on Consulate. I think disrupting the structure of M80 is their best potential in being able to win this match. This clutch from Gav, really great. Super calm in the clutch.
Even though Gunnar doesn't get that kill because of his positioning, he knows exactly where the plant's going down. He would have calmed that over to Gavin as well. So Gavin then knows he can go laundry, find the angle. So we probably don't get to hear that. I imagine full well Gunnar's called that though.
That wouldn't happen in a ranked game though, because
probably
that player would be tilted.
Well, exactly. Gunnar would have been like, desk slam, swear word, and then Gavin's like, I don't know where the guy is now because you haven't said anything. But 2-2, again, if Heretics get a 3rd attacking round, that's a win in the half.
Yeah.
So they've got 2 opportunities to do that, and maybe really need the 4 defensive rounds. Again, and Heretics, again, statistically, are a very good defensive team.
Hot and cold, fitting info on the polls. Gunnar to look for a play, but Impact to rotate out.
We go to mining now as well, guys. So first time we see this. Again, far more common in the meta these days. Opening kills 3 from 4 in favor of M80. They have dominated this statistic. And looking at the 3 maps, 3-0 for Gavin, 5-2 for Gunnar, 3-0 for Hot and Cold, 4-2 for Diffuser. Kino, 1-6. So for Heretics, sorry to say Kino, but it's Operation Find Kino first.
Well, he's on the ward in this round, so he should be bunkering down in or near the objective, and so he can extrapolate value from those glasses a late round from the util dump.
Triple Nitrocell setup too, by the way.
Yeah. Set of smokes on the board as well on the side of attack for Kino to counter. Lots of drone work early in this round, however, from Heretics. They also have the Deimos to aid in information gathering. Elsewhere, Oscar, map control, and the secondary hard bridge to get to work.
Well, it's not Operation Find Kino, but Gunnar has been found. He was the one playing bar up above, so he was the 3rd floor piece for M80. Opening kill for Heretics.
3 players on the 1st floor here from M80. Big investment.
Diffuser connect with this Nitrocell. They want to play off the pulse. They've got the Nitrocells. This is a big part of their game plan for the round. It's thrown by Diffuser, but not exploded.
Probably waiting for a cue from Skeptic if I had to guess. May not come though.
Skeptic right now over towards Lounge.
Still holding.
By the way, there's 30 seconds left. There's not a lot of time here. He's going to be detonated by Diffuser, so it doesn't net anything, but it means that we're going to get into a point in the round where Heretics is just going to have to send sight, use their numbers advantage, and overwhelm the defense, but M80 have started to move positions around. Kino has been able to slip over towards Pillar, got traded by Grubby. Skeptic went for the plant, but he can't. He's getting aggressed upon. He now needs to fight. They lost Upor. It's a 2v3 in favor of M80. Heretics have left themselves little to no time. Down below the pulse, Hot and Cold. This is a big counter. There's not much Skeptic can do. Sits in the corner. 2 seconds. You got to stick it. You got to get on it, and he doesn't matter. matter because the Nitro was coming his way. Heretics fumble the bag at the end of that round. They had a very decently early 5v4 advantage, did nothing with it. 30 seconds left, they pushed site, gave themselves no time to adjust to what was an M80 defense active. They were moving around.
Yeah, it was, again, big investment from M80 first floor. They backed themselves and backed Hot and Cold to do his role correctly on the pulse to 1, gain information, and then 2, pocket that Nitro and hold it for as long as possible so that if it hit 0-0, he could pop it, win the round, and that's exactly what took place. By taking too long, stalling out, not drawing out that utility, Heretics left themselves very vulnerable. And again, in a little bit of contrast to the messaging during that tactical timeout, which seemed to be centralized around, let's send it, let's be chaotic, let's play make. They spent a long time establishing that vert and struggled really to get value from it.
Happy days for Fabian and friends, but they need that 4th round. Even a 3-3 half here will put then M80 in a difficult spot going into the second half where they will need to be very good on their attack. We head down to the first floor. It's Kitchen once again. It's been won by both teams. A 1-1 record here so far in the first half. Heretics won it in the second round. M80 in the third. And also a rare missed opportunity for Heretics where they've been very good on their opening kill conversions. In that round, Skeptic, of course, found the first pick on the gunner. They don't convert.
So a setup outside Bakery from Heretics this time. Capital suggesting that it could be for the Cupcake clear. They do have vert options available as well, however, with the Ram inside of this composition. Bakery will be tough to contest. Diffuser is nearby. He's fierce at cutting down entry, and Kino as well, potentially in a position to assist. Utility, however, has been laid, and the blitz sent forward. Diffuser under pressure.
Yeah, but can Oscar push forward safely because Kino's sitting inside a prep?
No. So that's good supportive work there from Kino.
And playing as well the tuber out, he's got the Zoda canisters, so he can also delay that wall from being opened up by the Selma charges, which, by the way, Grubby's got none left anyway, so perhaps going to stay closed, unless they're already active on it, but I don't think they are, because the Zoda canister has expired. Do have, of course, secondary hard breaches if Skeptic can get close to the wall. But that's also hard to do, because you've got the Diffuser in Bakery, so there's a good setup here right now for M80. So they might just say, send Grubby in to try and find the pick. Falcon canister pop. Oh, Oscar's going to come in the other side from Small Bake, but you can't do that because Kino's sitting in prep. This was the whole reason why you couldn't push forward in the first place. It's a big misstep, misplay from Heretics, and M80 are closing out the half in a very strong fashion. This is just solid setup, solid strategy, and Heretics did not know how to deal with it.
Yeah. That's really good work from that duo. Strong defense.
They could have gone second floor, play off of the Boogie Auto breaches of Flexi, play top down.
Let's fucking go. Come on. That's how we do it. That's how we play. That is our team. Every round. That is us. See? We still fucking have that.
And not only the fact they won it flawlessly, but it's the fact they follow the strategy, they follow the game plan. They do exactly what they need to do. Going into that round, they knew what they wanted to do. Heretics, though, tried to just brute force their way Bakery when they didn't need to.
Yeah. So the second half there
sets this up, though, nicely.
It's tantalizing. It just it feels like there's still the potential for Heretics to play spoiler in this particular match, and by doing so, turn the group on its head. But
66%.
They need to dig deep, however. They are, of course, trailing. Defense is not assured on any map, not even Cafe, despite what the numbers may suggest.
So the three sites, Bar Cocktail, Fireplace Mining, and Fireplace Reading, are all above a 70% defensive win rate. Kitchen is close to a 50% mark.
Right.
So, and that's from 5 matches played here at Six Invitational 26. And you couple that coming into this series, Heretics 4th, with a 72% defensive win rate. So statistically, as we kind of set up going into the second half, this shouldn't be easy for M80. Now, it may end up be, they could win the next 3 attacking rounds straight, and we're sitting there thinking, oh my god, what just happened? But at least we're setting the tone here is that Heretics should be strong defensively here on Cafe. They started so hot with those 2 attacking rounds, and to the credit of M80, they locked in. Let's go, guys. Lock in.
It's Fabian. A little bit more upbeat compared to Consulate. That started to get a little bit scary. So intriguing lineup then from M80.
When I walked out and I saw the round at Fabian's face, he's sitting there cross-armed, waiting for them all to huddle up. I was like, he's going to get the belt out. I'm like, I'm worried. I'm getting out of here.
Interesting comp for round 7. We see 0 in play. So many cameras available, yet see so little play time. Pretty niche in circumstances where it's actually effective over other potential options, but I'm intrigued to see just how much information Gav can gather, maybe cover some flanks if required, and of course the potential to maybe clear some utility if needed as well. Flexi falls first though, that's the solace, and you can see Fabian clapping in the background because he knows that has now bolstered their win chance in this round significantly.
And that's the concern if you're Heretics, is you just keep losing pick after pick in the opening part of these rounds. So you're constantly playing a 4v5. As good as they've been in this series, like that starts to become a tall ask where you're just constantly playing from behind, having to play catch up, outnumbered. You have to. It's a lot harder to cover certain positions, especially if you're trying to play reading fireplace.
And it's active utility. It's not even pre-placed utility.
Oh, well, freebie there for Grubby. I don't know what Kino's doing there. Lucky Gavin does get the trade, but he did lose a lot of his life to get that trade, so he's low on health on the 0. They also lose the ram, so you're losing a lot of that soft breach potential with the boogie auto breaches. And maybe you're just trying to now actually brute force this top floor a little bit. They do have the numbers to do so.
I think they've identified those site clear. So they'll pivot.
Well, Gavin has forced a drop pillar, so he's not in the fight. It's right now just defuse the top floor. Gunner and Hot and Cold outside of the building. Gavin's going to use his secondary hard breach to put pressure over towards site. Here is Gunner. So if there is a run-out reading, Gavin and Gunner have the cross.
M80 taking time here to reset. Triple info gathering, taking their time, having a breath, formulating a plan, not rushing into anything.
No one above for Heretics means for Diffuser. He's got freedom. Oscar, though, with a Nitrosol, catches Gunner on the entry in towards Pillar. 40 seconds now. Suddenly, this gets very dicey for M80. Like, Gavin's in a position where he can't really push forward. He has to hold an angle, hold a position, and hope that maybe someone from Heretics doesn't see his position, runs past him, he gets a freebie.
I don't know if Heretics, though, can deny. It's going to be tough.
Newport gets rid of Gavin. He was low Pillar. Now they can push in from Pillar. It's only Hot and Cold left. He knows he's getting pushed. Nicely done from Heretics. And M80 just gets stalled in the tracks. They got the opening kill. They tried to brute force top floor. Grubby made a really nice play over towards Cocktail, and that changed the complexion of the round.
Yeah, it was really good pill repositioning there from Heretics. They stayed up above long enough to disrupt M80, but then when M80 identified that site was clear and they pivoted, they responded accordingly, but didn't forfeit lives for free and didn't enable the plant to go down for free as a result. M80 info gathered. They spend a large portion of the round around that minute to go mark. 3 players actively on drones trying to find information, but I don't think they quite found as much maybe as they would have liked. Actioning it was tough. Good start to the half for Heretics.
Yeah, I like this setup here if M80 can lock this in. I mean, to be fair, I feel like it's not often you see Buck and Ram. Like, usually it's one. You don't necessarily need both. That was the big play there by Grubby, by the way. That was midpoint of the round. He goes down easily there. M80 should win that round. But he doesn't. Gets one, and then gets Gavin very, very low. And as we saw, was basically stuck pillar. Like, he couldn't do anything from that point onwards. Okay, so they change it up. They're going to go double soft breach with the REU sense, and then the blitz as well. Multifaceted in terms of what you can do with this. Goes without saying, Gavin, Gunner, what they can do is put pressure from second floor, even third floor. We see on Cafe, there are certain lineups that you can open third floor, second floor, and look all the way down. Kino on the blitz can help clear. So I imagine this should be top-down clear for M80. Get your soft breach operators into a good position to put pressure site. Then you got the sends for freezer drop. or potentially to cross bottom red stairs, the corridor, or even bakery. So you've got options with this lineup. And if you lose one of Gunnar or Gavin, then you still got the other. There shouldn't ever really be a direct bakery push to begin with, maybe later in the round as an option. But what this will do is test this defense of Heretics, especially those on the second floor, like Grubby. And he loses the battle.
Was the only player on that second floor, and with Grubby now in the grave, the license has been given to those third operators.
So big now for M80. That is such a big start.
Yeah. Really good drone work.
And Flexi goes down as well. Bottom white stairs on the smoke. Oh. Now he can get revived. Oscar's been quick to react. He could put the shield down in front of the door and then go for the revive, but I think more importantly, just buy time. Flexi will crawl into VIP. And Oscar can fall back, get the revive.
Gotta be careful though, they'll hit the res. Cold might be able to cover the cross back.
Do get the revive.
No, Lex not too. Smart option.
But he's now very, very low. Flexi's gonna have to play a deep safe position. Probably stay VIP, use those gas babes, deny a freezer drop. But this is a setup round now for M80. These are the rounds where if we had a win percentage counter, it's like 70-80%. Like, you got to get the job done here. They've got second floor, soft breaches now being used. They've got the ROUs ready to go over towards, say, freezer or anywhere they want to choose to hit. They've got the license to pick how they want to play this.
It's a fundamental skill check. From this point onwards, 60 seconds to go. Are your fundamentals up to scratch? You've done the hard work at the beginning of this round to set yourself up.
Big emphasis, I think, on you, Paul. Playing the water. You got flashes, you got smokes. Skeptic goes down into the hands of Gunnar, so you lose a full HP of Rooney. Push through from Gunnar now into Kochak. So M80 have really spread this map. They've got so many different angles. They put pressure from second floor. Now they're going direct first floor as well. Really testing and wearing thin this Heretics defense. There goes Upor. The water, no impact. This is so clinical and clean from M80. If Fabian was happy with the opening kill in the previous round, he's going to be ecstatic with the way that this round has played out. Only Oscar left. 3 players still to be dealt against. 20 seconds. If you can find the next pick, becomes very intriguing. But they get the revive on Gunnar, so he's back up. Now it's 4 players that need to be stopped. Oscar on the poor old clash. The ROU kind of helping him a little bit. He'll try and push through it. But at this point, the round's done. M80 are going to find their 5th round. And now, with that attacking round on the board, confidence back in their camp.
And rotate. Just say you're rotating. I don't care where you rotate, but if you can't go where you can't.
I was gonna drop hack.
Oh, I mean that's fine.
Yeah, that's what I thought I was gonna do.
Really solid round from M80.
Okay, I'm gonna play
Probably not a lot of question marks for Heretics, because as the man on our screen we're watching, Grubby wins that fight against Diffuser. They got second floor control. It changes the complexion of the round. Not entirely down to that 1v1, but a big influence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, it's not Grubby's fault by any means. That's just a straight 1v1.
Yeah. Caught a bit of an unfortunate timing. Didn't have the greatest position. And then M80 from that point onwards, they just go through the checklist really, really nicely. A lot of pressure on that defense. Gunnar given the license to get to work, wins his jewels. And then the execute with the sense was rather nice. So a 2-round lead.
Yeah, you could just see in the replay that slight overshoot, because he's not really expecting the fight.
Yeah.
There's the swing to clear, and then there's the swing to shoot, and he went for the first, which is fine. Probably wasn't anticipating Diffuser to already be kind of deep reading. That's a big kill for Diffuser, and that's his job. When you're playing the gridlock there in that round with the other operators in play, your job is to be a bit more aggressive and take those fights. Either way, M80 now won 5 of the last 6 rounds. Now, mind you, 4 of those were on defense. They are in control. But stringing together multiple attacking rounds in a row will still prove to be difficult. What Heretics need, though, is an early pick. They've only had it twice from 8 rounds. That is a big margin of error. Need to improve on that. They've got to stop leaking players early on, especially on defense. Opens up so many gaps.
Well, they do have the Solace in play, and Flexi has been watching for information quite readily in this particular round. That would be good against Clutch Drones as well. Logic Bomb, though, to be deployed here from hot and cold. Can M80 take a little bit of ground off this?
They could go quick here. It's a triple stack up top floor on a mining site. And Grubby is going to fall to hot and cold. There's another opening kill. DMR too strong.
Jump out.
The jump
it's
out.
Clash.
It's the clash from Oscar. Has forced him up onto the roof. Oh, he's in an awkward position. Oh, my goodness. Oscar.
How is he alive?
Is in a world of hurt.
Oh, he's going to get out.
He's actually going to get back in. Well, he's delayed a bit of time. He's been a bit of a nuisance, but the site is vulnerable still. That's the main threat for Heretics.
I can't believe he's managed to stay
What
alive.
have I just watched?
I've never seen that.
Flexi was hoping to maybe catch a timing there as M80 might have turned their attention back over towards site. Logic Bomb activated by Holton Cold. That's his second and final one. Still one Candela available for Kino. As Oscar disrupted them just enough to buy some time for others, for Heretics to get into good positions. They've got no Nitrocell. And Holton Cold just walks straight on through. They're creating carnage in the site. Newport needs to win this fight. The Arena in the corridor. The flash to go out. Plant going down in mining. Gavin wins that battle. And at this point, the round seems done. As strong as Heretics have looked so far in this series, M80 are getting the job done here on the third and final map. It's flawless.
Really good, man.
3 match points for M80.
That is good calling.
Fabian praising Hot and Cold for his calling in that round.
Do we get a timeout?
Do we?
I think at this point you kind of have to. Well, it doesn't seem like we're going to get it, unfortunately. Well, I mean, maybe after the bans. Dockerby, Solus will be the bans.
Already used, apparently. That must have been quite a while ago, because I don't remember it either. But
when did Heretics call their timeout?
Not sure.
Ah, it was before round 5, apparently. That kind of makes a little bit of sense. The reason why it's a little confusing as well, sometimes when you're attacking in Cafe, you already got 2 attacking rounds on the board. You can probably say, in hindsight now, it's easy to say, I would have saved that timeout for the second half for situations like this. Yeah, this was
a highlight play. Oscar looks so calm. He was the last alive, funnily enough. I don't know how he was able to get out of that position, but
that's a head scratcher. Yeah, I credit to M80 though. They've been really locked in these last 2 rounds. There's a 3-4 scoreline. Heretics had won the first defensive round in the second half. That kind of then sets the pace, sets the tone that they're going to be difficult to beat defensively. If I'm going to be honest though, again, what is really hindering them are these opening kills. Like 9 rounds played, you've only found the opening pick twice, and you didn't convert on one of those rounds. They've also had no multi-kills in this map. Diffuser, Gavin, and Kino have all had a 3K. So the firepower has gone out. You're not winning the early battles. And dare I say, M80 have just been far better here on Cafe. The first 2 rounds for Heretics, and then that's it. It's been all M80 since then. 6 of the last 7 rounds. The contrast is not lost to me. It's very similar to what we saw in Consulate. A quick M80 start, then Heretics dominated. Quick Heretics start, now M80 have been dominating. 3 opportunities to close this map out.
Could be posturing for... I was thinking maybe a little bit more direct, but probably unlikely given their current shape. Might be contesting for control above here initially. I wonder what this YouTube belt from Hot and Cold may be. 3rd floor of the target.
Flash dump. And repel in for Kino. He'll lead the way on the Deimos to clear out Cocktail. But no. Opts to go towards Bathroom, and he gets the kill onto Upor. A quick little pivot from Kino nets him the pick. Once again, it's M80 that are just able to walk into the building and find an early kill. Flank from Grubby. Tucked in left corner, but up close right as well. Perfect comeback from Gavin to help out. Diffuser was stuck in the corner. He was low. Grubby had his eyes set for that kill. Dancing around the frag grenades. Flexi does nothing. M80 on the verge of flawlessly finishing this off. They do so nicely. Pretty comfortable on Cafe in the end for the Munich Major champions. And while finishing first seems very unlikely, with that map win still technically a possibility, it does require many, many permutations to go their way, but they're more than happy to at least just end the day with a win.
Double digits for Gav. 10 kills across 10 rounds. Another stellar performance from a player who has been key for them so far in Paris. But I think taking a step back and looking at the team as a whole and the way in which they played, much, much better on Cafe. And I think also the ability to bounce back from the shocker that was Consulate, that's the kind of fortitude that will serve you well at an event like SA.
What this also means for Team Heretics is the only way for them to be able to finish first in this group is a 2-0 tomorrow against Weibo. And I don't think that is a likely outcome. Could happen. Will it happen? We'll have to wait and see for tomorrow and for them. No love lost, though, for Team Heretics, especially after what they did on Consulate. I think also going all the way back to Bank, which feels like a lifetime ago. The 7-3 scoreline actually was the one scoreline I would say in the series that really did not probably showcase actually how close that map actually was.
Yep.
Cafe, I think 7-3 feels about right. That was a very dominant finish for M80. But ultimately, again, I think for Heretics, they continue what is proving to be a very strong Six Invitational. For M80, a bit of a bounce back, you know, but clearly just still got to shake the cobwebs off, right? Like it's a bunch of 2-1s. This is going to be their third 2-1 performance, twice winning one, losing the other. So they haven't been able to have like a big statement result.
Yeah, definitely room for, I would classify it as refinement for M80. We know what they can be at their very, very best. If they can tap into that more and more as the tournament goes on, they will be well served. As I mentioned, Gav, 10 kills on Cafe. He's actually the MVP of the series, averaging over 10 per map, finishes on 31. Some big clutch moments again. Phenomenal from him.
Poor old Skeptic, if you look at those numbers, 7-27.
Yeah, rough day at the office. But still, we kind of saw that trio still activate to an extent for Heretics. So I think for the remainder of the event, they'll continue to be a threat.
That's the big point. I think that trio, Flexi, Grubby, Upor, have been really, really good now over multiple matches. So it's not like a one-off for either of them. In fact, it's been all three of them pretty much continuously performing. For M80, again, a lot of things need to go their way if they are to finish first in this group. But more importantly, upper bracket will, of course, be secured with this result against Team Heretics. And while it's not back to the drawing board, I think for Fabian and Co, they know they've still got some work to do. But that's why we have group stage before playoffs. We're going to go to a break. Of course, more action to come on the other side.
Oh my god, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my god, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well? And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
No.
maybe.
Alright, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
Yeah. What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will
I've
sign
got a whole wall.
Right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work. Thank you so much. Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you? How do you have this photo?
We're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent. My mother has been providing photos again.
Great. Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning round. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, c'est ça. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI as a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
now.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really, really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to
Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered this.
Excellent. My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Welcome back to the B stream here at the Six Invitational 2026. We've turned the lights back on and we are good to go with game 3 of the day. And my God, have we got a banger for you. DPLUS gear coming up against FAZE. Tim, these are the two teams that are already guaranteed to make it out of groups. And now it's a fight for first place.
Yeah, I mean, you look at this one and let's be honest, on the face of it, it looks like it's probably going in one.
On the face of it.
Look, I would say that for 19 teams at this tournament at the minute. If they were playing against FaZe, I would say we probably know where this one's going because FaZe have just been so dominant. They played some of the best Siege that I've seen in a long time against Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion actually played. You look at the map scores and you're going to say, hey, that's what you want about. Shopify Rebellion actually played pretty well against FaZe. It's just that FaZe are that good at the minute. DPLUS gear have really got their work cut out for them. They've had highs, they've had lows. They really struggled against G2, 7-1-7-1, but they had a good win against Shopify Rebellion. So look, they've got it in the tank. They've got the ability. Are they going to go through the group? I think they probably will. Are they already qualified?
They are indeed, yeah.
There you go. So, yeah, they're probably going to go through. Look, you know, they've done really well so far. Today's going to be a tough day.
Yes.
Simple as that. But in some ways, I think this is one of those days that you kind of write off. You're just like, you know what? Yeah, we might lose FaZe. So what? We might not. Like,
we're already qualified.
It's not going to make a difference, is it, to you mentally? You're going to think we just got beat by the defending world champions who were playing amazing at the tournament. So
you take a map if you can get it, but here's FaZe for you as well. Like I said, they have been electric. All 4 of their maps, except for one that they lost 8-7 to Shopify Rebellion. They won 7-1. They have been dominant, and I imagine today DPLUS gear are in for a bit of a rude awakening about just how scary their Brazilian brothers really are. And for a head-to-head, we got Nears coming up against KDS, Tim. It kind of tells you the whole story there. Just the numbers that we're seeing across every player for FaZe is terrifying.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing is, you look and, you know, there's a couple with lower numbers, but they, you know, honest truth, a lot of the time, they've got lower numbers because they're not playing enough rounds because, you know, other people are grabbing the kills. You know, there's only so much power to go around. They can't feast on everything. So, yeah, tough game for anybody against FaZe. But the thing I said coming into this, DPLUS gear, if I'm looking for a reason, if I'm searching for a reason as to why DPLUS gear maybe give FaZe a challenge, it's the fact that these guys are Brazilian and they've been playing against FaZe for the longest time. It gives them an edge.
It does. Well, our veto is on screen. So let's see where we're going to for this series. 3 maps to get through, best of 3 like everything else. Kicking things up on Lair, which is the map pick coming out from DPLUS gear, and then FaZe have picked Fortress. It'll be a 3rd time for us casting it this week. Really keen to see how seeing one of the best teams in the world delivers on it. And then we've got Chalet if required for our 3rd closer. Tim, I'm already looking at this and knowing how much FaZe like Lair, this could be a quick series.
It could. It could. I think reasonably that, we'll see when we get the social vote. I think, reasonably the expectation.
Hang on, we'll see when we get the social vote. You telling me you need the social vote to tell you that FaZe are probably going to beat DPLUS Kia?
I just mean how widespread the expectation is.
I'd
that
say
it's going to be
widespread.
that
I'm
easy.
going 75% plus.
I would agree that it is very, very widespread, the expectation for FaZe to come in here. But that takes all the pressure off DPLUS Kia. Don't write them off. They've got a player like Foles. He's a major champion. They know what it's about. They've been playing against these guys for years. Bullet's played FaZe more times than I've probably eaten whilst I've been in Paris. He's so easy for them to know what's going on. But it's not going to be an easy matchup, Des. It's FaZe versus DPLUS Kia, and we're ready to go.
All right, let's get into it then. You saw the social vote, Tim. 82% behind the current reigning world champions. And again, no surprise with how well they've played. DPLUS Kia starting things off on the attacking side. We have seen a bit of an attacking lean on Lair. So maybe they can get themselves going strong and early in this series. Because for me, you ignore the outcome from yesterday against G2. They've actually played pretty well this tournament. I've been quite pleased with what I've seen from them. My natural worry is that, again, you're coming up against the reigning world champions who have put on a show so far, and they are going to be the ones for every team to beat throughout this competition.
Yeah, like I said, my main thing that I would lean on for DPLUS Kia is they've got a lot of experience against these guys. They really do know what it's about, and maybe it just feels a bit different going into that matchup, having that prior experience. In terms of bans, we had the Electro Bros taken away. Kaid and Bandit are going to be off the board. That's really going to help your top floor and your bottom floor, possibly. Your top floor, you're looking at the mask wall, getting in through ops, being able to open up that wall. It's going to really help things. Down in the basement, there's a couple of walls that they like to breach, particularly like warehouse into missile, for example. Get that one breached and get the long angle through into site to the doorway. Lots of uses for different things where you'd see those electric operators going in there for the denial. So that's going to be, I think, a big focus here for DPLUS Kia has got to be on using those hard breaches. I get a little bit frustrated sometimes when you see those bans come in and then you don't really see teams like lean into the operators that they've banned. But straight away, I can see we've got the ace on side. I would suggest Mitte is probably going to be focused towards mask wall and ops and trying to get in there and open those up. They're usually going to be your main focuses for the hard breaches. On the other side, FaZe are going to have to play, DPLUS Kia are going to have to play without Monte and without Ying. So a couple of real big execution and space grabbing operators there.
What makes me a little bit nervous, though, is you can see the two operators on the far right-hand side of your screen. Both Mira and Azami are up. Normally, they're banned away as a pairing by a number of teams, but with the focus on the electrification gadgets, Tim, it does mean places like Ops are going to be so hard to push on through. You're really giving FaZe a lot more power to lock things down here, making use of mirror windows like they're trying to do now in place of electrification. You've got the shields that you're seeing scattered around. You'll have the Azamis being able to throw around dynamically. They've got a lot they can do here to make life a living hell for DPLUS Kia, who, given their lineup, Tim, I'm thinking might be eyeing up not so much a rush, but at some point during this round, a fast push in.
I like the start from DPLUS Kia. Mitte, off-screen, has gone straight into ops, and he's opened that wall up into corridor. There was nobody playing there, but it prevents now anybody from FaZe playing on mezzanine. He's going to rotate around, try to get mask wall open, but they've played the mirror there, so they can just impact trick those Selmas. He is limited, already having used one on office as well. They're not going to impact trick it this time. Mitte manages to pick up the kill, getting aggressive onto Souls. So that's mask wall open, that's ops wall open. They're going to have to look elsewhere, though. They've no more Selma charges, they've no more hard breach, so they can't get that mezzanine wall into mask wall opened up. So that, if it was going to be their plant spot, it's going to have to change.
Really felt like Souls didn't need to swing on for that as well. An impact on towards the Selma, and that wall stays closed. They have no way of getting inside, but because he lost his life, well, it just means those Selmas go off unimpeded, and now they've got a lovely crouch-sized hold in towards sights.
Andy's wandered underneath here. He's got a Nitro in hand. Look at him. You can see just downstairs there. Nitro comes out, and it downs one. Finished off. Brilliant stuff. Vitaking with the Toxic Babe canister. Diffusers down outside of the breach as well. Things are going a little bit wrong for DPLUS Kia. Cyber's just on a field there. He's going wherever he wants. Two 2 toxic babe kills in a round from FEARX. Just great positioning and play from the smoke into that power position behind the desk and showing why it's so good.
Admittedly, both are more kill confirms than kills. That's why FEARX has still got 0. But you are right, Tim. They've just completely starved them out of mass because they made one crucial error. They didn't have control of highway. If you want to play an attacking towards mass, you need to make sure that window to the north is being watched. But hang on a second, Tim. Levy looking pretty good to start things out here. A couple of kills for himself. It's a lot to do to win out a 1v2 against FaZe, but he's failing it. Little baiting shot coming out from FEARX, and the mirror's just there ready and waiting. Handy there to assist his teammates. And FaZe taking round 1 pretty decisively.
Yeah, that was good from FaZe. We're seeing that great team play that they've got, sort of making a little bit of noise over here, and it's actually the other side that you get hit from. Nice movement from Cyber. Great play from FEARX. I loved the Handy moving underneath, looking for that nitro onto the ops wall area. Managed to down the ace of Mitty. And yeah, for me, DPLUS Kia, they've done well there. They've got the mask wall open, they've got the ops wall open, they've wasted that one Selma, which it's not the end of the world, but it just allows you another angle into sight. So where Mitty's pushed out into the corridor, if he had another Selma, he could open that wall onto what would be the plant spot, and given where he's open on ops wall, he can hold a longer angle through into sight, so he doesn't necessarily need to be putting himself in the same sort of danger. But that's not a criticism. He was in the right sort of area, he was playing the right sort of game, he was just punished because he didn't realise, I think, that Handy had gone underneath with that nitro. It was a great play from the mirror. So FaZe, they take the first round, and they're going to move us on, Des, to the basement for round 2.
Probably going to see a bit more of the same as well with the mirror digging them in deep. But what I'm most excited about, to be fair, are the 3 operators, 2, 3, and 4 on this FaZe lineup. Of course, going to see Cyber out around the map. He is that tip of the spear for this FaZe team. The more dynamic of the bunch. The rest, very, I'd say, slow and composed. He's that little X factor that can add just a little bit more to a round. You've got Souls looking to do the same, extra information to support the Vigil, but also the Echo on side. And you might hear me say that and go, Des, why does Echo help here? Well, like we've already seen in series today, Tim, you can make use of those Echo drones to get around the map and support your roamers. If nothing else, like you're seeing here, he'll start rolling them off around the bottom floor to get a bit of information when pushes do start to come through. But I would really love to see one heading upstairs to support his roamers up there as well.
FAZE is on the blitz, which we'll just keep an eye on exactly where that's going to be used, but I think it'll be used on a little bit of a roam clearance to begin with, given where he started. He's over the far side of the map. It's Levy that's on this side near the warehouse, although maybe they'll come around and join him, but they've got Mitty on the ram, so they are going to want that mid-floor. They're going to want it cleared out. If we look at the bottom right of your screen, if you look down there, you can see where everybody from FaZe is positioned. We've got a couple, they've just hit back to site actually. Cyber was on top floor, and then we had KDS and I think it was Handy up on the first floor. They've dropped away and Cyber's dropped down. So everybody's kind of dropped down one level. So it's now up to Cyber on the Vigil to try and keep those verticals out of use for as long as possible. And he's going to do it, Des. He's going to find a kill onto Nias. That's the entry, 5 versus 4.
And that's the butt gun as well. Looking for the ram, a little bit of chip damage coming on through as well. Not looking great here for DPLUS Kia if they lose them too early. But Mitty does get rid of FEARX. Pretty crucial one to find. Admittedly, an Echo. An interesting choice on operators that he can come across here. And falls is in to get rid of Handy. FaZe now down to 3. DPLUS Kia with the man advantage, and surely a good opportunity of winning this round.
Yeah, that's great play on the blitz there. Cyber has managed, I was just watching where Cyber was going, he's managed to get himself back down to the basement to site level so he can support KDS and Souls. I think that's the right play. You've kind of just got to give up on that roam now. You're one man down, you don't want to get overly pressured, because otherwise if they rush site, you've got a 4v2 to go up against. Souls is going to be taken down, you end up in the 4v2 anyway. So DPLUS Kia building a solid attack here. They've not rushed at all. They've worked one-dimensionally. They've all come in from the warehouse side, but it's not hurt them whatsoever. It's just allowed them to, approach with power, with pressure, with aggression, and to take these fights. Looking good for them so far. Cyber starts the fight back though, gets one, cannot find the second. Bullet closes him down. That's going to be second round going to DPLUS Kia.
A good convincing round from DPLUS Kia.
It was good. I liked it.
Yeah, even just dealing with the initially the buck up front, I was like, losing one of those soft breaches from upstairs is going to suck. But they managed to recover well. Mitty especially getting nearly caught out in a gunfight and then turning it on its head and bringing down FEARX on the Echo. Massive for them to stabilize the round and ensure they had the tools to still pull off the execute. Although the actual focus itself didn't turn down to the execute, it very much became a game of team deathmatch. It did slow right down. Objectives were cast out the window. And as DPLUS Kia probably made that call, it was all about going for kills rather than the objective. They win the downstairs, and now we go on to the second floor, Tim.
It was interesting from DPLUS Kia as well, because we often talk about when you've got roamers out there, there's this fine balance, isn't there? And it's something that, it's one of those with hindsight, you can always say somebody made the wrong choice or the right choice, but you can go and chase the roamers, or you can kind of leave them out there in the cold and just go and focus on what you're doing on site and just play that objective. They lost one player to Cyber early on and then kind of made this decision to say, you know what, nah, we don't want a piece of that. We're not going to go chase individual around the map, wasting all that time. We're just going to have a look more directly to site. We'll use the blitz to try and, you know, brute force our way in, get ourselves a little bit of space. And I love that from them. It worked out really well for them. On another day, Cyber comes down a flank, gets a couple of kills, and you say, oh, you should have cleared the roamer. But no, look, it worked well. I think they judged the situation perfectly, and it got them the round. So we move on. We're on to round 3. As you say, we're on that mid-floor, and we've seen a couple of times how powerful it's particularly Vitaking's position that you're looking at. He's a big win condition here. He's playing on the smoke in our 6 room. He's going to be there to hold down those verticals. The others are there to do that as well, but they're also there to protect him and keep him in that position, because he's going to be able to smoke off things like the breach.
I like the read from Cyber as well. I've already seen him dancing around in ops. Hasn't really moved his feet since we saw him about 20 seconds ago or so. But he's just here to chew through drones. Knowing full well, it's very likely the attackers, of course, have to come in and clear top floor. There's a good shout they're going to come in from the ops side. So at least starting out there to clear out any drones that come on through to try and give entries away in the map would waste a little bit of time, force DPLUS here to slow down. Because when you've got to go across this top floor and then downstairs, it can take a little bit of time, as we saw in our series earlier on today. Tim, it did sting NIP a couple of times when it came to trying to move through the halls of Lair to get down to the lower floor. Has now rejoined his team, though, and of course is making sure the assist is there to deal with any further drones or any cheeky plants that might try and come through at some point. And he can help deny that from above.
Yeah, we've got Nias on the thermite. He's obviously going to be the one looking for the breach. I don't think he's going to be going for the external wall. He's looking more to move in to get this green wall. Oh, he's already got, thank you very much, he's already got that external wall. This is really good work then from Nias, actually. He's been around, got the external, he's moved and got the green wall as well, all with kind of in the first half of the round. So that's really good. Puts Souls under not really much pressure. He's going to keep himself out of the way in bunks, but it gets them set up and ready. Next step is they've got to clear out some of those top floor defenders, particularly Vitaking, because he's going to be the one, shotgun, smoke, all that sort of stuff, trying to keep them out of the sight.
Souls turned his back there just at the wrong time as well, only for Mitty to step on forward and find his man. Make it look a bit easy there, to be honest, but absolutely there's a distraction from the backside from other members on his team. Smoke's now going in. Nias doesn't have the diffuser. It is indeed Mitty who has got that.
Perfect.
But as all the smokes roll out and the light screens are in he goes and trying to get this plant down, completely unchecked by anybody. They must know where this plant is going on through. Will they get an angle with Handy? No, they will not. And that one's been finished off, and now they've got to try and recover in a 4v5 post plant.
That was really, we'll come back to why that was good, but that was fantastic. KDS manages to get the kill onto Nias. That's the thermite taken out, but it's 4v4. Got about 25 seconds here for FAZE to find some kills. That's going to be their #1 goal. Falls manages to pick up KDS. Cyber does one have one onto Livy, but they are losing numbers, and they can't be doing that if they want to be able to go for this disable. 10 seconds left for them to be able to have the time still to interact with that case. I'm not sure this is going to happen. 2v2, bullet onto Vitaking, and they've got the vertical. No chance now.
They won't give him anything here, no. If nothing else, he's playing for a little bit of KD, but I think we all know how these ones tend to end up. He's out of time now, down to the last couple of seconds. Falls gets the kill to pad out the stats that a little bit further, but a great round again from DPLUS Kia.
I love the bait on the breach. So they send the smoke canisters into the breach. It was Nias who sent them in, and you can see Vitaking react to it. He sends his toxic babe canister down. He's thinking, I can't see them, but they're going to come in through the smoke. They're going to try to plant on the breach, but they don't. They've got the sense screens up at the door, so now you're creating this 50-50 choice for FAZE. You know, where do we defend? Where are we looking? Is it on the door? Is it on the breach? What's going on? Vitaking goes breach, and then they try to get the warden with a view onto the door, but they can't quite see, and before they realise it, it's all too late, and the diffuser's down. Great confusion caused by DPLUS Kia, and a fantastic plant. Great stuff, and they are 2-1 up.
Does feel like FAZE are being ragged around a bit.
It does a bit, to be honest. I'm surprised they're doing really well.
This has often been the weak point for FAZE. I think when Cyber is, as he has done in the first couple of rounds, had a great couple of rounds, got really involved, a whole stack of kills on his side. But when he's removed from the field, then what? There's only 3 kills amongst the other players on the FAZE side. And yes, it doesn't come down to just kills. But the thing is, Cyber is the one who's able to get up in the face of DPLUS Kia and interrupt their attacks before they get everyone in the perfect spot to say, yep, let's go and make things happen. If he dies, or if he's kept quiet by the side of DPLUS Kia, massaged away from these more aggressive positions, the other four so far really haven't brought too much to the field. That needs to change. Otherwise, you're going to see the same thing all over again for the next 3 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. FaZe have got to find a way to get themselves into this one, because at the minute, it's like I said, DPLUS Kia, if nothing else, they're not going to be scared of FaZe. They've played them countless times over the years. They know what it's about. They know how quickly you die against them. They know how tough they are to break down, and it's not going to matter to them. It's not really going to impact them, and it isn't right now. What would I like to see different? Ooh, don't lose one there. What would I like to see different from DPLUS Kia here to last time? I think last time was a little bit one-dimensional. They did have Levy towards the end, kind of coming in through display, but I think it was probably a bit too late. Other things had happened. Other players had died, and he was, you know, just kind of rolling the dice at that point, see if I can get a couple of kills over this side. I think they need more pressure around this top floor this time. Last time we saw them get Ops Wall and try to get in towards Mask Wall, but that was kind of the majority of the attack. I think you need to pressure players like Cyber on Skybridge. You can't allow him to be running and using those windows, for example. You know, maybe keep KDS busy at display window, things like that. Stop FaZe being able to focus all up towards this kind of execution side.
Definitely one to watch for. I mean, I've been more aware of it now than ever, I think, after he's already stung them once from that spot. But really, that was what got FaZe going back in round 1. Since then, it has been the DPLUS Kia show. And I'm sure it could well continue. A big focus on Ops right now with 3 players stacking outside there. But Cyber is wandering around underneath, as you can see here. Big threat, of course, of that C4 as they try to step their way through this top floor. You got Souls on the other side of things upstairs trying to keep them at bay, and Herd steps. That's what I'm on about. Just steps near. Sorry, I don't know why it was. I think I saw the
definitely
Z.
Not Herds.
I saw the Z and I was like, oh, hang on a minute, Herds. Ooh, need my glasses on, Tim. That's my problem. But yes, he's managed to get himself inside of Ops along with his teammate Mitty here as well. This wall will get opened up. Don't need one of those exothermics, I'm afraid, when there's already Excaris on the wall and they've got the control they need. Mezzanine is theirs. Ops is theirs. But Cyber is still underneath.
Cyber's underneath and Souls is in behind desk. This is the 2 areas they need to do something about, really. Not having the mirror on hand has obviously changed how FaZe have to play this. It's allowed Mask Wall and other areas to be opened up easier, and this is the long angle I was talking about. So they get that open, that's the plant spot. It's not quite, you can't quite see round the wall from there, but if they can get themselves on the door, onto Mezzanine, they can start controlling things then. Cyber is taken out as he tries to return to site. That's a trade, though. He did get one of his own. Nias picks up Souls. Des, that's the Des position gone. That starts giving them access to think about getting a plant down. They just need to wait for Handy's Toxic Babes to be gone. There's 40 seconds left. He can't smoke out the rest of the round. There's a real chance that DPLUS Kia get an opportunity to plant.
Yeah, once that last smoke is gone, there's not really a lot available to them to stop this plant going down, so it's going to be so tough for FaZe to fight their way back through. Really need a kill or 2 here to get things moving, and they're trying to find it. Back in behind the desk they go, but being given absolutely nothing. The last smoke now extinguishing. We're down to the last 15, but they need this player out from behind desk, Tim, otherwise they can't get away with the plan.
Yeah, it's crucial movement from Handy. He's nearly lost his life. He has been forced away. Falls goes in to try and get this plant down. He's going to go to stick it. Vitter King Handy, 1 apiece though. That's not ideal for them. However, the fight back is on. The plant has not been stuck. 4 seconds left to go. Falls is going to have to make a decision, go for kills or stick the case down on the ground. He's going to go for the plant, Des, but now FaZe can get aggressive knowing that they're 1v2, down to a 1v1 effectively because of the plant, but it doesn't matter. Handy can't win out the fight. DPLUS Kia with another successful round.
And Mitty playing it so well in the close. So why expose yourself to a wall knowing the other player's got a shotgun, gets himself behind hard cover. We're in for a FaZe tack timeout. At this point, we might not be able to hear much or understand what they say, Tim, but I'm not surprised at all because outside of a bit of magic in round 1, they have been slammed around there by DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, this has been a surprise. You know, I'll hold my hands up and say, like most of the people, you come in looking, thinking FaZe are probably going to do a job here, but DPLUS Kia, they've been really impressive so far. Like I say, that round, you know, they went in there, they've caused a little bit of chaos. They've got Souls killed from behind the desk. That's a big one. Handy tries to retake the position, but he just can't keep it there. The pressure is too much, so he has to dip away and takes a lot of damage in doing so. They were forcing out those Toxic Babe canisters, burning that utility before the end of the round. He didn't have enough time to be able to hold them back. It got a little bit scrappy at the end, but it's always going to. You've got players like Vitter King who are going to step up and get a couple of kills, and, you know, maybe it changes around, but they still managed to adapt and get it done. Nicely played from DPLUS Kia. 3-1.
You saw the stats up there a second ago for Cyber, who's really the only player, as I've already said, sort of doing much on the FaZe side. Across the other teammates, 5 kills between them across 4 rounds. Really does not make for much of a successful story, and you can understand why they're down 3-1. Speaking of down, Tim, into the basement we go once again. Now down here, I thought last time round, it became a little bit TDM. Like I said, the focus wasn't really on the execute itself. It was much more about the gunfights. And as I've just said, you know exactly which way those gunfights were going, if you know what I mean. So we've got to see a bit more out of FaZe here. I'd love to see them commit those yokai drones out on their own. I understand why keeping them downstairs is a thing. You can blast out the blitz shield as he charges on forward. It's good for preventing that. It's no good if your Echo is the first player dying in the round. So FEARX really needs to keep himself alive to get the most out of those 3 yokais.
Just having a look at FaZe's position, and again, they didn't really play too heavy a roam game here last time. I said beginning of the round, you had Cyber up on second floor and 2 players on first floor, and then the other 2 were down in basement. If we have a look, it's kind of a similar setup, even less so, to be honest. You've got Cyber and Souls up on that first floor. I'd tentatively say that for Souls, because really he's playing on the blue stairs, which, you know, that position that we often see with the smoke. So there's only really Cyber out and about in the map. It was like that last time. He got 1 kill, and DPLUS Kia said, you know, we know what Cyber's about. We're not playing this game. We're just going to go to site and deal with it from there. This time they've brought along the Deimos. They are tracking Cyber. They're going to try and chase him down, or at least force him back to site. Again, I like this from DPLUS Kia. There goes Cyber. 45 seconds into the round, they've got complete control of that mid floor, and they can go in there, get the sledge going, open things up a little bit, and keep an eye on Levy. They've got the Rowra. We like to see exactly how that's used. It's usually quite niche, and they've got a specific plan around it. So what kind of space are they going to try to secure with those panels?
Yeah, Rara for a while when she first came in had the lowest operator win rate in the entire game. She was absolutely tragic. But I think, as we often said at the time, Tim, you need to give time to a little bit of cook. The time to cook. Get them in the kitchen for a while. Just let it simmer, and they'll figure something out. So I'm always excited when I see a Rara picked up these days, especially a team like DPLUS Kia or FaZe, how well they've been playing throughout the competition so far. It's always going to be for a purpose, and when you're attacking as well as you are already, this is really to try and throw a spanner in the works here and disrupt what they were told in the back of that TAC timeout. So I'm with you. Keep a close eye on him, but also, of course, watch where Foles goes. He's got the diffuser in back pocket and that shield in front of his face. He is the big threat in this round.
Yeah, the minute Foles is trying to push blue stairs, Bullet's going to pick up Cyber. That's an important kill. Foles manages to pick up Souls. It allows him down into filtration, but that's where they've done all their verticality, Des, directly up above the door that you can see on your screen there. However, there is a bulletproof camera opposite that. Cyber deployed it near the bomb chassis, looking towards filtration door. So those players from FaZe who are dead, they're going to be able to watch that so long as it's still in place, and they're going to be able to find out and make sure if anybody's trying to push that door, because I think that's where they're going to be looking to get the plant down from Foles here. He's continuing in that location. 45 seconds left to go. He has a little bit of support, and Levy's kind of on his way over there as well.
The thing is, we've got a bit of time to play with here. Not tons, but enough that they can work this out slowly. Now into a 5v2 as they've got rid of Handy. There's no reason why DPLUS Kia should see this round going against them. They were almost on for a flawless, if not for KDS spoiling the party. As he picks up Bullet, but he's most definitely toast. Mighty carries on one hell of a game so far. There's always this debate about sometimes how you pronounce players' names. And in that moment, because he just got a kill, I was like,
he's
Mighty. He's not just Mitty, he's upgraded to Mighty.
Look, another good attack from DPLUS Kia. I loved it. Brought the Deimos. Last time Cyber was a problem, not a problem this time because they brought the Deimos, tracked him out, forced him back to site. They do that quickly, 45 seconds. It gives them ages to get in there. They start sledging all around the door that they want Foles to push in through. They're opening up their plant spot. They're softening it up, clearing any utility that they can. All those sorts of things. Whilst all that's happening, Foles manages to kill Souls, and that gives him the access to filtration. But Bullet, he recognises he's not really needed on those verticals because they've got the sledge there working them. It didn't work out, but what does he do? He goes to the other side of the map and just has a little scarper around and thinks, you know what, I'm going to try and walk down on KDS here. KDS does get the kill onto him in the end, but not, you know, at the end of the world, because all the other work that's been done has set them up for victory already. So I love that. DPLUS Kia, you know, multiple ideas running in that round to make sure that they kind of had contingencies there, and it worked fantastically well. 4-1, and I didn't think it'd be DPLUS Kia that was breaking down, you know, in such positive forms there. I thought this was going to be all FaZe, but no, they are ready for this one.
This could set things up for a very interesting day tomorrow, because this is DPLUS Kia's last game of the group. After this, they are done. If they win, they'll be on 11 points. FaZe will be on 7, which means FaZe, who play tomorrow against G2, phenomenal game, by the way, that will ultimately determine who finishes in first place. But right now, the round differential, FaZe are on plus 23, 35 and 12. DPLUS Kia, despite being in second, are on -3, 33 to 36. They need to win this game as quickly as possible if they want to avoid being jumped over by FaZe in the tiebreaker tomorrow.
Looking at this attack, we're back up on top floor. DPLUS Kia don't have a ranged hard breacher this time. All they've got is the Thermite. I said all they've got. 3 extra Thermix is obviously very good. He's, you know,
Don't turn your nose up at that
I
one,
still
Tim.
think he's the best hard breacher in the game.
3
extra Thermix is fantastic. But why I'm saying that is I don't think they're going to go for the ops side this time. They might open mask wall, but they don't have anything to open up that wall from ops onto Mez. They don't have, you know, anything necessarily. Mitty's going to open that wall now, the mask wall. They don't have anything to kind of deal with the Mez area. So I think maybe they avoid this a little bit. They've got Nias on the Deimos. I'm keeping an eye on Nias on the Deimos because is he going to go underneath and try to deal with Souls behind desk, get that track on him and try to pressure him, or no? We'll see what happens. As it is, Bullet's the one that's roaming around there. And actually, yep, no, I take it back. Mitty is going to go in. He's going to open the up wall with the Thermite instead. It could just be a little bit risky for him if he tries to go in and get this next wall with the Thermite because you've got Handy kind of in and around top rocket stairs. He has been forced back now, so he might be good to go.
You know, they'll absolutely contest him as soon as he did ever try and stop fours, and that heat was getting a bit too much around Rocket, so indeed dips away to rejoin his team, and that makes this all the easier to open up. And I love how they secured it as well with a Dockerby Call and a Deimos trap to make sure that wall is definitely open. They know their win condition, Tim, and just the same as last time we were on this site, they've got both mask walls open. We 100% know what the game plan is going to be, but surely that just invites a cheeky little backstab from someone elsewhere. Like Falls, here he is.
Falls is going to be coming across. Skybridge
Too easy.
gets himself a kill. Beautiful stuff from the Blitz. Cyber taken down. He had so much joy there back in round 1, but this time it's an absolute nightmare. And that also now, oh, it could have been like a wasp in the room. Falls has decided instead he's gone out of the window and he's come round to mask wall because he has the diffuser, so he wants to go in and plant. Had he not had the diffuser, maybe he could have carried on pushing and been a real headache for them over on that R6 room side. But it shouldn't matter too much because I think there will be an opportunity to get the plant down at some point for Falls.
Nias, man, really thought he'd keep on going there until he got the kill, but no, Flash comes in, not that it matters. There's a Warden, and it's a shotgun, but no, Levy gets away with the kill, traded out by KDS straight after. FaZe now have got the advantage. They're into a 3 versus 1. Falls might be 7-1, but it was a lot to do at range there against 3 players on FaZe who just about hold on, and means that they get a second round in this half.
Yeah, they did a lot right there, did DPLUS Kia. I think, again, if you remember earlier on for that top floor attack, I kind of said it was a little bit too one-sided, and I think they kind of suffered the same there. We saw the success they had with the Blitz against Cyber, and, you know, I said it at the time, if he didn't have the diffuser and he could have pushed on and carried on through to R6 room, maybe made a challenge onto Vita King, all of a sudden, your display players like KDS, Handy, they have to start paying a bit of attention over towards R6 room, so they can't stand there and take these fights onto the breach. Instead, Falls comes back and he sort of stands on mask wall. That's the right thing to do. He's got the diffuser. He wants to get the plant down. That's what they're playing for. But it just meant that everybody else from FaZe, all 4 of them, could start squaring up to that. It's kind of like, you know, you've sent a telegram saying, we're going to plant on mask wall. That's the plan, because there's no pressure coming in anywhere else. And so I think, yeah, DPLUS Kia, maybe with just a little tickle on display window, or maybe continuing that blitz run round to R6 room, maybe they could have took the focus off it, you know, and given FaZe a little bit more to think about. But other than that, look, it's been a great first half for them. 4-2. FaZe move on to the attack, and we'll see how DPLUS Kia do on the defense.
You know what? So what's going to happen after this, though, Tim? We'll finish this map. DPLUS Kia will win it. We'll go back into the green room, and Dev Mart is going to be insufferable about DPLUS Kia winning a map.
Attackers need to locate.
He's going to be absolutely insufferable.
Oh, they're going to win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, hate watching is a thing for DPLUS Kia, right? For a lot of people.
They beat FaZe in the first map. They're going to win the whole thing.
Turns out the secret sauce, Tim, is for a Brazilian team, they need to go over to APAC, get picked up by an org, then come back, and then they can slap about other Brazilian teams. You don't do that by staying in Brazil. You've got to travel around the world, mix in a little bit of... A few scrims against Cyclops are going to teach you a thing or two, it turns out.
They certainly will, I'm sure.
Oh,
I'm certain of
phenomenal,
it.
Phenomenal.
I'm certain of it.
All right, well, let's see how they go on the defense and see if FaZe can really turn things up. My concern for FaZe is... I think, as we all know, they're a little bit of a slower team. Outside of Cyber, they are a slow, controlled, very execute and team play focused team. That ain't a bad thing. No. People often like watching more explosive things, though, like a little bit of G2 or a Weibo, as we've seen throughout this week so far. So I need to see, I think, from them, the ability to turn the heat up a little bit here on DPLUS Kia and show that you can play to just break them apart and catch them off guard. Admittedly, chucking Cyber, your go-to entry on a 1-speed, that's normally not the way to get it done.
FEARX straight away has got himself over towards Ops, whereas Cyber is looking towards that display window. So already we're starting to see this kind of, you know, multitude of positions coming in from FaZe. One concern I've got, KDS is over on the display window at the minute on the Thatcher, and a lot of the breaching may go over on the Mask side, so they might need him over there to deal with the Kaid.
What sound would you make if you were being zapped by Clash?
What sound would I make?
Yeah, everyone's got a voice line in game. I want to know what you'd make. I wanted to know if I could push you far enough.
I've got it in mind, but it's one of them things where it's like, I don't want to do it and it sounds really bad and get like clipped out of context.
We'll see how we go after they've tried to burn through the Clash. I wonder how Clash sounds when she's being burnt to a crisp. We'll find out. The Souls are stepping forward there with one of the firebots. So Ying yeets it up over the top. He's going to force the players back on the side of DPLUS here. So FaZe doing good to get control of Rocket here. A little bit unconventional on their entry in as it stands. But I've got a lot to do here in a 4v5 with the Clash still on the board.
Yeah, FEARX got the Ops wall open. They haven't really approached Mask wall whatsoever to deal with that. They're happy that they've got Bathroom and Mezzanine at this point, I think. They're going to start trying to challenge on towards Nias, who is, of course, that Clash player. Yeah, just open the internal wall. They're not worried about Mask wall. Just get that internal wall opened up. That's going to allow them through to the plant spot. That is available for them now. FEARX in position in Ops. So now they just need to make sure that they force him Bullet out of sight, because he's in there and he's got a little bit of support from Levy as well. So they need to force them a little bit deeper, and Handy and KDS, that's going to be their job really, to try and, you know, attract everybody over to that side towards Bathroom and see what they can do. They're going to try and deal with the Clash here. I like this. Candela's going out. Toxic Babe canister though is going to distract. A big double from Bullet. Levy onto Handy, and FaZe crumble in a heartbeat.
They've been shagged, Tim. There's no other way to put it. They have been absolutely shagged by DPLUS Gear in this first round. A flawless to get the half started. Huh?
First map? Let alone first round. This has been going on for 6 rounds, 7 rounds now, Des. DPLUS Gear are seriously in the driving seat.
Just a little. Can I hear that Clash voice line now?
I don't know.
It'd be really funny though.
No, I don't think it would
Clash.
be.
Piss off! Come on, what are you doing when I'm saying that to you? That could just be you on a train though, mate, with a really bumpy production have just come on and gone, what the F, man?
That's my getting electrocuted noise.
Fantastic. All right, well, now I know what it sounds like. So if I ever hear that noise, I know to come running and not touch you, but at least look at you and say, Tim, are you okay? And if you to sit there going,
thank you, there you go, that was identical. That's the best impression you've ever done of me.
No, because if you're getting shocked, it's like quicker frequency, I feel.
Mine was quick.
Yeah, if you're chugging along over like, I don't know, like a bumpy road or something, you're like,
oh, was mine too slow?
You get me? We're getting towards the back end of the week now.
Welcome to the B stream. This is Six Invitational 2026.
Unreal.
Right, let's get back into it. DPLUS Kia 5-2.
I tell you who do need a shot to the system, Tim. FAZE!
Wait.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
5-2 DPLUS Kia. They will continue on the defense. They're not going to go down to the basement. They're going to play the mid floor instead. It's going to be bunks. So last time around, we actually... This was... I'm going to go back and watch it because it was one of my favourite attacks from DPLUS Kia. I really like how they attacked this side. They got the external wall breach, they got the green stairs wall breach, and then they played sense walls in through the door, and then they kind of baited out this attention towards the green stairs breach by putting in the smoke canisters, but went and planted on the door. And FaZe couldn't find the location in time, and it was a really nice little switch play from DPLUS Kia. I really enjoyed it. So let's see what FaZe can bring to the table here, Des. They look like they're shaping up for a top floor clearance to me.
Yeah, as you probably expect as a starting point, but it's more about the execute, right? I'd love to see them focus on the wall, given the fact they've got, you know, for example, the Maverick on side. This should help them get through what is otherwise quite annoying to step your way through. You'll play that happy little dance here, at least Mitty will, if we find out that Thatcher is trying to get the wall disabled. So I think having the Maverick on side is going to help at least on that front. And of course, he has those frags back, Tim. I used to love playing an Oregon Tower and bringing these nades along and just yeeting them down on towards someone who was sat inside a pit. I'm so glad I'm able to do that again, although he won't be doing anything in this round. Cyber, despite having a really good start earlier, I believe he was sat at like 8-4 at one point. 8-8 now. Really not involved in this game anymore.
No, Mitty's going to yeet a couple of bullets at him and get the job done. Like you said, that's the Maverick gun as well. I don't think they've been able to breach the green stairs. Well, I'm not saying they were going to try. They have got the external one, and they still have the ace on side. So they should be okay there, but the loss of a gun, if nothing else, is going to hurt them. Just looking across the side of DPLUS Kia, still 3 of them up on the top floor. I say that as Nias moves back down. So you've got Foles and Levy now that are charged with at least making things difficult up on the top floor. We hear the Candelas going off. FEARX has not gone in yet to try and get a diffuser down. He's still working around the top floor. He's actually just dropping down now. So FaZe are now posturing towards thinking about getting in and getting that diffuser down, because they do have control of the area that they need to be able to plant from the external breach, which is where FEARX is now lining up.
Still not good when you're down a man.
It's not.
And we're down to the final 35, right? Like, at least they're starting to ask questions of sight.
They can do this.
DPLUS Kia are just waiting to spring the trap on them, Tim. They've got all the tools required to do it. They've got 3 smokes. They've got a clash. They've got so much to work with still that I worry FaZe are just going to be out of time already.
Yeah, Handy's going to plant in a second, or he's going to try to.
And he's going to eat a face full of smoke.
Yeah, it's going to be Nias that's possibly the problem for them here on the clash. Great fight won by Mitty as well. Manages to take down FEARX.
Oh,
that's going to be another one gone. The ace. Handy does find Nias. That takes the clash out, which is going to free up an opportunity to put the diffuser down. KDS onto Mitty. Handy is going to stick this 2 versus 3. No, they find him. Levy gets the kill from above. And DPLUS Kia, Des, they've got all the answers. They've seen the test paper before they've come in. They know what FaZe are going to do, and they are prepared for everything.
They're sitting the test paper, Tim, with all the answers written down in the palm, but they didn't even need them. All 3 smokes were still in Foles' back pocket there. Didn't need to bring a single one out to start them, because they knew, like you're saying, everything FaZe were trying to do.
Love it.
DPLUS Kia, they have rattled the standing world champions. You ever heard about like the unofficial world championship belt, by the way? Like where you beat the world champion.
Yeah, so you become.
I actually have no idea where it currently sits.
Oh, you'd have to, yeah, there's a lot of results to work your way through.
That could be worth digging into, though.
Well, you'd have to find the first time that FaZe were beaten after Boston, and then so on and so forth.
A year's worth. Maybe I'll start tracking it from now, like after this SI.
After this SI, we probably need to do that.
Track the
unofficial world championship belt.
Ask Alamar, he was the unofficial world champion after winning a major. Remember the memes that came out about that back when he was on Team 1? He was like, oh, world champion. Everyone was like, you're not a world champion, you've won a major. It's not an SI. People were really upset about it. Really upset.
People do like definitions, though.
He's a great fisherman. He's an amazing fisherman.
They love a definition. People like when things fit into boxes.
Little clean boxes. Yeah. I've got another one for you. If you were EMP'd, how would you sound?
I think what I've just been told from production is that the unofficial world champion is W7M. That it's landed with Fluxo W7M. Could be. We've got it. We've got an asterisk.
Right,
we've got a could be incorrect.
Sorry, production. I don't work in maybes and percentages here. We're talking absolutes, right? We've got to have the absolute answer, or there is no answer.
We will look into it and we will get an answer for you.
Like FaZe could win this map. But they're probably not going to, Tim. There's a 4-round deficit to climb.
They could. 6-2. DPLUS Kia just need one more round with 30 seconds into this one, and they are defending down in the basement. Just looking across their locations, they've got one up on the top. Oh, Nia's up on the top floor on the clash, and that's going to take. I quite like this, actually. He's just playing up on the green stairs. You can't ignore him because he's got Levy supporting him from down the bottom of green stairs, and also he can just walk down onto your flank, so you can't really ignore him. But Clash is a pretty difficult operator to deal with a lot of the time and can burn a lot of time. So a minute is done. Handy's going to pick. Oh, there we go. Handy's going to pick up bullets. Cyber's going to pick up Levy, and all of a sudden, DPLUS Kia have got a serious problem. Thank you, Des.
That's what Blitz sounds like, apparently. Takes inspiration, Tim. At this point, they are rolling over them into a 4 versus 2 with 2 minutes to play. They've got so much time, Tim. It's all down to Mitty. Will he be mighty in this round? I'm not so sure when he's got a shield to face off against. No, he's not going to be.
I was going to say the plant's going to go down, but it's not, because KDS manages to pick up the final kill, and that's going to be FaZe managing to get themselves an attack. Always a danger with FaZe when they get around is that they're just going to build that momentum and start really rolling forwards. I still think DPLUS Kia are going to do this. Of course, let's not forget, they've got to go to Fortress next, which was FaZe's pick. So we're going to see how DPLUS Kia get on there. Obviously, going on to the new map, if FaZe are fully prepared for it, you know, you could be in for a tough time. We might well see ourselves go into 3, but at the minute, it's it's not just been about the map, I don't feel. DPLUS Kia, their strategy has been really good, which I guess is kind of about the map, but also their ability to win those gunfights, their ability to keep FaZe guessing, to constantly shooting them in the side, in the back. They've just been outmaneuvering them and outgunning them. It's been really good so far.
It'd be the easiest prediction of your life here to say what the operator band is by FaZe, and it is indeed the Clash on the other side, because it has been a massive nuisance for them. And on the other, we've had the Ying taken away by DPLUS Kia. Don't want to be forced to bring that Warden along every single time, I imagine, but also just so it isn't quite so oppressive having to deal with the flashbangs. They are still going to bring the Warden for what it's worth, as they're expecting a little bit more magic to come. And FaZe, I'm sure, have got to cook up a little bit of magic of their own here. It's still a 3-round deficit to climb. It's still a big ask. But if anyone can do it, it's going to be them. Let's be real.
Yeah, you would have expected.
What are you digging into, Ethan?
I'm not digging into I don't have time to dig into it. But
you trying to find out the unofficial world champion?
We could start tracing it back a little bit.
Bro, if you're what trying to cast? Are you mad?
We can definitely have it by tomorrow, guaranteed. Look, I trust our production team. For now, I'm going to say that it lands with Footsoda.
What are you going to do if they're wrong?
Well, nothing really. They tried, and that's all you can ask. That's all you can ask. They got us an answer within about 15 seconds.
I can ask them to be right, Tim. Ooh,
we start. Oh,
I'm seeing them slopey shoulders.
I was going to say we're starting to pass off responsibility now, aren't we?
So we've got another question for you. What do you sound like when you get EMP'd?
I don't know. It's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I kind of want to sound like a robot powering down, but that'd mean I was playing Scopos.
This is it. This is the trick question. You don't make a sound because if you're a robot, you are instantly disabled, or if you're a human being, you aren't affected by it.
There you go. See,
now, what do you sound like when you're running through fire?
I big brained it.
What about when you're running through fire without sounding like a monkey?
Again, I just...
Because the natural response is to go, ooh, wah, ha, but you sound like a monkey doing that.
It's just not going to end well, is it? It's
I mean, it might. The electric shock one was great. I'm out of sound effects after that. I can't think of any more in the game that you have to think
Round 10. 6-3 DPLUS.
I really want to hear what you sound like, Tim.
FEARX is moving into ops. They're attacking onto top floor. Bullet is there on the Cade. He played a great game last time when they were up on this top floor. Played it from kind of deep inside of office and managed to pick himself up a double kill with the TCSG. So he's going to be looking for more of that. And FEARX is just holding that long angle towards side door for the time being whilst everybody else gets into position. It's fairly similar positions to what they experienced last time here, FaZe. Just trying to get themselves in to bathroom, to mezzanine, to ops, and they're in all those sorts of locations.
For sure. I mean, Handy's the one to watch out for me. The fact that he's on the sends with all those light screens, of course, paired up with Souls, means there is a lot of ability to obscure vision for the other side. It's why you've got things like the Warden on side to see through the smoke, but of course, he can't see through the light screens of the sends. So, options are available to FaZe here, even with the arsenal that's being brought along by the other side. My biggest worry, though, is those 20 Shumakers in the back pocket of Levy. We saw a lot of delay going on earlier, making use of this operator. We'll see if he gets a chance now, and lucky there falls not to get the killers. Nades fly his way, and he starts getting aggressed onto. Just keep himself alive, but FaZe haven't yet said now is go time. That was a bait light screen that went out.
Well, it's just holding this same angle. This is exactly the one that I spoke about. Just kind of in there behind the half wall and just can't see through the light screen, but it will be dipped for the time being. Handy is working from the side door. Bullet manages to pick it. Same position, exactly same position, in behind the couch there, just causing an absolute nightmare for them. We have the Nitro comes out. Easy as that to deal with the Blackbeard. The trade is there, though, as Levy manages to pick up Souls, who got falls. 1v2 effectively. KDS is down. 25 seconds left to go. Now he's going to make his move, and he's going to pick his man up. But Blackbeard on the ground is definitely one to be recovered. It's going to give you a good opportunity to try and bully these remaining defenders. But with 15 seconds left to go, DPLUS Kia could just play this a little bit safe here.
They've got a C4 to play with as well if they really want it, but no, Mitzi doesn't care about that C4. It's all a redundancy thing. They're going to step out anyway and find the kill. FEARX all alone. Might get rid of one, but he's not going to have the time to go for Levy, who's going to very happily march on forward, pick up his trophy here, assuming he finds the man in time. Indeed he will. And that's DPLUS Kia taking map 1.
What a result for DPLUS Kia. It was their map choice. They've come in, they've dominated. They've been very, very convincing throughout that one, particularly on the attack. I really enjoyed watching those. And then they will take that first map. They go 1-0, heading into Fortress.
That makes things really interesting now, because even I was coming in and saying I can't really see DPLUS Kia doing this. Instead of seeing them play well, but well enough to beat the standing world champions who have won 4 of their 5 maps 7-1. I don't think it's going to happen, but they've just shown anything is possible at SI.
Yeah, absolutely that. We can see the stats just coming up there. We've got Mitty and Folds particularly, 22 kills between the two of them. Look at the cost, so 90% each, 80% for Levy. Great stuff. 7 entries as well across the fight there. Only 3 go into FaZe. DPLUS here have truly run that map.
They have, Tim, and I think someone look at that and say FaZe are selling. To me, it looked more like they were getting absolutely mugged. For sure, they've got to improve things going into Fortress. It is a new map. It's a chance where DPLUS here have no idea what FaZe do. Maybe we see something a little bit different.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, FaZe are going to have a game plan coming in there if they've brought it along. So DPLUS Kia, well, hopefully they do too.
Fingers crossed, Tim. Fingers crossed. Well, with that, we've got a short break coming up, Tim, and then, of course, Fortress awaits, as we've said. So we'll cut to that now. Back with you in just a few minutes.
walls around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you.
Welcome back to the B stream here as we are getting underway with our second map in this series between DPLUS, Kia and FAZE. Fair to say on that first map, the DPLUS Kia left FAZE feeling pretty shocked in spectacular fashion. Now, things may of course change going into Fortress. We're going to find out as we get into it. We get to see one of our new maps.
The things I do for you, Des.
I told him to do this. I'm so sorry.
He was like, can you be shocked again?
Can you do the shot thing again, Tim? Absolutely. Well, Tim, are they going to be shocked? I was going to use as many like electric references.
Do you remember when I did the mix in the balls
ball
for the
thing,
draw?
yeah.
For like, and I did the mix and it got clipped, and I've like it's still crops up on Twitter
to this day, yes.
of me going of the noise of them being
You
mixed.
just make some really good sound effects, mate. What can I say?
Apparently.
It's well worth it. Let's take a look at our player highlight, though. Mitty and Cyber, the main two men off the previous map. Mitty especially had an unbelievable map, given he plays a very supportive role. And Cyber, while he started strong, Tim, he was very, very quickly eradicated from the field, dealt with for the majority of those rounds. And that was what gave DPLUS Kia that win. They start on the defense on Fortress. It's worth stressing, by the way, Tim. And we tend to favor defenders going into these newer maps while everyone still figures out exactly what's going on.
Exactly that. I think when we saw Fortress this morning, I kind of said, you know, we'd only seen Team Secret and SSG, and they'd both struggled to get attacking rounds. It was mostly defender-sided when we saw it, but I felt like it was a little bit different this morning. We certainly, you know, they had it figured out a little bit more on the attacking side. So I'm interested to see where this goes. You know, we know that FaZe has got a lot of gun power, which I think is important, being able to come in and take and win fights, particularly on the attack of Fortress, because there is ground that you need to clear on that top floor to move forward. I'm also interested to see what both teams do with the downstairs side, because naturally, from a Siege perspective, you kind of look at it and think, you know, go and take the top floor and get the vertical, but teams haven't always done that every time.
Well, here we go, Tim. Ready to lock and load into Fortress. It's actually our, third or fourth time we've cast it this week?
Third.
This is our third, yeah. We had Secret versus SSG. We had NIP versus FEARX early on, and now we're into our third. Let's get into it. It's map 2, DPLUS Kia versus FaZe. Right, into our bands then, Tim has said DPLUS Kia kick things off on the defense. Do we start downstairs? Do we start upstairs? That is the raging debate on this map so far. I think we've had one of each, so I'm very keen to see what the deadlock is going to be, who breaks it for us between these two.
I'm quite excited.
Oh, here we go.
So just in the break, I've been tracking down the unofficial world champion. So if we didn't explain it very well, unofficial world champion, the idea behind it is FaZe win the SI in Boston 2025.
Yeah.
And whoever beats them in any match becomes the unofficial world champion.
Yeah.
And then whoever beats them becomes the unofficial world champion. So on and so forth. And you've just followed this chain until you get to today. Now then, I have tracked it and I have just landed on Stellai Gaming.
Who the hell are they?
Exactly. So they
winnings
beat
$48,000. Who's on the team?
They're a Brazilian team, and they beat ENX. So I traced it through quite a few Brazilian results.
They don't exist anymore. They've not got a roster, therefore it goes back to the previous team.
Right, so it's ENX, so I need to go back to ENX. Because ENX were beaten by them on the 23rd of August.
I see. So it'll be ENX, then go back to them.
Go back to them,
which
and
is
their next
interesting,
loss.
Because when you ask anyone like who's the rookie of the year, everyone says Stompin, except for a bunch of Brazilians who say Boxera, and he was on that roster.
Interestingly, their next loss was FaZe.
Back to square one, Tim.
I'm up to September 6th, FaZe.
Phenomenal. All right.
Brilliant. That really made me laugh.
Yeah, we'll keep on digging here. We'll keep on going in full circle.
I thought we were going to end up like winding our way through Brazilian tier 2 or something and like end up on, some unexpected unofficial world champion.
Unfortunately not. Well, you can keep on digging, Tim. I'll get us started on this game. We are on that second floor inside command office and bathroom. Which probably means you're going to see the attackers start off towards the south of things, inside of Old Tower, on towards the southwest balcony, and starting to move their way through the map from there. Of course, DPLUS Kia are not going to make that easy for FaZe, so I'd imagine we'll have 1 or 2 players looking for a backstab up white stairs or down through blue. There's various options. Where are we at, Tim?
Back to FaZe, October 1st. But let's focus on the game.
Did they lose on October 1st?
No, Furia lost to FaZe, so it goes back to them. So, as you say, we're up on that top floor, just having a look at where everybody's positioned. Again, it's fairly similar from the defenders to what we're seeing. A bit of presence in games and dorms, actually a little bit more than we've seen previously. So both SSG and NIP this morning were very much just playing one player in and around games for this bathroom site, but this time they've gone with 2. Levy and Foles are both inside there for DPLUS Kia. Foles manages to pick up Cyber, and this is it. You've got to approach this with numbers, really. Vitakin gets forced to come around the corner because of the Toxic Babe. Great team play there. Foles managing to pick up the kill after delivering that and just bringing him out into the open. Souls manages to pick up Levy 4 versus 3, but serious advantage for DPLUS Kia, and interestingly, Des, they've all collapsed back. They've all headed back towards site now. They're conscious of Courtyard becoming a problem, and Nia's manages to find the kill to break down KDS from trying to come in from that direction. It's all up to Handy and Souls.
It's a lot to ask for. Souls has also equaled 50% of his kill total on the previous map. He was 2 and 9 back on there, so at least he's already starting out a little bit stronger, but a bit too much work to do for him and Handy, I fear. Yes, you've got 75 seconds to play with, but given how bottlenecky this map can be, they've at least got the flashes to help out, but you're against Bullet on the Warden. Just a lot working against them here, unless they can win some good long-range gunfights, which is what they're looking for inside a bathroom here. But it might be a double swing coming in towards Handy if he's not too careful. They know that he's here. They've heard him open it up. That skeleton key isn't exactly quiet. And as it stands, no one's actually stepping forward, because why would the defenders do that? They can afford to wait. And he's dead. Still one more going. Just Souls by himself in a 1 versus 4 out on Courtyard. This one's cooked him.
Yeah, it certainly looks
Where are we at now?
October 18th. It just keeps bouncing back between FaZe and Furia.
Oh, wait till you get to the major. That's when it goes all over the shop.
That's when it goes global. Mighty manages to pick up the last. I'm calling him Mighty because it was the final kill of the round.
We just changed his name based
if it's ever
on
the final,
context.
if it's contextual, if it's ever the final kill of the round, then he used Mighty Mitty. But otherwise, he will be known as Mitty.
At what point is he Mighty?
Game-winning kill.
Ace?
Could be. 1v5 ace clutch.
Yeah.
Look, great defense from DPLUS Kia there, particularly Foles. Playing down
You know, if he gets an ace now, we have to go, Mighty, as loud as we can.
Okay.
That's the agreement. I'm not saying it's going to happen. It's unlikely. Is it unlikely? Because he's playing out of his skin
He's
this
playing
series.
really well today.
Yeah. But he's got to get a 5k, so don't get your hopes up.
Yeah.
Funny though.
Yeah, so Foles played a great part in that defence. He was playing down by the B bomb chassis now. He was playing down in game. And he used the smoke out towards Old Tower. Dealt with 2 coming in from there, trying to take that pressure. And FaZe were a split attack. They were trying to approach from kind of Courtyard side as well and up at the top. And it just didn't really work out for them. DPLUS Kia kind of saw it coming from both sides and were able to deal with it. Really good stuff from them. 1-0.
I've seen a couple of times now as well that we get Malusis, both of them being, well, 2 being placed down, I should say, inside of the Courtyard hallway on the second floor. I think the team's using it more for the information game. Someone vaults in through Courtyard window or comes pushing in through briefing while they're being picked up by those Malusi Banshees, and you hear it inside a bathroom, which feeds, of course, across the defenders that certain parts of the map are being taken over. There's also a second one that goes down by the actual door from Courtyard where you kind of walk in on that sort of mezzanine overhang kind of vibe thing. I don't really know what you call it, but the indication gets given regardless that you are walking in. And again, it just primes the defenders to expect a bit of aggression in that direction. But I think I've seen all 3 teams doing it so far. In fact, exactly inside here, you can see now where the Clash is dancing around. There's one on the wall here, which might get destroyed. There we go. The nade rolls in, gets rid of the one. There's still one on the south side, though, so it's still going to help them at least if someone tries to backstab the Clash.
Just waiting for that. I always love this. Just standing watching, waiting for that to open, because you never really expect it to be a gun immediately on the other side of it, hoping to just sort of catch somebody on the hop and take them out as that opens up. 1 minute into the round, we don't have an entry kill yet. Just keeping a close eye on Foles and their location on that clash. Always a little bit of a sticking point, and just having a look across FaZe. They've not really got too much to deal with it. 2 of the nades have gone. They've got 2 left on Souls. So they're going to be particularly important, I think, now, Souls, and where those nades are delivered in order to deal with that clash.
FaZe will be having a meltdown until they can ban away that clash. I think it tormented them last time around. It may well do the same again. Tim, he's got a kill. He's got one, okay? Just one.
Is he on the road?
He's moving, mate. Look at him. He is flowing like water. He's on the go.
Might be getting carried away. It was a good kill.
You're saying that now until he gets 2. What point do you get excited?
Where he gets a 4K, then I'll say that he's flowing like water. Bullet manages to take down KDS. 5 versus 3. DPLUS Kia just continue this supremacy. We kind of expected to come in here and maybe FaZe have a little bit more of a run at it.
He's got 2, Tim!
He does have 2, does. You know, we expected FaZe to come in here and maybe be a little bit more in control, be the FaZe that we expected. Now I'm looking and thinking, you know, maybe this isn't to do with maps. It's, you know, they're really not delivering on Fortress so far. We're only 2 rounds in. You know, there is time for that to change. And, of course, they've not chosen to start on attack because it was their map. DPLUS Kia got to choose defense, so FaZe, you know, maybe better on defense. But, yeah, for me, they're just struggling to kind of keep pace with DPLUS Kia right now.
I've decided I'm a mighty fanboy for this entire game. And every time he dies, I'll be really upset. Every time he gets a kill, I'll be ecstatic. Every time anyone else gets a kill, I'll be really upset. Just so we're clear on what the rules of engagement are here.
2-0 DPLUS Kia. Certainly in the driving seat, as I like to say, in charge here. And FaZe, call that tactical timeout.
That's very quick and early.
It is.
No production, we're okay with that comms for this because I don't understand Portuguese and it's also very, very quiet. So we'll be all good. We'll be all good. I wish we understood Portuguese. We normally lean on Maria. I honestly feel really bad for Maria because she's here to obviously do interviews with the teams and the players. And what ends up happening normally is we're all in WhatsApp to her like, Maria, translation, now, what are they saying? And she has to translate it. Are you still looking, bud?
Well, it gets fascinating.
Where are we at?
Because not only did M80 win the Munich Major title, they at the same time, in the same match, took the unofficial World Championship title from Falcons.
Okay, and then who have M80 lost to while we're here, Tim?
Well, that's not. It's before that. They've lost it before the game.
Oh, who have they lost to since then?
They lost it to SSG on December 13th.
And then who did SSG lose to?
I don't know. We're going to find out.
You're digging, Tim. You're digging deep.
I'm focusing on the game, and then in the bits in between like this, I'm chasing it down.
You're focused on that. I'm focused on Mitzi and how much he can pop off. I just want everyone else in his team to die and him to clutch up. It's the one wish I have before we're finished today. This is our last game casting for today, and then we're back tomorrow on the B stream again for games 2 and 4. But if I have any ask, any request, any wish while I'm at SI, it's that this happens at some point. For now, we'll focus on the round itself, though. We're going down into the basement. It's not on the ground floor. It's just downstairs at this point. We'll just say downstairs because that's very, very universal. Now, when we've seen this one, there's been a big focus on Med and Infirmary to the east side of your screen now, with a player often working their way down the stairs that you can see in front of you. No, that's not Med. Med's a little bit further to the north. These stairs, though, are correct. That is Med. Thank you very much. I believe it's Sky's observing for us now. We've seen a lot of Blackbeards vault in through the window and try and cause a little bit of chaos, but the problem is you're so boxed in inside there, especially with the barbed wire on the ground, that it becomes a little bit of a death box. C4s start flying your way. You're covered off by a couple of angles. You need support from the player who's on the stairs down to your south, but the problem is he's being challenged by a player down the long hallway. So it can get a little bit scrappy to even get any control inside the building as an attacker here. We haven't seen too many teams also focus on vertical plating, but I think that will change this round because we've got Cyber on the Ram.
I believe the current unofficial world champion is Team Secret.
Oh, really?
Yep. It was SSG until they beat them the other day on February 3rd, and then they haven't lost since. So we can now keep a track of it through SI.
All right.
If anybody beats Team Secret, they become the unofficial world champion.
We'll keep an eye on that one then, Tim.
There you go.
I want you to update me every single time they lose a game and it moves.
I will do.
So we know where it's going.
Absolutely.
So it turns out both production and admins were wrong.
As I say, don't come for me if you've... I've been casting at the same time, so if I'm wrong, back off. But...
Who's going to be the tiebreaker here? Have I got to dig into it later?
No,
I'll also be wrong because I get impatient.
With your rule about still iGaming and them not existed anymore, then it
No,
goes
that's
to,
what it's always been.
It goes, well, that's fine. It goes to Team Secret.
All right, fine, cool.
Okay, then, round 3, 2-0 so far for DPLUS. Kia FaZe are pushing in through game for the time being. Vitaking just trying to get aggression up towards briefing. I mentioned this, didn't I, about this lower floor site and whether we see the verticality or not. A lot of teams that we've seen on the attack haven't really been using it. They've just been going laterally towards site, and the ones that we have seen use the verticality, it's not always really gained them that much. No. So I'm really interested to see here. FaZe have got the ram in. They've done the work with the boogie drones. What does it get them? How well a job does it do them? Oh, look, the boogie drone's using the curved path. You don't see that too often.
You know what you've just done there? Oh, look, Des. It's an old 1980s diesel engine train. You don't see them very often.
Well, you don't. You don't see it using the curved path very often. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cyber.
You'd love train spotting.
A lot of people forget that the boogie drone can do that. I'm telling you now, people look at it and they're like, oh, well, it can do that. Like,
really?
People forget. So... They are,
and the crowd goes mild for the curved boogie drone.
They have opened up the top floor, but there's nobody playing underneath there. Everybody from DPLUS Kia is deeper into sight, but it has created a little bit of space for Vitaking to go in there. He's got Diffuser in hand, but he's going to lose his life. Mitty's there. Manages to take him down. 5 versus 4, 5 versus 3 as Nears manages to find a headshot onto KDS. Cyber with 1 back on the trade. 4 versus 3, 25 seconds left to go. Here come FaZe. 2 versus 2 as Handy gets dropped. He's down but not out. Unlikely to be collected. 15 seconds. More importantly, though, Diffuser is down. It's cold. It's in no man's land.
2 Candelas to work with, 2. Cyber's the one to pick it up here. They've got to recover. Might even get their third back online. But look, the verticals are there for Bullet. Turning the holes back on them here, but they can't see it going down because he's
can't find him.
He can't find him. He'll get away with this one and probably see it stuck out unless they can get the round. Finds one, but no, the shot's gone back on through. FaZe do finally fire in round 3. The tack timeout doing a little bit of work, but I can guarantee you that isn't quite in the fashion they wanted to see it over the line.
What a finish to the round from Handy there. Beautiful double to find those last 2 kills. Love to see it. 2-1 now as FaZe get themselves on the board on Fortress. I feel like DPLUS Kia, it's a good start for them, but they need to keep this momentum rolling. They need a 4-2 half at least, I think, before they come onto the attack of Fortress.
Woo! All right. Honestly thought for a second he might find himself a second man through the back of the first one, get the double spray down, and then suddenly it becomes a very, very interesting affair to see how the round plays out. But as things stand, it's still DPLUS Kia in the lead, probably as we come to expect as well. We've said we think Fortress will be defender leaning to start, though general consensus amongst pros and amongst the community is it will become attacker leaning over time. I'm kind of struggling to see that myself at the minute because I've said so often, it is a really bottlenecky map. It's scrappy. There's lots of single doorways you've got to fight through. It leads to a lot of shotgun play coming out of defenders. Maybe looking in this round here, there's at least 3 on side if you include the ITA in the back pocket of Levy here. So it just makes it a little bit of a nightmare for attackers to push on through. We'll see what FaZe can do to upend that though as we return back to Commanders and in towards Bathroom for round 4.
Last time around, FaZe tried to push from, well, both sides. They tried to push from up towards Courtyard and then down towards the old tower where we saw Vitaking come in, get smoked out and killed by Foles, trying to get themselves established in games and dorms. So we'll see whether they do anything differently this time. I think maybe a little bit more utility towards games and dorms, which is what you're looking at now, would be nice. Get in there, clear the mirror out. Foles, I imagine, he's currently on red stairs, may well head back to join Levy at some point in the near future. He was playing inside of games last time. At the minute, Levy's out of there as well. If FaZe got a real... No, I was going to say, if FaZe got a real move on, they could possibly get themselves in there quickly, but Foles has actually just made his way back there now.
Well, they played the mirror last time around as well,
value.
so it is more of the same. Of course, that clash has been banned away, so not going to see that brought out this time around. It's the Nari that we actually saw prior, and now it's the Malusi that we've got on side for Nears, having already seen quite a bit of value from that in round 2 on their defense upstairs. Handy, of course, the one to watch out for us. We've got this deadly combo again of the Deimos and the Dokkaebi together. Excellent for working through a map as a unit. Isn't going to stop Levy being the one to find Cyber there. That's the Twitch offline.
Yep, great start there. We just saw the value that Cyber was getting with that Twitch drone. I mean, some of the damage is already done. The bulletproof gam is gone, for example. Handy, she's going to have a little wander up the red stairs here. We don't actually see too much attention or pressure going in towards Horse, but it could be looking to make a move supported by KDS on the opposite side towards that very location.
We're waiting for the second phone call to come back online in 10 seconds before they can push on forward with any real aggression. Of course, being minded that they're already down a man. Stepping out and making sure the laser gate's burnt on through, so they can keep on working in. But you're already seeing around Horse that the 2 players sat there just waiting for anyone to push through onto the Horse door, and it becomes horrible. Here they've got someone coming around to try and assist, but it's just not enough, Tim. Absolutely melted. Soul's at least going to get recovered here. But I don't think it matters when you're in a 2 versus 5. DPLUS Kia once again stonewalling FaZe.
Diffuser down as well. Soul's kind of trying to recover it at the minute, but they know that that's exactly what he's doing. They just sent a Toxic Babe out there, and it's only going to take one lungful of that to get the job done on Souls. He does manage to grab the case and get himself to at least moderate safety. He's going to look to go and join Vitter, but look at the health on both of them. You've got 20 on Souls, what, probably about 16 on Vitter. This is not good. One bullet could probably take out the both of them, to be honest. So, yeah, tough finish for FaZe to this round. I think we're probably looking at DPLUS Kia 3-1. They're going to try and force their way in towards Horse. Absolutely beautiful from Souls, though. He gets things going a little bit, but no. There comes Nears, takes down Vitter. 1v3 now. Souls, we know he's got it in the locker, but with so little HP, I think it's going to be a big ask.
They're just all ready for him. Every single angle being watched, and Nears is the one to collect him. A comfortable round, and again, all the energy, all the focus really was around this Horse spot on the map, as we call it, at the bottom of Museum. That doorway where you can step in through, it's a single doorway. It's very, very small. The only real ability you have to support it is by getting control of white stairs above it and working your way down Museum, which is already a death sentence. It's death corridor. Or you work off towards the right-hand side and try and build your way up, as a player on FaZe tried to do. But even with that, you've got a risk because you're playing around top reg. You can get flanked from below. Players come out of dorms and bunks. It's just ugly. A really horrible spot on the map to try and fight into, and they made that look so difficult. 3-1 to DPLUS Kia. And although it isn't on the attacking side where we saw their initial success back on Lair, they're still starting to run away with this.
Look at the stats for Nears at the minute as well. 6-1, 80% cost, 148 EPS, doing very, very well. And really sort of powering his team forward. Great stuff from him. And FaZe, they need to wake up. They lost the last one 7-3. They're a map down. They're 3-1 down. The energy's a little bit low across the team. I'm sure they're not going to be like too worried necessarily. It's not going to be, you know, the difference of kind of making it through the group or not. But they're going to be fighting for that top spot, Does. You know, don't forget that top spot comes with a big prize alongside it. That bye into the second round of the upper bracket is, you know, it's not to be overlooked.
Absolutely not. And it also, again, puts all the pressure on FaZe, because if DPLUS Kia take those 4 points, they jump up to the top for now, but FaZe then play G2 tomorrow. If they win that 2-0, it really does just come down to round diff. So like I said back on Lair, the quicker that DPLUS Kia can win this game and get the 2-0 done, the better chance they've got of holding on to the top spot tomorrow. Or they've just got to hope that G2 take a single map off FaZe, and then DPLUS Kia are dead happy. They get an upper bracket round 2 bye, which I never thought is something I'd see in a group like this.
It's always the same. Every year it's the same. At Six Invitational, there are surprises in the group phases. You know, we come into it thinking, you look through the groups and you think, well, yeah, those 2 teams will top that one, they'll top that one, they'll top that one. And it almost never happens. It's always different to what we expect, and that's why I love Six Invitational.
Back into things in just a second. We have got all our players back in the lobby now, so we can get things back underway. We're going to dorms and games for round 5. DPLUS Kia pull ahead 4-on-1 here. You've got to start feeling a little bit nervous as FaZe. I'm sure they back themselves on the defense here on Fortress, but if they can only walk away with the one attack, it's going to feel pretty high pressure in that second half. It's not going to feel good.
Nope, so as you can see, as you quite rightly said, Des, we've got dorms and games as the site towards the bottom of your screen, and then a lot of the extension is going to be happening around briefing, bathroom, and up towards that courtyard area. Mitty, he looks like he's going for a little hide under the... He is indeed. He's just going to have a little hide under the briefing table, Des. He's on the pulse, he's got the scanner, he's just going to keep himself locked in under there.
Interesting. I mean, I can understand hiding like a maestro or something, but a pulse is certainly an option.
I mean, the thing is, there is a lot of verticality here. You know, if you do play underneath, you can do some serious damage with Nitro. So, you know, I think that's probably what they're going to be looking for. If we look aside FaZe, there's nobody like a Buck or anything that you'd look to play underneath. Buck, Deimos, you know, they're not down there to go in and challenge. So, honestly, if Mitty's down there now, he's in waiting room on first floor. He could well, if they don't drone it, he could well have the freedom of the round.
He's just there for late round. If they're trying to like play a retake here or play a fat, because the thing is, a lot of players, or a lot of teams that I've seen so far, stack up 2 players on the main breach in towards A site. They'll have like a shield player planting and then a person over their shoulder for when inevitably swings do come round from the bunks part. if you can get 2 off the back of a single C4 there, that is absolutely mega.
Mitty's just at the bottom. He's just round the corner from these red stairs. Handy has come in through Hammam and he's going up red stairs. If Mitty's aware of that because of his scanner, he hears him. He hears him. He knows. They're aware, but they challenge from both sides.
3 of them!
That's brilliant from DPLUS Kia. The pulse underneath just plays the distraction, goes back to what he's doing, and they get the kill onto Handy. And it's the Dockerby that's gone. It's the very one that could have chased him down. Brilliant stuff.
That's exactly the problem, right? The only one that can help you deal with that operator outside of droning and chasing him around the map is gone. And then he converts it. And then he converts it into a C4 kill onto Souls.
Mighty!
He's mighty.
He only gets 1 mighty.
He does. He's not mighty quite yet. He's just mighty for now.
Brilliant stuff from DPLUS Kia. Absolutely love that play from them.
They just look so coordinated
it's
as a team.
Genuinely, like, you know, my excitement aside, it was really, really nice. Really well played. Great team play to back him up and allow him to stay out there on the pulse and then get the job done. Nitro goes out around the mirror window. Is not going to be successful. It does take the Selma off the wall. I think that's more what they were looking for. I could be wrong. No, it's still there. Yeah, so it did take the Selma off the wall. They're still going to lose the mirror, but they've also burnt another 20 seconds.
FaZe just not looking up to the task today. Everything they've tried. DPLUS Kia have been up in their face. I spoke about it actually back on the first map when DPLUS Kia were on the attack that as Cyber was trying to do and did do well in the first couple of rounds, admittedly back on Lair, is get up in their face and disrupt them before they can look to execute. Going that aggressive onto a Dockerby at that stage in the round, it certainly pushes the boundaries of air quotes being aggressive when 3 players are swinging him inside 60 seconds, but it's worked out, and now they've got a massive advantage for themselves. A great spin from Falls as well to get the down to KDS, who really should have found that kill. 1 comes back from Cyber, but he's got 4 to go through. They ain't gonna let it happen. DPLUS Kia are up 4-1 here, Tim, and looking dominant yet again.
The Nitro kill from, I don't want to keep going on about it, but the Nitro kill from Mitty was particularly important as well because it took down the Capitao.
That was loud.
A lot of excitement. It took down the Capitao. So what were they trying to deal with? They were trying to deal with mirror windows there. And what helps against a mirror window? A smoke bolt from a Capitao. So it was just super valuable. The whole play, the whole passage of taking down the Dockerby and Capitao, you couldn't have asked for better out of it, to be honest. Love it.
Just for you, Tim. Just that replay was just for you.
I love it.
Just for no one else.
I love it.
Like I say, normally it's a Maestro that you see concealed away or maybe an Echo in that sort of situation, but to employ it with a foot pulse and then immediately down the hatch, tuck inside of Med. Really, really smart play. And showing to themselves, I guess, also to the world that, you know what, we've been thinking about Fortress as well. We've been waiting for a team to pick it against us so we can show what we can do and also have a map choice of our choosing. And so far, it's worked absolutely beautifully. FaZe have really got to find something from somewhere, and I really worry at this point they just are not going to have the time to find it.
Final defensive round for DPLUS. Honestly, 5-1 half. What a start that will be if they can get it done. And
spectacular.
I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't bet against them at the minute. DPLUS Kia just looking really, really smooth. They are down on the ground floor again. FaZe last time around brought the ram with Cyber. They did try to get in above, but if you remember, as I said, not much use. The verticals, we're seeing this because what tends to happen is all the defenders just move up into like the top left of the site. They all move into the A site. It's the B site in games that tends to get ripped up above. Well, sorry, it's games that gets ripped up, which is above the B side. That's what gets ripped up. And there just doesn't seem to be too much value to it. It did get a bit scrappy. Handy won it in the like 2v2 at the end, but honestly, it could have gone either way. So, you know, if I'm FaZe, I've got to tweak this attack at least. It might have won it for them, but it wasn't perfect.
There's a lot more tweaking to do for FaZe, that's for sure though, Tim. First phone call coming out here. Handy is not going to get swung by 3 players again, at least not without knowledge, but he's going to step into a goo mine. Not always the dream start for him, but at least now they know where he's coming from and what the game plan is to kick things off. And already you can see a couple of players hanging onto the upstairs here. Inside the dorms, inside the game to try and stop them out here to get rid of at least one. Cyber finding Nears, immediately traded out by Mitsu, disappears back into the map.
So that means that they've lost the ram, so the verticals are going to be pretty safe now. They're still all right. They've got the Blackbeard, they've got the Ying, they've got the Dockerby, they've got plenty of stuff to be able to execute. It's just going to stop them being able to maybe open up. They could drop a couple of nades on the ground, I guess. That'd get them something, but not as much as they might have planned for or wanted. They've got no hard breach left on the Ying, so the hatch is going to remain closed. And 4 versus 4, DPLUS Kia at the minute, pretty happy to sit inside a site.
Oh, just chilling. ain't got to go too crazy though, have you, really?
No.
I mean, you're down to a 4v4, like you could do with more, but you'll take the first kill that you've got. You've taken the Ram, you've removed their vertical capability. That's the big win in all of this, admittedly. And then looking towards, Mitty I spoke about in the end of that word there. It's the exact player to come on again. He's on the Solus. He can deny a plant going down if needs be from above. That'll be the last phone call now that FaZe have got available to them as we hit that 60-second mark. Everything from here, they have to rely on drones to be able to stop any kind of flank coming on through.
Yeah, you hear the Candelas, you know that there's going to be a push coming on the back of it. It's handy. Managing to take down Falls with a headshot. That's good for them. They're getting that manpower advantage at least. Plenty of time, 40 seconds. They're in and around that site, so they don't have an awful long way to go. They can start softening up the utility and starting to push forward. But Toxic Babe canister comes out. If we have a look, no more remaining, so there is no more time to be wasted. Bullet does pick up handy. 3 versus 3, 20 seconds left to go.
The thing is to know where every single one of these players is, are they? So they know where they're coming from. However, FEARX still finds a kill. Levy getting one back. Every time FaZe gets something, DPLUS Kia have an answer. Bullet going low. Down goes Levy. It's just Bullet left standing. And FaZe will get their second round of the half. That could be more important than they know.
It's the Blackbeard that's done the job for them there. They've really struggled to deal with King on the Blackbeard. He's played that super well. Because he's been really patient, he hasn't kind of gone in there like swinging and trying to take every fight there is. We saw him a few times just kind of closing the distance, closing people down. He wasn't dropping his shield. He wasn't looking for the gunfight until he knew that he was in prime position to do so. Really well played. Good patience from King on the Blackbeard there. And, FaZe getting a job done without that verticality. They brought along the Rams, so they obviously intended to open the floor up above. It didn't work out like that for them, but they still got the job done. So 2-4, they go into that second half, and I'm with you, Des. I think we're going to see a little bit of a different second half. I'm not writing DPLUS Kia off. They attacked fantastically well on layer. Are they going to bring that same energy into Fortress? Time will tell.
The band's out there, double shield, double electric. No shocking sounds, I'm afraid, this half, Tim.
Nope.
Things will stay relatively sane, at least here on the B stream. The big one really being available, of course, is things like the Azami that are left online here. The Mirror, which we've seen both teams use throughout this series at different points. More than not, see that taken away by most teams. Just don't want to deal with the extra fortification that she provides, of course, from that class of operator called Architect, alongside Castle, alongside the Azami. And, of course, here, the Mirror, normally seeing at least a couple of those taken away. But are all available at least for now. King also jumping across onto the ward, and I think both teams have paid a lot of respect to the other team's capabilities to make use of Ying and Capital. They always want to make sure they have an option. I haven't always seen the Warden be in the dream position when these executes start coming on through to deal with it, but a couple of times we have, where they've been holding corners and flashes have come round and a Warden's been there ready with a shotgun. For a map like this, Warden arguably is even more powerful than other maps because, as I've said many a time now, very bottlenecky, hold a lot of corners with shotguns. What better gadget can you possibly want here than to be able to deal with flashes and everything else coming at you, to just then pump that shotgun a couple of times and get a couple of kills? That is cheeky.
How about that?
That's
I'll
very
tell you
cheeky.
What, nobody is now safe on those stairs in ranked.
Nope, that's it. It's over. Done.
It's done. We're going to see a lot of that. The rush out onto the courtyard. Up and over the top. See if you can catch anybody, but you can see that the pros are already well versed in that one and ready for it. Mitty managing to avoid, so it leaves them 5 versus 5. And it is an important one to avoid as well. He's on the sends, so they're going to be looking to really execute behind that utility. So they really need Mitty to stay on the board here.
I want him to stay on the board, Tim.
You just wanted this.
I've still got the commitment. It's still there. I think we've already had like 3 aces so far across SI.
There's not been many. No,
we really haven't.
Not as many as in previous years.
I remember one year, Fresh did a thing where for every ace that happened, he was donating like 50 quid. And wasn't it like we got to 14 or something ridiculous?
Yeah, it cost him a fortune.
And I was like, say goodbye to your event fee, mate. It was disappearing very, very quickly before his very eyes. But this one has been more tame, at least to start things off.
In goes the Blackbeard, going to get aggressive. Know that they need to deal with the space behind the shield, being supported by the player coming up the stairs. Mitty manages to get 1, manages to get 2. Levy onto Handy, 4 versus 2. And again, DPLUS Kia on the attacker, just dictating the rhythm. They're dictating the pace there. They've taken the ground that they wanted. KDS starts the fight back, manages to take down Bullet. That also exposes Levy on white stairs a little bit. There's a possibility that KDS can swing him now, so that's something DPLUS Kia need to be aware of.
They've just got to pause for a minute here as well, Tim. Literally a minute. They've got 1 minute and 15 to play within a 3v2. Just take your time. You've got nades to play in behind here as well. You've still got all your players online available. 2 more light screens that you can make use of. You have got to be mindful of that C4 on the other side, though, including the FNATs that are scattered around. If there's a way that FaZe can get through this, it's going to be behind that utility. KDS finding at least one. Looking in for a second is Souls, but can't quite find his man.
KDS has been absolutely critical to this defense. He's playing inside a bedroom. He's stopped 2 from pushing up from tower and from white stairs. The latest one being Levy. Nias manages to find Souls. KDS, you've been the hero so far. Can you continue to do it? Turn 2 kills into 4. No, he can't. Nias manages to pick him up with a headshot, and that is 5-2. DPLUS Kia.
A statement round as well, because you're winning on that attacking side. Something FaZe really struggled to do throughout the majority of that first half. They're up to a 3-round deficit now. 5-2 to DPLUS Kia. 2 more, and they'll have 2-0'd FaZe team. I don't think anyone had that down that bingo card for today. Look, imagine.
I love this.
Imagine.
Let's torture everybody in ranked more by showing it in slow motion.
Yeah,
Here's
boy.
the lineup, everybody. Love that.
And this is the thing again about it being a new map. That's the first time that we have seen this, of course, since we've had it at SI. But every single time you see this map played, there's going to be new things that teams have found out, new strats, new ways of playing it, new bits of cheese like you've just seen. Going to stink the place out in no time at all.
All them rank demons are going to be sat watching us going, well, actually, guys, that's been there for... We've been doing that for weeks. We've been doing that for weeks.
Sorry. That's true. I haven't had a chance to play too much ranks yet. Oh, we're getting back into it with the new season.
I have. I just can't stop myself, Des.
And you haven't been C4ing like that, have you, on Fortress, Tim?
I've not been C4ing like that. I've only played Fortress about 3 times in ranked, to be fair. It doesn't seem to have come up in my map bans too often. I like it. I think it's a great map. Really enjoy it. I think the changes have been fantastic.
I just wish the Hammam site was more viable.
Yes, but I don't hate it. You know, look at how many of our comp maps that we enjoy playing, that we enjoy watching, have got 3 viable sites.
I get it.
Lots of them.
I just wish it was viable.
Look, you could say that for every. I wish Bar and Stage was viable.
Hey, look.
You know,
all I'm saying is Rogue won a major off the back of playing that site.
True, they did.
It's very viable for those that want to learn it.
The one and only time that's ever going to happen. You know, look, I think, you know, there's lots of, not lots, but there are plenty of sites where they're not, you know, not everything on the map is viable. But Nias manages to pick up the opener onto Handy. That's the Ella gone. Not the biggest loss for the defenders. The gadgets will already be out in place. Nias knows that there's another fight coming.
Ooh.
Tries to spin and hit the 180. Can't find it. Cyber picks him up with a very late trade. 4 versus 4. And it's kind of even Stevens at the minute.
It was right idea, just didn't quite manage to find Cyber, who's deleted him and now rejoined his team. And I spoke before already about the bottleneck that forms around Horst. You'll probably see a little bit more of the same. In fact, as I say that, everyone has scattered to the wind back towards site. They're happy they've got away with 1 kill, and it means that Mitty can push in relatively unimpeded here on the Thermite towards that northwest side of the map.
For the time being, FaZe happy to kind of sit on their hands here and just wait to see what develops in front of them. DPLUS Kia, left to their own devices, have slowed down a little bit compared to how they were at the beginning of the round. I'm just watching. They are kind of surrounding at the minute. They've got one pushing, Bullets pushing towards Courtyard. You've got Levy down at the bottom of the map trying to sort of work up from Dorm's side. And then you've got what we're watching here with Foles and Mitty kind of trying to push in towards KDS. But KDS is going to be the one that might... Oh, no, he's backed out. I was going to say he's the one that might have found Bullet if he'd have continued going up there. But it's Levy who's been holding that angle for ages, by the way. He's been holding that angle for about 1.5 minutes. Manages to pick up Souls. Very good. Patient kill. King to take Mitty, though. 3 versus 3. FaZe continue to hold on.
Yeah, don't forget, this ain't even for the site itself. This is just over what I've always spoke about as sort of like the death bowl of this map in Bathroom and in Briefing. Absolute wars are waged here by every team that plays it. Once you get control of both, you can look for an execute. They've definitely gone the hard way about this rather than trying to hit direct to site from the south, but that makes things that little bit harder for them. Levy, though, finding his second in the round, traded out by KDS. Bullet 1 back the other way. It's all down to Cyber, who already has 1 kill to his name, but needs 2 more, Tim.
That's it. He's just going to play on site door for the time being. Falls and Bullet need to get themselves moving. Cyber looks to take the challenge, but they know where he is. Can he find the first? Yes, he can. Going to be flashed out just a second too late to save Falls as
no way!
He must have gone off sound. He knew they were coming. He swings and gets the kill. Beautiful stuff from Cyber. Not only that, Des, it was on the Denari shotgun.
That's the most crazy part. Up close and personal.
Absolutely gross.
Wow. pretty spectacular. I'm pretty sure he started to deflash there, so got a little glimpse of what was going on. But to still come out of that on top, he was down to a slither of HP, both players pushing into him, full white screen for a lot of it, yet still gets himself laid down with the shotgun at the right angle and finds his kill. Beautiful stuff by Cyber.
That's the sort of stuff I lose to.
And you just think, he's cheating.
That's the sort of stuff I lose to every single time. How? Yeah, look at this. Absolutely beautiful stuff. So he switches weapons. You can't see it. You can just see the crosshair change. Yeah. He drops to the ground, switches the weapon, and then, as you say, he's kind of just coming out of that effect a little bit, and I think he hears the footsteps. So, right, I'll hit the shot and see what we get. Beautiful stuff. Really well played from Cyber. I guess that's what happens when you've won everything in the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does a little bit, yeah. Spectacular from him. It does keep FaZe fighting. Still down, though, 5-3. DPLUS Kia have that advantage. On the attacking side, you probably favour FaZe to pick up at least a couple more rounds and bring us nail-bitingly close towards overtime. Next site will be bathroom and office once we have our couple of players step back in. As you can see in the top left corner of your screen, we're currently going through a brief tech pause. So when our last two are in, we can get the game back underway once again.
Yeah, just got a slight issue that we're dealing with there. You can see all the players just sat there quietly waiting with their own thoughts. FaZe, I don't think FaZe is going to be too worried just yet. This round 9, I think, is the one. I think round 9 is the one. I spoke about round 9 earlier. We don't always get to, round 9 in a 5-3. It doesn't always work like that. But on this occasion, we have. And the reason that I find it important is because 6-3 and 5-4, very, very different scorelines. That's 3 match point opportunities in this case, or it's 1 round difference. Like, that is a vast, vast difference. So yeah, round 9 is going to be particularly important. Of course, on the back of round 9, you go into that final banning phase as well, where you can take away, in FaZe's case, the 3rd attacker, and so they can really try to kind of, further break the plans of DPLUS Kia.
So it's going to allow players just exiting the lobby to get us back into it again. I believe it's in seating order. They have to rejoin to make sure everyone's in the right spots. All our cameras line up and all the stats line up and everything else that goes with it too. We see them starting to slip back in now, so it should only be about 30 seconds or so we can get ourselves back underway. Of course, not forgetting, Tim, that we have G2 playing next. I'm sure there are a few of you in chat who have joined up here expecting to see G2 playing now. After a good number of hours ago, we did say, it's probably 5 or 6 hours and you'll see him playing. It's a little bit longer than that now.
It is. We said, I think...
this is the longest running day we've had so far because the first two series have both gone 2-1.
Yeah, we sort of said maybe like 6 p.m. or so, didn't we? Like 6,
and now we're at 7:30.
And we're at 7:30. It's rattling on, and we might have a 3rd map here yet. We'll see.
Yeah.
It's looking like DPLUS Kia, they are certainly capable of wrapping this up, but whether they will do or not is obviously another question. We're going to be going back up to that top floor. It's going to be command and bathroom. Will be our site where FaZe continue. I said this is the last round before they get another ban. So once we've played through this round, they will be able to take another attack away, but we'll also lose a defender as well to DPLUS Kia's ban. We've got the mirror. I think we might see the mirror go because DPLUS Kia have had to deal with that a couple of times. So KDS has been actually playing really well on the mirror. I know they're only 4 and 7, but they've had some really important kills and been a bit of a nuisance. So wouldn't surprise me to see the mirror ban come in. Time will tell. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Maybe we'll get... I was going to say, you're not really going to take it away on Azami or something unless you're kind of preempting them using it. Because it could be that FaZe have kind of avoided the Azami for the first few defenses, and then they'll bring them, if he doesn't get banned out, then you bring them in the final 3. But we'll see how that transpires. First of all, we've got to get through this one, and the score is what's going to be important. Do we end this round 6-3 or 5-4?
Well, Tim, I'd love to know.
Big difference. Big difference.
The only one we find out is by getting through the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds, unless, of course, it ends a little bit sooner. Cyber's fancying a jump out. He's got the right idea. And no! I thought he didn't get away with it, but no, he got the headshot. That's all you want to see. And, of course, Levy being on the Nomad is the one that's designed to try and stop that sort of thing happening. Well, he ain't stopping much of anything anymore, Tim. That's twice, though, in this half that have seen something quite cute out of FaZe. The C4 in the courtyard. Now he's seen that particular jump out. They've not really seen what DPLUS Kia do on this map because they haven't played them on it here before, yet they've still got answers to the very common things that teams do.
Yeah, I like that. It's one of those. I'm always conscious of those players where if it doesn't pay off, you're like, was it worth the risk? You're 5-3 down. But you're 5-3 down, you got to make a move sometimes, and Cyber's the sort of player that's going to do that. There's obviously a little bit of intel, there's a bit of information behind that because he knew exactly where he was looking. So, he's played for specifically that, and I think, yeah, good play there. Cyber gets that opening kill. well, and just really gives his team a boost when they need it. Like I say, you get to 5-4, you're only one round down. You're looking pretty good at that point. You can fight your way back into it.
Alright, well, for now, they've got control of the part of the map they were looking for, which is inside of games and dorms, and that means everyone's back on drones, figuring out what the next move needs to be in an attempt and a bid to try and try and like neutralize somewhat this 4 versus 5 they're in. They sorely need a kill, all stacked up behind Falls, I'd expect at some point, given he's on the shield, but there goes Mitty finding one and walking straight into Vidaking, who's more than happy to say thank you very much, I'll take that trade.
The aggression from Mitty there, he like gets one and he's just going to keep running into the corridor. He just wanted to keep going and taking gunfights forever. Falls is taken down 4 versus 2. FaZe are looking pretty well organised and happy to play behind this defensive line that they've got now. They've got Toxic Babe Cans coming out just to that breach into briefing, just to hold them back a little bit, burn a bit more time, and yeah, they're being moved around with, the remaining utility from the attackers, the nades, things like that, but it's really not harming them, to be honest. Vidaking just dips away and then he comes back onto that door. Diffuser's down cold inside a briefing as well, so, if they commit or overcommit to going and getting it, Nias has grabbed it, but he's going to have to challenge this door, and honestly, Vidaking wins this.
Every day of the week with the shotgun. Too easy for him to collect the second. Nias goes down. Bullet not long for this world either, it seems, with 4 players bearing down on him. This one's pretty much chalked, and as you said, Tim, round 9 is super, super important. Important enough that FaZe will find a way over the line. 5-4 to DPLUS Kia. Do you smell a comeback, Tim?
FaZe always finds a way, Des. FaZe always finds a way. They're looking certainly like... I said this, it was always going to be the second half that was the big question. DPLUS Kia were great on the attack of Lair, but Fortress is a little bit of a different beast at the minute, and they were very much on top of it. So, yeah, I think there's definitely questions still to be asked. They were a little bit unlucky on that jump out. I think Cyber was hip firing as well, but just managed to pop the kill. But
happens. Well, when you hip fire, you never get a kill with it. Everyone else does it to get you on the first shot.
When you're such a great player, it's funny how these things tend to align for you. And the honest truth is that it's because Cyber's done that about 10 million times.
Absolutely.
And he knows the range, he knows the spray, he just knows. So,
I don't think he knows the spray to find the head, though.
Not necessarily. You know what I mean, though? It's like he knows that he's within a range where the hip fire is going to be effective. There's a good chance he gets it. He knows he's got 2 seconds, so he's going to get 10 shots.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He knows that there's a good chance he comes away with a kill there. So, and he, the risk is basically, the risk of not getting the kill is lower than the risk of ADS in wasting time and actually getting shot by the Nomad. So that's, it's you look at it and you think, oh, these great players, they do these things and they just work, but they just work because they've done them so many times.
Tell you what, Tim,
they know what's going to go.
It's not just our stream that's having a bit of a long one as well. Over on the other stream, they've just gone to map 3 in their series between Fluxo, W7M,
that was always going to be a big one, wasn't it?
And they're going to Labs the Decider as well, which would be a really exciting affair to see how that one plays out.
Maybe production have seen into the future, because they told us that W7M were, Fluxo W7M were the unofficial world champions. I've traced it through to Team Secret. If Fluxo W7M win by the end of the day, production have seen into the future.
Production are just living on a different plane.
It's so true.
Like, us mere mortals, us casters can only possibly comprehend the knowledge they contain within. But we'll find out whether or not their unofficial world champ stays a secret, or if it does indeed flip over back towards Brazil. Imagine then if FaZe get matched up against them in the first round of the next round. It'd be amazing.
Imagine a final where they compete for both titles.
It kind of doesn't matter, so it sort of resets and goes to them anyway, right?
Oh, but it'd be cool. Yeah. If you'd reclaimed it at the same time as resetting it, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
Right, here we go then. Round 10, 5-4, and like I said, not looking too bad for FaZe. If that last round had gone the other way, they'd be facing 3 match points right now. So they're sitting pretty as it is. They're going to be defending down on the bottom floor. We can see they've got Souls inside of games and dorms at the minute. He's going to be the one trying to hold on to that verticality above, and it looks like DPLUS Kia might make a little bit of a play for it.
Really aggressive from Handy here, being super on it downstairs. He's got cover, of course, from his teammates upstairs, and they know what's going on inside of Med. They know someone's vaulting inside, so he knows when to turn around or to head back upstairs and rejoin his team. Just got to be careful he doesn't get cut out at the top of those stairs, because the top of blue stairs is a window, also a drop that can come on through. So if you get stuck down here, well, then you're in a very precarious situation. And rather than running up the stairs, he's doubled down and gone deeper into Med itself, Tim. And is now looking to wait to see who pushes in next. Could get a freebie here if they don't draw him out appropriately.
Yeah, but he's just going for a little bit of a stroll through the middle of the map there, seeing if he can catch any extensions. And they have got Levitt with the ace. Cyber's actually working around behind them. I was just going to say he picks up Falls, and that's going to be another good entry for Cyber. FaZe certainly seem to have woken up on Fortress here. They're getting a lot of early round advantages. There's only a minute left to go here. And DPLUS here, a couple of them are still outside of the map.
Great shot, looking for the next long-range one. They're missing because of the scope on his gun, though, I think. Might go down for 3, but no. Finds one, doesn't look for the second, just about missing him, and he steps back onto the right. It's unfortunate for Nears there. Could have racked up 3 or 4 kills if he was lucky. But for FaZe, it's lucky for them. They've balanced things back down to a 3v3.
Yeah, just swinging at the same time. It was smart from FEARX there, just trying to cover his teammates. And that's exactly what he's done. You love to see it, though. Bullet over the top rope. Manages to find a kill. That's Cyber gone. 3 versus 2. They know exactly where FEARX and Souls are. Can they go and get him in 15 seconds? That's the big question. The time is ticking.
Got so much utility to work behind. Last smoke comes out here as well. Great spray down from Souls as well. 2 more coming on through, but they found what they need here, Tim. It's all down to Bullet, and he won't get away with it. FEARX and Souls going absolutely clutch and bringing this up to 5 apiece. I think FEARX starting to enjoy his game, Tim.
He's pretty happy with that round. I think he was happy with the finish there. That was 2K, 3K in the round. Very good stuff from him, and it was basically down to FEARX and Souls inside a site. They held on to that really, really well. It didn't matter what DPLUS Kia did elsewhere because they just couldn't break down that core at the end of things. They got rid of the extension quite well, but just couldn't make any impact on the site itself. DPLUS Kia then are going to call the tactical timeout. They've lost a good few in a row, 3 back-to-back there, so they're thinking it's time to just hit pause and see if they can have a chat and work some things out.
Eu acho que mantemos o Juliano, faz um celular aí pra gente. Mano, a gente só precisa de mais granada pra equipar as coisas. Vou tirar esse bug aqui e vou trazer uma parada de sócio também.
More chatting in Portuguese now, so of course we can't understand it either. But I think going through the operators they can run for this next site. PGH, of course, their coach. Korean at that, it's worth mentioning. Of course, stepping in there to give them a chance to sort things out and come up with some ideas and how they can get this going, because it has been a tough last few rounds. That's 3 in a row that they've lost now on this half. Admittedly, for FaZe, it did take them until the 6th round to get the one that they needed to at least get the 2nd round of that half in. So there is still time for DPLUS Kia here. 2 more chances, but it would then send us through to overtime. And given how things started out, I can only imagine DPLUS Kia would start on the attack when we get to OT.
I'd honestly love a bit of overtime here. I'm really enjoying this Fortress. I'm really enjoying this game as a whole. I think, DPLUS Kia have been way more competitive than, I'll hold my hands up and say, than I expected. FaZe have been so dominant so far. I really thought that it could be trouble for DPLUS Kia, especially the result against G2, but it just shows how open this group is, to be honest. But yeah, I think let's have a bit more Fortress. Absolutely fine with that. Right now, we're going to be getting back into this very, very soon. And as soon as we do, FaZe are going to be looking to continue that 3-round streak that they've got and keep things a-rolling.
Yeah, go back up to Dorm and Games. It looks like it's going to be the game plan here. It's where they first started this winning streak. It did take that 1v2 from Cyber, if you remember, through the flash with a shotgun to get the kill. So we know that DPLUS Kia can attack it well, that it demanded a clutch from the other side to see it out. So certainly one of the riskier ones to step into, but I guess their main thing is if that's the site they've started the defense on, then who knows which site can come out on top for them. We've got a lot of data to go on to kind of say this is the better site or that's the better site or we know we're more successful there. We've only really got scrim data to go on, and that's not really comparable to data that you get from officials.
Just got a little bit of a tech pause as we come out of the tactical pause. We did there's been a lot of things going on over the last couple of rounds. The score has been the more important focus, but the bans, of course, did come through, and I was correct. It was the mirror ban. They did want to take that away from KDS. It's been a constant thorn in their side. I feel on the attack, it's been quite a focal point for them. It always something in the background that they've had to deal with has been those mirror windows. So they took that away just to try and prevent KDS maybe having such a big impact.
Shock horror, Tim. Mighty is up there again. Same as he was on the last map. Having a great time so far. Cyber on the other side, also the name that's matched up alongside him, but just falling behind his counterpart. Not that it matters too much right now, because all that really matters is the score in the game, and it is 5-5. Dead even between the two. I'm very excited to see which way it goes from here.
It's absolutely anybody's. Let's not forget as well. This is FaZe battling just to stay in it.
Yeah.
Like, they one map down. Like, FaZe could literally lose this in the next couple of rounds. You know, if we have a look towards the decider, it's going to be Chalet. And again, it's
they
pretty,
love Chalet, I'm pretty sure.
pretty. They do like Chalet. They like everywhere. I said this to you. It's kind of FaZe have got to that point. I used to say the same for old BDS, current Falcons. You know, I used to say, where do you take them? There's nowhere you can take. Like, they will play everywhere, and they're phenomenal everywhere. And I feel like that's FaZe now. It's like they will literally go and play anywhere. They're an absolute nightmare to try and map ban against. They must be. But looking at kind of, you know, recent history of Chalet for both teams, it is a higher preference map for FaZe. They do like playing there. But DPLUS Kia 3-0, FaZe 6-3. So, you know, not too dissimilar in terms of the win rates there. You know, DPLUS Kia are actually better on the attack of Chalet than FaZe have been historically, and then both quite similar on the defense. So it's absolutely anybody's, you feel.
I love they launched into that with a Lion scan, like, just in case they're trying that C4 nonsense again. We'll get that one out of the way now, guys. Very good. No one's going too mental. What I really want to see from DPLUS Kia in this round is not try and force your way through that top side. As I keep on saying, it's a death bowl. Trying to get your way through bathroom and through briefing is a nightmare. Let's just do what a few other teams have done and focus on the south side of things. This is where we had the pulse here previously as well for the defenders to go drop downstairs, look for a C4 from below in case they did try and plant in a more default spot. But that isn't the case in this round. You're looking to a more standard setup out of the defenders. So I actually think trying to avoid all the nonsense of working through the interior of the map probably isn't all that bad a shout here. Just keep it simple, go direct to site, get the small amount of control that you need. You don't need to do a full map clear.
Yeah, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Fewer moving parts, fewer to go wrong, essentially. We're going to have Levitt just... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, fair. Okay.
Yeah. No problem.
It's a Nomad dying first again.
Yeah. Levy just wanders into site and just gets taken out in the middle of site. That didn't work out at all. Handy from inside a briefing, I think it was, that picked him up. And that's, not an ideal start. So 5-4 for FaZe. They've got themselves a nice advantage. It was honestly the last thing. After three rounds in a row of FaZe winning, it was the last thing that DPLUS Kia wanted was to come in and to take that entry definite. It is going to open the wall through into bathroom. This is not into site, but it is getting them access to nearby at least, and they can start holding angles on in there. They need to deal with it. It's KDS again in briefing. We saw him playing there previously. He has been forced back now, but if you remember, he was holding that long angle with the peak all the way down towards White Stairs. He's been kind of trying to do the same thing again. He is going to take a lot of damage there though, so he needs to be cautious now. He's got himself back into sight, and briefing is now pretty much in the control of DPLUS Kia, so they can start aggressing forward.
They can. This is really risky because the longer angle off towards his left, but gets away with it. He's got to move away here. Timur will get himself blown up. They try and impact the wall, but it just does not work out for them. That right side now fully open for them. Looking for his man on the other side. Mighty gets rid of one.
They need to send the Blackbeard in first here because Handy's playing on that tight angle. Might not be able to stomach a shotgun. We'll see as he goes around. It'll all depend on the aim. Handy is still playing it tight around that corner, but Mighty, he's trying to get something going for his team, but FaZe have got crossfires all over the place here. There's just absolutely nowhere that you can go. FEARX with a double. He's having a great game, and it continues here on Fortress. It's looking like FaZe are going to be the ones with the map point opportunity, but Nias, he has something to say about it. Gets a late trade. Bullet brings it back to 2v2, Des.
The Souls has got the one down that he needs here. It's all down to Bullet, and he's got a lot to do. One to his left, one to his right. This ain't feeling too pretty, and once again, briefing proves to be the death bowl of this map. FaZe up to map point and might be about to send us through to Chalet.
Yeah, so many teams that we're seeing on the attack at the minute push themselves into briefing. It's always the focal point for those two top floor sites. Want to get into briefing, but every time they do, they kind of get stuck in there. They get, like you say, it becomes just a death trap. They're just, waiting around to be killed. You play somebody on the door, tight angle with the shotgun, and it's very difficult to make any progress in from there. Maybe a bit of utility needed, the odd nade or something just to try and shift them about, but FaZe do a great job of holding on to that. Credit where it's due. A lot of crossfires there, a lot of support for each other as teammates. Another good round from FEARX, and he's really kept them in it and propelled them now to an opportunity to get Fortress 1.
That's it. I think they can do it as well. Like DPLUS Kia, as much as they've looked good throughout the game, they've had the majority of entries as well. They've looked and started a lot of these rounds well. FaZe just hunker down and play how FaZe often do. which is to be stifling, slowly stifling at that as well. They're not going to be exploding forward into your face and trying to meet you around the map as often as maybe we saw back at the start of the half. This is much more cut and dry FaZe that we're used to seeing, and they get to do it on what many consider to be the best site on this map inside Command and Office. Well, Commander's Office and Bathroom. Bloody sight.
Cyber again. We saw him with the run out earlier.
Cheeky bugger.
He's don't get too excited. There is a wall in between them. He's waiting for his opportunity, but he hears it. He knows it's coming. They are careful though. They're watching for it. Does take the shot. It's going to do a little bit of damage to Nears, but nothing too major. Levy manages to find KDS actually with the opener, and interestingly, you spoke about entry stats. There's another one as a follow-up stat is that only 2 rounds have gone against the entry kill. Will it mean anything here? 5 versus 4 in favour of DPLUS Kia.
I guarantee DPLUS Kia are begging for it. It would be a mirror of that first half as well, where round 6 is the deciding one. It gave FaZe that little bit more breathing room back in the first half. And here, it could be what gets DPLUS Kia to overtime. I also said I'm a little bit concerned about their chances when we get to OT. They will no doubt start an attack, at least I think so. We'll see how things build out from there. Seen on the drone, though, we're going to see the DMR of Souls has to now back away. These get slowly trying to be working their way through the map here. And Tim, what I like about it is they've very much said, okay, we're not going to try and go through this very, very cramped top part of the map. It's a little bit more open down to the south. We'll start out there, build our way through bunks and then through games, but then they'll still find themselves coming up against that absolute bottleneck that is briefing.
Reinforcing wall. Keeper barricades being deployed then just to make that passage through a little bit more difficult, and it just gives a little bit of kind of pre-warning if the approach is coming, because of course it needs to be shot or punched out. We have the Candelas going in, and there's not going to be too much movement on the back of it just yet. They do get the wall open. Again, a focus into briefing. They've got the Ash working underneath as well. Mitty, he's going to move his way up Old Tower to come and join the party in briefing.
I think I'm going to be sick and tired of this angle where Falls was just standing a second ago and now Mitty's in there, where you're watching on towards the courtyard corridor. It's just like, oh, every single round, that's a real sticking point for every team. And it's always the player on this side, in this case, Vidaking, who seems to have a lot of joy from that spot. Bringing down one on the other side, equalising things at 4 apiece.
Can they overturn that entry stat that I spoke about of the round win almost always, apart from 2 rounds going in favour of the team that gets the entry? They definitely know that there's a player in there. This nade's going to be an interesting one. Can he move quickly enough? Yes, he can. It clears it out, but the challenge comes in immediately. You've jumped headlong into a problem,
that was nice,
but somehow manages to rescue that one small situation as FaZe get 3 kills elsewhere, Des.
That's about it, though, isn't it, really? So they've managed to hold on so well here, FaZe. They turn around their map pick. There's a nice bit of flair along the way. Cool C4s up through courtyard, jump outs from Cyber, you name it. Had a little bit of everything. And it does dictate that we will need a 3rd and final map to separate these 2 teams.
Yeah, great stuff from FaZe there. Really digging deep, getting 5 rounds in a row on defense to get themselves into map 3. And you feel like the momentum shifts now. DPLUS Kia have had a fantastic run at this, and I'm not saying it's over, but I do fancy FaZe for Chalet.
Me too, but then I equally fancy FaZe coming into this for a 2-0, and look where we are now. Things have moved very, very quickly. Nears coming out as a standout player from that game, going 14-7, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough, despite, as you can see, the majority of entries going the way of DPLUS Kia. So our 3rd map awaits. Which way will it go? We don't know, but we will find out after a short break.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Running through the night and there's nothing there. that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Into the night, every shadow hides a spark inside. Master of disguise, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game. And no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
contact.
Available now.
Honestly, a lot of players are scared of you, obviously. We were suspicious because you're too good. Like, that was literally what happened. And I'm the one who sent the email. So, like, I'm the one who did it. That's the story, right? None of us really thought that you were legit. Back then.
Cheers all. This is Brazil organic coffee.
There you go.
Which is the best way that I can describe this game. It's turning into a classic organic Brazilian showdown, Tim. I know it might be an APAC team, but of course Brazilian players against Brazilian players certainly makes for an interesting blend, and hopefully this one keeps us nice and wide awake because it is map 3. Winner takes, well, not quite all. They take 3 points and the loser takes 1. So that's kind of ruined the whole thing I was going for there. But we'll take it anyway. It's Chalet. As we've already alluded to, we feel like this is a better map for FaZe, but we thought coming in this could be a 2-0 to FaZe. And look how wrong we were. And just in case you want to recap from the last map, Niers way out ahead. I believe he was 14-7 on kills. Vidaking on the other side, not quite hitting those lofty heights. But ultimately, it's a team game, and that's how FaZe came out on top, which means Chalet is all that stands between, well, you guys in the G2 series, I suppose. So we'll see who walks away with the lion's share of the points.
That's it. It's all about jostling for position here. You know, I won't say not too much on the line because there is plenty on the line. Both of these two teams will want to finish as high as possible. But like I said, we're not fighting for survival or anything like that. Coming into Chalet, I think it's going to be a tough one for DPLUS Kia. I think it would be fair to say that of anywhere. But it is number 4 in the preference pool of FaZe. It is one that they like playing. They've got a good record there. But you know what? So do DPLUS Kia.
Well, let's get into it then, shall we? Chalet, let's wrap things up. One thing I will say, Tim, is it feels like DPLUS Kia came into this game prepped, ready, and fully aware of what FaZe are up to, except for, of course, on Fortress, because how could you know that? And given how prepped they look back on Lair, I think we're going to see more of the same here on Chalet. They start on the attacking side. They've looked brilliant at attacking so far today, DPLUS Kia have. So I don't think you're going to see them just bow out very quickly here on this map. I wouldn't be surprised if we have another one going to all 12 rounds of regulation, or, dare I say it, a little bit of overtime.
Who knows? Because
are you an owl now?
who knows? Because we'd all love to see it. It has been a great matchup between the two of them. 7-3 on Lair in favour of DPLUS Kia. 7-5 on Fortress in favour of FaZe. It's been a real kind of war of attrition on that second map. It was 5-2 at a point, 5-3, and then FaZe just kind of fought their way back into it steadily from there up until the point where they won 7-5. So great stuff from from them, but yeah, definitely work for DPLUS Kia to do here on Chalet. You've kind of always got a default to, if you're coming down to a deciding map and it's a good old comp map like Chalet, you've really got to favour FaZe and kind of give them the respect that's due, I think, given the ability we know they've got, given the fact that they're reigning world champions, everything else. But I genuinely believe that DPLUS Kia are capable of an upset here as well.
I think one thing FaZe have probably cottoned onto across the series is they banned Grim away as their third ban in both of the previous maps. In this one, it's their second ban. Monty, I don't really think needs any massive introduction as to why you ban him away, but the Grim, certainly a call here to try and suppress DPLUS Kia, and how they've got off to a rolling start in these games has been through early momentum. I think taking the Grim away here is definitely a target in towards that. On the other side, DPLUS Kia going in towards two of those crucial architects that we spoke about before in the Azami and the Mira. Not at all surprised to see that gone, as both teams have weaponized Mira across 2 of the 3 rounds they played until she was eventually banned away.
Foles then is going to be heading towards the front door, just looking to cut off maybe any rotation out of dining around kind of towards game in that corridor down around up blue stairs to get towards library where one of his teammates is currently working. Mitte looking to open that up as you know, supporting here by Nia's looking to, I think they're aware that Cyber is in this position. They know that he's roundabout. They're going to take out the Razor Bloom. That might just be the cue for Cyber to get himself out of there. He doesn't have any to replace it with, so certainly needs to be cautious. But DPLUS Kia aren't rushing this either. I like this play from Cyber. He's got the hatch open, so they can't go in through library window. And Mitte does manage to take him out. Real nice play. They just needed that coordination because Cyber couldn't challenge both of them.
Very rapid on the push on through there. I really thought Cyber would be helped out by the traps that were set up inside of site, but it was taken out by the Twitch first and foremost. Well, not in sight, more inside of Bar Gaming, sorry, but it was taken out by the Twitch before they jumped in. Not too much to worry about there. KDS under a lot of fire here. Hot collar. Away he goes. The Deimos track laden onto him. DPLUS Kia, look at that, Tim. 5 versus 3. Oh, the patience. Discipline. Finds the one, looks for the second, and he gets it as well. Tim, they've overlooked him and Handy. Well, it's just giving them a lesson here in not droning.
Well, they've paid the price, haven't they? Not 2 ways about it. He's absolutely decimated them there. Good shots. That staircase is... You can shoot through that?
Today I learned.
I was today years old.
I want to watch that back on the live broadcast in a second, actually, because that was very confusing.
Okay.
I'll let you know what happened, Tim.
You let me know what happened, Des. We will continue on here. It's 2 versus 2. Vitter is going to be...
That's horrible.
It's horrible, isn't it?
It's a part of his leg stuck through it.
Right.
That's a strange one. Okay. All right, well, we crack on, we play on, and we'll see what happens off the back of that. For now, it's still a 3v2 for DPLUS Kia. Onwards we roll. I think, without the C4 on side, Vitter and KDS have to rely solely on their gun skill to see them over this one, especially now that Vitter, he's been a demon with the shotgun so far and is going to carry on here onto Bullet. Still 2 more to deal with, though, and they've now got control of Mez. So, questions to be asked about whether or not he can hold on.
Yeah, Foles has Diffuser in hand, 24 seconds, so they can't sort of take all day over this, but there is the opportunity maybe for them to move in. They've got the track on him, so they know, maybe when he's in a position to challenge and when he's not. Foles is going to rush in now, manages to find the kill, and that is DPLUS Kia sealing the round.
It's full of more spirit now, Tim. It was FaZe getting quite hyped up towards the back end of the last map, whereas at least for DPLUS Kia to get round 1 over the line, it's going to feel pretty good and get things moving. But this could have been the calamitous moment for them when everything started falling apart. It was good to recover it. It's the one that I was on about.
Yeah, I didn't see that at the time.
He's probably a little bit of an admin eye on it, I think, at some point in that one, as that probably shouldn't happen, Tim.
DPLUS won the round anyway, so they will... Oh, no, it was the other way around, right? DPLUS got the kill. Anyway, so we move into round 2, and it is going to be Game and Bar is going to be our next site. And KDS already setting up on the warden there inside of stock. And we've got a presence up in library as well.
Indeed. Bar Gaming, I think as you've seen so many times, often commands that you have vertical control in the first place. And so that's why you're going to see this little, like a holy triangle that gets set up here, Tim. Mezzanine, top library, and then normally someone playing inside a library itself. Just sets up a bit of a triangle of death that if you try and step forward into one spot, very good chance that you're going to get shot by someone else on one of the other 2 points. So, that's going to be for DPLUS Kia to try and work their way through. In terms of tools they're bringing along for it, looking towards the Kappa Tower, of course, the dock will be ever present. And maybe the most interesting one, Tim, is Mitty being across onto the Nook.
I always like a knock play. Get in there nice and silent, see if you can create a little bit of a surprise. You know, it's exactly the sort of thing the DPLUS Kia are benefiting from at the minute. And just that sort of surprise factor, doing the unexpected, and it's maybe not something that FaZe could have prepared or planned for, so we'll keep an eye on exactly what Mitty does. I think he's going to be working his way in through Trench by the looks of things. Maybe going to try and work his way up blue stairs, or... yeah, I think he's just shooting out that side, and if he tries to get up to blue stairs, if he gets onto the platform at the top of him, he could be seriously dangerous to this defense.
I do love the changes that came through to Nook. Obviously, it was a while ago now, but able to just move stealthier for longer. Unless you're sprinting, you don't drain through that gauge anymore. Of course, if you shoot, then it disables it immediately, but it just means that you aren't constantly moving and then stopping, and then moving and then stopping, and then moving and then stopping. Instead, you can just keep on moving, as long as you aren't doing it too quickly. Pulse of Souls getting some eyes on what's going on above him here as well. You can see the yellow pings coming on through, just to let his team know that there is someone stationed outside. Anything too crazy going to happen? I really doubt it, but it is Cyber falling down first elsewhere as Falls finds him at long range.
Another entry going in favour of DPLUS Kia, and gets them a nice little advantage here. Handy does level things out, just as he did last time with the kill onto Bullet, so brings it back to a 4v4. Doc will be gone as well, so a big loss there with at least one phone call that is going to be lost. And here goes the knock. I suggest it might be West Main, might be Blue. He's going to head up there and then across towards site. I think they're going to be very, very surprised by this. I don't think FaZe have got any idea that he's about to wander onto side door. Needs to be careful with blue stairs, though.
Got to be careful of everything here, but they've also timed for a 2 versus 1. He still hits it first. Ain't going to shoot through a staircase for that one, Tim. Into a second as Niers finds Vidaking as well. Been so good throughout the series, but nothing more to offer. Niers into a second, and the plant is going on down. KDS is left 1 versus 4. Knife him! No! Okay, he got the knife on the down. I'll give you that one either way. Into the 1 versus 3, though, and they're back outside the building, Tim. It's in front of the window. I don't see how he recovers this one.
No, I would agree with you. KDS is going to move himself through into stock. Doesn't matter, as Falls is going to be the one to find the kill. 2-0 DPLUS Kia. And great start for them here on Chalet.
Right. That's what I expect on Chalet, to be fair. It is an attacker-leaning map. They're looking good, cooking something up. And as I sort of said as well, you wouldn't go into this series, into this map veto, not expecting to play the majority of maps against FaZe and doing some prep on how they like to defend it, how they like to play it, the kind of ops they run around with. And so far, it does feel like DPLUS Kia's game plan is phenomenal. What I do love about it, Tim, is obviously, look, I'll address it, and I kind of did already on earlier today. DPLUS Kia are the hate watch team for a lot of people. It's an APAC organization. They picked up Brazilian players, and obviously they tend to roll their way through the region because Brazil is fantastic, and APAC has got a little bit of work to do to play catch-up. But for DPLUS Kia, this collection of 5 players to step up and be competing with the current world champions, currently leading them in this series, our lads, if you look at the round difference overall, is really impressive, especially at a time when many wrote them off as kind of just getting a free ride, for example. They've shown that with a bit of hard work here, they can still tango with the greatest.
Top floor setup coming out of FaZe. It's going to be kitchen and dining as the location. What do we expect to see from DPLUS Kia? There's several approaches to this. You could go for the solar side and trophy take. Try and get in there and sort of muscle your way into kitchen. Take top floor or as much as you need of it from there. Or alternatively, you go to office door. You try and get library and mezzanine. Open up the wall from fireplace into site and look to plant just alongside the dining table near that B-bomb chassis, having forced everybody back in towards kitchen and trophy. As it stands at the minute, I think we're going to see more of an approach towards library and office because that's where DPLUS Kia are shaping up at the minute.
They are. Interesting, the Kai hasn't been banned out, by the way. It's probably worth stressing. So often we see Kai banned away, even as the soul of the 2 Electro Bro operators taken away, because he does make life a little bit of a living hell, especially when paired up with a 2 Brow like we're seeing in this round. We think back to the Thatcher, for example, earlier on Lair, the number of those Thatcher charges that were burned trying to get through that wall, in conjunction with the 2 Brow, the wall stayed electrified, absolutely guaranteed. It was horrible to try and deal with. So it is going to be something that DPLUS Kia have got to face off against, and I hope to God they've got a good game plan, because relying on Twitch drones to do the job for you normally ain't the go-to.
He is very conscious of the office. Ooh, right to be, so he's just trying to get his man in as quick as he can, and nearly lost his life trying to get in there. Handy's going to take him down anyway. KDS onto Bullet. Nias manages to get the trade 3 versus 4. Lion Scan is going to come in with a little bit of upside down rappel work, but they need to get in. Nias is trying to get through and get a challenge. There are a couple of bodies ahead of him. It could be an opportunity for a couple of kills, but he's quite low health himself, so he doesn't want to overcommit here. Does have the support of Levy, but right now things have just slowed down a bit for DPLUS Kia.
All right. Oh, that's a nice... Honestly, on the last couple of bullets, and the mag gets the down onto Nias and finishes him off as well. 4v2. Finally feels like FaZe might get themselves on the board here. Levy very much sort of stuck on this window at this point, unless he can move and join his teammate, or if Falls comes to assist, nothing is really going to change in this round. We've only got 60 seconds to go as well, which really doesn't leave a whole lot of time for DPLUS Kia to think up a game plan.
No, not at all. Falls is going to take down KDS. Bitter King is emptying his mag to get the kill onto Levy. 3 versus 1. Falls on the Lion, looking to try and make a move on West Main Stairs, but they know exactly where he is. That's going to be the difficulty now. A gun is trained on him from Trophy Stairs, and they're just, I think, waiting for him to commit here. Takes a single shot, tells them where he is, and it's actually Bitter King from above through a nice vertical to find that kill. FaZe close out the round.
And these are the small moments, like, it kind of feels weird to dig into this, but I'll do it anyway. We look back at the game that we cast earlier on today with FEARX, and the number of 1vx's they lost was absolutely crazy, because they were sort of panicking and falling over themselves to try and get this final kill sometimes. It led to 1v1 after 1v1, team kills got involved too. It was horrible. Whereas there from FaZe, even when they had the bait of the first shot coming out, they still didn't swing from on Solar. It was, as you say, the player from above that got the closing kill, but there was 3 of them all ready to swing at exactly the same time, and that composure is what can make the difference in big moments like that. I think they'd have won that regardless, even if you managed to get the kill onto the Solar player, for example, but 0 complaints. It still means that FaZe are on the board and doing so quite diligently in round 3. Mastering off is then for round 4, Tim. I think we see the same again. We go 4-2 DPLUS Kia, and then maybe a match on the other side.
Again, my question mark, yes, is going to be the DPLUS Kia attack. They are very capable attack. I've said it a few times now. The attack on layout, super impressive. They struggled a little bit on Fortress. Understandable. It's a new map. I've said that already. You know, attacking teams are quite often going to struggle there for the time being. You know, that's not, I think, what we will see from it in the long term. But, you know, in the immediacy at least. I think DPLUS Kia... how are they going to be? They've got a good attacking win percentage on Chalet, historically. If you look, you know, over the last 6 months or so, they're up at about 60%. So there is an opportunity for them to come in and get some rounds in this first half and then get themselves onto the defence. They just need to do enough work here. And that's why my questions sort of continue over the attack. You know, if they can get the 4-2, then, yeah, I think they could maybe do it on the defence.
Nice to see. I can still see there's quite a bit of discourse about what happened in round 1 as well. And just to raise, like, we've had word from the admin team, which ultimately, unless a team raises an issue or a concern to the League Ops team, they won't investigate. That's the rules of the rule book. It's a free kill onto Cyber. Oh,
great find.
Bit of a kicker, yeah, and absolutely great to get a free. But just to round out that point, FaZe obviously
got to say,
FaZe weren't bothered by it enough to raise it to be an issue and have it investigated, so the game carries on. You may not like it, but those are the rules of the book and as the game stands.
Would you say they weren't phased by it?
Drone activated.
Yes, Tim, they were unfazed.
Right, here we go. They're going to open up that garage and look to move on in. Soft breach is nice and successful, and they move in with speed and purpose. Mid-tip moving straight through to Wine. Now, if we have a look across the bottom of your screen, they're very concerned about somebody being down there. We can see there isn't anybody. So it's not just, you don't just have to rely on the outlines. Maybe you're a bit newer to watching Siege, and there's a lot going on your screen. If you want to get a good idea of where people are, look at the bottom of your screen towards right-hand side for this one. If you scan across the bottom, you've got FaZe, you've got all the positions they're in. So you've got 2F, 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 2F. So they're telling us they're all on the second floor. So we can see quite quickly there's nobody. If there was somebody downstairs, there'd be a B there saying basement, and it might say wine or, you know, garage or something like that for what specific room they were in. But it's just a quick way of telling. But right now, they are out of the harm's way, and they basically, DPLUS Kia are wasting a little bit of time down there chasing shadows that aren't there.
Being cautious is still a good thing, I think, because we've seen a couple of teams earlier on today having to dry peek corners sometimes, like going without drones at their feet, and it's like you just don't know if a player is there, so you have to be cautious. At the same time that he was down in basement, we did see 3 or 4 drones all flying around the first and second floor just to see what was going on elsewhere for other players to move on through. Mitzi in a good spot here to try and maybe get this kill, but no, just about snaking away is the player on the stairs. It's Handy. 3 players up for FaZe here. Not looking too good for them, given DPLUS Kia have got a whole minute to play with. And there's a track coming in on towards Handy. C4 in towards Box. Right idea, just not quite finding the target.
There is the trade there, though. Mitty manages to pick him up. Looks like a challenge coming in from VictorKing again. He's having a great day, but he just can't do enough on his own. That's the problem. Another kill picked up.
He loves
on
the
a trade
shotgun
against.
today.
He does. He really does. 1 versus 3. He's going to try to hold sight down, but with 40 seconds left to go, plenty of time for DPLUS Kia to kind of massage this one and to make life difficult. They are all coming from the same side, though. That is something for VictorKing at least. He's not going to be pushed from multiple directions, but it doesn't matter. Mears manages to find the shot around the corner from Ivy, and that is going to be another round. I said they need, I think, at least 4 on the attack. DPLUS Kia showing their ability. I said they've been good on the attack of Chalet previously. It is what we would expect from this map. Question is, can they be as good on defense? FaZe timeout.
Indeed it is. Not surprised from FaZe either as well, because they are down on a map that, again, they really enjoy and have a good history on. But they're down 3-1. It's kind of to be expected on the defense, but really you've still got to be coming out of this with a 3-3 split team, and they simply aren't finding it just yet. I do want to give a nod towards Mitty again. Like, he still stands here as the kill leader in this game overall.
Yep.
But across the series, he's having a phenomenal series where normally be shouting out players like Bullet.
Yeah, he's been going big. He's certainly done some heavy lifting at the beginning of all of this. Handy and VictorKing are, in all honesty, keeping FaZe in this right now.
Yeah.
And I know, you know, FaZe are kind of slipping behind on the scoreboard, and they've gone for the tactical timeout now. You know, but 1-3, it's not the end of the world for, you know, a team of FaZe's quality. They can certainly fight their way back into it. But without Handy and VictorKing playing the way they are, I dread to think where they'd be on Chalet.
The crazy thing is, across this series, they are being absolutely smoked on the entry. They're minus 10 on entry. Like, they're being battered by DPLUS Kia in the early round, which probably speaks volumes about how well FaZe have played to be able to recover a good number of those rounds. The clutches that they've hit, to of course be here in map 3 at only a 2-round deficit, to still be minus 10 on entry really speaks volumes again to their composure as a team. But you'd like to see them getting a couple more entries on the go, I think it's pretty fair to say. Don't give DPLUS Kia that early lead, and don't give yourself such a deficit to have to fight back through. Hopefully, fortunes change now after that attack timeout, and we see FaZe battle their way back in.
Round 5, and DPLUS Kia, I mean, imagine if they get a 5-1 half here, what a dream that would be for them. I like this Denari setup that we're seeing. It's just covering off a couple of windows there with just a few trip connectors. Thank you very much. Whee! One on the bath, one above the wall, and one down by piano window. Just prevents any of those jump-ins, and I would imagine a reasonably tricky to find to be able to take out.
Reasonably trippy?
Reasonably trippy to find. Yeah, you'd have to hold quite an angle, even from that piano window one, to try and get the shot inside on it. So very good stuff. And immediate pressure coming towards the library. We're going to see that window opened up immediately. And they want this ground to DPLUS Kia. They're attacking onto Bar and Gaming, so Library, I think, will be kind of an ultimate target for them. But as we know, there are a number of positions that they need to clear first. Cyber's one that they need to look for in office.
We did kind of skip over the bans that we saw earlier as well, the Ella and the Blackbeard going away. I really wondered if we'd see a Blackbeard ban at some point. I'm kind of glad we have.
There's been a lot of Blackbeard use.
Across the whole court. I'm going to dig into the numbers in a minute and actually see the win percentage of Blackbeard, because I've seen, although it's been very, very popular, it's not like the Blackbeard itself has been getting the kills. It's more the players around him that he enables. But here we go. Blitz is in, and the choo-choo train is coming on through in towards Split. He's looking for what he can here. 2 players right in front of his face. All he's got to do to him is be a little bit of a distraction. There's no C4 over the top, but that plant is down, and he is out the window.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. You may be forgiven for thinking, why is he just standing in front of him? Flash, attack. But that's not what he was there to do. He was there to soak up those auto canisters. He was there to take attention, block the line of sight, and prevent the challenge coming into that planter. Mitty, beautiful shot onto KDS. 4 versus 4. And this is looking great for DPLUS Kia. It's a really tough retake because you have to fight them outside of the window. We're going to see souls dropped effectively now. 4v2, 6 seconds. There's
nothing they can really say to this, Tim. Souls is still down. Cyber is alone. He might get a kill upstairs here just to pad the stats a little bit, but the actual recovery of the round simply isn't going to happen. That's DPLUS Kia going up 4-1, and that tack timeout doing very little to help FaZe.
This could be over before FaZe know what's happening. They are absolutely racing through it. FaZe at the minute just, I think, desperate to get into that second half. Maybe things will change up for them when they get onto the attack, but maybe not, because DPLUS Kia just rolling with confidence.
I did go and look at Blackbeard, by the way, and as you might expect, he has one of the highest pick rates throughout the competition, picked in 30% of rounds where he's available. His win rate is actually down at 41%, which does sound really low, but generally what you tend to see is an operator is picked more, their win rate comes down because more and more teams are using them, and it just neutralizes things out because they're quite common operators, whereas more niche ones, for example, our best attacking operator right now, I don't really want to use Jackal because it's kind of cheating, he's only been picked twice, but he's won both, would be Dockerby. Picked 26% of the time with a 54% win rate. Just goes to show how effective she is, for example, because she's got such a wide pick rate, but also a very, very strong win rate too.
Okay then, final defensive round for FAZE. They need this one, Des.
Yeah.
They really don't want to go in 5-1, you know, down at the half. Even we can say Chalet, you know, yeah, attackers have a good time on there. It's not the end of the world, but 5-1 is really, really tough when they're staring down the barrel of a loss. It's not going to impact them getting out of the group. They've already qualified, as are DPLUS Kia, but it certainly could affect the position that they finish in and kind of just removes lives. It, you know, removes opportunities through the rest of the tournament. You know, the more you slip down, you're kind of having to play that upper bracket first round, for example, rather than getting the bye. And it just, you know, more chances to come up against a bad team that's going to knock you out.
Absolutely. And again, not to forget, this is the battle between the two that are currently top of this group overall. It is NIP's last game, though. FaZe still play tomorrow against G2, so they've got more chances to pick up points. But it's why, for them, really, a win is quite crucial here, because this way, if they do beat DPLUS Kia and take 3 points, there are other teams that can catch them, but it's still a little bit of a tall order. They've still got to fight their way through to try and come anywhere near them. And there's a very good chance that they will be first end of this group. And then all that means is they go in first place. They get to the second round of our upper bracket, which means they're a single win away from playing on the main stage, Tim. Not too much more siege for them to play over the next week, or at least until next Friday. That's when the fun really begins.
It certainly does. Falls managing to. That wasn't what you saw on your screen, by the way. No. That was me.
It catches me
that
all
would have
the
been
time.
absolutely beautiful. No, it's the thing is, it's so common, isn't it, that you see somebody shooting and then one lights up in the kill feed. That's a really nice swing from Cyber, taking down Levy. Handy finds Nias elsewhere, but Falls gets his second in the round to level things up at 3 versus 3. The clash is going to be the problem to deal with. They do have one Ash charge left that could be a possibility for taking out this shield. I said it was going to be a problem, didn't I? King manages to get a double, and that's going to be Bullet left all alone. 1v3 becomes a 1v2.
He's done this a few times, any King makes it look easy behind that class shield. And it always feels very reminiscent of what we saw back on Fortress, Tim. It's going to be that final round of the half where FaZe will find their second round win. And that could be what propels them onto a map win, just like we saw back on Fortress. King relocating upstairs along with KDS, both now sat on site and just waiting for where Bullet's attack comes from. He's still got quite a lot of time to work with, but I don't really fancy his chances against the clash.
No, they know where he is as well now. The default cam's going to give that away, and the thing is, again, these players can guess very, very well. You know, if you've shot that default cam out and it's been 20 seconds, you're probably roughly around this position, you know, and they can give a good idea of where you're going to be coming from. As there we go, King walks out and says, I'm going to guess that you're somewhere around Ivy. We'll see that that's exactly where he is.
Got no idea where he is.
They're just going to completely bully him now with the clash shield. He just needs to try his best to ignore that. His problem is if it starts getting planted. There you go, King played that perfectly. Just start planting it as he goes for the challenge on your teammate, and then you're ready for the swing. King closes it out. 4-2. Not the end of the world for FaZe, but a great start for DPLUS Kia.
Absolutely. Again, 2 rounds is what they had back on the previous map, and they still came out on top. So FaZe fans, you may still retain your hope. DPLUS Kia could completely crumble on the defense of Chalet, and FaZe could be absolute monsters for all we know. I often say it, 2 halves to a game of Siege. Just in case you're wondering, there's the numbers for King on the left-hand side of your screen right now. 13-9. By far and away the best player that FaZe have had throughout this series so far. It's the top of EPS, KD, you name it. He's up there right now. I guess on all things but entry, because the whole team are kind of sucking on that right now.
Yeah, it's fair to say. It's about the only way to put it. We've got the bans coming through for the second half of things. Monty and Mira will be our first. Grim and Kaid will be the next 2. Grim's been a fairly popular ban through today that I've seen anyway.
Yes.
And will continue to be so, I have no doubt. Monty as well, you know, we know the value of that, as you say. Kaid and Mirror, no real surprises in those bans. You know, Mirror, super powerful on any map, but especially here, you can play her in stock. If you've got the site that we're on now, you can play in there and really command both bomb sites from behind that Mirror window. You can also then play one up on Mezzanine looking into Library and really help lock down that area as well. You know, other sites that she can be particularly useful, Kitchen and Dining, you can play one that looks through towards that fireplace wall. You know, Basement, there's the one that looks onto the main breach. If you're going to have a look at the garage breach, there's only really top floor that you wouldn't necessarily see a mirror brought along, but even then there's still value to be found from a well-placed mirror kind of on the wall that's just near the half wall. You've just kind of got to control double window is the problem for that one.
All right, well, let's see how they fare off on the defensive set. This is their time to shine. FaZe, knowing that it's a map they're comfortable with, knowing that they can get some attacks done on a map like this, they should have a pretty good half. But nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is denied. It's really in their hands here how this one goes as to whether or not they get 3 points and a very, very comfortable spot before going into the game against G2, or if they have all the work to do tomorrow. Because if DPLUS Kia win here, I'm pretty sure the round win rate won't be good enough to overtake FaZe if they end on the same points. So FaZe will just have to win 2-1, or better, of course. They could win 2-0 against G2 tomorrow, and they'd still find themselves finishing in first place.
Levy just repositioning himself up on the top floor. Bullet is playing over just a little bit deeper than Office. So there is quite a heavy presence up there. 3 of them are going to be looking to hold on. You don't want to lose Library. You don't want those hatchers in the control of the attackers. That much is for sure. It's such an interesting first round. Going for it.
Baited.
Cyber was definitely there and ready. Takes down Mitty. Look, he's had a great day. I'd be feeling like I could run out that far, to be honest, if I was Mitty with the way he played today as well. But, you know, yeah, looking for FaZe to come out strong on the attack here. I'm sure all those FaZe fans will want to see a round on the board here, bring it back to 4-3, and then you start looking at it thinking, yeah, they're on the road.
Falls forced to step out of stock here as well. Moves instead deeper in towards bar itself. So gaming left exposed, unless, of course, there are players above, which right now Niers sits up above on Mezzanine, giving them cover from up yonder. Now, the windows itself is where you start to get pressure building up from the attackers here, just to try and force him away, because once he's off Mez, they have that top floor, they can look for a plant. That's exactly why the challenge is now starting to come in, and he just spins on a dime, finds Souls, quite literally takes his soul at that point, Tim. 2 more fall down as well, but we're into a 3 versus 3. That initial flurry that's taken place is certainly favouring FaZe as they come out on top.
FEARX getting the latest of those kills onto Niers.
Free.
He's missed his opportunity, but he goes back for more and finds his man. Handy taken out. Few shots to the legs of KDS. 1v2 though as FEARX manages to take down Bullet, and it's going to be all up to Levy to hold on. 45 seconds. There's nothing he can really do with the time here. He's going to have to play to get both of these kills almost certainly.
It's really on FaZe here and how they want to play this in the 2v1. They've got a smoke in the back pocket of FEARX they can make use of, for example, plus a nade. So they can force Levy to move around. It's the C4 they've got to be afraid of, though. And he's in a really good position. But they both swing at exactly the same time. On towards back bar, collect the closing kill. FaZe start out the half with a win, Tim. That's exactly what they needed.
Yeah, kind of as expected, really. If we have a look at FaZe's attacking win rate on Chalet, it's, I'll be honest, not necessarily amazing, 55%, you know, over sort of recent history. So there is a little bit of room here for DPLUS Kia to find some rounds, but we know that FaZe can be a bit of a vibes team as well, and they've got a few players there like FEARX. I mean, he's absolutely playing, you know, out of his skin so far today. Just there's nothing stopping him. There's nothing holding him back, and that's what I mean. He's 10-4 here on Chalet, playing on vibes, and he will just keep rolling over you, given the opposite. This is what they are, a little bit of a vibes team. If they get that confidence, they get that energy, they're the kind of players that just start styling on you, and it becomes a, you know, a real problem because they know they've got that sort of ability.
And they're quite like a vibe-resistant team. They've down where they're quite, don't get me wrong, but like there's always a time in a tournament where they just turn up and go, right, can't lose anymore. Yeah, through the vibes. The vibes are up regardless of what happens.
This is what I mean, and it's as soon as those kills start coming, it's then just, it's like a boulder rolling down a hill. You just can do nothing about it. And I feel like if they get another round here, they're going to smell blood in the water, and that's what you're going to start getting. They're going to start getting more aggressive. running into sight, trying to get kills, and that's when FaZe become at their most dangerous.
Well, here we go then. All set up and ready for the onslaught to come on from FaZe here in round 8. FaZe get this one, Tim. It starts to look very, very nerve-wracking for DPLUS here because everything will be square and they are on the more unfavorable side of the map. Got an Ossa lineup coming out as well. We're handy jumping onto that shield operator, so looking for a plant here in behind the Ossa shield. Of course, many options in which you can employ, but given that it's currently set up on the north side towards Trophy and towards Solar, I'd imagine he's looking to get just inside of B and plant it, not too far inside that doorway.
I love that setup as well. We've got a little triple beam going across.
You know what? That's very ergonomic. It's very like satisfying to look at. It's like the perfect right angle.
It wouldn't be satisfying to walk through. I'll tell you that now.
It would hurt, but it looks satisfying, mate. Oh, it even extends out
I
as well.
love this.
Wow. I'll tell you what, I thought Chalet was a pretty map before, but now it's got like all these laser lights on the go. Oh, yeah. Go on then.
Feeling that. So,
and they've got laser gates. It's like a rave in there. There's so many colours,
lasers everywhere. Lasers absolutely everywhere. 5 versus 5 still. FaZe really need to be improving themselves on the entry. They knew that the Razor Bloom was there, so they also just pushes forward to trigger
Andy's just like, what?
He's just like, yeah, maybe we should push from the other side.
What the hell am I looking at right here? How do I get rid of all of this? We've got to find a spot to get rid, but look, they're just challenging on the ready. But
love that.
This is what the Ossa's really good for. Can step in, take a little bit of pressure despite all the soft walls. He'll have a spray and try and find his man. It's only going to take one shot to come up, but no! Bullet ain't going to have that chance to bring him down because it's Cyber to get the kill onto the other side. This is a really good response to this setup coming out from DPLUS here. FaZe look ready.
Yeah, they really do, and the position of King on that double window as well is making it a little bit of a nightmare. You can see the defenders don't want to come anywhere near this kind of highway of death from the window all the way to the other wall because they know exactly what King's going to do. Just out of sight, he sees his man, he can't quite catch the knee. He does catch him eventually though. King continues on his reign of terror as he takes down Nias. That's going to leave us now in a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it's a good spot to be in, but still it leaves things equal though, Tim. It isn't like they've got a massive advantage here. It's more the positional one that I think is starting to help them. Those Denari trip lasers still up on the 2 main doorways though, so they can't easily push on through without destroying some of them first. And for that, normally, you need a nade or 2 to roll on through, but there's none of those available, Tim. Falls finding one, King getting rid of Mitty, but it's a 1v2 for Falls. And they've still got to try and play through those lasers.
The big problem that FaZe have got here is it's a 1v2, but one of their 2 is outside on the rappel. So effectively, if Falls can play this smart and keep himself out of the line of sight of King, keep yourself out of the line of King, he can get himself a 1v1 inside, and then King's going to have to come on in. So he's playing this really well. He just misses the man. He hears King come in. That's why he comes off the angle, but he's got the down. King, though, if anybody was going to win it for FaZe, it was going to be him. He's loud for a reason because he's feeling himself today. He's finding kill after kill, and this is a phenomenal performance from him. It's such a tough situation for DPLUS here there. He hears the rappel and he knows that King is a real problem on that window, so he has to take the chance. But FaZe, they'd created that problem because they timed it well. He pushes bathroom as the rappel comes out because he knows that's what's likely to happen. Really well played, FaZe.
King hasn't got plot armor. He is the plot armor. This is like the 3rd round now where he's pulled out a mega play like that as well. A 3K back in the 3rd, a 3K in the 6th, the 1v1 that he won in the 6th. He is, I don't want to say single-handedly because it's playing down the contributions of everybody else, but he nearly has the same kill total as the rest of his team combined. He is shining so bright in this game. He's warmed up as the series has gone on. He's looking unstoppable right now, and he is the main problem for DPLUS Kia. All things are equal at 4-4. FaZe are on the preferential attacking side here on Chalet, and I'd largely say the reason why they are where they are is because of that man.
Yeah, it really is.
And you can see it in terms of celebrations as well. He is getting noisy.
Yeah, there's no wonder. You know, there's a good reason that he's doing that at the minute. A very good reason, because he's absolutely flying right now. 13-4. You know, you look across the team. Souls on 1, Cyber 4, KDS 4. You know, King really is the catalyst for FaZe, but he's brought them back level. It's 4-4, and we continue on.
Yeah, we saw in the morning, mate, them shoulders.
He's got 32 in the match, by the way.
Yeah.
32 and 20.
It's terrifying, isn't it? Absolutely terrifying. Well, someone's got to stop him. Who's going to be the hero on the other side? It has been Mitty up till now, but he's been very quiet on this map instead. Nias and Falls are the ones that have really been the big contributors in the kills department, but still lagging behind their counterpart. They're focusing towards the trophy side here. 2 or 3 players from FaZe stacking up there. The Cyber's in and getting rid of Mitty, who, like I say, just cannot find a way into this Chalet map.
No, and you feel like DPLUS Kia are maybe just going off the boil a bit here. FaZe have shown good resilience. They've been beaten up a bit throughout this match, but they are still there when the opportunity is ready for them, whereas DPLUS Kia, when they put under that little bit of pressure, you feel like they start to just crack a little bit and they open up the opportunity for FaZe. So right now it feels like the momentum has definitely shifted. FaZe 5 versus 4, sending utility in towards site, and it feels like they're everywhere at the minute.
Yeah, Cyber's the one asking questions as well on the office door, starting to look in towards that top floor, but elsewhere it's Falls finding KDS just in front of our very eyes, in fact, so that at least is going to take away a little bit of the sting of FaZe, but the pressure is starting to build here. Opens up the wall, and with the flash off the back of it as well, Levy do nothing to stop that kill coming in from Handy, who's now got a great spot here on West Main. Can see through both sides at this stage, which means everyone on DPLUS Kia has got to be so careful until he is dead. They're looking for him as best they can. He takes a couple of shots, but is still going, and it's a freebie from above. The Angel of Death, Cyber, getting one. A trade back the other way. It's down to a 2v2. These teams cannot stop coming down to the wire at the end of these rounds.
Exactly that. Every time there's an advantage to one or the other, DPLUS in this case managed to get those couple of quick kills that brings them back into it, but Bullet, super low health at the minute. He needs support from Nias because he's the one with the HP. He's going to be the one that needs to try and get into position to take these fights. Souls, Handy, they're the two left alive for FaZe. 40 seconds left to go. Inside a sight, Handy, he's going to take a tickle of damage. He knows he's not in a position to put the diffuser down, and FaZe right now seem to have stalled. They're just having a look around. It's almost like they're not sure they know this gun fast. They need to win! They need to win, but Bullet, he looks away at the wrong time. The plant is now going down. They've got the freedom. The spray comes in through the wall, but Nias, he can't do it. He switches to the shotgun, can't find his man, and in the close range fight, it's Handy who comes out on top. FaZe, they lead this match.
6 of the rounds in this game so far, of the 9 that we have played, have come down to a 2v2 or worse, i.e. a 1v1 or a 1v2. And FaZe, they just keep on coming out on top. DPLUS Kia, very understandably, calling in their attack timeout because this game is crumbling before their very eyes.
Yeah, not too much of a surprise to see that one. You know, we've got a situation now where FaZe have won 4 rounds in a row. We saw exactly the same on Fortress. When that half switch came in, they just ground them down. It was 5 in a row on Fortress.
That might be the first time I think I've ever seen a Denari ban away, by the way.
Yeah,
our bans are Nomad and Denari, not surprising. In towards Vidaking as a target ban for the Nomad, but Denari, I guess they're sick and tired of seeing these beautiful laser lights everywhere. I was quite enjoying myself, Tim.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like fine art.
There's definitely been some big, well-planned setups with the trip connectors. So, like you say, FaZe maybe just the thing is they are quite difficult. If they're hidden away and you can't get a shot onto them, you've kind of got to break each individual beam. They don't break for long. They're back active pretty quickly, so they can be a massive utility soak if you have to deal with them in that way. And you really don't want to be walking through them, taking the damage, being slowed down. You know, there's a lot of problems with it, so it makes sense given that DPLUS Kia have been using it so much.
You've got to wonder if at this point it's just a stretch too far for DPLUS Kia. You really hope they can bounce back after this tack timeout now. They've got 3 chances really to send it towards overtime. If they can win all 3 in a row, then fantastic. They get the map win. They take the 2-1. But I think it's very hard pressed to see a world where FaZe suddenly stop winning these rounds given how well they've done in every single one. Vidaking still remaining that guy. And equally got to give some flowers to Cyber. I know he hasn't got a lot of kills in the game at 5 and 7, but he has found the entry in every single one of their attacking rounds. He is setting them up for success at the beginning of it. He's opening the door so that Vidaking can just stroll on through.
Yeah, that is so true at the minute. Vidaking could well be on for a 20-kill map here if he continues, although, saying that, there might only be 2 rounds left for him to do it. Ooh. Not that it's impossible. He's been putting the numbers up, but we will keep an eye on that. We'll get you abreast of that situation. 5-4 now on the scoreboard. FaZe 2 rounds away. I don't think they will have expected, you know, I'm sure that they respect DPLUS Kia as an opponent, as they do with everybody. I'm not sure they'll have expected to be, you know, fighting for the 7th round in map 3.
No, I doubt they will be, but we'll see how things play from here. Let's look at the lineup coming out from FaZe. I spoke to the death about Dockerby today, so I'll avoid over that one, but I'm looking again in towards the sense that we've actually seen quite a bit of so far at the tournament, Tim, and I'm kind of surprised by that. Obviously, with the change come through last year, where no longer does Warden see through those light walls, which I think was definitely a needed change. But more and more teams this event, it feels, have kind of been relying on the Sens to try and get an execute off in the first place. So that paired up with the Ying, and of course the Dokkaebi I've already spoken about a lot, like said, I think is a very, very potent combo, which is why DPLUS Kia need to find a way to disrupt them early on here so they aren't getting slapped about by a whole bunch of utility they can do very little about.
KDS using that ever so popular angle from up on the roof down towards Piano. Nias has reverted back to that clash again.
Yep.
We've seen kind of limited use of it here, but thinking that it might be the difference maker. It's a bit of a funny one. Clash is, you know, really powerful. We know how good Clash can be. And sometimes you look at it and think, you know, is it like nothing else is working, so we're going to bring the Clash? I don't think that's the case here because they've had so much success with it previously. But look at this aggression to get them on in. Candela's galore going off. Cyber manages to pick up Mitty. This is brilliant.
Oh, wow.
They're just flushing them forward. Souls picks up Bullet. 5 versus 3, 4 versus 3 as Levy starts the fight back with a late trade. But the kills keep coming from FaZe. They will not be stopped. Handy onto Levy. 3 versus 1 now.
Honestly, been a heroic fight back from FaZe, given how things started. They were down 4-on-1 at one point, let's not forget, but they just cannot stop winning these rounds back to back to back. And the execute in this one, absolutely beautiful. The smokes, the candelas, everything has just all come together that they forced the players at DPLUS Kia. Back FaZe raced into the gaps, took a lot of room, and have punished DPLUS Kia off the back of it. That makes 5 rounds in a row, one more, and they get the 2-1 win they so sorely need.
Such an unfortunate finish in many ways for DPLUS Kia here. It feels like they're kind of limping out of this one. But, you know, you've got to bear in mind there's a lot of factors here. This has been a long match. You know, this has been a really, really long match across these 3, and tiredness, fatigue, all these things will start to, you know, possibly have an impact. There's a lot of experience on the side of DPLUS Kia. Don't get me wrong, it's not the first time that, you know, they've been in such a long match or in, you know, a stressful situation at something like Six Invitational. Like I said, we've got major winners on there. We've got, you know, all sorts going on. But it feels like it's taking its toll a little bit. It feels like the foot is off the gas for them, whereas FaZe have smelt blood in the water and accelerated through it.
One thing I will say, I think it will give a lot of respect to DPLUS Kia, because throughout this group stage, they have played really well. Don't get me wrong,
100%.
They didn't play well against G2, granted. I think otherwise, they have looked really, really impressive so far in this group stage, and with them already guaranteed to be qualified, I'm not quite sure where they'll finish yet based on what happens today and tomorrow for our other games in this group. Of course, G2 coming up next. That thing is going to command a lot about where they actually sit, if they're in lower bracket or if they start in round 1 of the upper bracket. Yet there's 2 lives if you go to the upper bracket and the lower bracket. 1 loss and you are out. But no team can take them lightly. They have to be respected here because they've shown already across those first 2 maps they can run FaZe to the wire, even take maps away from them. And that in itself is a team that cannot be ignored.
I'll hold my hands up and say, you know, coming in here, I know they had the win against Shopify Rebellion, but I was kind of more focused on the loss to G2, and I thought, I'm not really too sure about DPLUS Kia. They've qualified, they've done well, but honestly, it's the first time that, you know, we've covered them and seen them play in detail like this. Yeah. And I am super impressed. I am super impressed with how organised they are.
Don't try this again.
And how well they're playing.
I was like, please, let's try. Let's not try run out again. We've already been punished for that one once, Mitty. You don't need to do it again. Off he goes roaming on through, and again a player that I'll raise that has had a very quiet map, given he was so effective on the previous 2. Just kind of fell off at the wrong time, unfortunately. Here comes the light screen here just to try and get themselves something inside. DMR to blow away the keeper barrier and expose a little bit of an angle on towards Mezzanine to start threatening those players. He's been here before, Tim. Kind of got that triangle set up here, and it's about trying to keep the DPLUS Kia players at bay. Entry going the way of FaZe once more. KDS finding that one. It's not Cyber Tim. He did get our last 4 entries, but it's another FaZe entry.
Yeah, Bullet had relocated to bathroom and he tried to take the shot across onto balcony, but FaZe are switched on at the minute. You're not going to catch them out with something like that. KDS was ready for it, picked up a cheap kill, and that leaves them now without any more Kiba barricades, which makes Library difficult to hold on to. Nias has had to move into Library box, and I think, you know, FaZe are probably going to take this ground sooner rather than later.
They get the scan onto Falls at the very least, but they're too caught out by that. Manages to keep himself out of range of the Lion scan. First Candela comes on through and they try and make a move on 4, but Falls at least manages to fight back. They don't concede all the ground that they did in the previous round, but down goes one more. KDS on for a second in the round. Handy's found another, Tim. It feels like DPLUS Kia are crumbling before our very eyes.
Yeah, exactly that, FaZe. Like I say, they've just found another gear, haven't they, in the last few rounds. Really accelerated through it. That's the class that you need as a world champion. Sometimes you got to be able to dig deep when the chips are down. Find that little bit of extra grit and get yourself through it. FaZe do exactly that. They're going to take Chalet with a good few rounds back-to-back at the end, but let's not overlook the contribution of DPLUS Kia to that matchup. They have pushed FaZe closer than anybody else so far to a defeat, and that was really, really well played from DPLUS Kia, but ultimately, FaZe the better team.
You can almost forget that across 5 maps, FaZe have won 4 of them 7-1, and lost the other 8-7, right? This has been the hardest they've had to work so far in this group, and that in itself, their commander's praise. But again, looking at FaZe, that's 5 attacks in a row they've won on Chalet. We knew coming in it was going to be attacker-leaning, Tim. I don't think I quite expected that attacker-leaning from them.
No, they just weren't. They were just unstoppable, weren't they, when they got onto that side? And I think there should be a few thanks going to Vitter maybe after that one from the guys.
Oh,
you know,
mate.
You've put some serious numbers up there. I'm sure there'll be a pat on the back somewhere.
Maybe a few, a couple of beers at the bar as well, I think it's fair to say. I'm looking forward to seeing his series-wide stats as well, because like you said, he's put up a lightning performance there. As one of the more backline players normally, he's quite quiet, I'd say, overall, but here, he's got nuclear. Fair play to him.
We know he's got it in the locker, and he's absolutely lit it up. 15 and 5, 82% cost. That's just coming from all the kills, to be honest.
Yeah.
150. He had a contribution every round because he kept killing people. 151 EPS, fantastic performance from him. But again, what I like from DPLUS Kia as well is we've spoken a lot about Mitty, but then you look at that last one, you had a great performance from Falls thrown in there. Nia's going off. So just showing that they've got multiple players there. Handy. Vitter, of course, taking the MVP there. Handy with some good stats as well. Cyber certainly contributing. But look at Falls overall. You know, great performance.
Mitty and Falls between them 13 and 5 on the entry, right? They were dominating on the entry. As I said, it wasn't until those final 5 rounds that we really saw them step up. And as mentioned, Vitter, most definitely the MVP for this map, has gone absolutely huge for his team and dragged them through what otherwise could have been some very difficult rounds.
Yeah, exactly that. I think ultimately the main area that FaZe need to be looking at coming away from that is that entry, getting themselves behind far too many times, allowing, you know, opportunities for those kills to come in. But other than that, towards the end, I think they'll be pretty happy.
Well, that was a fantastic series, and normally our show would be ending about now, but we've still got one more to go. You've been waiting around. It's been the unofficial G2 waiting room, so let's go to a break, and when we come back, Stomping in the boys are going to throw down. See you soon.
So the Goyo Armory, Wamai in long, box rotate, headers Armory, fitter CC, headers. I will put like this, but it's basically headers and rotate. And about the utility, the Wamai is playing around east, so he's putting the Wamai for himself. The recruit is putting wire on metal and wire easters in case 5 per square.
So Ash is going to spawn here, and it's going to throw an Ash here on the table, because you can break the Goyo, like if you throw an Ash. So really, really fast, he's going to throw this Ash and already break the Goyo. Glass is going to come here with the Blitz to do the plant, and Thatcher here on the window. Ash comes here and break the other Goyo on the window.
Okay.
And then Ash is going to enter below with the drone that Capitan, that's going to play here, is looking for her. She enters below, plays there. Just to guarantee the C4s and stuff like that. And on the time of the plant, she's going to climb the metal stairs.
Yeah.
Glass is going to smoke here with the Blitz, so 4 smokes, they're just going to spam smokes. And Glass is going to come here, push, and kill the guy doing C4, maybe kill the guy on armor as well. Capitan is going to throw a fire here on this position, that's very common, and a fire here. Ash is going to push the stairs, and Blitz is going to plant right here because it's not really common. And if the guy can throw a C4, but you have Thatcher, so it's really hard, maybe Blitz is going to tank it. So that's it.
We can go next round. No, I mean, that's actually really good. And I guess when the Ash is destroying the Goyo, you just open his door, you open the other side. So you basically can't guess you will do this. And then after the Ash pushing up metal, if you don't expect this, then the round is literally over from there. We don't have smoke, we don't have warden, we are dead. So yeah, no, I think by far it's FEARX round this one.
Thank you, bro. You won this time.
Oh my God, Anne, fast Anne. Oh my God, can you please sign this photo? Can you please sign this photo?
You pulled this off my, what is it?
No.
No, I see the hand on it. This is not from me. You had someone else involved in this.
We had 2 people involved. We had both Fast Mama and Fast Colin.
Oh my, you reached out to my mom for this as well?
Colin.
And okay, well, yeah.
But
this is,
can you tell us about this look? It's a strong look.
Yeah. You know these sunglasses, the Miu Miu, like, or the whatever brand it is, sorry, glasses that are in right now? I feel like I was setting a trend with that back in the day already.
This is very similar to the photo shoots that we've done for the production so far.
Yeah, so I was planning ahead of time, I think. When I was probably like, how old would I be here? 2, 3 maybe?
I thought about 11 or 12, but
no.
maybe.
Right, okay.
If you could please sign it, we need to,
What are you going to do with this?
Keep them, they're for me.
Okay.
I'm a really big fan.
You going to hang it above your bed?
Yeah.
Then I will sign
I've got a whole wall.
All right.
Thank you so much, Anne. I love your work.
Wonderful.
Thank you so much. Jack, fresh. Oh my god, please, can you sign this photo of you?
How do you have this photo?
Please, we're really, really big fans, actually. Can you tell us about this photo?
No, I shouldn't.
Well, this is actually Mama Fresh delivered
That's excellent.
this towards us. Thank you.
My mother has been providing photos again.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you all for the broadcast. Thank you so much. Lovely to meet you.
Signs in the sky and the stars around us fade to black. Run into the night and there's nothing that can hold us back. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. After skies, we're becoming something more tonight. Just feel the thunder in my heart till the lights go out. If I go down into the dark, won't be turning now. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you. Like you, you. And I'm human just like you. I'm gonna fly, break on through, 'cause I'm human just like you. We get so high, bulletproof, 'cause I'm human just like you, like you.
Every Six Invitational final is a storm of pressure, a clash of tension. They leave a mark that doesn't fade.
Boston, are you ready? The Six Invitational 2025 begins now!
We need to want it, CSI. We need to want it.
Everybody always talks about being mentally prepared for a game, and no one really knows what that looks like.
Especially that pressure of SI. As a player, that eats you up.
Everything is possible.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, guys. Let's fucking go.
details for contact.
Alrighty, Black Dragons G2 coming to you live here on the B stream. We've got ourselves a big matchup for many different reasons. For G2, of course, they still need to win. They do kind of control their fate though, but if they do find that they stumble here against Black Dragons, well then tomorrow could be disastrous, right? So there's big ramifications on this game. And for Black Dragons, they've only got the 1 point. So they need results as well here in this group. Well, this is actually, of course, a recap of the standings over in a different group, but that's okay. Now we'll get the right group. FaZe Clan, DPLUS. We had a banging matchup between those, of course, guys, just before. FaZe Clan ended up getting the result needed. They now get an opportunity tomorrow against G2 to, of course, get that top spot. But G2, as long as they get the points here, they can still get that #1 seed as well. For DPLUS, great spot. They're into playoffs. Shopify Rebellion, of course, will play Black Dragons tomorrow. And it does mean for Black Dragons, they could actually lose this 2-0. But still, provided they then beat Shopify Rebellion 2-0 tomorrow, they would be safe and Shopify Rebellion would be out.
Yeah, it has certainly transpired to be quite an intriguing group. I mean, I'm still in an element of disbelief that DPLUS were mighty competitive against FaZe, and that's partly the reason why this group has been thrown into disarray. Black Dragons, despite being last in this group currently, I think they still have a little bit to prove in the sense that they can be competitive in this matchup. Certainly not the favorites, but Black Dragons could do damage and potentially ruin the run of G2.
We'll have a look at the lineup there for Black Dragons. Not a lot that looks amazing. Swag's been good. So has Asks. Those two have been the clear standouts for a team that hasn't been able to get a lot of results to go their way. Let's be completely honest. Back on day 2, they played FaZe. They lost that 0-2. So they had yesterday off to kind of regroup, recover, and see how they can bounce back. Now for their match against G2, they've been able to obviously prep as much as possible. As for G2, though, of course, well, yesterday played DPLUS, won that 2-0, and DPLUS's form has been all over the place. They beat Shopify Rebellion, as we just saw, competitive against FaZe, but they got trounced by G2. G2, of course, losing back on the opening day to Shopify Rebellion, so they too haven't really been all that consistent, but the best that we've seen from G2 thus far is still incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of the head-to-head for this particular matchup, Swag and Doki, two stand-out players at this event so far. The entry battle will be intriguing. Swag leading this particular head-to-head 8-3. Can that be a win condition for Black Dragons in this particular series? I mean, Doki's not necessarily going to be expected to post up big numbers.
I don't know. Doki's been playing really well since the Munich Major onwards. Doki's probably been the best performer on G2.
Yeah, exactly right. Again, I wouldn't classify him as being the absolute star on the roster in terms of popularity, but he is a big figure and has a lot of experience.
We'll go to the map vetoes for this best of 3. Black Dragons were able to select their first map, which they ended up going the way of Bank. And then for G2, it looks as if they've gone for Nighthaven Labs. I might need a confirmation on that one because I've actually got it flipped the other way around. We'll touch on that. And Cafe is indeed the deciding map. So these are the maps that we're going to have for this series in this order. We've had a lot of bank today, actually, on this B stream. For me and you have had quite a lot of bank in general. But it's been a really good map to watch because it really shows the versatility and how it does get played. We've seen slow play, we've seen fast play, entry denial from defense, but also then the bunker down, time denial. Nighthaven Labs will be very fascinating as well to go into. But either way, a big matchup coming up for G2. Can they control their fate for that #1 seed? If so, they're going to want all points here in this match. So what are we going to get from this one? It's probably a little bit of a question mark over it. Black Dragons, sure, haven't been super amazing in their 2 matches. A 2-1 loss and a 2-0 loss for G2. A 2-0 loss and a 2-0 win. And the way that Six Invitational has been going so far, guys, is surprises. There have been many upsets. There's been results that have gone the way we expected, but also been ultra competitive. A good example is the DPLUS FAZE game that we just saw.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I go in with some trepidation for G2, and you know, they often do find themselves a little bit hot and cold at international events, especially through the first few days. But I can't help but back them in with the experience and the skill that they do have on offer. Given the form line for Black Dragons, it's tricky to foresee them winning this matchup. Of course, G2, as expected, way ahead on the social prediction, 81-19 split. Of course, an element of a popularity battle in that regard, but again, truthfully, they are the favorites in this matchup.
And I do want to confirm, yes, I was right. G2, of course, did pick Bank. Here are some of the ramifications, the stakes, if you will. If Black Dragons do lose, then they cannot get into the upper bracket. Their best result would be beginning in the lower bracket. For G2, a win here will lock in playoffs. That's right. They have, on the end of day 4, still not secured a place in playoffs. If they lose this 0-2, they have to then win against FaZe tomorrow, or they're out. Like that's still where they're in a weird position, because if they lose, then they're facing elimination. If they win, they get a chance for top spot. So they're in this kind of middle ground where they can have these massive swings. But it is their map pick of Bank. Mount Heaven Labs, chosen by Black Dragons. And for G2 on this map of Bank, we saw them play it against DPLUS Guz a couple of days ago. 7-2 win on that. And they've actually got a 7-3 record on it over the last 6 months, as Doki gets the opening kill onto Swag and continues his hot form.
Yeah, swift entry on the Deimos, one of his favorite operators on attack, and often does a phenomenal job in garnering that early map control and then compounding advantage by using the death mark as the round progresses.
And now it's just a 4-stack, except for Mr. Bottler, who will sit open but can drop. Probably will drop very soon, and even just off the drone will make his way back safely to basement. This now allows a swift and easy entry for Blaz in through Printer towards Staff and open area. Job done so far for G2. You find the early kill onto Swag. You got the numbers advantage. You can get to work, go through that checklist, open up the things you need to do. Doki's got a good drone towards main stairs to stop any kind of push, which Miracle was thinking about here on the Goyo. He knows, though, that he has been droned out in this position. No longer viable. He will forfeit that away.
G2 now to spend a significant portion of this round in taking down utility. Canisters from Goyo, a key part of that defensive hold. And they have the time, the explosives, the shock drones if required to deal with that.
Another check there for Doki. Now, they know Miracle is very much playing this bot main position, or if it's Ask now, that's kind of rotated into that position. Clearly, when you got that extra number, for G2, they want to probably spread their attack as much as possible. You got default, but you probably still want to go for that main stairs push. I think that's what Doki's really looking for. Yeah. Later in the round, expect Doki to try and push bot main.
Try and exploit that advantage.
Oh, Loira. He does get a tag, and he's going to send Miracle back the docks. I mean, Black Dragon's clearly under the pump right now. A lot of pressure coming their way from G2. Miracle thinking, if I can at least get this kill, win the 1v1, I can then control Garage.
Prone angle, yellow ping, fight elsewhere, Stompin' in on the action.
Oh, Doki went for the hatch drop. That cost him his life. If Miracle wins this 1v1, this round's very difficult now for G2. It's only Elamau. He's got 15 seconds. Can he isolate the two 1v1s? He does have the kit, but at this point into red time, with 2 players still standing for Black Dragons, this becomes pretty much impossible for Elamau, even if this plan is successful. Although, they have not been able to punish this.
They let him plant.
He's been able to push back, play the smoke. He can now play the post plant. The gas babe from Ask will expire. It dissipates completely. And now Elamau actually has a very strong chance of winning this because Miracle is on 1 HP. Elamau should be able to clutch this. Black Dragons have fumbled the bag.
Pushes forward, holding the line. Miracle, make your move.
Well, Miracle does make the move, and it's Elamau that punishes. It was a 2v1 while planting. They do not push. Elamau clutches it for G2.
Pressure cooker moment in the opening round, and Black Dragons falter. Clean start to the round. Doki to find that opening kill. They weren't able, though, to exploit that advantage all too well. And then Elamau, 1v2, deploys the smoke, able to plant inside it. And Black Dragons firstly, do not deny, and secondly, feed ones. I guess the byproduct of that was Miracle, left alone, 1 versus 1, solo on HP. It's very, very challenging for him to win out that clutch.
Credit to Alan, he did exactly what he needed to do. His win con at that point, play the plant inside of the smoke, hope, and pray. Prayers answered. Then he's able to slip back into server, and at that point, especially on the glass, you're suddenly in a really good position. And I think Black Dragons just kind of panic a bit in that last 30 seconds in the post plant. If you really wanted to, you probably could have had Miracle wrap back up main, go square down blue, and go for some kind of pinch, and just buy some time. In fairness, G2 started the round really well, and especially getting that opening pick on Locker CCTV, they set up nicely. Sure, the execute on site started to get a little bit messy. Credit to Black Dragons, they were able to make a contest of it. But if we're being honest and we're being fair, Black Dragons in the 1v2, while planting for Alamau, they should have been able to get the job done. They do not. They get punished. We move on to the second round. By the way, there was also a 3K for Alamau. Big start for him.
To top floor we go for round number 2. And Blaz eager to open up Kanto wall for the long line of sight down Stock Hall. Black Dragons themselves looking to counter with the Bandit in play, although that's being dealt with pretty easily by Doki with the impact EMPs. That now keeps Miracle honest in that Stock Hall position. Swag as well locked inside of Elevator. On the opposing side of the map, top square control for G2. So again, expediting that checklist, trying to get through the early stages without stalling out. Stock also immediately under pressure. This is good from Stompin.
And Miracle gets caught in the long angle from Blaz.
Good pinch from G2.
Yeah, just the power of being able to open up Kanto or get some kind of long angle down that corridor just means that you've got so much more pressure against you. You can't just play that deployable shield and just kind of sit there, especially also when Stock's being opened up as well. Yeah, Miracle losing his life means that again for G2, another opening kill. And Swag's just kind of sitting there, but I mean, it's kind of job done already for G2 by putting pressure on Kanto, opening that up. They ban the Kayid, they bring the Ace Abana, which were not banned. They're going to play into that strength.
So advantage G2 again. In a similar vein to the previous round. They'll be eager though to tidy up this execute and exploit the advantage they have afforded themselves. Janitor control still in the hands of Black Dragons, and that can be a key position to play off. So too can be that long angle, but Alamau looking sharp in the early phase of bank swing from Ask. A good response, a good playmaking opportunity capitalized upon.
Alamau is looking hot right now. Can he deal with Ask inside of Janitor? Swag's being able to find a kill towards front desk, shuts down Stompin. Is Alamau ready though for the prone play?
As a flash into the Warden though.
Yeah, but it's into the Warden. Glasses are about to deactivate as he steps over though, and that's straight into the shotgun of Ask. And prone works best, and Doki by himself can't take down Swag. Much better from Black Dragons. Oh jeez, they are hyped.
Alamau has his work cut out for him in this game in blocking out the noise across the road. Look, in many ways, similar-ish problems for G2. Freezing a little bit in the execute. They are splitting their attack, but then translating that across to control and finding picks is proving to be a challenge. Alamau posting up good numbers early. Of course, helps from his clutch in the open round. That time out losing the duel over towards Janitor, and it compounded from there. The start of the round for G2 was excellent. The Kanto clear into the Stock Hall control. The last 30 seconds of the round, it unfortunately fell apart. Now, tech pause has been called, and so a pause in the action to follow.
Not ideal for Black Dragons, as they just were so hyped after that round and then just unable to follow through. And now they're going to calm down naturally, even if they don't want to. A better round, and I was actually about to bring up the fact that, so Blaz gets the opening pick. Things are looking, again, good for G2. Why? Well, Bank itself as a map, so far at this event, is not incredibly attacker-sided. I mean, it's only 51%. I say only. But when you have a look at all of the maps in isolation, because they're so much more favored to defense, it's actually the second best attacker-sided map, only behind Border. Lo and behold as well, G2 are statistically the second best attacking team at this event.
Really?
69% attacker win rate.
Nice.
Nice.
This has been the sexiest SI in history.
Been a very sexy SI. The downside, by the way, is they're 16th for defensive win rate.
That's not.
It's not nice.
Not as ideal.
That's not as nice. 45%. So there's a big contrast there, which does mean for a first half for G2, getting these attacking rounds on the board is almost an expectation, if we're being completely honest. A bit of rock, paper, scissors action here. Scissors.
Best of 3.
Best of 3. This is a replay, by the way. Oh, he just flipped him.
He flipped him off.
Jeez. Guys, come on.
Not even our table tennis has gotten that competitive at the
No.
event.
Well, by the way, fun fact.
Speaking
of table tennis, actually, G2, while waiting for the DPLUS FAZE game to finish, we're doing some team bonding.
And they weren't just playing on one table, they were hogging both.
No, they were hogging both tables.
Which is incredibly disrespectful.
We may or may not have also wanted to partake. But figured didn't want to interrupt their, what might be, I don't know, a ritual.
Potentially.
Yeah, potentially. 2 rounds in, by the way. Tech pause for those just joining. We've just begun. We've just started. 1 round for G2, 1 round for Black Dragons. Not a whole lot really to go off other than, I would say, early on in the rounds, G2 have looked really good in their entries. Like, they're able to get into the map, find the early picks. Just comes down really to the late round execution. Even in the round they won in the opening round of Locker CCTV was very winnable for Black Dragons.
It was their round to lose, and unfortunately didn't deny plan and allowed Alamar to play Glides inside of smoke. But yeah, certainly a contrast between early to late. I mean, even their early map control, transitioning that across to the mid round has been decent. It's really just been that final push into sight, clearing anchors. It's proven to be a challenge.
Let's get back into Bank. No more messing around with the technical pause. We head into the 3rd round. As we said, 1-to-1 stuff and open area coming up next. And again, if Black Dragons can get a couple more defensive rounds, let's just say hypothetically 3 defensive rounds, boy, that sets them up nicely. And don't forget, this is G2's map pick. So as we progress forward, the stakes just keep raising. The tension keeps boiling. We're only 2 rounds in, so we don't get too crazy just yet. But there's a lot to fight for if you are Black Dragons. Now, obviously we like to do little predictions, we'd like to do little thoughts, but in this hypothetical world, if Black Dragons were to win in 2-0 fashion, they would join Shopify Rebellion on 5 points. And G2 going into the final day would be on 4 points in the 5th spot of the group, the elimination spot, facing FaZe Clan.
FaZe are traditionally very scary, I will say, against DPLUS. They
can be very scary team.
Maybe show some small signs of weakness.
So it's a very important. This is a very important game for both teams.
Yes,
that's the beauty of it. Group stage can be sometimes hit and miss. Format-wise, where you can get dead rubbers, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You look at probably Group B in that regard, with Elevate being completely eliminated. Although they've got the Fury wildcard battle for first spot. But this is important. Black Dragons need to win. G2 need to win. Neither of these two can kind of just sit back.
Yeah, cruise control is not really an option for either.
So trying to find something towards stock. Again, it is staff open area, so expecting heavy presence on this 2nd floor.
Yeah.
Ooh,
early
this is
patience
cheeky.
from Doki.
It is Miracle, by the way, on the Denari that is hesitant to peek this.
Well, he was playing the stock core position last round. Now, very different approach, or somewhat different, actually. It looks like range hard breach potentially in position here for Kanto.
Whoa.
Somewhat similar clear. Miracle could be under the pump. We'll see. Stomp it again, so range hard breach from him. Very similar
Miracle
setup.
can't hold this. He needs to fall back now. Or push forward, apparently. Or push forward and luckily can drop. Oh, my goodness.
I don't think Doki can believe he was able to slip through.
Well, he's made the Miracle dash through stock, gets back to the hatch. He has taken a big chunk of health lost, but stays alive. And more importantly for G2, they open up the stock position. Blaz gets rid of us. They deal with the Solus. He is able to find patience over towards the Repel and eventually rewarded with a roaming Solus. And this is where G2 have been really, really good in these first 3 rounds. Just patience, getting the opening pick. It's just, again, all about translating it to the late round. Rare wins the battle against Alamau. And he'll retreat back over to Staff, and so that's now where Black Dragons are mainly located, is around the site. They've completely forfeited top floor control. And with Blaz still having 2 Boogie Auto breaches, they can open up the floorboards nicely heading into the final minute.
And Mr. Butler will lurk down below, so that opens up the blue flank potential late in the round if G2 transition across to quad control. You can see him looking to the side and communicating. What kind of attacking pattern? Yeah, what kind of attacking pattern are G2 going to look for? Lawyer has diffuser in hand. He's back alley currently, so electrical hit likely. Maybe looking to dash across and plant kitchen, but we'll need more support from Square.
Leaving not a lot of time on the clock here, though, G2. 30 seconds. Vulcan canister pop will deny entry, and then Miracle gets the free kill onto Blaz over towards Admin. Stompin still top floor janitor, so he'll need to drop and join the rest of the team. Mr. Botlaw coming up main has got a watch over towards Beepers. Doki's around this position as well, but he wasn't ready for Mr. Botlaw. Now the push from Loira, went for the right angle check, still got the kill onto Rare anyway, but 6 seconds left and they both fall. Black Dragons take another defensive round here on Bank. I'm scared. Oh. I'm terrified. Oh my god. That's vicious.
To be fair, we don't actually know what they're saying. Could be some polite words directed at Alamau.
We got the Miracle stats, by the way, on rock, paper, scissors. It's gone scissors twice, rock once. So not fond of paper.
Only 1 win, 1 out of 3.
Imagine if you actually played like a rock, paper, scissors tournament and you had like statistics on which variation you prefer. It's like, well, I'm not a paper guy. You know, I'm either rock or scissors. By the way, tactical timeout G2. Romello is not happy with what he's seeing so far.
Romello is typically challenging to understand at the best of times. He has a reputation for having probably the fastest tactical timeout
oh my
conversation.
Now, unfortunately, we don't quite get the same commodities as the A stream when it comes to listening into these timeouts.
Even if we did,
and if you repeat, like, try to focus on the plan after you get.
Hey, time's up. Time's up. I think you went about 3 seconds over there. Can we get So we go back to basement for the 4th round, but 2 early defensive rounds for Black Dragons is really good.
Can only assume the discussion is heavily focused in on the last 45 seconds of the round. We're seeing G2 commit very hard to split attacks, and that can work out, but it needs to be better synchronized. We're seeing on a couple of these occasions, the first or second fight be really out of sync, and it's not providing any tradable options really for G2. So hopefully that's something that they can tighten
Look at this roam heavy defense.
Yeah.
And we've seen actually on Locket, we've had enough Bank now for me and you that we've watched that the roam on basement Bank, it's not always been that successful.
No, it's also been fairly limited. Of course, teams typically dabbling in the open area drop, but this is extensive.
I feel like this also plays into the strength of G2. This is what G2 would be fine with. Because their strength so far has actually been winning the entry battles, getting into the building, finding a pick or 2 off of that. Their weakness has actually been the on-site execution. So would you not then rather play the more default site operator lineup?
Let's proceed slowly.
We'll have to wait and see.
Meet fire with fire. I think it'll make for an entertaining round nonetheless.
Yeah, it certainly will. Fireworks are about to pop off. If Black Dragons find a 3rd defensive round off the back of a G2 timeout on G2's map pick, oh boy.
It's a clean comp here as well for the map clear on the side of G2. Line of Dokkaebi can combine. Alamau as well can find information behind the safety of the extended shield. And that's already a little bit of info spotted.
Oh,
Nitro in response.
Very early. Blaz finds the early pick onto Rare. There goes the Vigil. That is now 4 rounds consecutive that G2 have found the opening kill. It's also 3 rounds straight that it's Blaz who's found the opening kill. Logic Bomb. That Nitro Cell is gone.
Does Swag have an exit route here from this position?
But again, the lineup that they bring means that heading back to basement isn't that much of an option because you then don't have a lot of denial. Doesn't matter. Ask, Miracle, both combined. There goes Stompin and Loira. They're no longer in the round. And Alamau's in vault, by the way. Pistol headshot from Alamau. He just says, I'll do it myself. Even as the Monty, with no reinforcements because Doki's garage and Blaz's lobby. They are completely split, but they win their ones. Now they got the extra man advantage. But Miracle with the barbed wire kill on Blaz. And now, Ask into the face of Alamau, but here comes Doki to save the day.
Miracle low.
Miracle on 1 HP. Can he hit the headshot onto Doki? This would be massive. He cannot. Doki's able to clutch the round for G2. Huge round from Doki on his garage play.
Garage is always a fantastic position to lurk late into the round if you can throw that defense into disarray, which their approach most certainly did. He hits a great timing. Miracle was low thanks to work done elsewhere. Good discipline from Doki. Fantastic start to the round again. From Blaz and Alamau both having big moments. The shield was impactful. Better there from G2, but certainly one of the more fluid rounds we've seen.
I mean, the only way that Miracle wins that is quite literally a one-tap headshot pre-fight. That's it. Yeah, nothing else. 2-2.
On land, you're not winning.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Alamau with a big plate vault. Blaz won his 1v1. Doki took garage control, then got the good crossfire to help out Alamau. So as the trio for G2, they were able to perform well towards the end of the round. And the roam game for Black Dragons did not pay dividends. Now we go top floor. CEO Executive for the 5th round. And what is turning out to be quite back and forth. This has been a good game so far. I've been really enjoying this. It's not that I had low expectations for Black Dragons coming into this series. I think I said actually pre-match that with the way that SI has been going so far, you almost have to expect the unexpected in a lot of ways. But we know when G2 are at their best how good they can be. It's again just a question of which kind of G2 are we going to get. And so far, these two teams look rather equal. But one of the differentiating factors, again, has been the early game. 4 straight early kills for G2 is continuously giving them an early advantage.
So drone early here from Blaz over towards lobby. He can look to be self-sufficient on that lurk. It's all about then timing it and connecting it with the rest of this attack. Drop a repel in play.
Heavy repel focus though. Look at that quad stack on the Blazer side. And Blaz is then lurking ATM. Are they just going to go straight on in? Alamau's playing on the blitz. You dump the smokes, then have Stompit hold as the Glaz. Is there a Nitrocell in response here onto Alamau? He is getting peppered and he does go down. Blaz was able to get one, but Stompin wasn't able to connect on the Glaz with the smoke combination. Kit's now inside building. You no longer have the blitz. You've also got no more logic bombs as Blaz is dead from ATMs. You've got 2 over on the rappel, 1 on the roof. This round now becomes much more difficult for G2. Down a player as well. Black Dragons are really nicely set up because they were able to deny the plant. It was an all or nothing kind of play for G2, but the benefit is because they went so early, lots of time still remaining to salvage it. Stompin finds a pick onto Ask, and we are back alive here in this 5th round for both teams.
Doki as well with a couple of smokes, so he can look to now connect with Stompin once again through the late round. Drones as well also available. Very intrigued to see what position Stompin will look to post up
free kill. He got misdroned. There was a drone in stock, but it didn't catch Miracle, and Loira then was not aware. So the misdrone will cost Loira his life. Advantage once again for Black Dragons, and Doki's going to have to enter the building now.
Barbed wire to slow this progression. Sound cue given away to Swag.
It's also the tripwire connector, and the drop down from Doki doesn't work. Double for Swag, gets them both. A 3rd for Black Dragons.
There was good denial there in that round from Black Dragons.
A bit of banter in the chat in game as well that you guys at home don't get to see, but it was nice play. Pathetic Glaz says Ask to Stompin.
Well, Stompin had a lot on his shoulders in that round. G2 elected not to bring ranged hard breach to deal with the janitor hold, and that essentially means that Stompin absolutely
Nothing personal. Nothing personal, King, by the way. And then Doki.
That means there's a massive responsibility on Stompin to find a kill against the Warden, who arguably has a favored position behind reinforcements to play around. So it was high risk from G2 in that round. It didn't work out.
I will say, considering the start of the round, G2 actually kind of started to bring it back a little bit. But Black Dragons were always in the superior position and ultimately were able to close it out and have looked really good so far in their defense. Again, reminding, Bank so far at Six Invitational has lent more in favor to the attack, and G2 is the second best attacking team at the tournament so far as well. So this, taking all that into account, is a good indicator for Black Dragons. Also, I was mentioning the opening kill, which by the way, it's 4 straight for Blaz, which is insane. Black Dragons are 16th at the event for opening kills, so they're in the bottom 4. Bottom 4 or 5 teams. So that's not a strength of theirs, but it does mean they're constantly playing from behind. Seemingly not an issue right now.
Nook in play for the final G2 attack in regulation. Doki to lurk through lobby. Maybe try to pluck a kill down this elevator hallway position.
I mean, how deep can you go, though? I don't know if he can really think about pushing into beepers. He made contact onto Ram, finds the kill. Nicely done from Doki. 6 rounds, 6 opening kills for G2, but they lose Alamau. Doesn't matter, they get rid of Swag, but then they lose Loira. So 1 for 1 with 2 minutes on the clock. We now find ourselves still at even numbers. Swing, though, from Mr. Botlaw. Doki thought he was the one on the offense. And the trades just keep on following through. It's a bloodbath in the 6th and final round of this half. Blaz thinking about the drop, thinks better of it. And with so much time left, you have to ponder the question, do you go and just join up with Stompin, move as 2?
Diffuser in a very awkward position, pinned against quad wall as well. Kills the name of the game here for G2.
Stompin thinking about a peek here, bot square. Blaz's top square has dropped down, so they will play together. In fact, for Ask and Mr. Botlaw, they've split up. Ask has gone to Archives, but Mr. Botlaw won his battle on site. Blaz now in the 1v2. He has been able to cut across at Staff towards default. Pushes forward. Again, Diffuser at the wall. With Ask over towards Archives. Good flick headshot, though, from Blaz, and now creates the 1v1. Can he do it again? Not quite. But he had the opportunity. But he now knows where Ask is, and there's still 60 seconds. So much time left here for Blaz to win this. Or for Ask to win this. And no better operator in this moment for Ask on the Solos. He knows exactly where Blaz is.
Blaz with double flash. Ask with info. 45 seconds on the clock.
Trying to bait him out. He's got lots of time. Blaz might think about the commit. And as that ticks down, it will be the commit. Plank goes down. Now the time is on the side of Blaz. Ask, you now need to move. You now need to be the one on the offense. First flash thrown from Blaz towards Admin. But Ask is going to go the long way round. He's thinking about a beepers push. There's the next flash. Reposition from Blaz is perfect. He'll play the close angle. Does Ask now know that Blaz is inside Admin? This is a wonderful reposition from Blaz that sets him up to win this round. Ask will get on the kit and try and bait Blaz out, and the bait will work, but he doesn't connect. The shot's on the way! Ask has survived on 1 HP to clutch it for Black Dragons! Blaz did so well, but not enough. Shots land.
Let's go, guys. Okay? Uphill battle. Dance in the rain time.
One of the more unique 1v1s. A whole minute on the clock. It's like the 1v1 show matches come early.
Goodness me. So many isolated fights once more.
Look at this. Oh, no way. What?
Blaz hit such an amazing flick to get that into a 1 versus 1. Gets the plant down. Repositions.
So well played from Ask, though, as well.
But Ask mechanically was able to draw him out and land the shot.
I guess he's thinking, if he knows he's in admin, I can't push admin, but I've got where the plan is, I can kind of play behind the bomb chassis. He then needs to push out, and then I've probably got the chance to get up and take the fight, which it literally played out that way. Did you see him stand up and point to his pocket? The banter from Black Dragons has been on point.
The celebration was top-notch.
4 defensive round on Bank on G2's map pick. has put Black Dragons in an intriguing position into the second half. The bands, Azami, Kaid, Ace, and Monty, as we head to basement. G2 are now on defense.
G2's lineup suggesting more on-site play, potentially a fall-off open area.
That's insane. 6 opening kills straight, and you only won 2 rounds. And multi-kill-wise, guys, Swag, Miracle, Ask all with 3Ks, Swag with 2. So they had 4 rounds where they had multi-kills. Alamau was the only one for G2. That was in the opening round. And really, the 2 rounds that G2 won, by the way, 1 alive and 1 alive.
Very true.
A 1v1 for Doki and a 1v2 for Alamau. So even the 2 rounds that they did win were not exactly comfortable.
The Doki one, probably more convincing, but sure. Yeah. The Alamau clutch was one hell of a way to open up the map.
So what can Black Dragons now do on the attack? 8th so far at Six Invitational for their attacker win rate at 47%. And they bring the Glaz. So Miracle's going to go Garrett. Oh, wow. Free drone.
This is
free drone here onto Blaz. Blaz, though, well, he's got the DMR, so he is in a... Still, he's not an easy player to get rid of, even with the drone. I don't know why you're looking at yourself. I guess the double check no one's close by. How are they thinking about this? Because clearly you've got him on drone. He's playing a deep forward position. This is a fight you can take, 2v1. They're going to go for the smoke Glaz play.
Blaz repositioning, though. Probably will be able to escape this.
I mean, if smoke comes out, Blaz probably has to get the member. Oh, did you not just see him?
Ripping?
I'm pretty sure you saw him very briefly. You know exactly where he is. He's got to have an idea here. Blaz is just not moving. Taking down a very low health margin.
Oh, no.
Got to hit the feet. The dancing happy feet of Blaz had kept him alive. They lost Mr. Botlord eventually. Blaz finally goes down. Funnily enough, it's not even the Glaz. It's Ask who gets the final shot. And Alamau says, all right, sin enough. We'll reinforce that off, give up Garage, and it's now 4 versus 4. At least the Deimos has been taken off the board for G2.
In the meantime...
Which, by the way, that's another opening kill technically for G2. 7 straight.
In the meantime, open area control for Black Dragons. That being said, Stomping a threat still over towards Talor's isolated. Takes the fight.
Has he got a way to fall back from this position? He does not.
Archives.
Lost the 1v1 against Swag. Lawyer was unable to help out. He's now gone back, rotated blue stairs. So Rare goes down. So does Stompin. So it's continued trade back and forth. Swag will just drop Volt. Drops right onto the head of Alamau. Quick headshot, now advantage again for Black Dragons. And again, they've got that garage control, so they can split the site. Doki and Loira cannot play off each other. Doki losing his battle up close. Miracle was there. Ask as well down red hallway. He again gets the second. Black Dragons are swarming G2 on bank. Well, this is turning into a beat down. Black Dragons 2 rounds away from taking G2's map pick.
Black Dragons can probably be best described as not playing with fear right now. They're not afraid to make plays. We saw the Glaz clear into the garage. We saw Authority in clearing Stompin', the drop down gold. Some great moments in that round. They're dialing up the pressure. They're testing G2. They're limit testing them at the moment. And unfortunately for G2, the cracks are forming.
Do you want a fun bank statistic? For Black Dragons, their last win on this map, ladies and gentlemen, was the 14th of September, 2025. This was 144 days ago. That was the last time Black Dragons won on bank.
Who was it against?
9Z. And it was a 7-3.
3, okay.
The last time they played it in general was also 123 days ago. A loss to FaZe Clan 7-4. Added reference, of course, G2 played DPLUS on this a day ago. 7-2 victory. Pretty comfortable for G2 against the DPLUS team that's looked very good so far at Six Invitational. 7 straight opening kills for G2. It hasn't really done a lot for them, though. Can they make it 8 straight? As we head to Executive CEO for the 8th round, they find themselves in a hole. Again, their timeout has already expired. They've already used it. They do not have any help from Romello from here on.
The ace band out. Habana available, but not to be utilized by Black Dragons in this round. So no ranged hard breach of the primaries of the thermite. That's expected to be used over towards top square. And so the expectation is they will spearhead the attack from that position. Nomad for flank watch. Ask can maybe lurk below, and that's the case at the moment in through open on the Deimos. And so there'll be an emphasis, a heavy emphasis, in terms of plant denial, and maybe disrupt.
This is a big one. Loira could open up the round for G2. Doki finds the opening kill onto Rare. Oh, hello, Ask. Swing around corner, headshot, Vendetta. Blaz then goes down. Good response from Stompin to retake main stairs, but Mr. Botlaw's right there. Up close, headshot. There's the response for Black Dragons. Doki low, over towards long desk. He now sprints around. Botlaw could go for the swing. Right clear, he does so, and then he turns onto Alamau. Oh my goodness! This is a massacre! 4 map points for Black Dragons against G2.
Where are you? Where are you?
I think if we're being truthful with ourselves, we probably expected a pretty quick game. But going the way of G2, let's be real. I am very surprised, but also very excited to watch Black Dragons play some really good Siege at the moment.
This is why I said, expect the unexpected at this Six Invitational, right? Like, just enjoy the ride. Don't try and overthink it.
I'm gonna start doing.
What a swing from Ask, by the way. And what I will say is every time these firefights just start ringing out around the map, it's just Black Dragons are winning them. They're just better at shooting right now. Like, there's not much more to it. G2 are just getting absolutely blasted inside the map. Yeah, and again, it's 8 straight opening kills, and they've only converted 2 of them. I've never seen anything like this.
5 seconds left before insertion.
This is a statement from Black Dragons as they get to go to their map pick of Nighthaven Labs after this, by the way. They beat DPLUS on it 7-1. In fairness, G2 beat them 7-2. And when I say them, DPLUS, so not a lot to go off. Well, is this one done, or does G2 have a miracle comeback within them? They needed 4 rounds straight, and it would have to happen seemingly out of nowhere. There's nothing to suggest, based on the last 4 rounds straight to Black Dragons, the 6-2 scoreline. The only metric that G2 have had that's been in their favor is indeed those early entry kills. It hasn't netted them anything.
So first minute of the round, Black Dragons utilizing that to gather information.
And don't forget, if G2 lose this 2-0, they have to win tomorrow, or they're out. They get grouped.
Look, lurk. Black Dragons have a read on Loira inside of Archives. Looking to track the lurk over towards Garage as well, and that could be impactful in this round.
They look a little bit more hesitant, don't they, this round, G2? Just the way that they're kind of maneuvering. They feel like second-guessing, I feel like, where Black Dragon's going to come from. This is a good spot for Ask. It seems like they obviously are aware that Loira's inside Archives. Nitrocell just falls short, looking to try and get that one down the square hatch. Ask has stayed patient here on the Nook up above. They haven't got anyone coming in from the other side. Stompin's playing towers, so that's keeping Loira very safe in this Archives position. So for Loira to die here, he has to kind of make a misstep, an overstep, and give someone like Ask an angle.
Only 1 minute remains for Black Dragons to execute this attack. They do have some immediate pressure towards the side. Oh, had a lurk Garage, but Blaz finds another opening kill.
Well, surely this time they can actually convert one of these opening kills. Unlock a CCTV, under 50 seconds left. Rare on the Blackbeard is low. You've still got Loira Archives along with Stompin. Everything suggests G2 should win this round. Everything. Doesn't mean it'll happen, though, as Mr. Bottler with that Vendetta is quite deadly. Clearly doesn't know, though, that Stompin's tucked in left corner. This is an easy swing for Stompin. Apparently not. Apparently not. He has just completely whiffed at the window, and Ask will get the free kill, and suddenly the round is more viable for Black Dragons. But Mr. Bottler's on 1 HP, Rare is still low, and over towards Admin. Doki should be good for at least one from here. Indeed he will be. Ask had no idea. Is there a trade? There's only 12 seconds, so Doki can fall back, play sight, play time.
The rest of the defense peels as well now. Everybody basement.
Into red time, 5 seconds. Doki gets another, and indeed time running out has forced Black Dragons into sight. And G2 hold on by the skin of their teeth.
Come on, boys. That's more like it. Well played.
3 rounds, guys. Not much, okay? Not much for us.
That was a stressful round for G2 and their fans.
Fair, mate?
They held on to first floor fiercely. 20 seconds on the clock, still 3 first floor, but Doki steps up, wins the duel, able to drop. Rest of the team peels, and they consolidate the round. But yeah, I mean, this is the point right here. Massive from Doki. That entire defense was still on the first floor, but great peel back. As I mentioned, we're able to just solidify their positions, and with such limited time remaining, Black Dragons caught sprinting into sight. 6-3 the scoreline. 3 more opportunities in regulation for the Brazilians.
CEO executive to follow. And 3 rounds in a row is not impossible here for G2. In fact, again, for those that were watching DPLUS FAZE, guys, we were watching that one as well. Like, you know, DPLUS would take a big lead, and then FAZE would bring it back. And that's not the only example that we've had here at Six Invitationals thus far. You know, we've seen many teams actually get out to a pretty significant lead, and then it just kind of goes away. What about M80 earlier today at 3-0? They looked amazing, and then just lost 7 of the last 8 rounds. Ask is up to 14-6, keeping track of that opening kill 9 straight. I wonder if we've ever had, surely not, 15 straight opening kills. I wonder what the record actually is.
Sparuni.
That's Sparuni.
Hello.
What is the record for the most amount of opening kills straight? I mean, Blaz is 5-0, by the way, on entry. 10-8 overall with 134 EPS. He's been great so far. Here we see him on the Arena at front desk.
Yeah,
certainly been holding his own. Doki as well.
Very active.
Yeah, Doki's got 3, Blaz has got 5, and then Lawyer's got 1. So, yeah, Doki and Blaz have been really, really good for G2. They just need others to step up.
Mirror set up here from G2 inside of Jan to help facilitate the hold from Alamau.
Oh!
Lawyera jump out!
The Demon just jumps out the window. Does get rid of Ask, but traded immediately by Swag. Keeps that opening kill streak going for a 10th round. But at least the immediate trade for Black Dragons does minimize. But they do lose Ask, and Ask has been their top performer.
And that's the Grim, strong utility. You trade out the Nitro. I think it's probably still a small net win for G2.
Marginal at best. But a marginal lead you take heading into this top floor site.
It does also mean, though, because he's jumped out, that information has been hacked.
That's true. You can see Mr. Bolo's already on the top.
I suppose when you factor that in,
that's true.
The Falcon play, maybe that does, in fact, flip it the side of Black Dragons, and Ask can sit back and play on that information for the remainder of the round.
2 Nitros available for G2, one with Doki and one with Stompin. Mr. Bottler pretty happy to just wander around top square. Stompin will play Janitor Hallway. Alamau's inside of Janitor. Mine's playing front desk, and Doki will be playing long desk. So pretty default positions right now for G2. Good headshot from Doki onto Miracle. Feel like you can trust in him. Rare on the glass, trying to find an angle through this smoke, but not being presented with anything. Trying to open up more sight lines, especially over towards Janitor. Swag was able to pick off Blaz, so that clears out that front desk position, along with Airlock as well, now being a little bit more vulnerable for G2. And still loads of time remaining in this round, and the Nitro was used by Stompin.
Doki still has his, but he's over towards front desk.
Yeah, he's had to backfill.
Has the DMR, so a strong position to play.
What's Rare thinking here? 35 seconds, by the way, and Swag's on Repel with Kit.
What are they cooking?
They are very split right now, Black Dragons. This is an intriguing hit at the end of this round. And then Mr. Bottler has gone for a main stairs hit. He got spotted by Stompin. Swag gets one back onto Stompin. 3 in the round for him. Needed 2 more in the ace. Not going to happen.
Come on, let's go.
G2 starting to hype up. 2 rounds straight, 2 more to go. That's the task ahead of them here if they are to salvage Bank. Timeout, Black Dragons to talk things over. Not only are we obviously not going to hear much here, but it's in Portuguese anyway. It's a good time for a timeout, though. I think you've at 6-4, okay, you've given them 2 rounds to try and close it themselves. Hasn't quite worked. Now you take the timeout and then 2 opportunities to then, again, close it out. I think they'd be very disappointed if they walk away and do not win this map, Black Dragons, from the position that they were in, up 6-2. Ask 14-7, KD, Swag 13-6. It really feels like, for me, if Black Dragons actually get an opening kill, they'll probably win the round. They won't know what to do with themselves. Like, we've got an extra player. Oh my god. You mean it's not a 4v5?
They've been playing Siege on hard mode this entire map. So to open area we go. G2's selection for the 11th round.
First time Thorn as well for G2 in this half, so changing things up a little bit. They've kept it pretty similar even across a lot of the sites, but this is the first real big change.
Yeah, rather trap heavy. Perhaps expecting some shield play, or at least looking to deter it in this round. Also a good tool across the board, good tools to counter any lurk potential on Bank, which is very popular. The lineup for Black Dragons suggesting it's CEO across, revert with the ramp, keep it pretty simple. Deimos can aid on some of that clearance as well, try and back G2 into a corner, then prepare for an execute with the Yin.
And curious with the Razor Blooms on this side, I mean, I don't know if we've really seen Thorn a whole lot on Staff and Open, just because there's, well, it's almost in the site name, it's Open. There's a lot of different entry positions, and the Razor Bloom shells can be placed just about anywhere. That's actually a strength for Blaz and for G2. Just a matter of wherever you place them, how are you then going to play off them?
Can be utilized as well above to deter repel.
Yeah.
So 3 deathmark targets available here to
I imagine there's got to be one like just above as you come in from beepers, where it's like if you're going to peek into sight, you almost have to then commit. Blaz playing front desk.
Starting shock drone.
So not by himself. There's a decent amount of heavy presence for G2 up above. Alamau and Janitor. Loira will lurk the hallway, top main stairs. Leaving Doki on site by himself and Stompin lurking archives with a Nitrocell. Black Dragons look hesitant though to enter right now. It's Rare the only one inside of the building over towards Lone. Early Candelas from Swag. Blaz will stay tucked in front there, so he's going to play his life.
Oh, Rare pushing up Banana off the back of this flash utility, trying to force a pinch onto Blaz.
Loira indeed gets the opening kill onto Rare. Long range shots though not connecting from Loira as Swag hits the headshot. Low on health, but they do get the trade. He and Ask haven't got a lot of health between them, but what a shot onto Alamau. He goes down inside a Janitor, but Blaz has got the response. And then the second, Blaz has been so crucial for G2 so far on Bank, and he can make it back as well, safely back through sewer.
Black Dragons unable to catch Blaz.
And Stompin then gets rid of Bottler, and we are going to the end of regulation here on Bank. G2 are bringing it all the way back. Down a miracle. There is no miracle. If anything, it's G2's comeback. That is looking to be a miracle.
Okay, guys, focus up, guys. Play default on Rome again. They have no idea. I think they're gonna run clear, bro. To be honest, I also wonder inside, bro. Bro, I think we roam again, okay, guys? We roam again, bro. I don't want to play extra against these guys, okay, guys? We roam again and play more reactive. We should have won the other defense, okay, guys? When they're split, they drop lobby, won the round, the guy pushed carry, just don't keep the weave. They win the round, okay? But I think they're gonna run clear, but they're not gonna do split again.
I'm out suggesting to roam again and take the early fights. It's a honestly the right way to play it. Like, you literally have 11 straight opening kills. Roam, early fights. Yes, Alabama, yes. That's the strength right now for G2. Play into it.
Absolutely.
3 rounds straight. They were 6-2 down. Black Dragons were shouting. They were making pocket gestures. They were all over G2. And who's led the way? Blaz and Doki. They've been absolutely sensational.
Blaz has been a machine this map.
5-0 entry, 12-9, 130 EPS on a team that was 6-2 down.
That's impressive.
Doki 11-9, 3-0 entry, 127 EPS. 2 clutches, by the way, for Alamau in the books, plus a plant. Yeah, it's been an impressive comeback, but does it fall short? This is a big round.
It would really suck to grind all the way to 6-5 and lose it.
It would deflate that balloon, wouldn't it? Suck the air out of the building. Rare, though, with a good drone. Bot Blue, he has been spotted, though, by Alamau. Mr. Botlaw. He has now targeted Alamau. Ready to put a death mark on his location. Alamau early. Gas Babe to fall back. Now, we heard Alamau, by the way, say the roam. Now, Loira is top square. And you've got Doki open, and you've got Stomp and Talers. And Asker goes down to Loira. It is 12 consecutive rounds that G2 have got the first pick. Another 4v5 for Black Dragons. And Loira hits the headshot into Electrical. Falls back down blue. They can play the site. Overtime is now looking incredibly likely. But Alamau doesn't get back in time. Mr. Botlaw made the push. Shoots him in the back. A much-needed kill for Black Dragons. But he too is now very low on health.
And so much of the map unexplored by this attack.
Miracle catches Stomp and the Vigil losing his roam battle. 3v3, 90 seconds.
Doki still above.
And Doki and Blaz are still alive though.
Doki still above.
Are they aware that he's tucked inside an admin? He makes the move, he makes the drop, and he's back safely. He was in a precarious position, but back to sight and safe. Minute remaining. What a way to end regulation.
I mean, funnily enough, Black Dragons do have quite a decent belt of execute utility here, right? Full belt from Grim, smokes for Miracle.
Oh, Doki. Regress back up blue stairs. They will not be ready for this. Mr. Botlaw on yellow ping. Oh, no, Doki! He's missed his shots. The pillar was in his way, and then Miracle up close. He's able to sneak around the corner and shoot him, and Doki can't get back. It's down to Loira and Blaz to salvage this for G2. Loira straight back down main stairs to push back to site to help out Blaz.
No nitro.
And they make the push through server. There's the smoke, and now Miracle can get into play on the glass. And with still 30 seconds left, they have the time to get this execute, to get this plant down. But the Demon has entered the building. Big headshot onto Miracle. No more glass in this post-plant 2v2. Here we go.
Do they contest above? Yes. Loira above. Can Swag hold on for Black Dragons?
30 seconds. The time will tick down. Blaz and Loira need to be quick. They have the yellow ping, the information, the shot. Blaz and Loira have combined to clutch it and send this to overtime.
Let's go!
Holy shit, bro. Blaz and Loira, the fucking duo.
And Doki says in the chat, who's laughing now? Time to fly home. 6-6. And we go to overtime.
I thought right here for Doki that could have been the end of the map. But Loira and Blaz in the post plant make it work.
It's home time, says Doki, as we go to overtime. Well, you haven't won the map just yet, Doki. Black Dragons will remain still with hope in their heart, but they were 6-2 up. They had 4 chances to bury this one, to steal G2's map pick. They were up and about. They were excited. As we look at the numbers here for Blaz, I actually have him on a 132 EPS, by the way. 13-9 is indeed correct. 5-0 on the entry. Either way, incredible numbers. and an incredible performance in this match, because when the game looked dead and buried, he was the one that led the way for G2. And then towards the end, Doki and Loira, they started to join the party.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Basement, the side of choice for Black Dragons. And they are going to be very eager to try and finally get an opening kill. They have not gotten a single opening kill over the course of this entire map. Constantly playing from the back foot.
I said before, if we have had 15 straight, it honestly can happen.
Surely not. To be fair, a lot of Siege does get played, so maybe it has happened.
I'm sure. Wow, I mean, I don't know. Has it 15 straight? At a Six Invitational?
I might start contacting Spabu.
Yeah, it's dangerous territory. I do wonder what the mentality is right now for Black Dragons. Are they still locked in? Do they still believe they can get the job done? Doesn't matter if this goes to overtime. Doesn't matter if they win 8-6 or 8-7. A win is a win at this point. Mr. Bottler lucky to still be alive. Getting shot back through beepers. That was Loira on the Nook lurk. He's now forced Bottler to drop back to site. Yeah, for lockers and CCTV. And the lineup that they have brought, actually, for Black Dragons has allowed them to play a semi-roam game but then fall back. But because Mr. Bottler got pretty early contact, lost the battle, half health, he's now all the way back down. But the lineup that they have, 3 Gas Babe, Chashenka, Vulcan Canisters, Nitrocell, and Warden. They have the combination of operators needed to play an on-site bunker defense.
So it all comes down to the execute for both teams. Checklist continues here for G2. Hatches opened up. Doki almost
they have a lot of smokes as well between the Capitao and Alamal's own smoke. So Mr. Bottler's going to have to play lights out here at half health on the Warden. His job is important with that Nitro. In general, the glasses too.
Time ticking.
Ooh.
Utility dumping in, but the ADS device is compromising that layering inside of red.
I like the time here for G2. There's a minute left, so they're starting the execute as early possible. They want to try and poke and prod, put the pressure, deal with this utility, give themselves enough time that if the execute is botched a little bit, they can still kind of bring it back later in the round. As long as they keep this pace going, I want to start to see them actually go for the plant now, ideally. And that's exactly what they're going to try and do. Stop it. Oh, pushes through the flames. A ballsy move, and he gets the opening pick. Traded can't get back safely, and Alamal can't get the trade. Don't think he was really watching at that moment in time. And suddenly the time itself now becomes a big factor. There's only 30 seconds left. Loira's gone over to admin and thinks about maybe a hatch drop.
20 seconds on the clock. Maybe Doki can have impact. He's lurking down main.
He gets caught though, so that main push does not come to fruition. Loira then on the drop also dies straight away. Blaz needs to get the kit down, but now he's on the floor. DB and O, and only Alamal's up in a 1v3. Deep red time. All that talk after bringing it back to overtime, and it's going to end like this for G2 to start it. Match point once again for Black Dragons. They hold their nerve.
There's a good setup from G2, but Black Dragons resist the pressure.
Okay, now I hope you lose. You can't be doing that. Come on. Oh my God! Come on,
guys.
Stop it, guys. All right, let's go G2.
I thought that was going to die in 2025. Second floor to be the site of choice here for G2, electing not to go basement. Maybe sensing that tempting fate on the roam is too risky in this particular position.
13 straight opening kills. Now, if there is a record, guys, that's beyond this, it can only be 14 or 15. So we have approached uncharted territory regardless. Like, it's rare that you ever really see this. And despite that, G2 could still lose the map.
How many games have been won without having a single opening kill? That would also be an intriguing fact.
Rare. G2 go defense. And it was their defense that brought this game to overtime. They won 4 straight defensive rounds. We go top floor, CEO executive, but this site actually was successfully won by Black Dragons on their attack back in the 8th round, long time ago. And they had 3 players left alive as well in that particular round, so they won it convincingly.
Oh, Doki. Nitro lineup, outside airlock, Ask potentially to repel. Could this be another opening kill for G2?
I mean, at this point, it's expected. It's a mandatory. It's just mandatory.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Nitro still ripped.
Well, they have 3 of them as well. So when you got like 3 Nitros, you can kind of go for an early one.
Can be a little bit more liberal.
Well, thrown. And nothing. There's the liberal use of that first Nitro cell. Now you probably want to maintain the other 2. Stompin's got 1. So does Loira. Loira just lurking main stairs.
Maybe some variation of a Rayora set play here from Black Dragons in this round. I'll be intrigued to see where Rare looks to barricade. Potentially it's to facilitate the push up through Banana. But there's a couple of different variants available.
Miracle spotting Loira at main stairs. There's a double push coming through from ATMs, by the way, right now. Rare and Mr. Botlaw. And Miracle's made his way in through Lone. So this is a very like lobby-centric kind of push right now from Black Dragons.
Very patient lobby set. Utility sent forward over towards front desk. 90 seconds.
I wonder if it's trying to draw someone out towards front desk and then Asker's got the angle.
Oh, Loira gets caught.
No. This is an opening kill for Black Dragons if he gets converted.
There's the gate.
Is there a time still? Oh, there is! Doki gets the opening pick. It's 14 straight and G2 needed that one anyway because Loira is down. Over towards the hallway, crawling forward. Stompin has moved over to elevators and found a crucial kill onto Rare, and they've been able to light up Black Dragons. A 15th round is looking incredibly likely. Despite the fact that BD got that opening knock onto Loira, they could not follow up. G2 sprung into action. 2v3 as Swag and Ask get a couple of crucial kills. Still time remaining for Black Dragons. Stompin is stuck top elevator. Reloading. But Ask cannot push up Spiral. The gas babes from Alamau is blocking him from pushing up.
Ask needs to hit one hell of a shot to push up, collect the diffuser. Swag maybe can drop main.
Oh, they're going to go for a pinch onto Stompin here and then grab Doki and go side.
Doki has a read.
Doki has the read. He has the shot. Ask did kill Alamau. And then he kills Doki. No. 1 versus 1 against the trapped Stompin inside of elevator. And Stompin does not miss. We go to 15 rounds.
Nice start. Holy shit, bro. Let's go, bro.
Go, bro.
Guys, calm, okay?